In the wood. The mayor was sitting down to breakfast when he was told that his village constable was waiting for him at the town hall with 2 prisoners. He went there immediately and found indeed old Hautot, the village constable, standing guard with an air of great severity over a couple of stout villagers. The man, a fat paterfamilias, red-nosed and white-haired, seemed overwhelmed, while the woman, a nice little soul dressed in her Sunday clothes, very plump, her cheeks flushed, was looking defiantly at the instrument of authority who had captured them. The mayor asked, "What is all this, Hautot?" The constable made his statement. He had set out that morning at his usual time to go on his beat from Champiox woods to the boundaries of Argenteuil. He hadn't found anything to remark on in the countryside except that it was beautiful weather and the corn was doing well, when young Brettel, who was pruning his vine, had called out, "Hullo! Hautot, go and look at the edge of the wood, in the first copse, and you'll find there a couple of doves who have at least 130 years between them." He set off in the direction indicated, had crept into the undergrowth and had heard words and sighs which had led him to suspect an outrage on public morals. Then, crawling on hands and knees, as if he were trying to surprise a poacher, he had caught the couple here present at the moment when they were abandoning themselves to a natural instinct. The mayor stared at the prisoners in stupefaction. The man must have been at least 60, and the woman not less than 55. He began to question them, first the man, who replied in so faint a voice that it was hardly audible. "Your name?" "Nicolas Boiron." "What is your profession?" "I am a draper in the Rue de Martyrs, Paris." "What were you doing in the wood?" The draper made no answer, his glance fixed on his large stomach, his hands pressed against his thighs. The mayor asked again. "Do you deny the accusation?" "No, sir." "Then you admit it?" "Yes, sir." "What have you to say in your defense?" "Nothing, sir." "Where did you meet your accomplice?" "She is my wife, sir." "Your wife?" "Yes, sir." Then, you don't live together in Paris?" "Pardon, sir, we do live together." "But, in that case, you must be mad, absolutely mad, my good man, to come and get yourself caught in the open country, at 10 o'clock in the morning." The draper seemed ready to weep with shame. He muttered. "It was she who wanted it. I told her it was a silly thing to do. But when a woman gets an idea into her head, you know, sir, she has no room for anything else." The mayor, whose sense of humor was not puritanical, smiled and replied. "In your case, then, the contrary ought to have happened. You wouldn't be here if she hadn't had room for something else." Then rage seized Boiron, and turning towards his wife, he said, "Look what you've brought us to now, with your romantic notions. Think of it. We shall have to go into court at our age for immorality. We shall have to shut up shop and sell out and move into another district. Think of it. Madame." Boiron got up, without looking at her husband, and explained the situation without any trace of embarrassment or self-consciousness, and almost without hesitation. "My goodness, Mr. Mayor, I know quite well that we look foolish. Will you let me plead this cause like a lawyer, or, better still, like a poor woman? And I hope you will be willing to send us home and spare us the shame of a summons. A long time ago, when I was young, I made the acquaintance of Boiron in this district, on a Sunday. He was employed in a draper's shop. I was a shop girl in a ready-made clothes shop. I remember all that as though it were yesterday. I used to spend my Sundays here, now and again, with a girl friend, Rose Levesque, with whom I lived in the Rue Pigalle. Rose had a sweetheart, I hadn't. He it was who brought us out here. One Saturday he told me, laughing, that the next day he would bring out a friend. I understood what he meant, but I replied that it would be useless. I was a good girl, sir. The next day, however, we met Monsieur Boiron in the train. He was very good-looking in those days. But I was determined not to give in, and I didn't. There we were, then, at Bezons. The weather was glorious, the sort of weather that makes your heart beat for joy. For my part, even now, when the weather is fine, I am ready to cry like a fool, and when I am in the country I quite lose my head. The green of the trees, the birds singing, the corn waving in the wind, the swallows that swoop along so quickly, the scent of grass, of the wild poppies, the marguerites. All make me feel light-headed. It is like drinking champagne when you aren't used to it. On this day the weather was glorious, mild and clear. It seemed to pour into you through your eyes as you looked out on it, and through your mouth when you breathed. Rose and Simon kissed every other minute. It made me think a bit to watch them. Moiron and I walked behind them, hardly uttering a word. When you don't know each other you can't find anything to say. He seemed very shy, this boy, and I was fluttered to see his embarrassment. At last we came to the little wood. It was as cool there as a bath and people were sitting on the grass. Rose and her friend teased me about looking so serious. You must see that I couldn't look otherwise. After that they began to make love to each other without worrying if we were there or not. Next they talked to each other in whispers, and presently got up and went farther into the wood without saying anything. You can guess what a fool I looked left with this youth whom I had met for the first time. I felt so confused to see them go off in that way that my courage came back to me and I began to talk. I asked him what he was doing. He was a draper's apprentice, as I have just told you. We talked for some little while. This emboldened him and he wanted to take liberties with me, but still I kept him in his place, and very firmly. Isn't that true, Moiron? Moiron, who was looking at his boots in his embarrassment, made no reply. She went on. At last the young man realized that I was a good girl and he began to pay court to me nicely, like a respectable man. After that day he came every Sunday. He was very much in love with me, monsieur. And I too, I loved him very much, oh, ever so much. He was a handsome fellow in those days. In short, we were married in September and we started our shop in the Rue des Martyrs. Those were hard years, sir. The business didn't pay, and we could rarely afford holidays in the country. At last we lost the habit of going. There were other things in our minds. In business the cash box comes before flowers. Little by little we got older without noticing it, being quiet people who hardly think of love. What the heart doesn't miss it doesn't grieve over. At last, monsieur, things went better and our future was safe. Then, really, I don't know what happened to me, no, honestly I do not. I found myself dreaming again like a little schoolgirl. The sight of the barrows of flowers drawn along the street would bring the tears to my eyes. The scent of violets drifting in where I sat in my chair behind the cash box set my heart beating wildly. Then I would get up and go and stand on the doorstep to look at the blue sky between the roofs. When you see the sky from a street, it looks like a river, a long twisting river coming down to Paris. The swallows skimming over it are like fishes. It's silly enough to feel like that, at my age. But what can you expect, sir? When you have worked all your life, there comes a time when you realize that you might have been doing something else, then you are filled with regret. Oh, yes, you regret it. Just think, for 20 long years I could have been gathering kisses in the woods, like other people, like other women. I used to think how wonderful it would be to lie under the trees and love someone. I thought of this all day and all night. I dreamed of the moonlight on the water until I was nearly ready to drown myself. I dared not say all this to Moiron right out. I knew too well that he would laugh at me and send me back to sell needles and thread. And truth to tell, Moiron hadn't much to say to me in those days. But when I looked in my mirror I understood too that I hadn't much to say to anyone either. Thereupon I made up my mind to suggest to him a holiday in the country, in that part where we first became acquainted. He agreed without any bother, and we arrived here this morning about 9. I felt quite young again as we came through the corn. The heart of a woman doesn't really grow old. And indeed I saw my husband, not as he is now, but as he was in those days. That's true, I swear it, sir. It's as true as I stand here, I was drunk with it all. I began to embrace him. He could not have been more astonished if I'd tried to murder him. He kept saying to me, "You are mad. You are absolutely crazy this morning. What in the world has taken you?" I didn't hear him, I could hear nothing but my own heart. And I made him go into the wood with me. Then, I have told you the truth, MCU, the whole truth. The mayor was a man of the world. He got up, smiling, and said, "Go in peace, madam, and sin no more, under the trees." The tramp. For 40 days he had been walking, seeking everywhere for work. He had left his own hometown, Villavary, in the Manche, because there was no work to be got there. A carpenter's mate, 27 years old, a respectable, sturdy fellow, he had lived for 2 months on his family, he, the eldest son, with nothing to do but sit with his strong arms folded. Amid the general unemployment, bread became scarce in the home. The 2 sisters did day work, but made little money, and he, Jacques Rodel, the strongest, did nothing because there was nothing to do, and ate the bread of others. Then he had sought information at the town hall, and the clerk had told him that there was work to be got in the Midlands. So he had set off, fortified with papers and certificates, with 7 francs in his pocket. On his shoulder, in a blue handkerchief tied to the end of his stick, he carried a spare pair of shoes, a pair of trousers and a shirt. And he walked without rest, day and night, along the interminable roads, under sun and rain, and never reaching that mysterious land where workmen find work. At first he clung firmly to the idea that, being a carpenter, he must never work at anything but carpentry. But, in all the workshops where he offered himself, he was told that they had just dismissed men for lack of orders, and finding himself at the end of his resources, he resolved to do any work he might meet with on his way. Thus he became by turns navvy, stable boy, and stonecutter. He split wood, trimmed timber, dug a well, mixed mortar, tied faggots, and herded goats on a mountain, and all for a few pence. For he could only manage to get an occasional 2 or 3 days' work by offering himself at a very low price, to tempt the avarice of employers and peasants. And for a week now he had failed to find a job of any kind. He had nothing left, and lived on a few crusts of bread that he owed to the charity of the women from whom he begged on their doorsteps, as he passed along the roads. Night was falling, and Jacques Rodel, worn out, with weary legs and an empty stomach, despondent in spirit, plodded barefoot in the grass at the roadside. For he was saving up his last pair of shoes, and the other pair had gone long before. It was a Saturday, towards the end of autumn. Grey clouds, swift and heavy, were chased across the sky by the gusts of wind that whistled in the trees. There was a feeling of approaching rain in the air. The countryside was deserted, now, at dusk on the eve of a Sunday. Here and there, in the fields, there rose, like monstrous yellow mushrooms, ricks of threshed straw, and the land, already sown for the coming year, seemed naked. Rodel was hungry, hungry like a hungry beast, with the savage hunger that drives wolves to attack men. Exhausted, he lengthened his stride so that he would have fewer steps to take, and, with heavy head, the blood surging in his temples, red eyes, and a dry mouth, he gripped his stick with a vague desire to strike the first passer-by he chanced to meet returning home to eat his broth. He gazed at the roadside with a picture in his mind of potatoes lying unburied on the upturned soil. If he had found some, he would have collected dead wood, made a little fire in a ditch and supped royally on the hot, round roots, after first holding them, burning hot, in his cold hands. But it was too late in the year, and, as on the previous evening, he had to gnaw a raw beetroot that he pulled from its furrow. For the past 2 days he had been talking aloud, as he quickened his stride, goaded by his obsessing thoughts. He had scarcely thought at all, before this, applying all his mind, all his simple faculties, to the tasks he had been trained to do. But now, Fatigue, his frantic pursuit of work that was not to be found, refusals, insults, nights spent on the grass, fasting, the scorn he felt all the stay-at-homes had for the tramp. Their daily repeated question, "Why don't you stay in your own place?" His grief at not being able to use the valiant arms whose strength he could feel, the remembrance of his parents left at home. Also almost penniless, all these were filling him little by little with a slow anger, increasing every day, every hour, every minute, and escaping from his mouth in brief, involuntary phrases of plaintive discontent. Stumbling over the stones that rolled from under his bare feet, he grumbled, "Misery, misery me, lot of swine, not 4 sous, not 4 sous, and now it's raining, lot of swine." He was indignant at the injustice of his lot, and blamed man, all men, because nature, the great blind mother, is unjust, cruel, and treacherous. "Lot of swine," he repeated through clenched teeth, watching the thin grey wisps of smoke going up from the roof at this, the dinner hour. And without reflecting on that injustice, that human injustice, called violence and theft, he longed to enter one of these houses, knock down the inhabitants, and sit down at the table in their stead. "I haven't the right to live, now," he said, "seeing they let me die of hunger, and yet I only ask for work, lot of swine." And the pain in his limbs, the pain in his stomach, and the pain in his heart went to his head like the madness born of drink, and gave birth in his brain to this simple thought, "I have a right to live, because I breathe, because the air belongs to everyone. So no one has a right to leave me without bread." The rain was falling, fine, fast, and freezing. He stopped, and muttered, "Oh, misery me, another month on the road before I get home." For he was returning homewards now, realizing that it would be easier for him to find something to do, if he were willing to take any work that came to hand, in his native town, where he was known, than out on the high road where all men were suspicious of him. Since carpentry was in a bad way, he would become a day laborer, a hodman, a navvy, or a stonebreaker. And if he only made 20 sous a day, it would still be enough to live on. He knotted round his neck the remains of his last handkerchief, so as to prevent the cold water from trickling on to his back and chest. But soon he felt that it was already coming through the thin fabric of his clothes, and he threw an agonized glance around him. The gaze of a lost creature that knows not where to hide its body or rest its head, and has no refuge in the world. Night came, covering the fields with darkness. In the distance, in a meadow, he saw a dark blotch on the ground, a cow. He strode over the ditch at the roadside and turned towards the animal, with no very clear idea of what he was doing. As he drew near, the animal raised her big head, and he thought, "If only I had a can, I could drink a little milk." He stared at the cow, and the cow stared at him. Then, suddenly, he gave her a great kick in the side, and said, "Get up." The animal rose slowly, and her heavy udder hung down. Then the man lay flat on his back, between the animal's legs, and had a long drink, pressing with both hands the warm, swollen teat smelling of the cowshed. He drank all the milk left in this living spring. But the icy rain fell faster, and the whole plain was naked, offering him no glimpse of shelter. He was cold, and he gazed at a light that shone through the trees, from the window of a house. The cow had lain down again, heavily. He sat down beside her, stroking her head, grateful for the food she had given him. The animal's thick, rank breath, issuing from her nostrils like 2 jets of steam in the evening air, blew across the workman's face. "Well, you're not cold in there," he said. Next he ran his hands over the cow's breast and legs, trying to warm them there. Then the idea came to him to lie down and spend the night huddled against this big warm belly. He sought a comfortable position, and laid his forehead against the heavy udder he had just emptied. Then, quite worn out with fatigue, he promptly went to sleep. But several times he awoke, with back or chest frozen, according to which of the two was pressed against the animal's side. Then he would turn over to warm and dry that part of his body which had been exposed to the night air, and fell back at once into the same heavy slumber. A cock crowing roused him to his legs. Dawn was coming, it was no longer raining, the sky was clear. The cow was resting her muzzle on the ground. He bent down, supporting himself on his hands, to kiss the broad nose of moist flesh. "Goodbye, my beauty," he said, "till next time. You're a nice beast. Goodbye." Then he put on his shoes and went on his way. For 2 hours he walked straight on, always along the same road. Then such utter weariness fell on him that he sat down on the grass. It was broad daylight. The church bells were ringing, and men in blue smocks, and women in white bonnets, walking or driving in dog-carts, began to pass along the roads, on their way to neighboring villages to celebrate Sunday with friends or relations. A fat peasant came in sight, driving some 20 restless, bleating sheep, kept in order by a quick-footed dog. Roddel rose and greeted him. "You haven't a job for a workman dying of hunger?" he said. "I've no work for men I meet on the roads," replied the fellow, with an ugly glance at the vagabond. And the carpenter sat down again by the roadside. He waited for a long time, watching the country folk go by, searching for a good, kind, compassionate face that he might make another request. He chose a superior-looking person in a frock coat, with a gold chain across his stomach. "I've been looking for work for 2 months," he said. "I can't find any. And I've not a sou left in my pocket." The prosperous fellow replied, "You ought to have read the notice posted up at the boundaries of this district. Begging is forbidden in the territory of this commune. I'm the mayor, I tell you, and if you don't clear off pretty quick, I'll have you taken up." Roddel's anger was getting the better of him. "Have me taken up if you like," he murmured. "I'd rather you did, at least I shouldn't die of hunger." And he sat down again at the roadside. A quarter of an hour later 2 policemen came in sight on the road. They were walking slowly, side by side, in full view, gleaming in the sun, with their shiny leather hats, their yellow facings, and their metal buttons, as though to frighten malefactors and put them to flight from a very long way off. The carpenter realized that they were coming for him, but he did not move, seized with an abrupt sullen desire to defy them, to get them to arrest him, and have his revenge later on. They came on without appearing to have seen him, walking in their military fashion, with a clumsy and rolling gait, like geese. Then suddenly, as they passed him, they appeared to discover him, stopped, and began to stare at him with threatening, angry eyes. The sergeant stepped forward, asking, "What are you doing here?" "Resting," the man calmly replied. "Where have you come from?" "If I had to tell you all the places I've been through, it would take me a good hour." "Where are you going?" "To Villavare." "And where might that be?" "In the Manche." "Is that your home place?" "Yes, that's my home place." "Why did you leave it?" "To look for work." The sergeant turned to his constable and exclaimed, in the furious tone of a man driven to exasperation by a perpetual recurrence of the same lie, "The swine all say that. But I know their little games." Then he continued, "Have you any papers?" "Yes." "Give me them." Roddel took his papers from his pocket, his certificates, poor, dirty, worn-out papers falling to pieces, and offered them to the official. The latter spelt them out, humming and hawing, and, eventually declaring them to be in order, gave them back with the irritated air of a man who has been tricked by a fellow more cunning than himself. After a few moments of reflection, he resumed his inquiries. "Have you any money about you?" "No." "Nothing?" "Nothing." "Not as much as a sou?" "Not as much as a sou." "Then what are you living on?" "On what I'm given." "You're begging, then?" "Yes, when I can," replied Roddel firmly. But the policeman declared, "I have taken you in the act of vagrancy in begging, being without lodging or visible means of support, on the road, and I command you to follow me." The carpenter rose. "Anywhere you like," he said, and, placing himself between the 2 officials before even getting the order to do so, he added, "Go on, shut me up. It'll give me a roof overhead when it rains." And they set off towards the village, whose roofs peered through the leaf-stripped trees, a quarter of a league distant. It was the hour of mass as they went through the town. The square was full of people, and two ranks promptly formed up to see the malefactor go by, followed by a troop of excited children. Peasants, men and women, stared at the prisoner between the two policemen, with a sudden gleam of hate in their eyes. They wanted to throw stones at him, scratch his skin with their nails, and trample him underfoot. They wondered if he were a thief or a murderer. The butcher, a veteran Spahi, declared, "He's a deserter." The tobacconist fancied he recognized him as the man who had given him a bad 50-centime piece that very morning. And the ironmonger was sure he knew him for the undiscoverable murderer of the widow Mallet for whom the police had been searching for 6 months. In the municipal council room, whither the policeman led him, Roddel found the mayor, sitting at the council table and flanked by the schoolmaster. "Aha!" exclaimed the magistrate, "here you are again, my fine fellow. I told you I'd have you locked up." "Well, sergeant, what is it?" "A tramp, your worship," replied the sergeant, without lodging or visible means of support, according to his own statement, arrested in the act of begging and vagrancy. Possessing good certificates and papers in good order. "Show me the papers," said the mayor. He took them, read them, reread them, gave them back, and ordered, "Search him." Roddel was searched, nothing was found. The mayor seemed perplexed. "What were you doing, this morning, on the road?" he asked the workman. "I was looking for work." "For work? On the high road? How do you expect me to find any if I hid in the woods?" They stared at one another with the hatred of beasts that belong to two antagonistic species. The magistrate replied, "I am going to set you at liberty, but don't let me catch you again." "I'd rather you kept me," answered the carpenter, "I've had quite enough of running about the roads." "Silence," said the mayor, with a severe look. Then he gave orders to the policeman. "You will conduct this man 200 meters from the village, and you will allow him to go on his way. At least have them give me something to eat," said the workman. The mayor was furious. "Feed you? That would be the last straw. Ha! 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 That's a bit too thick." But Roddel continued firmly. "If you let me go on dying of hunger, you'll force me to crime, and that'll be the worse for you great fat fellows." The mayor had risen, and repeated his order. "Take him away quick, I shall end by losing my temper." The two policemen took the carpenter's arms and led him off. He offered no resistance, went back through the village, and found himself back on the high road. The men took him 200 meters from the kilometer stone, and there the sergeant declared, "Now be off with you, and don't let me see you in these parts again, or you'll hear from me." And Roddel set off without an answer, and without knowing where he was going. He walked straight on for a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes, so dazed that he could not think at all. But suddenly, as he was passing a small house whose window was half open, the savory smell of stew took him by the throat and brought him up short before this dwelling. And suddenly, hunger, savage, devouring, maddening hunger, caught him up and almost flung him like a wild creature against the walls of the house. "God, they must give me something this time," he said aloud in a plaintive voice, and hammered on the door with his stick. No one answered. He knocked, more loudly, shouting, "Hi! Hi! You folk in there! Hi! Open the door!" Nothing stirred. Going to the window, he pushed it with his hand, and the imprisoned air of the kitchen, warm air full of the savor of hot soup, cooked meat and cabbages, escaped into the cold outer air. With a bound the carpenter was in the room. 2 places were laid on the table. The owners, doubtless away at mass, had left their dinner on the fire, good Sunday stew, with thick vegetable broth. A new loaf awaited them on the hearth, standing between 2 bottles that seemed full. Roddel first attacked the loaf, tearing it with as much violence as though he were throttling a man. Then he began to eat it ravenously, gulping it rapidly down in great mouthfuls. But almost at once the smell of the meat drew him to the hearth and, taking off the lid of the pot, he thrust in a fork and brought out a big piece of beef, tied up with string. Then he took cabbage, carrots and onions until his plate was full, and, putting it on the table, he sat down, cut the meat into 4 portions, and dined as though he were in his own home. When he had eaten almost the whole piece, in addition to a quantity of vegetables, he realized that he was thirsty, and went to fetch one of the bottles standing by the hearth. As soon as he saw the liquor in his glass he knew it for brandy. So much the worse for it, it was hot, and would put fire into his veins, that would be good, after having been so cold, and he drank. He found it good indeed, for he had long been unused to it. He poured out another full glass, and swallowed it in 2 gulps. He began to feel happy at once, heartened by the alcohol, as though a vast content had poured through his body. He continued to eat, less hastily now, chewing slowly and soaking his bread in the broth. The whole skin of his body had become burning hot, especially his forehead, where the blood was thudding. But suddenly a distant bell rang. It was the mass ending, and instinct rather than fear, the instinctive prudence that guides and forewarns every creature in danger, jerked the carpenter to his feet. He put the remains of the loaf in one pocket, and the bottle of brandy in the other, and with furtive steps went to the window and looked out at the road. It was still quite empty. He leapt out and went on his way, but instead of following the high road, he fled across the fields towards a wood he noticed. He felt alert, strong, and light-hearted, content with what he had done, and so supple that he cleared the fences between the fields at one bound, feet together. As soon as he was under the trees, he took the bottle from his pocket and started drinking again in long draughts, while he walked. Then his thoughts became confused, his eyes misty, and his legs as elastic as springs. He sang the old folk song. Ah! Chou il fait donc bon. Chou il fait donc bon. Quelle la phrase. 27. He was walking now on thick moss, damp and cool, and this pleasant carpet underfoot filled him with a wild desire to turn somersaults like a child. He took a run, went head over heels, leapt up, and began again. And between each caper, he went on singing. Ah! Chou il fait donc bon. Chou il fait donc bon. Quelle la phrase. Suddenly he found himself beside a sunken lane, and saw therein a servant girl returning to the village, carrying in her hands 2 pails of milk. A barrel hoop from a cask kept them from knocking against her. He watched her, leaning forward, his eyes lighting up like those of a dog sighting a quail. She caught sight of him, raised her head, burst out laughing, and shouted to him. Was it you singing like that? He made no answer and jumped into the gully, although the bank was a good 6 feet high. Lord, you did scare me, she said, seeing him suddenly standing in front of her. But he did not hear her. He was drunk, he was mad, in the grip of a passion more devastating than hunger, maddened by alcohol and the overmastering passion of a man who for 2 months had been deprived of everything. Who is drunk, and young, and ardent, on fire with all the appetites that nature has sown in a man's vigorous body. The girl recoiled, frightened by his face, his eyes, his half-open mouth, and his outstretched hands. He grasped her by the shoulders and, without saying a word, flung her down on the road. She let go of her pails, they rolled along noisily, spilling all the milk, then she screamed. Then, realizing that it was no use shouting in that deserted spot, and well aware now that he was not determined on her death, she yielded without making too much to do about it. Nor much resenting it, for the fellow was strong but not too rough really. When she rose, the thought of her overturned pails filled her with sudden wrath, and, taking off one of her wooden shoes, she rushed in her turn on the man, determined to break his head if he did not pay for her milk. But he, mistaking her violent attack, a little sobered now, and desperately frightened at what he had done, made off with all the haste his legs would let him, while she threw stones, of which some hit him in the back. He ran for a long time, then felt wearier than ever before in his life. His legs were too slack to carry him. His brain was reeling, he had forgotten everything that had happened, and could no longer think at all. He sat down at the foot of a tree. At the end of 5 minutes he was asleep. He woke with a terrible start, and, opening his eyes, perceived 2 shiny leather-cocked hats bending over him, and the 2 policemen of the morning holding and binding his arms. "I knew we'd catch you again," jeered the sergeant. Roddle rose without a word of reply. The men shook him, prepared to treat him roughly if he made a protest, for he was their prey now, fair game, prison game captured by these hunters of criminals who would not let him go again. "Off we go," commanded the sergeant. They set off. Evening was at hand, spreading an autumnal twilight, heavy and sinister, over the landscape. In half an hour they reached the village. All the doors were open, for everyone knew what had happened. Men and women, beside themselves with anger, as though each man had been robbed and each woman raped, were eager to see the wretch brought back, so that they might hurl insults at him. The uproar began at the first house and ended at the town hall, where the mayor was waiting also, avenged on this vagabond. As soon as he saw him, he shouted from the distance. "Ah! Ha! My fine fellow! Here we are!" And he rubbed his hands, happy as he seldom was. I said so," he continued, merely by seeing him on the road, and added, with redoubled joy. "You'll get your 20 years all right, you dirty scoundrel. A New Year's gift." Jacques de Raindal, having dined alone at home, told the manservant that he might go out, and settled down to write some letters. He always ended the year this way, alone, writing letters and dreaming. He reviewed everything that had happened since the last New Year's Day, things that were done with, things that were dead. And as the faces of his friends appeared before him he wrote a few lines to each one, sending his cordial wishes for the 1st of January. So he sat down, opened a drawer, from which he took a woman's photograph, which he kissed after gazing at it for a few seconds. Then, placing it beside the sheet of notepaper, he began. "My dear Erin, you will have received the little souvenir which I sent to the woman you are. I have shut myself up this evening to tell you." Here the pen stopped and Jacques got up and began to walk up and down. For the last 10 months he had had a mistress, not a mistress like the others, adventuresses, actresses, streetwalkers, but a woman he had loved and conquered. He was not a young man, although he was still youthful, he looked at life seriously from a positive and practical point of view. So he started to draw up the balance sheet of his love affair, just as he drew up the yearly accounts of his new or discarded friendships. Of things that had happened and of people who had come into his life. The first ardor of his love had calmed down and he asked himself, with the precision of a shopkeeper making out his accounts, what his feelings were towards her. And tried to guess what they would be in the future. He found a great and deep affection, composed of tenderness, gratitude, and of thousands of trifles from which spring close and lasting intimacies. A ring at the bell made him start. He hesitated about opening the door, but decided that on New Year's night one must always open to the unknown, whoever it may be, who knocks in passing by. He therefore took a candle, crossed the anteroom, shot back the bolt, turned the key, opened the door, and saw his mistress as pale as death, standing there with her hands against the wall. He stammered, "What's the matter?" She replied, "You're alone?" "Yes." "No servants?" "Yes." "You were not going out?" "No." She entered the flat as if she were quite familiar with it. When she reached the drawing-room she sank upon the couch and, covering her face with her hands, she burst into sobs. Instantly he was on his knees beside her, trying to move her arms away so as to see her eyes, saying again and again, "Erin, Erin, what's the matter with you? I implore you to tell me what's the matter." In the midst of her sobs she murmured, "I can't go on living like this." He did not understand what she meant, and said, "Like what?" "Yes. I can't go on living like this, at home, you don't know, I never told you, it's terrible, I can't go on, I suffer too much, he struck me a short time ago. Who, your husband? Yes, my husband. Ah. He was surprised, for he had never suspected that this husband could be brutal. He was a man of the world, of the best circles, a clubman, a frequenter of the races and the stage door, and a fencer. He was known, appreciated, quoted everywhere, for he had very courteous manners, a very commonplace mind. And that lack of instruction and real intelligence which is the indispensable requirement for thinking as all well-brought-up people think. He also respected all the prejudices of his set. He seemed to devote as much time to his wife as the rich and well-bred consider correct. He was sufficiently anxious about her wishes, her health, her clothes, and, moreover, left her full freedom. As Irene's friend, Rendezvous had the right to the welcome which every well-mannered husband owes to his wife's friends. Then, when Jacques became the lover, after having been the friend, he was on the most cordial terms with the husband, as was fitting and proper. He had never seen or suspected outbursts of temper in that house, and was quite dismayed at the unexpected revelation. "How did it all happen, tell me," he said. And she told him a long story, the story of her life since the day she was married. From the first misunderstanding, caused by a trifle, to the great rift, widening day by day, between two characters in opposition. Then there were quarrels and a complete separation, not only apparent but real. Then her husband turned aggressive, sulky, violent, and now he was jealous of Jacques. And had that very day struck her, after making a scene. She added firmly, "I will never go back. You can do what you like with me." Jacques was sitting opposite her, their knees touching. He took hold of her hands and said, "My dear, dear friend, you are going to make a great, an irreparable mistake. If you want to leave your husband, put him in the wrong, so that your position as a woman, as an irreproachable woman of the world, may be saved." Gazing at him with anxious eyes, she asked, "Then what do you advise me to do? To go home and to put up with your life until you can get either a separation or a divorce honorably? Isn't your advice rather cowardly?" "No, it is right and reasonable. You occupy a leading position, you have a name to be saved, friends to be kept, and relations to be considered. All this must not be forgotten and lost through mere waywardness." She rose and said vehemently, "Well, there, no, I can't, it's finished, it's finished, it's finished." Then, putting her hands on her lover's shoulders and looking him straight in the eyes, she asked, "Do you love me?" "Yes." "Truly?" "Yes." "Then, keep me here." He exclaimed, "Keep you? In my place? Here? But you must be mad. You would be done for forever, without hope of recovery. You are mad." She continued slowly and gravely, weighing every word. "Listen, Jacques. He has forbidden me to see you again and I am not going through the farce of clandestine meetings. You must either take me or lose me. In that case, my dear Irene, get a divorce and I will marry you. Yes, you'll marry me in 2 years at the soonest. Yours is a patient love. Come, come, think it over. If you live here, he will make you go back tomorrow, because he is your husband and the law is on his side. I did not ask you to keep me here, Jacques, but to take me away, anywhere. I thought you loved me well enough to do that. I was mistaken. Goodbye." She turned and went towards the door so quickly that he only caught her as she was going out of the room. "Listen, Irene." She struggled and refused to listen to anything more. With eyes full of tears, she stammered, "Let me go, let me go, let me go." He forced her to sit down and again knelt beside her, trying to make her realize the folly, the danger of her plan. By every means in his power. He omitted none of the arguments he ought to use to convince her of her folly, seeking means of persuasion even in the tenderness of his feeling for her. As she still remained dumb and frozen, he begged her to listen to him, to believe what he said, to follow his advice. When he had finished, she only said, "Are you ready to let me go away now? Don't hold me, I can't get up. Come, Erin. Will you leave go of me? Erin, is this irrevocable? Will you let me go? Then stay. You know you are at home here. We'll go away in the morning." She forced him to let her get up, and said, in a hard voice, "No. It's too late. I don't want sacrifice, I don't want devotion. Stay. I have done all that I ought to have done, I have said all that I ought to have said. I have no further responsibility for you, my conscience is at ease. Tell me your wishes and I will obey." She sat down again, looked at him steadily, then asked quietly, "Well, then, explain yourself." "What? What do you want me to explain?" "Everything. All that you have been thinking to make you change your mind so completely. Then I shall know what I must do. But I didn't think at all. It was my duty to warn you that what you were bent on was madness. You won't give in, so I ask for my share in this madness. More than that, I claim my share. It isn't natural to change one's mind so quickly. Listen, my dear, dear friend. It is not a question of sacrifice or devotion. The day I knew that I loved you, I said to myself, and every lover should say the same thing in the same circumstances, the man who loves a woman, who sets out to make a conquest, who is successful and makes her his, contracts a solemn obligation which includes not only himself but the woman he loves. I am referring, of course, to a woman like you, and not to those of easy approach. Marriage, with its great social and legal value, is only a very slight moral value in my eyes, taking into consideration the prevailing conditions. Therefore, when a woman who is bound by this legal tie does not love her husband and cannot love him, whose heart is free, meets a man she loves and gives herself to him. When a man without other ties takes possession of a woman in this way, I say that this free and mutual consent constitutes a much more binding obligation than the yes uttered before the registrar. I say that if they are both honorable, their union must be closer, stronger, saner than if it had been consecrated by every sacrament of the Church. The woman takes every risk, and it is because she knows this, because she gives all, her heart, her body, her soul, her honor, her life, because she foresees the wretchedness, the danger, the trouble, because she dares to act boldly, firmly, because she is prepared, determined to face anything, the husband who may kill her, and society who may turn its back on her. These are the reasons why she is worthy of respect in her conjugal infidelity. This is why the lover, in taking possession of her, must also have foreseen every possible complication and must cling to her no matter what may happen. I have nothing more to say. I spoke first as a reasonable man whose duty it was to warn you, now there only remains the man, he who loves you. Give your orders. Radiant, she closed his mouth with her lips and whispered, "Darling, it was not true, nothing has happened, my husband does not suspect anything. But I wanted to see, I wanted to know what you would do, I wanted a New Year's gift, the gift of your love, another gift besides the necklace you sent me. You have given it to me. Thanks, thanks, oh, God. How happy I am. Madame Hermet. Madmen fascinate me. These beings live in a mysterious land of fantastic dreams, in that impenetrable cloud of insanity where all that they have seen on earth, all that they have loved, all that they have done, lives again for them in an imaginary existence outside all the laws that govern the world and order human thought. For them the impossible does not exist, the unlikely disappears, the fairy world becomes the natural world, and the supernatural familiar. Logic, that ancient barrier, reason, that ancient wall, good sense, that ancient balustrade of the mind, is broken, shattered, demolished by their imagination, which has been loosed into freedom, has escaped into the realms of fantasy to which no bounds are set, and rushes forward in fabulous leaps without let or hindrance. For them everything happens and everything can happen. They make no efforts to conquer events, overcome resistances, surmount obstacles. A mere whim of their fantasy creating will allows them to become princes, emperors, or gods, to possess all the riches of the world, all the good things of life, allows them to enjoy all pleasures. Allows them to be always strong, always beautiful, always young, always loved. Of all creatures on this earth, they alone are happy, since for them reality no longer exists. I like to hang over their vagabond minds, as one hangs over an abyss in whose depths boils an unknown torrent, come one knows not whence and going one knows not whither. But it avails us nothing to hang over these ravines, since we could never know whence comes that stream or whither it goes. After all, it is only a stream, like the streams that run in broad daylight, and a sight of it would teach us very little. It avails us as little to hang over the minds of madmen, for their most fantastic ideas are, in effect, no more than ideas already known to us. Made strange only because they are no longer shackled by reason. That capricious spring confounds and amazes us because we do not see the place of its rising. Doubtless a little stone dropped in its course is enough to produce these whirlpools. Nevertheless, madmen fascinate me, and I keep going back to them, attracted in spite of myself by this commonplace mystery of insanity. But one day, as I was visiting one of their asylums, the doctor who was escorting me said, "Come, I'll show you an interesting case." And he opened a cell in which a woman of about 40 years of age, still beautiful, was seated in a big armchair, gazing fixedly at her face in a small hand-glass. As soon as she saw us, she stood up, ran to the farther side of the room to get a veil thrown down on a chair, very carefully swathed her face in it, then returned, replying to our greetings by a sign of her head. "Well," said the doctor, "how are you this morning?" She uttered a deep sigh. "Oh, ill, very ill, doctor, the marks get worse every day." He replied with an air of conviction. "No, certainly not, I assure you that you're mistaken." She drew close to him to murmur, "No. I'm sure of it. I've counted 10 more marks this morning, 3 on the right cheek, 4 on the left cheek, and 3 on my forehead. It's frightful, frightful. I daren't let anyone see me now, not even my son, no, not even he. I'm ruined, I'm disfigured for life." She sank back into her armchair and began to sob. The doctor took a chair, seated himself near her, and in a gentle, comforting voice said, "Come now, let me look, I assure you it's nothing. By a slight cauterizing, I can make them all disappear." She shook her head, without saying a word. He tried to touch her veil, but she grasped it in both hands with such violence that her fingers went through it. He began afresh to exhort and reassure her. "Come, now, you know quite well that I remove the ugly pockmarks from your skin every time and that you can't see them at all when I have attended to them. If you don't show them to me, I can't cure you." She murmured, "I'm quite willing to let you look again, but I don't know this gentleman who is with you. He is a doctor too, who can attend to you even better than I can." Then she uncovered her face, but her fear and her emotion, her shame at being seen, made her blush even over her throat, to the point where her gown covered it. She lowered her eyes, turned her face now to the right and now to the left, to escape our gaze, and stammered, "Oh, it makes me suffer agonies to let you see me like this. It's horrible, isn't it? Isn't it horrible?" I looked at her in the utmost amazement, for she had nothing on her face, not a mark, not a stain, not a sign nor a scar. She turned towards me, keeping her eyes lowered, and said to me, "It was through nursing my son that I contracted this frightful disease. I saved him, but I am disfigured. I gave my beauty to my poor child. Well, I did my duty, and my conscience is at rest. If I suffer, only God knows it." The doctor had taken from his pocket a slender watercolor brush. "Allow me," said he, "I'll put it all right for you." She turned to him her right cheek, and he began to lay light touches on it, as if he were putting small dabs of paint on it. He did the same to the left cheek, then to the chin, then the forehead, then he cried. "Look, it's all gone, all gone." She took up her glass, gazed at herself for a long time with a searching intensity, a harrowing intensity, a savagely concentrated mental effort to discover something, then she sighed. "No. There's very little to see now. Thank you very much indeed." The doctor rose. He took leave of her, ushered me out and followed me. And as soon as the door was closed, said, "I'll tell you that poor woman's dreadful story. Her name is Madame Hermet. She was very beautiful, a real coquette, loved of many, and full of the joy of life. She was one of those women whose sole consolation in life is derived from and their conduct dictated by their beauty and their desire to please. The unremitting anxiety to preserve her freshness, the care of her face, her hands, teeth, of every part of her body that she could display, absorbed all her time and all her attention. She became a widow, with one son. The child was brought up in the same way as are all children of much admired women. She loved him, however. He grew up, and she grew old. Whether or not she saw the fatal moment coming, I don't know. Did she, like so many others, gaze every morning for hours and hours at the skin that used to be so delicate, so clear and fresh, and now is wrinkling a little under the eyes, creasing itself in 1,000 lines, that are imperceptible now, but will deepen and deepen, day by day, month by month? And did she see, more and more strongly marked, advancing with slow relentless certainty, the long lines graven on the forehead, those thin serpents whose progress nothing halts? Did she endure the torture, the abominable torture, of the looking-glass, of the small silver hand-glass that she could not resolve to leave on the table, then threw down in anger? And a moment later picked up again, to see once more, ever nearer and nearer, the hateful silent ravages of approaching age? Did she shut herself up 10, 20 times a day, leaving, for no reason, the drawing-room where her friends were chatting, to go up to her bedroom and, safeguarded by bolts and locks, gaze again on the destruction at work in the ripened fading flesh? To examine despairingly the hardly perceptible advance that so far no one else seems to notice but of which she herself is bitterly aware? She knows where the most serious ravages are, where the tooth of age bites deepest. And the glass, the small, quite round glass in its frame of chased silver, says dreadful things to her, for it speaks, it seems to laugh, it rails on her and predicts all that is coming to pass. All the miseries of her body, and the atrocious torture of her mind that will endure to the day of her death, which will be that of her deliverance. Did she weep, distracted, on her knees, her forehead on the ground, and pray, pray, pray to him who kills his creatures thus, giving them youth only to make age the more bitter, and lending them beauty only to take it back almost at once? Did she pray him, implore him, to grant to her what he had never granted to anyone, to allow her to keep until her last day, charm and freshness and grace? Then, realizing that in vain does she implore the implacable unknown who adds year to year in endless number, did she roll with writhing arms on the carpet of her room? Did she beat her forehead on its furniture and stifle in her throat her frightful despairing cries? She must have endured these tortures. For this is what happened. One day, she was then 35 years old, her son, aged 15, fell ill. He took to his bed before the doctors had been able to diagnose the cause of his illness or its nature. An abbé, his tutor, watched over him, hardly leaving his side, while Madame Hermet came morning and evening to hear his report. She entered in the morning in a rest gown, smiling, already scented, and asked, from the door, "Well, George, are you getting better?" The tall youngster, crimson, his face swollen, and wasted by the fever, would answer, "Yes, mammy, a little better." She lingered a few moments in the bedroom, examining the bottles of medicine and making little grimaces of disgust, then suddenly cried, "Oh, I was forgetting something very important." And she took herself off, running, leaving behind her the delicate fragrance of her morning toilet. At night she appeared in her evening gown, in a still greater hurry, for she was always late, and she had just time to ask, "Well, what did the doctor say?" The abbé replied. He's not sure yet, madam. But, one evening, the abbé replied. Madam, your son has taken smallpox. She uttered a loud cry of fear and rushed away. When her maid came to her room next morning, the first thing she noticed in the room was a strong smell of burnt sugar, and she found her mistress, wide awake. Her face pale for lack of sleep and shaking with anguish in her bed. As soon as the shutters were open, Madame Hermet asked. How is George? Oh, not at all well today, madam. She did not get up until midday, ate 2 eggs with a cup of tea, as if she herself were ill. Then she went out and consulted a chemist as to the best methods of keeping off the infection of smallpox. She did not return until dinner-time, laden with phials, and shut herself at once in her room, where she soaked herself in disinfectants. The abbé was waiting for her in the dining-room. As soon as she caught sight of him, she cried, in a voice full of emotion. Well? Oh, no better. The doctor is very anxious. She began to cry, and could eat nothing, so wretched was she. The next day, at dawn, she sent for news. The report was no better, and she spent the whole day in her room, where small braziers were smoking and filling the room with powerful odors. Moreover, her maid declared that she heard her moaning all the evening. A whole week passed in this way. She did nothing at all but go out for an hour or 2 to take the air, towards the middle of the afternoon. She asked for news every hour now, and sobbed when each report was worse. On the morning of the 11th day, the abbé was announced, entered her room, his face grave and pale, and declining the chair that she offered him, said, Madam, your son is very ill. And he wants to see you. She flung herself on her knees, crying, Oh, my God, I daren't. My God, help me. The priest answered. The doctor holds out very little hope, madam, and George is waiting for you. Then he went out. 2 hours later, as the boy, feeling himself near death, asked again for his mother, the abbé went back to her room and found her still on her knees, still weeping and repeating. I won't. I am too frightened. I won't. He tried to persuade her, to stiffen her resolution, to lead her out. He succeeded only in giving her a fit of hysteria which lasted for a long time and made her scream. The doctor came again towards evening, was told of her cowardice and declared that he himself would fetch her, by persuasion or force. But when, after having exhausted all his arguments, he put his arm around her to carry her off to her son, she seized the door and clung to it so desperately that no one could tear her away. Then, released, she prostrated herself at the doctor's feet, begging for pardon, and accusing herself of wickedness. She kept crying, Oh, he's not going to die, tell me he's not going to die, I implore you, tell him that I love him, that I adore him. The boy lay at the point of death. Realizing that he only had a few moments left, he begged them to persuade his mother to say goodbye to him. With strange insight that the dying sometimes possess, he had realized the truth, divined it, and said, If she is afraid to come in, just beg her to come along the balcony as far as my window so that at least I can see her and say goodbye to her by a look, since I may not kiss her. The doctor and the abbé went back once more to this woman. You will run no risk at all, they declared, since there will be glass between you and him. She consented to come, covered her head, took a bottle of smelling salts, made 3 steps along the balcony, then suddenly, hiding her face in her hands, she moaned, No, no. I shall never dare to look at him, never. I'm too ashamed. I'm too afraid, no. I can't. They tried to drag her along, but she held with both hands to the bars and uttered such wails that the people passing by in the street lifted their heads. And the dying boy waited, his eyes turned towards this window, he waited, putting off death until he should have looked one last time on that gentle beloved face, his mother's blessed face. He waited for a long time, and night fell. Then he turned his face to the wall and never spoke again. When day broke, he was dead. The next day, she was a madwoman. Epiphany. Ah, said Captain the Comte de Guérens, I should think I do remember that 12th night, during the war. I was a quartermaster in the Hussars in those days, and for the past fortnight I'd been wandering about scouting in front of a German advance guard. The night before, we had sabred some Uhlans and lost 3 men, poor little Rodeville was one of them. You remember Joseph de Rodeville? Well, that day my captain ordered me to take 10 men to go and occupy the village of Port Erin and guard it all night. There had been 5 fights in 3 weeks in the place, and not 20 houses were left standing nor 12 people still dwelling in the damned wasp's nest. So I took my 10 men and went off at about 4 o'clock. It was 5 o'clock, and pitch dark, when we reached the first ruins of Port Erin. I called a halt and ordered Marquez, you know, Pierre de Marquez, who married the Martelovelin girl, the Marquis de Martelovelin's daughter, to go on alone into the village and bring back a report. I had chosen only volunteers, all men of good family. In the army the men prefer not to be on familiar terms with bounders. Marquez was a live wire, as sly as a fox and as wily as a serpent. He could scent a Prussian like a dog a bone, could find food in a spot where we should have died of hunger without him, and could get information from anyone, always accurate, with incredible skill. He returned 10 minutes later. All serene, he said, there hasn't been a Prussian in the place for 3 days. The village is a sinister place. I had a talk with a sister who is looking after 4 or 5 sick people in an abandoned convent. I ordered my men forward, and we entered the main street. We caught vague glimpses, to right and left, of roofless walls hardly visible in the profound darkness. Here and there a light gleamed behind a window. A family, prompted by courage or necessity, had stayed to guard its barely standing home. Rain was beginning to fall, a thin, icy drizzle that froze before it wetted, as soon as it touched our coats. The horses stumbled over stones, beams, and articles of furniture. Marquez was our guide, walking at our head and leading his beast by the bridle. Where are you taking us? I asked him. I've got a good place, he replied. Soon he stopped in front of a small villa, still intact, and fast locked. It was right on the road, with a garden at the rear. Picking up a large stone by the entrance gate, Marquez smashed the lock. Then he mounted the steps, broke in the front door with kicks and shoulder thrusts, lit a candle end that he always kept in his pocket, and preceded us into the pleasant and comfortable home of some wealthy private citizen. He guided us with marvelous assurance, as though he had lived in the house, which he was, as a matter of fact, seeing for the first time. 2 men remained outside, guarding our horses. The stables must be on the left, said Marquez to Fat Ponderel, who was following him. I saw them as I came in. Go and put up the animals, we don't need them any more. He turned to me. Give your orders, can't you, damn your eyes. The fellow was always surprising me. I'm going to put sentries round the village, I replied, laughing. I'll find you here when I've finished. How many men are you taking? He asked. 5. The others will relieve them at 10 tonight. Right. You're leaving me 4 to get food, do the cooking, and lay the table. I'm going to find where the wine is hidden. I went off to reconnoiter the deserted streets as far as the point where they ran out into the plain, and placed my sentries. I was back again in half an hour. I found Marquez lying in a large lounge chair. He had taken off its loose cover, for love of soft living, he said. He was toasting his feet at the fire, and smoking an excellent cigar, the scent of which filled the room. He was alone, his elbows on the arms of the chair, his head sunk between his shoulders, his cheeks pink, his eyes bright, and his expression one of delighted contentment. I heard a clatter of plates in the next room. Marquez greeted me with a beatific smile. All serene, he said. I found the claret in the henhouse, the champagne under the front doorsteps, and the brandy, 50 bottles of real good stuff, in the kitchen garden, under a pear tree, which in the light of a lantern, did not look to me to be quite straight. As for victuals, we've 2 hens, a goose, a duck, 3 pigeons, and a blackbird found in a cage, nothing, in fact, but our feathered friends. It's all cooking now. This is a splendid place. I had sat down opposite him. The flame in the fireplace scorched my nose and cheeks. Where did you find that wood? I asked. Wonderful wood, he murmured, first-rate carriage, a coupe. It's the paint that makes it flare up, a sort of punch of spirit and varnish. A jolly good house. I laughed at the fellow, he was so comic. And to think it's 12th night, he continued. I've had a bean put in the goose, but there's no queen, what a pity. What a pity. I echoed, but what do you want me to do about it? Find of course. What? Women. Women? You're mad. Well, I found the brandy under the pear tree, didn't I, and the champagne under the doorsteps, and I had nothing to go on either. Whereas, for you, a skirt is a sure sign. You just have a hunt, old man. He seemed so grave, so serious, so convinced, that I could not tell if he were jesting. Marcus, I replied, you're pulling my leg. No, I'm not, I never do, on service. But where the devil do you expect me to find women? Anywhere. There must be 2 or 3 left in the neighborhood. Rout them out and bring them along. I rose. It was too hot in front of the fire. Do you want a suggestion? Added Marcus. Yes. Go and find the priest. The priest. What for? Ask him to supper, and tell him to bring a woman. The priest. A woman. Ha. 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 I'm not joking, replied Marcus with extraordinary seriousness. Go and find the priest, and tell him our situation. He must be frightfully bored, he'll come all right. But tell him we must have at least 1 woman, a decent woman, of course, since we're all gentlemen. He must have his female parishioners' names and natures at his fingers' ends. If there's a possible one about, and you make a good job of it, he'll tell you who she is. But, good Lord, Marcus, what are you thinking of? My dear Garens, you can do it beautifully. It'll be awfully funny. Damn it, we're all good fellows, decently bred and agreeable and that sort of thing. Give the priest our names, make him laugh, soften his heart, seduce him, and win him over. No, it's impossible. He drew up his chair. The dog knew my pet weakness, and replied. Think what a joke it would be, and what a good story it will make. The whole army will be talking of it. It'll get you no end of a reputation. I wavered, tempted by the adventure. Come on, Garens, he persisted. You're commander here, and the only man who can go and seek out the local commander of the church. Do go. And I'll make a poem about it, in the Revue de Deux Mondes, after the war, I swear I will. You owe it to your men, you've been trotting them all over the place for a solid month. I got up. Where is the rectory? I asked. Take the second turning on the left. At the end of it, you'll find an avenue, and, at the end of the avenue, the church. The rectory is beside it. As he went out, he called after me. Tell him the menu, to give him an appetite. I had no difficulty in finding the priest's little house, beside a large ugly brick church. The door had no bell or knocker, and I beat it with my upon fist. Who's there? Asked a loud voice from within. Quartermaster of Hussars, I replied. I heard a noise of bolts and a key being turned, and found myself face to face with a tall, pot-bellied priest, with the chest of a prize-fighter. Formidable hands issuing from his rolled-back sleeves, a red complexion, and an air of good fellowship. I saluted him in military fashion. Good afternoon, your reverence. He had feared a surprise, an ambuscade by wandering troops, and it was with a smile that he replied. Good afternoon, friend, come in. I followed him into a little room with a red-tiled floor. A meager fire was burning, very different from Marca's furnace. He showed me a chair, and then said, "What can I do for you?" "First of all, your reverence, permit me to introduce myself." And I offered him my card. He took it, and repeated under his breath, "The Comte de Guérin's." "There are 11 of us here, your reverence," I continued, 5 out on guard, and 6 installed in the house of some unknown resident. The 6 are Guérins, myself here, Pierre de Marquez, Ludovic de Ponderel, the Baron d'Etrillus, Carl Masson-Ligny, the son of the artist, and Joseph Herben, a young musician. I have come, on their behalf and my own, to ask you to do us the honor of supping with us. It is a 12th night supper, sir, and we should like to make some sort of festive occasion of it. The priest smiled. "This hardly seems an occasion for merriment," he murmured. "We're fighting every day, sir," I replied. 14 of our comrades have died in the past month, and 3 fell only yesterday. It is war. We're staking our lives every moment. Haven't we the right to play the game gaily? We are Frenchmen, we love to laugh, and we can laugh anywhere. Our fathers laughed on the scaffold. And this evening we want to relax a little, like gentlemen, not a vulgar orgy, you understand. Are we wrong? You are right, my friend, he replied eagerly, and I have the greatest pleasure in accepting your invitation. Hermets, he shouted. An aged peasant woman, bent, wrinkled, and hideous, appeared and asked, "What is it?" "I shan't be dining here, girl." "Where are you dining, then?" "With the gentlemen of the Hussars." I wanted to say, "Bring your servant," for the sake of seeing Marca's face, but I did not dare. "Among those of your parishioners who have stayed in the village," I began, "can you think of anyone, man or woman, whom I could invite also?" He paused and thought. "No, no one," he replied. "No one." I persisted. "Come now, your reverence, do think. It would be vastly diverting to have ladies. Married couples, I mean. Of course, I don't know any. The baker and his wife, perhaps? The grocer, the watchmaker, the shoemaker, the chemist and his lady. We've good food, and wine, and we should love to leave a kindly remembrance of ourselves here." Again the priest reflected for some time, and finally declared with decision. "No, no one." I began to laugh. "But, damn it, your reverence, it's a pity not to have a queen, we've got a bean. Now do think. Isn't there a married mayor, a married deputy mayor, a married town councillor, a married schoolmaster? No, all the ladies have gone. What, is there no good lady with her man in the whole place, to whom we could give this little pleasure, for it would be a great pleasure for them, in the present circumstances?" All of a sudden the priest burst out in a violent fit of laughter that shook his whole body. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" he exclaimed, "I've got it, by the Lord, I've got it. Ha! 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 We'll have a good laugh, my lads, that we will. And they'll be awfully pleased, awfully pleased. Ha! Ha! Now, where are you billeted?" I told him the house, and described it. He knew it. "That's splendid. It's M. Bertin-Laval's place. I'll be there in half an hour with 4 ladies. Ha! 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 4 ladies." He went out with me, still laughing, and left me, repeating. "In half an hour, then, at Bertin-Laval's house." I went back quickly, in great astonishment and excitement. "How many places?" inquired Marquez, catching sight of me. 11. 6 of us hussars, the priest, and 4 ladies. He was overwhelmed. It was my hour of triumph. 4 ladies. "Did you say 4 ladies?" he repeated. I said 4 ladies. Real women? Real women. Good God! My congratulations. I accept them. I deserve them. He quitted his armchair, and opened the door. I saw a fine white cloth laid on a long table round which 3 hussars in blue aprons were setting plates and glasses. "There will be women," shouted Marquez, and the 3 men capered about and applauded mightily. All was ready. We were waiting. We waited for nearly an hour. A delicious smell of roasting poultry was wafted over the whole house. A knock upon the shutter made us all start up simultaneously. Fat Ponderel ran to open the door and, scarcely a minute later, a little nun appeared in the doorway. She was thin, wrinkled, and timid, and bowed in turn to each of the 4 scared hussars who watched her come in. Behind her was a noise of sticks tapping upon the corridor tiles, and, when she had passed into the drawing-room, I could see 3 old white-bonnet heads following behind. All swaying along with different movements, one lolling to the right, and another to the left. And 3 old women appeared, limping, dragging a leg, lamed with disease and deformed by old age, 3 pensioned-off invalids, the only 3 patients still capable of walking out of the hospital. Directed by Sister Saint Benedict. She had turned back towards her patients, full of solicitude for them. Then, seeing the gold lace that marked me as a quartermaster, she addressed me. "Thank you very much, sir, for thinking of these poor women. They have very little pleasure in their lives, and it is a great happiness and a great honor that you are bestowing on them." I could see the priest, who had remained in the darkness of the passage. He was laughing uproariously. I too began to laugh, especially at sight of Marca's face. Then I showed the nun some chairs. "Sit down, sister, we are very proud and happy that you have accepted our modest invitation." She took 3 chairs from along the wall and set them in a row before the fire. Then she led up her 3 charges and sat them down therein, taking away their sticks and shawls, which she laid down in a corner. Pointing to the first woman, a thin creature with an enormous stomach, obviously dropsical, she announced, "This is old Mother Pommel, whose husband was killed by falling off a roof and whose son died in Africa. She is 62. Then she indicated the second, a tall woman whose head was always shaking. "This is old Mother Jean, aged 67. She is almost blind. Her face was scorched in a fire and her right leg half burnt away." Finally she showed us the third, a sort of dwarf with protruding eyes rolling in every direction, round and vacant. "This is Putois, a half-wit. She is only 44. I had saluted the 3 as though they were royal highnesses to whom I was being presented. I turned to the priest. "You are a treasure, your reverence," I said, "and all of us here owe you a debt of gratitude." Everyone laughed, except Marquez, who seemed in a furious temper. "Sister Saint Benedict is served," suddenly shouted Carl Masson-Ligny. I sent her in front with the priest, and followed supporting old Mother Pommel, taking her arm and leading her into the next room, not without difficulty. For her bloated body seemed heavier than iron. Fat Ponderel took in Mother Jean, who whined for her crutch, and little Joseph Herban led Putois, the idiot, to the dining room, which was full of the odor of food. As soon as we were in our places, the sister clapped her hands 3 times, and, with the precision of soldiers presenting arms, the women rapidly crossed themselves. Then the priest slowly recited the Latin words of the Benedicite. We all sat down, and the 2 fowls appeared, carried in by Marquez, who was eager to act as a waiter in order to avoid being present as a guest at the absurd meal. "The champagne, quick!" I shouted. A cork popped with a noise like a pistol shot, and, despite the protests of the priest and the sister, the 3 hussars seated beside the 3 invalids forcibly poured their 3 full glasses down their neighbors' throats. Masson-Ligny, who had a gift for making himself at home anywhere and at his ease with anyone, was paying elaborate and rarely comic attentions to Mother Pommel. The victim of dropsy was still gay at heart in spite of her misfortunes, and made lively and teasing replies in a falsetto voice that sounded as if it were artificially assumed. She laughed so violently at her neighbor's pleasantries that her huge belly seemed on the point of flying up and rolling all over the table. Little Herben had seriously taken in hand the business of making the half-wit drunk, and the Baron d'Etrillus, who was rather slow in the uptake, questioned Mother Jean on the life, customs, and direction of the hospital. "Oh," cried the frightened nun to Masson Ligny. "You will make her ill. Please don't make her laugh like that, I beg you, sir." "Oh, sir." She rose and flew at Herben, to snatch away the full glass he was nimbly emptying into Putois' mouth. The priest was almost helpless with laughter, repeating, "Let them alone for once, sister, it doesn't do them any harm. Let them alone." After the 2 fowls we had eaten the duck, flanked by the 3 pigeons and the blackbird, then the goose appeared, smoking and golden, spreading around a warm smell of browned, juicy meat. Mother Pommel, who was growing more lively, clapped her hands. Mother Jean stopped replying to the Baron's numerous questions, and Putois uttered little grunts of pleasure, half cries and half sighs, like the sound made by little children who are offered sweets. "May I take charge of this animal?" inquired the priest. "I am an expert in such operations." "Certainly, your reverence." "Might we have the window open a little?" asked the sister. "They are too hot, I am sure they will be ill." "Open the window for a minute," I said, turning to Marcus. He opened it and the cold air from outside came in, setting the candles flickering and the smoke from the goose eddying round the room. The priest, with a napkin round his neck, was scientifically removing the bird's wings. We watched him at work, without speaking, fascinated by his lovely skill, and dowered with renewed appetites at the sight of the huge golden creature whose limbs fell one after another into the brown gravy at the bottom of the dish. Suddenly, in the middle of our greedy, attentive silence, there entered through the open window the sound of a distant rifle shot. I was on my feet so quickly that my chair fell over behind me. "To horse, all of you!" I cried. "Marcus, take 2 men and go and get news. I shall be waiting here for you in 5 minutes." And while the 3 riders galloped away into the night, I and my 2 other hussars mounted at the steps of the villa. The priest, the sister, and the 3 worthy women showed their scared faces at the windows. Nothing more was to be heard, except for the barking of a dog in the distance. The rain had stopped. It was cold, very cold. A moment later I could hear a galloping horse, a single horse returning. It was Marcus. "Well?" I shouted. "Nothing at all," he replied. "François has wounded an old peasant who refused to answer to the 'Who goes there?' and continued to advance, in spite of the order to clear off. They're bringing him in, and we shall see who he is." I ordered the horses to be put back in the stables, and sent my 2 men to meet the others. Then I returned to the house. The priest, Marcus, and I carried down a mattress into the drawing room for the wounded man. The sister tore us a napkin and made lint of it, while the 3 bewildered women remained sitting in a corner. Soon I heard a sound of sabers clattering on the road. I took a candle to give light to the men who were returning. They came into sight, bearing the inert, slack, long, sinister shape that a human body becomes when the vigor of life has withdrawn. The wounded man was laid upon the mattress prepared for him, and I saw at the first glance that he was dying. There was a rattling in his throat, and he was spitting blood. It trickled from the corners of his lips, spurting from his mouth at each hiccup. The poor man was covered with it. His cheeks, his beard, his hair, his neck, his clothes, all seemed to have been scoured and bathed in a basin of red. The blood had congealed upon him, and had grown stale, dull, and mixed with mud. A horrible sight. Wrapped in a great frieze cloak, the old man kept half opening sad, lightless, empty eyes, that seemed dazed with astonishment, like those of a shot beast fallen at the hunter's feet. Already 3 parts dead, besotted with surprise and terror, he stared at his slayer. "Ah," cried the priest, "it's Father Placid, the old shepherd from Les Moulins." The poor old man's deaf, and cannot have heard. Dear! Dear! You've killed the poor wretch. The sister had torn away his blouse and his shirt, and was gazing at a little purple hole, no longer bleeding, in the middle of his chest. There is nothing to be done, she said. The shepherd, gasping terribly, was still spitting blood at every one of his last breaths. In his throat, right down to the lungs, could be heard a ceaseless, sinister, gurgling sound. The priest, standing over him, raised his right hand, made the sign of the cross, and in a slow, solemn voice uttered the Latin words that wash clean the soul. Before he had finished, the old man was shaken with a brief shudder, as though something inside him had just broken. He had stopped breathing. He was dead. Turning round, I saw a spectacle more ghastly than the last agonies of the unfortunate man. The three old women, standing huddled together, were making hideous grimaces of anguish and horror. I went towards them, and they began to utter shrill screams and tried to run away, as though I were going to kill them too. Mother Jean, who could put no weight on her burnt leg, fell full length upon the floor. The sister, abandoning the dead man, ran to her charges, and, without a word or a glance at me, wrapped them in their shawls, gave them their crutches, hustled them to the door, thrust them out of it, and vanished with them into the utter blackness of the night. I realized that I could not even send one hussar with them. The mere noise of his saber would have driven them out of their minds. The priest was still staring at the dead man. At last he turned round towards me. "A bad business," he said, "a bad business. One night's entertainment." Sergeant Major Verajou had got 8 days' leave to visit his sister, Madame Padoy. Verajou, who was garrisoned at Rennes, and led a gay life there, finding himself penniless and in disgrace with his family, had written to his sister that he would be able to devote a week's freedom to her. Not that he was very fond of Madame Padoy, a sententious little woman, pious and always ill-tempered, but he needed money, he needed it badly. And he remembered that the Padoys were the only remaining relatives on whom he had not levied toll. Verajou Sr., formerly a horticulturist at Angers, had retired from business, had shut his purse to his scapegrace of a son, and had hardly set eyes on him for 2 years. His daughter had married Padoy, formerly a bank clerk, who had just been made a tax collector at Vannes. So Verajou betook himself by train to his brother-in-law's house. He found him in his office, in the thick of a discussion with some Breton peasants from the neighboring village. Padoy rose from his chair, held out a hand across the table piled with papers, and murmured, "Take a seat, I'll be ready to talk to you in a minute," sat down again, and went on with the discussion. The peasants did not understand his explanations, he did not understand their arguments. He spoke French, the others spoke a Breton dialect, and the clerk who was acting as interpreter did not seem to understand either party. For a long time Verajou sat contemplating his brother-in-law, and thinking, what an impossible ass. Padoy must have been nearly 50 years old. He was tall, thin, bony, slow and shaggy, with overarching eyebrows that formed hairy vaults over his eyes. His head was covered with a velvet cap, ornamented with a golden tassel. His glance was mild, as were all his characteristics. He was mild in word, deed, and thought. Verajou silently reiterated, "What an impossible ass." He himself was one of your noisy roisterers, for whom life holds no greater pleasures than wine and bought women. Outside these two poles of existence, he understood nothing. Braggart, brawler, contemptuous of every living person, he despised the whole world from the heights of his ignorance. When he said, "Damn it, what a lark," he had certainly expressed the highest degree of admiration of which he was capable. At last Padoy dismissed the peasants, and asked, "You going on all right?" "Not bad, as you can see." "What about you?" "Fairly well, thanks." "It's very nice of you to think of coming to see us." "Oh, I've been thinking of coming to see you for a long time, but in the military profession one's not so free, you know." "Oh, I know. Never mind, it's very nice of you." And is Josephine well? Yes, yes, thanks, you'll see her in a moment. Where is she now, then? She's out visiting, we have a number of relatives here, it's a very select town. I'm sure it is. But the door opened, Madame Padoy appeared. She approached her brother with no great show of joy, offered him her cheek, and said, "Have you been here long?" "No, hardly half an hour." "Ah, I thought the train would be late. Come into the drawing-room, will you?" As soon as they were alone, "I've been hearing fine tales about you." "What have you heard?" "It seems that you behave in the most disgraceful ways, that you drink and run up bills." He wore an air of profound astonishment. "Never in my life." "Oh, don't deny it, I know better." He made another attempt to defend himself, but she silenced him with so violent a scolding that he was compelled to hold his tongue. Then she added, "We dine at 6, you're free till dinner, I can't keep you company because I've several things to do." Left to himself, he hesitated between sleeping and going out. He gazed in turn at the door leading to his room, and the one which led to the street. He decided on the street. So he went out, and sauntered slowly, his sword clanking on his legs, through the dreary Breton town, so sleepy, so dead alive beside its inland sea, that it was called the Morbihan. He looked at the little grey houses, the rare passers-by, the empty shops, and murmured, "You couldn't call them gay or boisterous, it was a rotten idea to come here." He reached the gloomy harbour, returned along a sad, deserted boulevard, and was home again before 5 o'clock. Then he flung himself upon his bed to sleep till dinner time. The maid woke him by knocking on his door. "Dinner is ready, sir." He went down. In the damp dining-room, where the paper was peeling off the lower half of the walls, a soup tureen waited on a round bare table in company with 3 melancholy plates. M. and Madame Padoy entered just as Verajou did. They took their places, then husband and wife made a sign of the cross on the pit of their stomachs, after which Padoy served the soup, gravy soup. It was broth day. After the soup, came the beef, overdone, disintegrated, greasy beef, cooked to a mush. The sergeant major masticated it slowly, overcome with disgust, weariness and anger. "Madame," Padoy was saying to her husband, "you're going to visit the president tonight?" "Yes, my dear." "Don't stay too late. You get tired every time you go out anywhere. You're not fit to lead a social life with your bad health." Then she began to talk about the society of Vannes, of the very select society which received the Padoys with the greatest respect, because of their religious beliefs. Then mashed potatoes, with slices of cold sausage, were served, in honor of the guest. Then cheese. The meal was finished. No coffee. Verajou realized that he would have to spend the evening alone with his sister, enduring her reproaches, and listening to her sermons. Without even a liqueur to pour down his throat to make her reprimands easier to swallow. He thought desperately that he could not endure such anguish, and declared that he had to report at the police station to get his leave papers made properly in order. And he hurried away at 7 o'clock. The instant he got into the street, he began by shaking himself like a dog coming out of the water. "My God," he murmured, "oh, my God, what a filthy bore." He set out in search of a café, the best café in the town. He found it in a square, behind 2 gas jets. Inside, 5 or 6 men, quiet, prosperous tradespeople, were sitting with their elbows on the little tables, drinking and quietly talking, while 2 billiard players walked round the green cloth, where their balls rolled and collided. Voices rose, announcing the score. 18. 19. No luck. Oh, good stroke, well played. 11. You ought to have taken it off the red. 20. Run through, run through. 12. Then, I was right, wasn't I? Verajou ordered, coffee, and a decanter of brandy, the best. Then he sat down, and waited for his drinks. He was accustomed to spending his evenings of freedom with his comrades, in rowdy hilarity and clouds of smoke. The silence and calm of this place exasperated him. He began to drink, first coffee, and then the decanter of brandy, then a second which he had ordered. He was ready to laugh now, shout, sing, fight someone. Thank the Lord, he said, verjuice himself again. Then the idea came into his head to find some women for his amusement. He called for a waiter. Hi, my lad. Yes, sir. My lad, whereabouts in this town can a fellow see a bit of fun? The man looked blank at the question. I don't know, sir. At this café. What do you mean, in this café? What do you call a bit of fun, eh? Why, I don't know, sir, drinking a glass of good beer or wine. Come off it, idiot. Women, what do you do for women? Women. Ah. Yes, women. Where'll I get any here? Women? Yes, of course, women. The waiter came closer, and lowered his voice. You want to know where the house is? Lord, yes. Take the second street to the left, and the first to the right. Number 15. Thanks, old bean. Here you're. Thank you, sir. And Verjuice left the café repeating, second to the left, first to the right, 15. But after walking for a few moments, he thought, second to the left, yes, but ought I to turn right or left from the café? Bah, devil take it, I'll soon find out. He walked on, turned down the second street to the left, then down the first on the right, and looked for number 15. It was a fairly substantial house, and he could see that the first-floor windows were lit up behind their closed shutters. The front door was half open, and a lamp was burning in the hall. The sergeant major thought, this is it. So he went in, and, as no one came, he called. Hello, hello. A little maid came, and stood stock-still in amazement at the sight of a soldier. Good evening, my child, he said to her. Are the ladies upstairs? Yes, sir. In the drawing-room? Yes, sir. I can go up, I suppose, can I? Yes, sir. The door is at the top of the stairs? Yes, sir. He went upstairs, opened a door, and in a room brilliantly lighted by 2 lamps, a lustre, and 2 candelabras of wax candles. He saw 4 ladies in evening gowns who seemed to be expecting somebody. 3 of them, the youngest, were arranged rather stiffly on chairs covered in garnet velvet, while the 4th, who was about 45 years old, was arranging some flowers in a vase. She was very fat, and clad in a green silk dress that, like a sheath of a monstrous flower, revealed her enormous arms, and her enormous throat, shining rose-red under a coating of powder. The sergeant major saluted. Good evening, ladies. The old lady turned round. She seemed surprised, but she bowed. Good evening. He sat down. But perceiving that they showed no signs of being delighted to welcome him, he thought that probably only officers were admitted to this place. The thought disturbed him. Then he said to himself, bah, if an officer comes, we'll pull it off. And he asked, everything all right? The stout lady, who was doubtless the mistress of the house, replied. Quite all right, thank you. He found no more to say and no one else spoke. At last he became ashamed of his diffidence and, laughing awkwardly, said. Well, we're not having a very riotous time. I'll pay for a bottle of wine. He had not finished his remark when the door opened again, and Padoy appeared in evening dress. At the sight of him, Verjuice gave vent to a howl of delight, and jumping to his feet, he leapt on his brother-in-law, seized him in his arms, and danced him round the drawing-room, bawling, here's old Padoy, here's old Padoy, here's old Padoy. Then, leaving the collector dazed with surprise, he shouted in his face. Oh, you gay dog, you gay dog. So you're having a night out, oh, you gay dog. What about my sister? You're giving her the go-by, are you? And seeing in a flash all the profitable consequences of this unhoped-for situation, forced loans and absolutely safe blackmail. He flung himself full length on the couch and began to laugh so madly that the whole couch creaked. The three young ladies rose as one, and hurried out, while the elder lady recoiled towards the door, and seemed on the verge of fainting. Two gentlemen appeared, both in evening dress, and wearing their orders. Padoy flung himself towards them. "Oh, Mr. President, he's mad, mad. He's been sent to us to recuperate, you can see for yourself that he's mad." Verajou gave it up, he didn't understand things now, and abruptly guessed that he had made some quite monstrous lapse. Then he stood up, and turned towards his brother-in-law. "What's this house, where are we?" he asked. But Padoy, seized with a sudden access of fury, stammered. "Where are we, where are we? Wretch, miscreant, scoundrel, where are we?" "In the President's house, in the house of President de Mortmain, de Mortmain, oh, oh, swine, 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 swine." "The door." "Ah," exclaimed Karl Massaligny, "the question of complaisant husbands is a difficult one. I have seen many kinds, and yet I am unable to give an opinion about any of them. I have often tried to determine whether they are blind, weak, or clairvoyant. I believe that there are some who belong to each of these categories. Let us quickly pass over the blind ones. They cannot rightly be called complaisant, since they do not know, but they are good creatures who cannot see farther than their noses. It is a curious and interesting thing to notice the ease with which men, all men, and even women, all women, can be deceived. We are taken in by the slightest trick of those about us, of our children, our friends, our servants, our tradespeople. Human nature is credulous, and in order to suspect, guess and overcome the deceit of others, we do not display 1/10 of the finesse which we use when we, in turn, wish to deceive someone else. The clairvoyant husbands can be divided into three classes. Those who have some interest, pecuniary, ambitious or otherwise, in their wife's having a lover, or lovers. These ask only that appearances be observed more or less, and they are satisfied. Next come those who get angry. What a beautiful novel one could write about them. Finally the weak ones. Those who are afraid of scandal. There are also those who are powerless, or, rather, tired, who escape the conjugal bed from fear of ataxia or apoplexy, who are satisfied to see a friend run these risks. But I have met a husband of a rare species, who guarded against the common accident in a strange and witty manner. In Paris I had made the acquaintance of an elegant, fashionable couple very much in demand. The woman, nervous, tall, slender, courted, was supposed to have had many adventures. She pleased me with her wit, and I believe that I pleased her, also. I courted her, a trial courting to which she answered with evident provocations. Soon we arrived at tender glances, pressures of the hands, all the little gallantries which precede the great attack. Nevertheless, I hesitated. I believe that, as a rule, the majority of society intrigues, however short they may be, are not worth the trouble which they give us and the difficulties which may arise. I therefore mentally compared the advantages and disadvantages which I could expect, and I thought I noticed that the husband suspected me and was watching me. One evening, at a ball, as I was saying tender things to the young woman in a little room leading from the big hall where the dancing was going on, I noticed in a mirror the reflection of someone who was watching us. It was he. Our looks met, and then I saw him turn his head and walk away. I murmured, "Your husband is spying on us." She seemed dumbfounded, and asked, "My husband?" "Yes, he has been watching us for some time." "Nonsense." "Are you sure?" "Very sure." "How strange." "On the contrary, he is usually very pleasant to all my friends." "Perhaps he guessed that I love you." "Nonsense. You are not the first one to pay attention to me. Every woman who is a little in view drags behind her a troop of admirers." "Yes. But I love you deeply. Admitting that that is true, does a husband ever guess those things? Then he is not jealous? No, no. She thought for an instant, and then continued, no. I do not think that I ever noticed any jealousy on his part. Has he never watched you? No. As I said, he is always agreeable to my friends. From that day my courting became much more assiduous. The woman did not please me any more than before, but the probable jealousy of her husband tempted me greatly. As for her, I judged her coolly and clearly. She had a certain worldly charm, due to a quick, gay, amiable, and superficial mind, but no real, deep attraction. She was, as I have already said, nervous, all on the surface and very elegant. How can I explain myself? She was a decoration, not a home. One day, after taking dinner with her, her husband said to me, just as I was leaving, "My dear friend," he now called me friend, "we soon leave for the country. It is a great pleasure for my wife and myself to receive the people whom we like. We would like to have you spend a month with us. It would be very nice of you to do so." I was dumbfounded, but I accepted. A month later I arrived at their estate of Vertcresson, in Touraine. They were waiting for me at the station, 2 miles from the chateau. There were 3 of them, she, the husband, and a gentleman unknown to me, the Comte de Morterade, to whom I was introduced. He appeared to be delighted to make my acquaintance, and the strangest ideas passed through my mind while we trotted along the beautiful road between 2 hedges of green. I was saying to myself, let's see, what can this mean? Here is a husband who cannot doubt that his wife and I are on more than friendly terms, and yet he invites me to his house, receives me like an old friend, and seems to say, "Go ahead, my friend. The road is clear." Then I am introduced to a very pleasant gentleman, who seems already to have settled down in the house, and who is perhaps trying to get out of it. And who seems as pleased at my arrival as the husband himself. Is it some former lover who wishes to retire? One might think so. But, then, would these 2 men tacitly have come to one of those infamous little arrangements so common in society? And without consulting me, it is proposed that I shall quietly enter into the association and take up the succession. All hands and arms are held out to me. All doors and hearts are open to me. And she? An enigma. She cannot be ignorant of everything. However, there it is. I am quite at sea. The dinner was very gay and friendly. On leaving the table the husband and his friend began to play cards, while I went out on the steps to look at the moonlight with Madame. She seemed to be greatly moved by nature, and I judged that the moment of my happiness was near. That evening she was really delightful. The country seemed to make her more tender, or rather more languishing. Her long, slender figure looked pretty on this stone step beside a great vase in which grew some flowers. I felt like taking her out under the trees, throwing myself at her feet, and speaking to her words of love. Her husband's voice called, "Louise?" "Yes, my dear." "You are forgetting the tea." "I am coming, dear." We returned to the house, and she served tea. The 2 men, having finished their game of cards, were obviously sleepy. We had to go to our rooms. I did not get to sleep till late, and then I slept badly. An excursion was decided upon for the following afternoon, and we went in an open carriage to visit some ruins. She and I were in the back of the vehicle and they were opposite us, with their backs to the driver. The conversation was animated, agreeable and unconstrained. I am an orphan, and it seemed to me as though I had just found my family, I felt so much at home with them. Suddenly, as she had stretched out her foot between her husband's legs, he murmured reproachfully, "Louise, please don't use up your old shoes yourself. There is no reason for being neater in Paris than in the country." I looked down. She was indeed wearing worn-out shoes, and I noticed that her stockings were not pulled up tightly. She had blushed and hidden her foot under her dress. The friend was looking out in the distance, with an indifferent and unconcerned look. The husband offered me a cigar, which I accepted. For a few days it was impossible for me to be alone with her for 2 minutes. He was with us everywhere. He was delightful to me. One morning he came to get me to take a walk before lunch, and the conversation happened to turn on marriage. I spoke a little about solitude, and about how charming life can be made by a woman. Suddenly he interrupted me, saying, "My boy, don't talk about things you know nothing about. A woman who has no further reason for loving you will not love you for long. All the little coquetries which make them so exquisite when they do not definitely belong to us cease as soon as they become ours. And then, the respectable women, that is to say, our wives, are not, they lack, do not understand their business as women. Do you understand?" He said no more, and I could not exactly guess his thoughts. 2 days after this conversation he called me to his room quite early in order to show me a collection of engravings. I sat in an easy chair opposite the big door which separated his apartment from his wife's, and behind this door I heard someone walking and moving, and I was thinking very little of the engravings. Although I kept exclaiming, "Oh, charming! Delightful! Exquisite!" He suddenly said, "Oh, I have a beautiful specimen in the next room. I'll go get it." He ran to the door quickly, and both sides opened as though for a theatrical effect. In a large room, all in disorder, in the midst of skirts, collars, blouses lying around on the floor, stood a tall, dried-up creature with her hair hanging. The lower part of her body was covered with an old, worn-out silk petticoat, which clung about her thin hips, and she was standing in front of a mirror brushing some short, sparse blonde hairs. Her arms formed 2 acute angles, and as she turned around in astonishment I saw under a common linen chemise a regular cemetery of ribs, which were hidden from the public gaze by cotton pads. The husband naturally uttered an exclamation, and came back, closing the doors, and said with a heartbroken air, "Gracious! How stupid I am! Oh, how thoughtless! My wife will never forgive me for that." I already felt like thanking him. I left 3 days later, after cordially shaking hands with the 2 men and kissing the lady's fingers. She bade me a cold goodbye. Carl Massaligny was silent. Someone asked, "But what was the friend?" I don't know, however, he looked greatly distressed to see me leaving so soon. The Baroness. "You might see some interesting pieces there," my friend Boisrin said. "Come with me." He took me to the first floor of a beautiful house in one of the best streets in Paris. We were received by a very agreeable man, with perfect manners, who led us from room to room, and showed us rare pieces, negligently letting fall the price. Vast sums, 10, 20, 30, 50,000 francs. Fell from his lips with so much grace and ease that no one could doubt that millions were locked up in the safe belonging to this man-of-the-world dealer. I had long known him by repute. Very clever, very subtle-witted, very intelligent, he acted as intermediary in all sorts of transactions. He was in touch with all the richest amateurs in Paris, and even in Europe and America. He knew their tastes and their latest crazes, and he wrote or wired the news to such as lived in distant towns, as soon as ever any piece came into the market which was likely to interest them. Members of the best families, who found themselves in a temporary embarrassment, had recourse to him. It might be to find money for gambling, it might be to pay a debt, or to sell a picture, an heirloom, a tapestry, or even a house or an estate, in moments of particular stress. It was said that he never refused his services when he saw a chance of profit. Boisrin seemed to be on intimate terms with this curious dealer. They had worked together more than once. I looked at the man with sharp interest. He was tall, thin, bald and vastly elegant. His gentle insinuating voice had a charm of its own, a seductive charm that gave things a special value. When he held a piece in his fingers, he turned it over and over, looking at it so intelligently and subtly, so elegantly and sympathetically that the thing seemed to take on an immediate added beauty, a transformation wrought by his touch and his glance. It became at once much more valuable in the eyes of the beholder just through having passed from the showcase into his grasp. "And your Christ?" said Boisrin. "The beautiful Renaissance Christ that you showed me last year?" The man smiled and answered. "I sold it, and in a very odd way. It's a real fragment of Parisian life. Would you like to hear it?" "I should." "You know Baroness Maurice?" "Yes and no. I have seen her once, but I know what she is." "You do really know about her?" "Yes." "Tell me what you know, so that I can be sure you're not making a mistake." "Certainly. Madame Maurice is a woman of the world who has a daughter, though no one knows anything about a husband. In any event, if she has not had a husband, she manages her lovers with great discretion, for she is received in a certain section of society, which is either tolerant or blind. She goes regularly to church, receives the sacraments with a devout ostentation and never compromised herself in the eyes of the world. She hopes that her daughter will marry well. Have I got her right?" "Yes, but I'll add to the stock of your knowledge. She is a kept woman whose lovers have a greater respect for her than if she did not sleep with them. It is a rare quality. And the woman who achieves it can get what she wants from any man. The man whom, all unknown to himself, she has already decided to take, seeks her favor for a long time, desires her and trembles for his audacity, entreats her and is ashamed of entreaty, is amazed when she surrenders, and possesses her with respectful gratitude. He never notices that he is paying her, to such a fine art has she brought the act of taking. She keeps the tone of their relationship so reserved, so dignified, so correct that when he leaves her bed he would assault any man daring to doubt his mistress's virtue. And that in all good faith. I have been of service to this woman on several occasions. And she has no secrets from me. Well, early in January, she came to me to borrow 30,000 francs. I did not lend them to her, of course, but as I wanted to oblige her I begged her to tell me exactly how she was placed so that I might know what I could do for her. She described the situation in language so extraordinarily discreet that she could not have phrased it more delicately if she had been talking about her little girl's first communion. I gathered at last that times were hard and she was penniless. Thanks to the crisis in trade, political troubles that the existing government appeared to keep going at will, rumors of war, and the general unrest. Money moved reluctantly even through lovers' hands. And, besides, a woman of her reputation could not give herself to the first comer. She needed a man of the world, the most exclusive social world, who would crown her reputation while supplying her daily bread. A wealthy Sybarite had compromised her daughter beyond hope and made her marriage very problematic. She could not now afford to resort to a professional go-between or shady intermediaries who could once have extricated her from her difficulties. Besides, she had to maintain her establishment, and continue to keep open house. In order not to lose all chance of finding among her many visitors the discreet and distinguished friend for whom she was waiting, whom she would choose. I convinced her that there was little prospect of my getting back my 30,000 francs, since when she had run through them, it would be necessary for her to make at least 60,000 in one haul before she could repay me my half. She listened to me in apparent distress. And I did not know what to suggest, until an idea, a really original idea, flashed across my mind. I had just bought the Renaissance Christ I showed you, an admirable piece, quite the most beautiful bit of work in that manner I have ever seen. "My dear friend," I said to her, "I am going to send you home this ivory. You will invent an ingenious story for it, a really moving, romantic story, any story you like, to explain your desire to get rid of it. It is, of course, a family treasure inherited from your father. I will send collectors to you and bring them to you myself. I leave the rest to you. I will let you have all necessary information about them the day before. This Christ is worth 50,000 francs, but I will let it go for 30,000. The difference will be your commission." She reflected a few moments with an air of profound gravity, and answered, "Yes, it is possibly a good idea. Thank you very much." I had my Christ taken to her house next day, and the same evening I sent her the Baron de Saint Hospital. For 3 months I went on sending clients to her, my very best clients, those whose high standing had been amply proved in my business relations with them. But I heard nothing of her. Then I had a visit from a foreigner who spoke French very badly, and I decided to take him myself to the Samori's house to see what was going on. A footman in black livery opened the door and showed me into a pretty drawing room, decorated in subdued colors and furnished in excellent taste. We waited here for some minutes. She appeared, looking charming, shook hands with me, and asked us to sit down, and when I had explained to her the reason of my visit, she rang. The footman reappeared. "See whether Mlle. Isabella will let us visit her chapel," she said. The young girl brought her answer herself. She was 15 years old, radiant with first youth, and wore an air of modest simplicity. She would take us herself to her chapel. It was a kind of sacred boudoir where a silver lamp was burning before the Christ, my Christ, laid on a bed of black velvet. The whole setting was charming and very clever. The child crossed herself, then said to us, "Look at it, gentlemen, is it not lovely?" I took the thing up, examined it and pronounced it quite remarkable. The foreigner considered it too, but he seemed much more interested in the two women than in the Christ. Their house gave one a feeling of well-being, there was a scent of incense, flowers, and perfumes. It was happiness to be there. It was so comfortable a place that one longed to stay. When we returned to the drawing-room I broached, in a reserved and delicate fashion, the question of price. Lowering her glance, Madame Samoris said 50,000 francs. Then she added, "If you would like to see it again, monsieur, I rarely go out before 3 o'clock, and I am at home every day." When we were in the street, the foreigner demanded to be told more about the Baroness, whom he had found altogether exquisite. But I heard nothing further of either of them. Another 3 months went by. One morning, less than a fortnight ago, she arrived here at breakfast time, and laid a pocketbook in my hands. "My dear, you're an angel. I have brought you 50,000 francs, I am buying your Christ myself, and I am paying 20,000 francs more than the price agreed. On condition that you go on sending me clients, because he is still for sale, my Christ." The Horla. May 8th. What a glorious day! I have spent the whole morning lying on the grass in front of my house, under the enormous plane tree that forms a complete covering, shelter and shade for it. I love this country, and I love living here because it is here I have my roots, those deep down slender roots that hold a man to the place where his forefathers were born and died. Hold him to ways of thought and habits of eating, to customs as to particular foods, to local fashions of speech, to the intonations of country voices, to the scent of the soil, the villages, and the very air itself. I love this house of mine where I grew up. From my windows I see the Seine flowing alongside my garden, beyond the high road, almost at my door, the great wide Seine, running from Rouen to Havre, covered with passing boats. Away to the left, Rouen, the widespread town, with its blue roofs lying under the bristling host of Gothic belfries. They are beyond number, frail or sturdy, dominated by the leaden steeples of the cathedral, and filled with bells that ring out in the limpid air of fine mornings, sending me the sweet and far-off murmur of their iron tongues, a brazen song borne to me on the breeze, now louder, now softer, as it swells or dies away. How beautiful this morning has been! Towards 11 o'clock a long convoy of boats followed each other past my gate, behind a squat tug looking like a fly, and wheezing painfully as it vomited thick clouds of smoke. After 2 English yachts whose crimson awnings rose and fell against the sky, came a splendid 3-masted Brazilian, all white, gloriously clean and glittering. The sight of this ship filled me with such joy that I saluted her, I don't know why. May 11th. I have had a slight fever for the last few days, I feel ill or rather unhappy. Whence come these mysterious influences that change our happiness to dejection and our self-confidence to discouragement? It is as if the air, the unseen air, were full of unknowable powers whose mysterious nearness we endure. I wake full of joy, my throat swelling with a longing to sing. Why? I go down to the waterside, and suddenly, after a short walk, I come back home wretched, as if some misfortune were waiting me there. Why? Has a chill shudder, passing lightly over my skin, shaken my nerves and darkened my spirit? Have the shapes of the clouds, or the color of the day, the ever-changing color of the visible world, troubled my mind as they slipped past my eyes? Does anyone know? Everything that surrounds us, everything that we see unseeing, everything that we brush past unknowing, everything that we touch impalpably, everything that we meet unnoticing, has on us. On the organs of our bodies, and through them on our thoughts, on our very hearts, swift, surprising and inexplicable effects. How deep it is, this mystery of the invisible. We cannot fathom it with our miserable senses, with our eyes that perceive neither the too small, nor the too great, nor the too near, nor the too distant, nor the inhabitants of a star, nor the inhabitants of a drop of water, with our ears that deceive us, transmitting the vibrations of the air to us as sonorous sounds. They are fairies who by a miracle transmute movement into sound, from which metamorphosis music is born, and make audible in song the mute quivering of nature, with our smell. Feebler than a dog's, with our taste, that can only just detect the age of a wine. If only we had other organs to work other miracles on our behalf, what things we could discover round us. May 16th. I am certainly ill, I have been so well since last month. I have a fever, a rotten fever, or rather a feverish weakness that oppresses my mind as wearily as my body. All day and every day I suffer this frightful sense of threatened danger, this apprehension of coming ill or approaching death. This presentiment which is doubtless the warning signal of a lurking disease germinating in my blood and my flesh. May 18th. I have just consulted my doctor, for I was not getting any sleep. He found that my pulse is rapid, my eyes dilated, my nerves on edge, but no alarming symptom of any kind. I am to take douches and drink bromide of potassium. May 25th. No change. My case is truly strange. As night falls, an incomprehensible uneasiness fills me, as if the night concealed a frightful menace directed at me. I dine in haste, then I try to read. But I don't understand the words, I can hardly make out the letters. So I walk backwards and forwards in my drawing room, oppressed by a vague fear that I cannot throw off, fear of sleeping and fear of my bed. About 10 o'clock I go up to my room. The instant I am inside the room I double-lock the door and shut the windows. I am afraid, of what? I never dreaded anything before. I open my cupboards, I look under my bed. I listen, to what? It's a queer thing that a mere physical ailment, some disorder in the blood perhaps, the jangling of a nerve thread, a slight congestion. The least disturbance in the functioning of this living machine of ours, so imperfect and so frail, can make a melancholic of the happiest of men and a coward of the bravest. Then I lie down, and wait for sleep as if I were waiting to be executed. I wait for it, dreading its approach, my heart beats, my legs tremble. My whole body shivers in the warmth of the bedclothes, until the moment I fall suddenly on sleep, like a man falling into deep and stagnant waters, there to drown. Nowadays I never feel the approach of this perfidious sleep, that lurks near me, spying on me, ready to take me by the hand, shut my eyes, steal my strength. I sleep, for a long time, 2 or 3 hours, then a dream, no, a nightmare seizes me. I feel that I am lying down and that I am asleep. I feel it and I know it, and I feel too that someone approaches me, looks at me, touches me, climbs on my bed, kneels on my chest, takes my neck between his hands and squeezes, with all his might, strangling me. I struggle madly, in the grip of the frightful impotence that paralyses us in dreams. I try to cry out, I can't. I try to move, I can't. Panting, with the most frightful efforts, I try to turn round, to fling off this creature who is crushing and choking me. I can't do it. And suddenly I wake up, terrified, covered with sweat. I light a candle. I am alone. The crisis over, a crisis that happens every night, I fall at last into a quiet sleep, until daybreak. June 2nd. My case has grown worse. What can be the matter with me? Bromide is useless, douches are useless. Lately, by way of wearying a body already quite exhausted, I went for a tramp in the forest of Rouen. At first I thought that the fresh air, the clear sweet air, full of the scents of grass and trees, was pouring a new blood into my veins and a new strength into my heart. I followed a broad glade, then I turned towards Beauville, by a narrow walk between two ranks of immensely tall trees that flung a thick green roof, almost a black roof, between the sky and me. A sudden shudder ran through me, not a shudder of cold but a strange shudder of anguish. I quickened my pace, uneasy at being alone in this wood, unreasonably, stupidly, terrified by the profound solitude. Abruptly I felt that I was being followed, that someone was on my heels, as near, touching me. I swung round. I was alone. I saw behind me only the straight open walk, empty, high, terrifyingly empty. It stretched out in front of me too, as far as the eye could see, as empty and frightening. I shut my eyes. Why? And I began to turn round on my heel at a great rate like a top. I almost fell. I opened my eyes again, the trees were dancing, the earth was swaying, I was forced to sit down. Then, I didn't know now which way I had been walking. Strange thought. Strange thought. I didn't know anything at all now. I took the right-hand way, and found myself back in the avenue that had led me into the middle of the forest. June 3rd. The night has been terrible. I am going to go away for several weeks. A short journey will surely put me right. July 2nd. Home again. I am cured. I have had, moreover, a delightful holiday. I visited Mont Saint-Michel, which I didn't know. What a vision one gets, arriving at Avranches as I did, towards dusk. The town lies on a slope, and I was taken into the public garden, at the end of the city. A cry of astonishment broke from me. A shoreless bay stretched before me, as far as I could see, it lay between opposing coasts that vanished in distant mist. And in the midst of this vast tawny bay, under a gleaming golden sky, a strange hill, somber and peaked, thrust up from the sands at its feet. The sun had just sunk, and on a horizon still riotous with color was etched the outline of this fantastic rock that bore on its summit a fantastic monument. At daybreak I went out to it. The tide was low, as on the evening before, and as I drew near it, the miraculous abbey grew in height before my eyes. After several hours walking I reached the monstrous pile of stones that supports the little city dominated by the great church. I clambered up the steep narrow street, I entered the most wonderful Gothic dwelling made for God on this earth, as vast as a town. With innumerable low rooms hollowed out under the vaults and high galleries slung over slender columns. I entered this gigantic granite jewel, as delicate as a piece of lace, pierced everywhere by towers and airy belfries where twisting stairways climb. Towers and belfries that by day against a blue sky and by night against a dark sky lift strange heads, bristling with chimeras, devils, fantastic beasts and monstrous flowers. And are linked together by slender carved arches. When I stood on the top I said to the monk who accompanied me, "What a glorious place you have here, Father." "We get strong winds," he answered, and we fell into talk as we watched the incoming sea run over the sand and cover it with a steel cuirass. The monk told me stories, all the old stories of this place, legends, always legends. One of them particularly impressed me. The people of the district, those who lived on the mount, declared that at night they heard voices on the sands, followed by the bleating of two she-goats. One that called loudly and one calling softly. Unbelievers insisted that it was the crying of sea birds which at one and the same time resembled bleatings and the wailing of human voices, but benighted fishermen swore that they had met an old shepherd wandering on the dunes. Between two tides, round the little town flung so far out of the world. No one ever saw the head hidden in his cloak. He led, walking in front of them, a goat with the face of a man and a she-goat with the face of a woman. Both of them had long white hair and talked incessantly, disputing in an unknown tongue, then abruptly ceased crying to begin a loud bleating. "Do you believe it?" I asked the monk. He murmured, "I don't know." "If," I went on, "there existed on the earth beings other than ourselves, why have we not long ago learned to know them? Why have you yourself not seen them? Why have I not seen them myself?" He answered, "Do we see the 100,000th part of all that exists? Think, there's the wind, the greatest force in nature, which throws down men, shatters buildings, uproots trees, stirs up the sea into watery mountains, destroys cliffs and tosses the tall ships against the shore, the wind that kills, whistles, groans, roars. Have you seen it? Can you see it? Nevertheless, it exists." Before his simple reasoning I fell silent. This man was either a seer or a fool. I should not have cared to say which, but I held my peace. What he had just said, I had often thought. July 3rd. I slept badly. I am sure there is a feverish influence at work here, for my coachman suffers from the same trouble as myself. When I came home yesterday, I noticed his strange pallor. "What's the matter with you, Jean?" I demanded. "I can't rest these days, sir, I'm burning the candle at both ends. Since you went away, sir, I haven't been able to throw it off. The other servants are all right, however, but I am terrified of getting caught by it again." July 4th. It has surely caught me again. My old nightmares have come back. Last night I felt crouching on me someone who presses his mouth on mine and drinks my life between my lips. Yes, he sucked it from my throat like a leech. Then he rose from me, replete, and I awoke, so mangled, bruised, enfeebled, that I could not move. If this goes on for many days more, I shall certainly go away again. July 5th. Have I lost my reason? What has just happened, what I saw last night, is so strange that my head reels when I think of it. Following my invariable custom in the evenings, I had locked my door. Then, feeling thirsty, I drank half a glass of water and I happened to notice that my carafe was filled up right to its crystal stopper. I lay down after this and fell into one of my dreadful slumbers, from which I was jerked about 2 hours later by a shock more frightful than any of the others. Imagine a sleeping man, who has been assassinated, and who wakes with a knife through his lung, with the death rattle in his throat, covered with blood, unable to breathe, and on the point of death. Understanding nothing, and there you have it. When I finally recovered my sanity, I was thirsty again. I lit a candle and went towards the table where I had placed my carafe. I lifted it and held it over my glass. Not a drop ran out. It was empty. It was completely empty. At first, I simply didn't understand. Then all at once a frightful rush of emotion so overwhelmed me that I was forced to sit down, or say rather that I fell into a chair. Then I leaped up again and looked round me. Then I sat down again, lost in surprise and fear, in front of the transparent crystal. I gazed at it with a fixed stare, seeking an answer to the riddle. My hands were trembling. Had someone drunk the water? Who? It must have been me. Who could it have been but me? So I was a somnambulist, all unaware I was living the mysterious double life that raises the doubt whether there be not two selves in us, or whether, in moments when the spirit lies unconscious, an alien self, unknowable and unseen, inhabits the captive body that obeys this other self as it obeys us, obeys it more readily than it obeys us. Oh, can anyone understand my frightful agony? Can anyone understand the feelings of a sane-minded, educated, thoroughly rational man, staring in abject terror through the glass of his carafe, where the water has disappeared while he slept? I remained there until daylight, not daring to go back to bed. July 6th. I am going mad. My carafe was emptied again last night, or rather, I emptied it. But is it I? Is it I? Who can it be? Who? Oh, my God! Am I going mad? Who will save me? July 10th. I have just made some astonishing experiments. Listen. On the 6th of July, before lying down in bed, I placed on my table wine, milk, water, bread and strawberries. Someone drank, I drank, all the water, and a little of the milk. Neither the wine, nor the bread, nor the strawberries were touched. On the 7th of July, I made the same experiment and got the same result. On the 8th of July, I left out the water and the milk. Nothing was touched. Finally, on the 9th of July, I placed only the water and milk on my table, taking care to wrap the carafes in white muslin cloths and to tie down the stoppers. Then I rubbed my lips, my beard and my hands with a charcoal pencil and lay down. The usual overpowering sleep seized me, followed shortly by the frightful wakening. I had not moved, my bedclothes themselves bore no marks. I rushed towards my table. The cloths wrapped round the bottles remained spotless. I untied the cords, shaking with fear. All the water had been drunk. All the milk had been drunk. Oh, my God! I am leaving for Paris at once. July 13th. Paris. I suppose I lost my head during the last few days. I must have been the sport of my disordered imagination, unless I really am a somnambulist or have fallen under one of those indubitable but hitherto inexplicable influences that we call suggestions. However that may be, my disorder came very near to lunacy, and 24 hours in Paris have been enough to restore my balance. Yesterday I went to the races and made various calls. I felt myself endowed with new vital strength, and I ended my evening at the Théâtre Français. They were presenting a play by the younger Dumas, and his alert forceful intelligence completed my cure. There can be no doubt that loneliness is dangerous to active minds. We need round us men who think and talk. When we live alone for long periods, we people the void with phantoms. I returned to the hotel in high spirits, walking along the boulevards. Amid the jostling of the crowd, I thought ironically on my terrors, on my hallucinations of a week ago, when I had believed, yes, believed that an invisible being dwelt in my body. How weak and shaken and speedily unbalanced our brains are immediately they are confronted by a tiny incomprehensible fact. Instead of coming to a conclusion in these simple words, I do not understand because the cause eludes me, at once we imagine frightening mysteries and supernatural powers. July 14th. Fête de la République. I walked through the streets. The rockets and the flags filled me with a childish joy. At the same time, it is vastly silly to be joyous on a set day by order of the government. The mob is an imbecile herd, as stupid in its patience as it is savage when roused. You say to it, enjoy yourself, and it enjoys itself. You say to it, go and fight your neighbor. It goes to fight. You say to it, vote for the emperor. It votes for the emperor. Then you say to it, vote for the republic. And it votes for the republic. Its rulers are as besotted. But instead of obeying men they obey principles, which can only be half-baked, sterile and false in so much as they are principles, that is to say, ideas reputed certain and immutable. In this world where nothing is sure, since light and sound are both illusions. July 16th. Yesterday I saw some things that have profoundly disturbed me. I dined with my cousin, Madame Sable, whose husband commands the 76th Light Horse at Limoges. At her house I met two young women, one of whom has married a doctor, Dr. Parent, who devotes himself largely to nervous illnesses and the extraordinary discoveries that are the outcome of the recent experiments in hypnotism and suggestion. He told us at length about the amazing results obtained by English scientists and by the doctors of the Nancy School. The facts that he put forward struck me as so fantastic that I confessed myself utterly incredulous. We are, he declared, on the point of discovering one of the most important secrets of nature, I mean one of the most important secrets on this earth. For there are certainly others as important, away yonder, in the stars. Since man began to think, since he learned to express and record his thoughts, he has felt the almost impalpable touch of a mystery impenetrable by his clumsy and imperfect senses. And he has tried to supplement the impotence of his organic powers by the force of his intelligence. While this intelligence was still in a rudimentary stage, this haunting sense of invisible phenomena clothed itself in terrors such as occur to simple minds. Thus are born popular theories of the supernatural, the legends of wandering spirits, fairies, gnomes, ghosts. I'll add the God myth itself, since our conceptions of the artificer-creator, to whatever religion they belong, are really the most uninspired, the most unintelligent, the most inacceptable products of the fear-clouded brain of human beings. Nothing is truer than that saying of Voltaire's, God has made man in his image, but man has retorted upon him in kind. But for a little over a century we have had glimpse of a new knowledge. Mesmer and others have set our feet on a fresh path, and, more especially during the last 4 or 5 years, we have actually reached surprising results. My cousin, as incredulous as I, smiled. Dar. Parent said to her, "Shall I try to put you to sleep, madam?" "Yes, do." She seated herself in an armchair, and he looked fixedly into her eyes, as if he were trying to fascinate her. As for me, I felt suddenly uneasy, my heart thumped, my throat contracted. I saw Madame Sable's eyes grow heavy, her mouth twitch, her bosom rise and fall with her quick breathing. Within 10 minutes she was asleep. "Go behind her," said the doctor. I seated myself behind her. He put a visiting card in her hands and said to her, "Here is a looking-glass, what can you see in it?" "I see my cousin," she answered. "What is he doing?" "He is twisting his mustache." "And now?" "He is drawing a photograph from his pocket." "Whose photograph is it?" "His." She was right. And this photograph had been sent me at my hotel only that very evening. "What is he doing in the photograph?" "He is standing, with his hat in his hand." Evidently she saw, in this card, this piece of white pasteboard, as she would have seen in a glass. The young women, terrified, cried, "That's enough, that's quite enough." But the doctor said authoritatively, "You will get up tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Then you will call on your cousin at his hotel and you will beg him to lend you 5,000 francs that your husband has asked you to get and will exact on his next leave." Then he woke her up. On my way back to the hotel, I thought about this curious séance, and I was assailed by doubts, not of the absolutely unimpeachable good faith of my cousin, whom since our childhood I had looked upon as my sister, but of the possibility of trickery on the doctor's part. Had he concealed a looking-glass in his hand and held it before the slumbering young woman when he was holding before her his visiting card? Professional conjurers do things as strange. I had reached the hotel by now and I went to bed. Then in the morning, towards 8:30, I was roused by my man, who said to me, "Madame Sable wishes to speak to you at once, sir." I got hurriedly into my clothes and had her shown in. She seated herself, very agitated, her eyes downcast, and, without lifting her veil, said, "I have a great favor to ask you, my dear cousin." "What is it, my dear?" "I hate to ask it of you, and yet I must. I need, desperately, 5,000 francs. You? You need it?" "Yes, or rather my husband, who has laid it on me to get it." I was so astounded that I stammered as I answered her. I wondered whether she and Dr. Parent were not actually making fun of me, whether it weren't a little comedy they had prepared beforehand and were acting very well. But as I watched her closely my doubts vanished entirely. The whole affair was so distasteful to her that she was shaking with anguish, and I saw that her throat was quivering with sobs. I knew that she was very rich and I added, "What? Do you mean to say that your husband can't call on 5,000 francs? Come, think. Are you sure he told you to ask me for it?" She hesitated for a few moments as if she were making a tremendous effort to search her memory, then she answered, Yes, yes. I'm quite sure. Has he written to you? She hesitated again, reflecting. I guessed at the tortured striving of her mind. She didn't know. She knew nothing except that she had to borrow 5,000 francs from me for her husband. Then she plucked up courage to lie. Yes, he has written to me. But when? You didn't speak to me about it yesterday. I got his letter this morning. Can you let me see it? No, 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 it is very intimate, too personal. I've burned it. Your husband must be in debt, then. Again she hesitated, then answered. I don't know. I told her abruptly. The fact is I can't lay my hands on 5,000 francs at the moment, my dear. A kind of agonized wail broke from her. Oh, I implore you, get it for me. She grew dreadfully excited, clasping her hands as if she were praying to me. The tone of her voice changed as I listened. She wept, stammering, torn with grief, goaded by the irresistible command that had been laid on her. Oh, I implore you to get it. If you knew how unhappy I am. I must have it today. I took pity on her. You shall have it at once, I promise you. Thank you, she cried. How kind you are. Do you remember, I went on, what happened at your house yesterday evening? Yes. Do you remember that Dr. Parent put you to sleep? Yes. Very well, he ordered you to come this morning and borrow 5,000 francs from me, and you are now obeying the suggestion. She considered this for a moment and answered. Because my husband wants it. I spent an hour trying to convince her, but I did not succeed in doing so. When she left, I ran to the doctor's house. He was just going out, and he listened to me with a smile. Then he said. Now do you believe? I must. Let's go and call on your cousin. She was already asleep on a day bed, overwhelmed with weariness. The doctor felt her pulse, and looked at her for some time, one hand lifted towards her eyes that slowly closed under the irresistible compulsion of his magnetic force. When she was asleep. Your husband has no further need for 5,000 francs. You will forget that you begged your cousin to lend it to you, and if he speaks to you about it, you will not understand. Then he woke her up. I drew a note-case from my pocket. Here is what you asked me for this morning, my dear. She was so dumbfounded that I dared not press the matter. I did, however, try to rouse her memory, but she denied it fiercely, thought I was making fun of her and at last was ready to be angry with me. Back at the hotel. The experience has disturbed me so profoundly that I could not bring myself to take lunch. July 19th. I have told several people about this adventure and been laughed at for my pains. I don't know what to think now. The wise man says, perhaps. July 21st. I dined at Boitelle, then I spent the evening at the rowing club dance. There's no doubt that everything is a question of places and persons. To believe in the supernatural in the island of Grenouillera would be the height of folly, but at the top of Mont Saint-Michel, in the Indies? We are terrified under the influence of our surroundings. I am going home next week. July 30th. I have been home since yesterday. All is well. August 2nd. Nothing fresh. The weather has been glorious. I spend my days watching the Seine run past. August 4th. The servants are quarreling among themselves. They declare that someone breaks the glasses in the cupboard at night. My man blames the cook, who blames the housemaid, who blames the other two. Who is the culprit? It would take a mighty clever man to find out. August 6th. This time, I am not mad. I've seen something. I've seen something. I've seen something. I have no more doubts. I've seen it. I'm still cold to my fingertips. My nerves are still racked with terror. I've seen it. At 2 o'clock, in broad daylight, I was walking in my rose garden, between the autumn roses that are just coming out. As I paused to look at a géant de Boitelle, which bore 3 superb flowers, I distinctly saw, right under my eye, the stem of one of these roses bend as if an invisible hand had twisted it, then break as if the hand had plucked it. Then the flower rose, describing in the air the curve that an arm would have made carrying it towards a mouth, and it hung suspended in the clear air, quite alone, motionless. A terrifying scarlet splashed 3 paces from my eyes. I lost my head and flung myself on it, grasping at it. My fingers closed on nothing, it had disappeared. Then I was filled with a savage rage against myself. A rational, serious-minded man simply does not have such hallucinations. But was it really an hallucination? I turned round to look for the flower and my eyes fell on it immediately. It had just been broken off and was lying between the 2 roses that still remained on the branch. Then I went back to the house, my senses reeling. Now I was sure as I am that day follows night, that there lived at my side an invisible being who fed on milk and water. Who could touch things, take them, move them from one place to another, endowed therefore with a material nature, imperceptible to our senses though it was, and living beside me, under my roof. August 7th. I slept quietly. He has drunk the water from my carafe, but he did not disturb my sleep. I wonder if I am mad. Sometimes as I walk in the blazing sunshine along the riverbank, I am filled with doubts of my sanity, not the vague doubts I have been feeling, but precise and uncompromising doubts. I have seen madmen, I have known men who were intelligent, lucid, even exceptionally clear-headed in everything in life but on one point. They talked quite clearly, easily, and profoundly about everything, until suddenly their mind ran on to the rocks of their madness and was there rent in pieces. Strewn to the winds and foundered in the fearful raging sea, filled with surging waves, fogs, squalls, that we call insanity. I should certainly have thought myself mad, absolutely mad, if I were not conscious, if I were not perfectly aware of my state of mind. If I did not get to the bottom of it and analyze it with such complete clearness. I must be, in fact, no worse than a sane man troubled with hallucinations. There must be some unknown disturbance in my brain, one of those disturbances that modern physiologists are trying to observe and elucidate. And this disturbance has opened a deep gulf in my mind, in the orderly and logical working of my thoughts. Similar phenomena take place in a dream that drags us through the most unreal phantasmagoria without sowing the least surprise in our minds because the mechanism of judgment, the controlling censor, is asleep, while the imaginative faculty wakes and works. Can one of the invisible strings that control my mental keyboard have become muted? Sometimes, after an accident, a man loses his power to remember proper names or verbs or figures or only dates. The localization of all the different faculties of the mind is now proved. Is there anything surprising, therefore, in the idea that my power of examining the unreality of certain hallucinations has ceased to function in my brain just now? I thought of all this as I walked by the side of the water. The sunlight flung a mantle of light across the river, clothing the earth with beauty, filling my thoughts with love of life, of the swallows whose swift flight is a joy to my eyes, of the riverside grasses whose shuddering whisper contents my ears. Little by little, however, I fell prey to an inexplicable uneasiness. I felt as though some force, an occult force, were paralyzing my movements, halting me, hindering me from going on any further, calling me back. I was oppressed by just such an unhappy impulse to turn back as one feels when a beloved person has been left at home ill and one is possessed by a foreboding that the illness has taken a turn for the worse. So, in spite of myself, I turned back, sure that I should find bad news waiting in my house, a letter or a telegram. There was nothing. And I was left more surprised and uneasy than if I had had yet another fantastic vision. August 8th. Yesterday I spent a frightful night. He did not manifest himself again, but I felt him near me, spying on me, watching me, taking possession of me. dominating me and more to be feared when he hid himself in this way than if he gave notice of his constant invisible presence by supernatural phenomena. However, I slept. August 9th. Nothing, but I am afraid. August 10th. Nothing, what will happen tomorrow? August 11th. Still nothing, I can't remain in my home any longer, with this fear and these thoughts in my mind, I shall go away. August 12th. 10 o'clock in the evening. I have been wanting to go away all day. I can't. I have been wanting to carry out the easy simple act that will set me free, go out, get into my carriage to go to Rouen, I can't. Why? August 13th. Under the affliction of certain maladies, all the resources of one's physical being seem crushed, all one's energy exhausted, one's muscles relaxed. One's bones grown as soft as flesh and one's flesh turned to water. In a strange and wretched fashion I suffer all these pains in my spiritual being. I have no strength, no courage, no control over myself, no power even to summon up my will. I can will nothing. But someone wills for me, and I obey. August 14th. I am lost. Someone has taken possession of my soul and is master of it. Someone orders all my acts, all my movements, all my thoughts. I am no longer anything, I am only a spectator, enslaved, and terrified by all the things I do. I wish to go out. I cannot. He does not wish it. And I remain, dazed, trembling, in the armchair where he keeps me seated. I desire no more than to get up, to raise myself, so that I can think I am master of myself again. I can't do it. I am riveted to my seat, and my seat is fast to the ground, in such fashion that no force could lift us. Then, all at once, I must go to the bottom of my garden and pick strawberries and eat them. Oh, my God! My God! My God! Is there a God? If there is one, deliver me, save me, help me. Pardon me. Pity me. Have mercy on me. How I suffer. How I am tortured. How terrible this is. August 15th. Well, think how my poor cousin was possessed and overmastered when she came to borrow 5,000 francs from me. She submitted to an alien will that had entered into her, as if it were another soul, a parasitic tyrannical soul. Is the world coming to an end? But what is this being, this invisible being who is ruling me? This unknowable creature, this wanderer from a supernatural race. So unseen ones exist? Then why is it that since the world began they have never manifested themselves in so unmistakable a fashion as they are now manifesting themselves to me? I have never read of anything like the things that are happening under my roof. If I could only leave it, if I could go away, fly far away and return no more, should be saved, but I can't. August 16th. Today I was able to escape for 2 hours, like a prisoner who finds the door of his cell accidentally left open. I felt that I was suddenly set free, that he had withdrawn himself. I ordered the horses to be put in the carriage as quickly as possible and I reached Rouen. Oh, what a joy it was to find myself able to tell a man, go to Rouen, and be obeyed. I stopped at the library and I asked them to lend me the long treatise of Dr. Hermann Herestauss on the unseen inhabitants of the antique and modern worlds. Then, just as I was getting back into my carriage, with the words, to the station, on my lips, I shouted, I didn't speak, I shouted, in a voice so loud that the passers-by turned round, home. And I fell, overwhelmed with misery, onto the cushions of my carriage. He had found me again and taken possession once more. August 17th. What a night! What a night! Nevertheless it seems to me that I ought to congratulate myself. I read until 1 o'clock in the morning. Hermann Herestauss, a doctor of philosophy and theogony, has written an account of all the invisible beings who wander among men or have been imagined by men's minds. He describes their origins, their domains, their power. But none of them is the least like the being who haunts me. It is as if man, the thinker, has had a foreboding vision of some new being, mightier than himself, who shall succeed him in this world. And, in his terror, feeling him draw near, and unable to guess at the nature of this master, he has created all the fantastic crowd of occult beings, dim phantoms born of fear. Well, I read until 1 o'clock and then I seated myself near my open window to cool my head and my thoughts in the gentle air of night. It was fine and warm. In other days how I should have loved such a night. No moon. The stars wavered and glittered in the black depths of the sky. Who dwells in these worlds? What forms of life, what living creatures, what animals or plants do they hold? What more than we do the thinkers in those far-off universes know? What more can they do than we? What do they see that we do not know of? Perhaps one of them, some day or other, will cross the gulf of space and appear on our earth as a conqueror, just as in olden days the Normans crossed the sea to subdue wealthy nations. We others are so infirm, so defenseless, so ignorant, so small, on this grain of dust that revolves and crumbles in a drop of water. So dreaming, I fell asleep, in the fresh evening air. I slept for about 40 minutes and opened my eyes again without moving, roused by I know not what vague and strange emotions. At first I saw nothing, then all at once I thought that the page of a book lying open on my table had turned over of itself. Not a breath of air came in at the window. I was surprised and I sat waiting. About 4 minutes later, I saw with my own eyes another page come up and turn back on the preceding one, as if a finger had folded it back. My armchair was empty, seemed empty, but I realized that he was there, he, sitting in my place and reading. In one wild spring, like the spring of a maddened beast resolved to eviscerate his trainer, I crossed the room to seize him and crush him and kill him. But before I had reached it my seat turned right over as if he had fled before me, my table rocked, my lamp fell and was extinguished. And my window slammed shut as if I had surprised a malefactor who had flung himself out into the darkness, tugging at the sashes with all his force. So he had run away, he had been afraid of me. Then, tomorrow, or the day after, or some day, I should be able to get him between my fingers, and crush him against the ground. Don't dogs sometimes bite and fly at their masters' throats? August 18th. I've been thinking things over all day. Oh, yes, I'll obey him, satisfy his impulses, do his will, make myself humble, submissive, servile. He is the stronger. But an hour will come. August 19th. I know now. I know everything. I have just read the following in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. A strange piece of news reaches us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness, an epidemic of madness, comparable to the contagious outbursts of dementia that attacked the peoples of Europe in the Middle Ages, is raging at this day in the district of São Paulo. The distracted inhabitants are quitting their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their fields, declaring themselves to be pursued, possessed and ordered about like a human herd by certain invisible but tangible beings, vampires of some kind, who feed on their vitality while they sleep. In addition to drinking milk and water without, apparently, touching any other form of food. Professor Don Pedro Enriquez, accompanied by several learned doctors, has set out for the district of São Paulo, to study on the spot the origins and the forms taken by this surprising madness, and to suggest to the emperor such measures as appear to him most likely to restore the delirious inhabitants to sanity. Ah! I remember the lovely three-masted Brazilian that sailed past my windows on the 8th of last May, on her way up the Seine. I thought her such a bonny, white, gay boat. The being was on board her, come from over the sea, where his race is born. He saw me. He saw my house, white like the ship, and he jumped from the vessel to the bank. Oh, my God! Now I know, I understand. The reign of man is at an end. He is here, whom the dawning fears of primitive peoples taught them to dread. He who was exorcised by troubled priests, evoked in the darkness of night by wizards who yet never saw him materialize. To whom the foreboding vision of the masters who have passed through this world lent all the monstrous or gracious forms of gnomes, spirits, jinns, fairies and hobgoblins. Primitive terror visualized him in the crudest forms, later wiser men have seen him more clearly. Mesmer foresaw him, and it is 10 years since doctors made the most exact inquiries into the nature of his power, even before he exercised it himself. They have been making a plaything of this weapon of the new god, this imposition of a mysterious will on the enslaved soul of man. They called it magnetism, hypnotism, suggestion, anything you like. I have seen them amusing themselves with this horrible power like foolish children. Woe to us! Cursed is man! He is here, what is his name, it seems as if he were shouting his name in my ear and I cannot hear it, yes, he is shouting it. I am listening. I can't hear, again, tell me again, Horla. I heard, the Horla, it is he, the Horla, he is here. Oh, the vulture has been used to eat the dove, the wolf to eat the sheep, the lion to devour the sharp-horned buffalo, man to kill the lion with arrow, spear and gun. But the Horla is going to make of man what we have made of the horse and the cow, his thing, his servant and his food, by the mere force of his will. Woe to us! But sometimes the beast rebels and kills his tamer. I too want. I could, but I must know him, touch him, see him. Scientists say that the eye of the beast is not like ours and does not see as ours does. And my eye fails to show me this newcomer who is oppressing me. Why? Oh, the words of the monk of Mont Saint-Michel come to my mind. Do we see the 100,000th part of all that exists? Think, there's the wind, the greatest force in nature, which throws down men, shatters buildings, uproots trees, stirs up the sea into watery mountains. Destroys cliffs and tosses the tall ships against the shore, the wind that kills, whistles, groans, roars. Have you seen it? Can you see it? Nevertheless, it exists. And I considered further, my eye is so weak, so imperfect, that it does not distinguish even solid bodies that have the transparency of glass. If a looking-glass that has no foil backing bars my path, I hurl myself against it as a bird that has got into a room breaks its head on the windowpane. How many other things deceive and mislead my eye? Then what is there to be surprised at in its failure to see a new body that offers no resistance to the passage of light? A new being. Why not? He must assuredly come. Why should we be the last? Why is he not seen of our eyes as are all the beings created before us? Because his form is nearer perfection, his body finer and completer than ours, which is so weak, so clumsily conceived, encumbered by organs always tired. Always breaking down like a too complex mechanism, which lives like a vegetable or a beast, drawing its substance with difficulty from the air, the herbs of the field and meat. A living machine subject to sickness, deformity and corruption, drawing its breath in pain, ill-regulated, simple and fantastic, ingeniously ill-made, clumsily and delicately erected. The mere rough sketch of a being who could become intelligent and noble. There have been so few kinds created in the world, from the bivalve to man. Why not one more, when we reach the end of the period of time that separates each successive appearance of a species from that which appeared before it? Why not one more? Why not also new kinds of trees bearing monstrous flowers, blazing with color and filling all the countryside with their perfume? Why not other elements than fire, air, earth and water? There are only four sources of our being. What a pity! Why not 40, 400, 4,000? How poor, niggardly and brutish is life! Grudgingly given, meanly conceived, stupidly executed. Consider the grace of the elephant, the hippopotamus. The elegance of the camel. You bid me consider the butterfly. A winged flower. I can imagine one vast as 100 worlds, with wings for whose shape, beauty, color, and sweep I cannot find any words. But I see it, it goes from star to star, refreshing and perfuming them with the soft, gracious wind of its passing. And the people of the upper air watch it pass, in an ecstasy of joy. What is the matter with me? It is he, the Horla, who is haunting me, filling my head with these absurdities. He is in me, he has become my soul, I will kill him. August 19th. I will kill him. I have seen him. I was sitting at my table yesterday evening, making a great show of being very absorbed in writing. I knew quite well that he would come and prowl round me, very close to me, so close that I might be able to touch him, seize him, perhaps. And then I should be filled with the strength of desperation, should have hands, knees, chest, face, teeth to strangle him, crush him, tear him, rend him. With every sense quiveringly alert, I watched for him. I had lit both my lamps and the 8 candles on my chimney-piece, as if I thought I should be more likely to discover him by this bright light. In front of me was my bed, an old oak 4-poster. On my right, the fireplace, on my left, my door carefully shut, after I had left it open for a long time to attract him. Behind me, a very tall cupboard with a mirror front, which I used every day to shave and dress by, and in which I always regarded myself from head to foot whenever I passed in front of it. Well, I pretended to write to deceive him, because he was spying on me too, and, all at once, I was certain, that he was reading over my shoulder, that he was there, his breath on my ear. I stood up, my hand outstretched, and turned round, so quickly that I almost fell. What do you think? The room was as light as day, and I could not see myself in my looking-glass. It was empty, transparent, deep, filled with light. I was not reflected in it, and I was standing in front of it. I could see the wide limpid expanse of glass from top to bottom. And I stared at it with a distraught gaze. I daren't move another step, I daren't make another movement. Nevertheless I felt that he was there, whose immaterial body had swallowed up my reflection, but that he would elude me still. How frightened I was! A moment later my reflection began to appear in the depths of the looking-glass, in a sort of mist, as if I were looking at it through water. This water seemed to flow from left to right, slowly, so that moment by moment my reflection emerged more distinctly. It was like the passing of an eclipse. The thing that was concealing me appeared to possess no sharply defined outlines, but a kind of transparent opacity that gradually cleared. At last I could see myself from head to foot, just as I saw myself every day when I looked in the glass. I had seen him. The horror of it is still on me, making me shudder. August 20th. How can I kill him? Since I can't touch him? Poison? But he would see me put it in the water, and besides, would our poisons affect an immaterial body? No, they certainly would not. Then how? August 21st. I have sent for a locksmith from Rouen, and ordered him to fit my room with iron shutters, such as they have in certain hotels in Paris, to keep out robbers. He is to make me, also, a similar sort of door. Everyone thinks me a coward, but much I care for that. September 10th. Rouen, Hotel Continental. It is done, but is he dead? My brain reels with what I have seen. Yesterday the locksmith put up my iron shutters and my iron door, and I left everything open until midnight, although it began to get cold. All at once I felt his presence, and I was filled with joy, a mad joy. I rose slowly to my feet, and walked about the room for a long time, so that he should suspect nothing. Then I took off my boots and carelessly drew on my slippers, then I closed my iron shutters, and, sauntering back towards the door, I double-locked it too. Then I walked back to the window and secured it with a padlock, putting the key in my pocket. Suddenly I realized that he was prowling anxiously round me, he was afraid now, and commanding me to open them for him. I almost yielded, I did not yield, but, leaning on the door, I set it ajar, just wide enough for me to slip out backwards, and as I am very tall my head touched the lintel. I was sure that he could not have got out and I shut him in, alone, all alone. Thank God. I had him. Then I ran downstairs. In the drawing room which is under my room, I took both my lamps and emptied the oil all over the carpet and the furniture, everything. Then I set it on fire and I fled after having double-locked the main door. And I went and hid myself at the bottom of my garden, in a grove of laurels. How long it took, how long! Everything was dark, silent, still, not a breath of air, not a star, mountains of unseen clouds that lay so heavily, on my spirit. I kept my gaze fixed on my house, and waited. How long it took! I was beginning to think that the fire had died out of itself, or that he had put it out, when one of the lower windows fell in under the fierce breath of the fire and a flame. A great red and yellow flame, a long, curling, caressing flame, leaped up the white wall and pressed its kiss on the roof itself. A flood of light poured over trees, branches, leaves, and with that a shudder of fear, ran through them. The birds woke, a dog howled, I thought the dawn was at hand. In a moment 2 more windows burst into flame and I saw that the lower half of my house was now one frightful furnace. But a cry, a frightful piercing agonized cry, a woman's cry, stabbed the night, and 2 skylights opened. I had forgotten my servants. I saw their distraught faces and their wildly waving arms. Then, frantic with horror, I began to run towards the village, shouting, "Help! Help! Fire! Fire!" I met people already on their way to the house and I turned back with them to look at it. By now the house was no more than a horrible and magnificent funeral pyre, a monstrous pyre lighting up the whole earth, a pyre that was consuming men, and consuming him, my prisoner. The new being, the new master, the Horla. The whole roof fell in with a sudden crash, and a volcano of flames leaped to the sky. Through all the windows open on the furnace, I saw the fiery vat, and I reflected that he was there, in this oven, dead. Dead? Perhaps? His body? Perhaps that body through which light fell could not be destroyed by the methods that kill our bodies? Suppose he is not dead? Perhaps only time has power over the invisible and dreadful one. Why should this transparent, unknowable body, this body of the spirit, fear sickness, wounds, infirmity, premature destruction? Premature destruction? The source of all human dread. After man, the Horla. After him who can die any day, any hour, any moment, by accidents of all kinds, comes he who can only die in his appointed day, hour and moment, when he has attained the limit of his existence. No, no. I know, he is not dead, so. I must kill myself, now. Night. A nightmare. I love night passionately. I love it as one loves one's country or one's mistress. I love it with all my senses, with my eyes which see it, with my sense of smell which inhales it, with my ears which listen to its silence, with my whole body which is caressed by its shadows. The larks sing in the sunlight, in the blue heavens, in the warm air, in the light air of clear mornings. The owl flies at night, a somber patch passing through black space, and, rejoicing in the black immensity that intoxicates him, he utters a vibrant and sinister cry. In the daytime I am tired and bored. The day is brutal and noisy. I rarely get up, I dress myself languidly and I go out regretfully. Every movement, every gesture, every word, every thought, tires me as though I were raising a crushing load. But when the sun goes down a confused joy invades my whole being. I awaken and become animated. As the shadows lengthen I feel quite different, younger, stronger, more lively, happier. I watch the great soft shadows falling from the sky and growing deeper. They envelop the city like an impenetrable and impalpable wave, they hide, efface and destroy colors and forms, they embrace houses, people and buildings in their imperceptible grasp. Then I would like to cry out with joy like the screech owls, to run upon the roofs like the cats, and an impetuous, invincible desire to love burns in my veins. I walk, sometimes in the darkened outskirts of Paris, sometimes in the neighboring woods, where I hear my sisters, the beasts, and my brothers, the poachers, prowling. One is finally killed by what one violently loves. But how shall I explain what happens to me? How can I ever make people understand that I am able to tell it? I do not know, I cannot tell. I only know that that is all. Well, yesterday, was it yesterday? Yes, no doubt, unless it was earlier, a day, a month, a year earlier. I do not know, but it must have been yesterday, because since then no day has risen, no sun has dawned. But how long has it been night? How long? Who can tell? Who will ever know? Yesterday, then, I went out after dinner, as I do every evening. It was very fine, very mild, very warm. As I went down towards the boulevards I looked above my head at the black streams full of stars, outlined in the sky between the roofs of the houses, which were turning round and causing this rolling stream of stars to undulate like a real river. Everything was distinct in the clear air, from the planets to the gaslight. So many lights were burning above, in the city, that the shadows seemed luminous. Bright nights are more joyful than days of bright sunshine. The cafés on the boulevard were flaring, people were laughing, passing up and down, drinking. I went into a theatre for a few moments. Into what theatre, I cannot tell. There was so much light in there that I was depressed and I came out again with my heart saddened by the clash of brutal light on the gold of the balcony, by the factitious glitter of the great crystal chandelier, by the glaring footlights, by the melancholy of this artificial and crude light. I arrived at the Champs-Élysées, where the open-air concerts look like conflagrations in the branches. The chestnut trees, touched with yellow light, look as if they were painted, like phosphorescent trees. The electric bulbs, like pale dazzling moons, like eggs from the moon, fallen from heaven, like monstrous, living pearls, caused the streaks of gaslight, filthy, ugly gaslight and the garlands of colored, lighted glasses to grow pale beneath their pearly, mysterious and regal light. I stopped beneath the Arc de Triomphe to look at the avenue, the long and wonderful, starry avenue, leading to Paris between two rows of fire and the stars. The stars above, the unknown stars, thrown haphazard through infinity, where they form those strange shapes which make us dream and think so much. I entered the Bois de Boulogne, where I remained for a long, long time. I was seized by a strange thrill, a powerful and unforeseen emotion, an exaltation of mind which bordered on frenzy. I walked on, and then I returned. What time was it when I passed again beneath the Arc de Triomphe? I do not know. The city was sleeping, and clouds, great black clouds, were slowly spreading over the sky. For the first time I felt that something strange was going to happen, something new. It seemed to be getting cold, that the air was becoming thicker, that night, my beloved night, was weighing heavily upon my heart. The avenue was deserted now. 2 solitary policemen were walking near the cab-stand, and a string of vegetable carts was going to the alleys along the roadway, scarcely lit by the gas jets, which seemed to be dying out. They moved along slowly, laden with carrots, turnips and cabbages. The invisible drivers were asleep, the horses were walking with an even step, following the carts in front of them, and making no noise on the wooden pavement. As they passed each lamp on the footpath, the carrots showed up red in the light, the turnips white, the cabbages green, and they passed one after another, these carts which were as red as fire, as white as silver and as green as emeralds. I followed them, then I turned into the Rue Royale and returned to the boulevards. There was nobody to be seen, none of the cafés was open and only a few belated pedestrians in a hurry. I had never seen Paris so dead and so deserted. I looked at my watch. It was 2 o'clock. Some force was driving me, the desire to walk. So I went as far as the Bastille. There I became aware that I had never seen so dark a night, for I could not even see the Colonne de Juillet, whose genius in gold was lost in the impenetrable obscurity. A curtain of clouds as dense as the ether had buried the stars and seemed to be descending upon the world to blot it out. I retraced my steps. There was nobody about me. However, at the Place du Château d'Eau, a drunken man almost bumped into me, then disappeared. For some time I could hear his sonorous and uneven steps. I went on. At the top of the Faubourg Montmartre a cab passed, going in the direction of the Seine. I hailed it but the driver did not reply. Near the Rue Drouot a woman was loitering. Listen, dearie, I hastened my steps to avoid her outstretched hand. Then there was nothing more. In front of the Vaudeville Theatre a ragpicker was searching in the gutter. His little lantern was moving just above the ground. I said to him, "What time is it, my good man?" "How do I know?" He grumbled. "I have no watch." Then I suddenly perceived that the lamps had all been extinguished. I know that at this time of year they are put out early, before dawn, for the sake of economy. But daylight was still far off, very far off indeed. "Let us go to the Halles," I said to myself, "there at least I shall find life." I set off, but it was too dark even to see the way. I advanced slowly, as one does in a forest, recognizing the streets by counting them. In front of the Crédit Lyonnais a dog growled. I turned up the Rue de Grémont and lost my way. I wandered about, and then I recognized the Bourse by the iron railings around it. The whole of Paris was sleeping, a deep, terrifying sleep. In the distance a cab rumbled, one solitary cab, perhaps it was the one which had passed me a while back. I tried to reach it, going in the direction of the noise, through streets that were lonely and dark and somber as death. Again I lost my way. Where was I? What nonsense to put out the lights so soon. Not one person passing by. Not one late reveller, not one thief, not even the mewing of an amorous cat. Nothing. Where on earth were the police? I said to myself, I will shout and they will come. I shouted. There was no answer. I called more loudly. My voice vanished without an echo, weak, muffled, stifled by the night, the impenetrable night. I yelled, "Help! Help! Help!" My desperate cry remained unanswered. What time was it? I pulled out my watch, but I had no matches. I listened to the gentle tick-tick of the little mechanism with a strange and unfamiliar pleasure. It seemed to be a living thing. I felt less lonely. What a mystery! I resumed my walk like a blind man, feeling my way along the wall with my stick, and every moment I raised my eyes to the heavens, hoping that day would dawn at last. But the sky was dark, all dark, more profoundly dark than the city. What could the time be? It seemed to me I had been walking an infinite length of time, for my legs were giving way beneath me, my breast was heaving and I was suffering horribly from hunger. I decided to ring at the first street door. I pulled the copper bell and it rang sonorously through the house. It sounded strangely, as if that vibrating noise were alone in the house. I waited. There was no answer. The door did not open. I rang again. I waited again, nothing. I got frightened. I ran to the next house, and, 20 times in succession, I rang the bells in the dark corridors where the concierge was supposed to sleep, but he did not awake. I went on further, pulling the bells and the knockers with all my strength, kicking and knocking with my hand and stick on the doors, which remained obstinately closed. Suddenly I perceived that I had reached the Halles. The market was deserted, not a sound, not a movement, not a cart, not a man, not a bundle of flowers or vegetables, it was empty, motionless, abandoned, dead. I was seized with a horrible terror. What was happening? Oh, my God, what was happening? I set off again. But the time? The time? Who would tell me the time? Not a clock struck in the churches or the public buildings. I thought, I will open the glass of my watch and feel the hands with my fingers. I pulled out my watch. It was not going. It had stopped. Nothing more, not a ripple in the city, not a light, not the slightest suspicion of a sound in the air. Nothing. Nothing more. Not even the distant rumbling of a cab. Nothing more. I had reached the quays, and a cold chill rose from the river. Was the Seine still flowing? I wanted to know. I found the steps and went down. I could not hear the current rushing under the bridge. A few more steps. Then sand. Mud, then water. I dipped my hand into it. It was flowing, flowing, cold, 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 almost frozen, almost dried up, almost dead. I fully realized that I should never have the strength to come up, and that I was going to die there, in my turn, of hunger, fatigue and cold. The dead woman. I had loved her to distraction. Why do we love? It is a strange thing to see in the whole world only one being, have in one's mind only a single thought, a single desire in one's heart, a single name on one's lips, a name rising there continually. Rising, as a river rises from its source, from the depths of our soul, so that we murmur it all day long, everywhere, like a prayer. I will not set out our story. Love has no more than one story, always the same. I had met her and loved her. That tells all. And for a whole year I had lived in her affection, in her arms, in her caresses, in her glance, in her garments, in her words, wrapped round in them, bound, held fast in all that was part of her. In so utter a fashion that I no longer knew whether it was day or night, whether I died or lived, on this old earth or on some other world. And then she died. How? I don't know, I know nothing now. She came home wet, one rainy evening, and the next day she was coughing. She coughed for about a week and took to her bed. What happened? I don't know now. Doctors came, wrote prescriptions, went away. They brought remedies, a woman gave her them to drink. Her hands were hot, her brow damp and burning, her eyes were brilliant and mournful. I spoke to her, she answered me. What did we say? I don't know now. I have forgotten all. She died. I remember vividly her little sigh, so weak a little sigh, the last she gave. The nurse said, "Ah." I understood. I have understood nothing since. Nothing. I saw a priest who spoke of your mistress. I felt that he was insulting her. Since she was dead, no one had any right to know that about her. I threw him out. Another came, a very good man, a gentle soul. I wept when he spoke to me about her. They asked for instructions about 1,000 things to do with the burial of her. I don't know now what they were. But I do remember vividly the coffin, the sound made by the blows of the hammer when they nailed her in it. Oh, my God! She was buried. Buried. She. In that hole. A few people came, friends. I rushed away. I ran. I walked for hours about the streets. Then I went home. The next day I began to travel. I came back to Paris yesterday. When I saw my bedroom again, our bedroom, our bed, our furniture, the whole house which still held all those mortal traces that death leaves behind, I was seized by so sharp a return of agony that I had almost opened the window and flung myself into the street. Unable to stay any longer surrounded by these things, between the walls that had held and sheltered her, and must still hide in their imperceptible cracks 1,000 atoms of her being. Of her flesh and her breath, I seized my hat to rush out. Suddenly, in the very instant of reaching the door, I passed before the large glass in the hall, which she had placed there so that every day before she went out she could see herself from head to foot, and see whether her toilet had been successful, was just right and charming. From hat to shoes. I stopped dead in front of this glass which had so many times reflected her, so many times, that it must then have caught and held the image of her. I stood there, shuddering, my eyes fixed on the glass, on the smooth depths that were empty now but had held the whole of her, possessed her as wholly as I did. as wholly as did my passionate glances. I thought that I loved this glass, I touched it, it was cold. Oh, memory! Memory! Woeful, searing, living, frightful glass, the cause of all our agonies. Happy the man whose heart, like a glass across whose surface reflections glide and vanish, forgets all that it has held, all that has passed before it. All that is gazed on and mirrored in its emotions of affection and love. How I suffer! I went out, and by no will of my own, without knowing what I did, without wishing it, I wandered towards the cemetery. I found her simple grave, a marble cross with these few words: she loved, was loved and died. She was there, under there, a mass of decay. Horrible! I broke into sobs, lying with my forehead pressed against the earth. I stayed there a long time, a very long time. Then I saw that night was falling. Thereupon a strange wild desire, the desire of a despairing lover, took possession of me. I wanted to spend the night near her, a last night, to weep on her grave. But I should be seen and turned out. What could I do? I was cunning. I got up and began to wander about this city of the lost. I walked and walked. How small a city it is beside the other city, the city of the living. And yet the dead far outnumber the living. We must have tall houses, streets, a deal of space, for the 4 generations that at one and the same time enjoy the light of day, drink the water of springs, the juice of grapes, and eat the bread grown in the fields. And for all the generations of the dead, for all the serried ranks of human beings, from the beginning to our day, suffices a very nothing, a field, almost nothing. The earth receives them, forgets them and effaces them. Goodbye. At the end of the cultivated cemetery, I came all at once upon the deserted cemetery, the one where the dead of long ago came at their end to mingle their dust with the earth. Where the very crosses were rotting away, where the latest comers will be placed at some future day. It is full of wild roses, sturdy black cypress trees, a sad and marvelous garden, grown rich feeding on human flesh. I was alone, quite alone. I effaced myself behind a green tree. I hid myself entirely among its thick somber branches. And I waited, clinging to its trunk like a shipwrecked man to a spar. When the night was dark, very dark, I left my refuge and began to walk softly, with slow muted steps, over this ground full of the dead. I wandered for a long time, a long, long time. I did not find her again. With outstretched arms, wide open eyes, striking against tombstones with hands, and feet and knees and chest, with my very head, I went and did not find her. I touched, I felt about like a blind man seeking his way, I felt stones, crosses, iron bars, wreaths of glass, wreaths of faded flowers. I read the names with my fingers, tracing them over the letters. What a night! What a night! I did not find her. No moon. What a night! I was seized with fear, terrible fear, in these narrow patches, between 2 rows of graves. Graves! 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 Everywhere graves. To the left, to the right of me, before me, round me, everywhere, graves. I sat down on one of them, for my knees were shaking so much that I could not go on walking. I heard the beating of my heart. And I heard something else too. What was it? A confused nameless sound. Was the sound in my fear-stricken mind, in the impenetrable night, or under the mysterious earth, under the earth sown with human corpses? I looked round me. How long did I stay there? I don't know. I was paralyzed with terror, I was drunk with fear, near screaming, near death. And all at once I thought that the slab of marble on which I was seated moved. In very truth, it was moving, as if someone were pushing it up. With one bound I flung myself on the nearest grave, and saw, yes, I saw the stone which I had just left, raise itself bolt upright. And the dead appeared, a naked skeleton who was pushing off the stone with his bent back. I saw with perfect clearness, although the night was black as pitch. On the cross I could read, "Here lies Jacques Oliphant, who departed this life aged 51 years. He was a good, honest man, who loved his family, and died in the peace of the Lord." Now the dead man himself was reading the words written on his tomb. Then he picked up a stone in the road, a small sharp stone, and began carefully to scratch out those words. Slowly, he entirely obliterated them, gazing with his empty eye sockets at the place where until that moment they had been engraved. And with the end of the bone which was once his index finger he wrote in luminous letters, like the lines that are traced on walls with the end of a match, "Here lies Jacques Oliphant, who departed this life aged 51 years. By his harshness he hastened the death of his father, from whom he was anxious to inherit, he tortured his wife, tormented his child, cheated his neighbors, robbed when he could and died a wretched man." The dead made an end of writing and, immobile, contemplated his work. And turning round, I saw that all the graves were open, that all the dead bodies had emerged, that all had effaced the lies written by their relation on the funeral stone, to reaffirm thereon the truth. And I saw that all had been the executioners of their kith and kin, malignant, dishonest, hypocrites, liars, cheats, slanderers, envious, that they had robbed, deceived, perpetrated every sort of shameful and abominable deed, these good fathers, these faithful spouses, these devoted sons, these chaste maidens, these upright tradesmen. These men and women reputed beyond reproach. With one accord they were writing, on the threshold of their eternal dwelling, the cruel, terrible, and sacred truth, of which everyone in the world is ignorant or pretends to be ignorant. I thought that she too must be tracing it on her grave. And fearless now, running between the yawning graves, between the corpses, between the skeletons, I made my way towards her, sure that I should shortly find her. I recognized her from afar off, although I could not see the face wrapped in its grave clothes. And on the marble cross where just now I had read, "She loved, was loved and died," I saw. Going out one day to deceive her lover, she caught cold in the rain, and died. It appears that they picked me up at dawn, lying unconscious, near a grave. Madame Husson's May King. We had just passed through Geysers, where I had been awakened by hearing the name of the place shouted by the porters, and I was falling off to sleep again, when a frightful jerk threw me on top of the fat lady in the opposite seat. A wheel had come off the engine, which was lying across the line. The tender and the luggage van, also derailed, lay beside this wreck which panted, shuddered, whistled, snorted and spat like horses that have fallen in the street. Their flanks throb, their chests quiver, their nostrils smoke, they shudder through their whole bodies but do not seem able to make the slightest effort to get up and go on again. No one was killed or injured, only a few bruises, for the train was not yet running at full speed again. We gazed sadly at the great crippled iron body that could no longer carry us and would bar our way, perhaps for some time, for they would certainly have to send to Paris for a relief train. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning, so I decided then and there to get back to Geysers and have some lunch. As I was walking down the line I kept saying to myself, "Geysers, Geysers, I am sure I know someone there." But whom? Geysers? I am certain I have a friend in the town. Suddenly a name leapt into my mind, Albert Marimbot. He was an old college friend whom I had not seen for 12 years at least, and who practiced medicine at Geysers. He had often sent me invitations, which I always accepted but never kept. This time, however, I would use my opportunity. I asked the first person I met, "Do you know where Dr. Marimbot lives?" He answered immediately in the drawling accent of Normandy, "In the Rue Dauphine." I saw, indeed, on the door of the house he pointed out, a big brass plate on which was engraved the name of my old friend. I rang the bell, but the maid, a girl with yellow hair and slow movements, repeated stupidly, "He's out, he's out." I could hear the clatter of forks and glasses, so I cried out, "Hello, Marimbot." A door opened and a fat man with side whiskers came out with a vexed air, carrying a napkin in his hand. Well, I really would not have recognized him. He looked at least 45, and I had an instant vision of the provincial life that makes a man heavy, middle-aged and old. In a flash of thought that took less time than the action of holding out my hand, I knew his life, his manner of living, his attitude of mind and his theories about things. I guessed at the large meals to which he owed his paunch, the drowsiness after dinner in the lethargy of an overladen digestion watered with cognac. The cursory examination he gave his sick when his thoughts were on the fowl roasting on the spit in front of the fire. His conversations on cooking, on cider, brandy and wine. On the manner of cooking certain dishes, and how best to thicken certain sauces, needed no further evidence than the moist redness of his cheeks, his drooping eyelids and the dull shine of his eyes. I said to him, "You don't recognize me. I am Raoul Auberton." He opened his arms and nearly suffocated me. His first words were these. "You haven't had lunch, of course?" "No." "What luck. I was just sitting down to it and there is an excellent trout." 5 minutes later I was sitting opposite him at lunch. I asked him, "You are still a bachelor?" "My goodness, yes." "And are you happy here?" "I am not bored, I keep busy. I have patients and friends. I eat well, enjoy good health, can laugh and hunt. That's good enough for me." "You don't find life monotonous in this little town?" "No, old chap, not if you know your way about. A small place is in essentials very like a large one. Events and pleasures are less varied but one notices them more, there are fewer people but one sees more of them. If you know all the windows in a street, each one of them interests and intrigues you more than a whole street in Paris. A little town is very amusing, you know, very amusing, most amusing. Take this one, Geysers. I have at my fingertips all there is to know about it, from its beginning to the present day. You have no idea what a quaint history it has. You are a native of Geysers?" "Me? No, I belong to Gournay, its neighbor and rival. Gournay is to Geysers what Lucullus was to Cicero. Here everyone is out for fame, people call us the arrogant people of Geysers. At Gournay they think of nothing but their stomachs. We call them the guzzlers of Gournay. Geysers despises Gournay, but Gournay laughs at Geysers. This is a comic country." I noticed that I was eating a truly exquisite dish of soft-boiled eggs surrounded by a layer of meat jelly savored with herbs and slightly frozen. Smacking my lips to please him, I said to Marimbot, "This is good." He smiled. "It only requires 2 things, a good jelly, which is hard to get, and good eggs." "Oh, good eggs, how rare they are, and, with a slightly reddish yolk, how savory. For myself, I have 2 weaknesses, one for eggs, the other for poultry. I feed my hens in a special way. I have my own ideas on the subject. In an egg, as in the flesh of a chicken, or in beef, or mutton, or milk, or any of these things, there is, and one ought to taste it, the juices, almost the essence of the internal secretions of the animal. How much better one would fare if everyone realized that." I laughed. "So you are a gourmand?" "Lord! It's only idiots who are not. One is a gourmand much as one is an artist, or a scholar, or a poet. The palate, my dear, is a delicate organ as perfectible and as worthy of respect as one's eyes or ears. Not to have a palate is to be deprived of an exquisite faculty, the power of appreciating the quality of food. Just as one can be deprived of the power to appreciate the quality of a book or a work of art. It is like being deprived of one of the primary senses, a part of man's superiority. Without it, one is relegated to the innumerable ranks of weaklings, outcasts and fools of which our race is composed. In other words, it is like having a low tongue instead of a low mind. The man who cannot distinguish between a crawfish and a lobster, or a herring, an excellent fish which has in itself all the flavor and scent of the sea, and a mackerel or a whiting. between a Poire Crassane and a Poire Duchesse, is only comparable to one who confuses Balzac and Eugene Sue, or a Beethoven symphony with a bandmaster's march. Or the Belvedere Apollo with the statue of General Blandmont. Who in the world is General Blandmont? Oh, of course, you don't know. It's easy to see you don't belong to Geysers. My dear old chap, I told you just now that the inhabitants of this town were nicknamed the arrogant men of Geysers, and never was an epithet better applied. But let's get on with lunch first, and I will tell you about the town while I show you around. He stopped talking now and then to sip a glass of wine which he looked at tenderly every time he put it down. He was an amusing sight with his napkin tucked into his collar, his flushed cheeks and shining eyes, and whiskers spreading round his moving jaws. He made me eat to repletion. Then, when I was thinking of getting back to the station, he seized my arm and led me into the street. The town, which was quite a pleasant provincial city, was crowned by its fortress, the most curious monument of the military architecture of the 12th century left in France. The fortress itself looked down over a long green valley where the clumsy Norman cows browsed and ruminated in the pastures. The doctor said to me, "Geysers, a town of 4,000 inhabitants on the borders of Eure, was first mentioned in the commentaries of Julius Caesar, Caesaris Ostium, then Caesartium, Caesortium. Gesortium, Geysers. I'll now take you to see the place where the Roman army encamped. Their traces are still visible." I laughed and replied, "It seems to me, old man, that you are suffering from a disease which you as a doctor ought to investigate. It is called parochial pride." He stopped short. Parochial pride, my friend, is only natural patriotism. I love my house and, by a natural extension of that love, my town and my province, because I find in them only the customs of my village. But, if I love my frontier, if I defend it, if I am angry when a neighbor sets foot on it, it is because I feel my house already threatened. Because the frontier which I do not know is the road to my province. I myself am a Norman, a true Norman. Well, in spite of my bitterness against Germany and my desire for vengeance, I do not dislike her, I do not hate her by instinct as I hate the English, the real, hereditary and natural enemy of the Normans, because the English invaded the land occupied by my ancestors, they plundered and ravaged it 20 times. And the traditional hatred of this faithless race came to me with life itself, from my father, but here is the statue of the general. What general? General Blandmont. We had to have a statue. They don't call us the arrogant men of Geysers for nothing. So we discovered General Blandmont. Look in the window of this bookshop. He dragged me in front of a bookshop in which about 15 books bound in yellow, red and blue caught my eye. When I read the titles I began to giggle idiotically. They were Geysers, its beginnings, its future, by M.X., a member of several learned societies. History of Geysers, by the Abbé A. Geysers from the time of Caesar to our day, by M.B. a landed proprietor. Geysers and its neighborhood, by Dr. C.D. The Glories of Geysers, by an antiquarian. My dear man, replied Marimbot, not a year passes, not one, mark you, but a new history of Geysers is brought out, we have 23 of them already. What about the Glories of Geysers? I asked. Oh, I couldn't tell you all of them, I can only speak of the outstanding ones. First we had General Blandmont, then the Baron d'Avalier, the celebrated ceramist who explored Spain and the Balearic Islands and revealed to collectors the wonderful Moorish pottery. In literature, we have a journalist of considerable merit, now dead, Charles Brain, and, among well-known living men, the very eminent director of the Nouvelliste de Rouen, Charles Lapierre, O. And many more, a great many more. We were going down the gentle slope of a long street. The June sun warmed it from end to end and had driven the inhabitants indoors. Suddenly a man came into sight at the other end of the road, a drunken man, reeling as he came. Head thrust forward, with arms swinging and nerveless legs, he came on in jerks of 3, 6 or 10 quick steps followed by a pause. When a short, strenuous rush had landed him in the middle of the street, he stopped short and swayed as though hesitating between a fall and a further display of energy. Then he advanced abruptly in another direction. Next he cannonied violently into a house, to which he attached himself with every appearance of wanting to enter it through the wall. Then he turned round with a sharp effort and stared ahead, his mouth open and his eyes blinking in the sun. At last, with a jerk of his hind quarters, he removed his back from the wall and set off again. A little yellow dog, a famished mongrel, followed him, barking, stopping when he stopped and going on again when he went on. "Look," said Marimbot, "there is Madame Husson's May King." I was most astonished and asked, "Madame Husson's May King, whatever do you mean by that?" The doctor began to laugh. "Oh, it's just a way we have here in speaking of drunken men. It arose from an old story which has now become a legend, although it is absolutely true." "Is it an amusing story?" "Oh, most amusing." "Go ahead then." "Right you are. At one time there lived in this town an old lady who, being very virtuous herself, encouraged virtue in others. Her name was Madame Husson. I'm telling you the story with the real names, you know, not with made-up ones. Madame Husson spent most of her time in good works, helping the poor and rewarding the deserving. Tiny, pattering along with short rapid steps, her head surmounted by a black silk peruke, formal and polite, she was on very good terms with the good God as represented by the Abbé Malou. She had the greatest horror, an instinctive horror, of vice, and most of all for that vice which the Church calls incontinence. Premarital getting of children drove her beside herself with rage, and exasperated her until she was almost out of her wits. Now it was the period when May Queens were being crowned in the district round Paris, and Madame Husson was taken with the idea of having a May Queen at Geysers. She laid her project before the Abbé Malou, and he at once drew up a list of candidates. But Madame Husson was waited on by a maidservant, an old maidservant named Françoise, as uncompromising as her mistress. As soon as the priest had gone, the mistress called her servant and said to her, "Listen, Françoise. Here are the girls whom his reverence suggests to me for the prize of virtue, try and find out what people about here think of them." And Françoise went forth to spy out the land. She raked together all the gossip, all the tales, all the scandal, every vaguest hint. For fear that she should forget anything, she wrote it all down in her household accounts along with the items of expenditure, and handed it every morning to Madame Husson, who used to read. After she had adjusted her spectacles on her thin nose. Bread. 4 cents. Milk. 2 cents. Butter. 8 cents. Malonia Levesque disgraced herself last year with Mathrin Poilu. 1 leg of mutton. 25 cents. Salt. 1 cent. Rosalie Vatinel was met in the wood at Riboudet with César P. Noir by Madame Onesime, the washerwoman, on the 20th of July in the twilight. Radishes. 1 cent. Vinegar. 2 cents. Sorrel salt. 2 cents. Josephine Durdant, that nobody thinks has gone wrong. In spite of her being in correspondence with young Auperton who is employed in Rouen and who sent her a bonnet as a gift by the stagecoach. Not a single girl emerged unscathed from this searching investigation. Françoise questioned everyone, neighbors, tradesmen, the schoolmaster, the nuns at the school, and gathered up the faintest rumors. Since there is not a girl in the universe upon whom the gossips have not looked askance, there was not found in the countryside a maiden safe from some scrap of scandal. Now Madame Husson desired that the May Queen, like Caesar's wife, should be quite above suspicion, and in the face of her servant's housekeeping book she was reduced to grief and despair. The circle of choice was widened to include the neighboring villages, but they found nothing. The mayor was consulted. Those that he favored suffered shipwreck. Those of Diar Barbasol were no more successful, for all the certitude of his scientific warranty. Then, one morning, Françoise, who had just returned from one of her expeditions, said to her mistress, "Look you, madam, if you wish to crown anyone. There is no one but Isidore in the whole district." Madame Husson became deeply thoughtful. She knew him well, this Isidore, son of Virginie the greengrocer. His chastity, become a byword, had provided food for mirth in geysers for many a long day, and served as an engaging subject of conversation for the town and of amusement for the girls, who delighted in teasing him. A little over 20 years of age, big, ungainly, slow and timorous, he helped his mother with her business, and passed his days, seated on a chair before the door, sorting fruit and vegetables. He had an unhealthy fear of petticoats, which made him lower his eyes the moment one of the women coming into the shop looked at him with a smile. And this well-known timidity of his made him the laughingstock of all the wags in the district. Risky words, lewd sayings, and allusions hinting at obscenity made him blush so quickly that Dr. Barbasol had nicknamed him the thermometer of modesty. Did he or did he not know? His neighbors asked themselves maliciously. Was it simply the presentiment of unknown and shameful mysteries, or was it rather indignation at the loathly contacts entailed in love that seemed to move the son of the greengrocer Virginie so strongly? The message boys of the district, when running past his shop, shouted out filthy sayings at the top of their voices, in order to see him lower his eyes. The girls passed and repassed before him, whispering sly suggestions that drove him back into the house. The more impudent provoked him openly, in order to laugh at him and amuse themselves, made assignations, suggested 1,000 abominable ideas. So Madame Husson had become deeply thoughtful. In truth, Isidore was an example of quite exceptional virtue, notorious, impregnable. No one, not even the most skeptical or the most unbelieving, could have or would have dared to suspect Isidore of infringing in the smallest degree any law of morality whatever. Never once had he been seen in a café, never once met in the streets of an evening. He went to bed at 8 and got up at 4. He was a paragon, a pearl. All the same, Madame Husson still hesitated. The idea of substituting a May-King for a May-Queen troubled her, upset her a little, and she resolved to consult the Abbé Malou. The Abbé Malou replied, "What do you desire to reward, madam?" "Virtue, I take it, and nothing but virtue." "What does it matter to you, therefore, whether virtue be in a male or a female? Virtue is eternal, of no country and of no sex, it is just virtue." Thus encouraged, Madame Husson went to find the mayor. He quite approved. "We will hold a splendid festival," said he, "and another year, if we find a woman as worthy as Isidore, we will crown a woman. We shall indeed set a lofty example to Nanterre. Let us not be exclusive, let us welcome all that is worthy." Isidore, told of the honor, blushed deeply and seemed content. The day of the ceremony was fixed for the 15th of August, the festival of the Virgin Mary and of the Emperor Napoleon. The municipality had decided to lend an air of exceptional splendor to this solemn ceremonial, and had placed the platform on the Couronneaux. A charming continuation of the ramparts of the old fortress, to which I will shortly take you. By a natural reversal of public opinion, Isidore's virtue, till then a matter for ridicule, became suddenly a matter for envy, since it was going to bring him 500 francs. Besides a little savings book, together with unlimited esteem and glory to spare. The girls now regretted their frivolous folly, their smirks, their immodest behavior. And Isidore, quite as modest and timorous as ever, had taken on a faint complacent air that spoke his inward satisfaction. With the arrival of the 15th of August, the whole of the Rue Dauphine was draped with flags. Ah, I've forgotten to tell you after what event this roadway had been called Rue Dauphine. It would appear that the Dauphine, I don't know now which one, when visiting geysers, had been kept on exhibition so long by the authorities that, in the middle of a triumphal procession through the town, she stopped the procession before one of the houses in this street and exclaimed, "Oh, what a beautiful house! How I would like to visit it! Whose is it?" They told her the owner's name. He was sought out, found and brought, embarrassed but covered with glory, before the princess. She stepped down from her carriage, entered the house, pretended to look over it from top to bottom, and even remained shut up for some moments alone in one of the rooms. When she came out again, the people, flattered by the honor shown to a citizen of Geysers, shouted out, "Long live the Dauphine!" But a little song was made up by some wag, and the street took the name of Her Royal Highness, because La Princesse très précise. Sans cloche, prêtre au bedeau. Levate. Avec un peu d'eau. Baptisé. 28. But let me return to Isidore. Flowers had been strewn all along the route of the procession, just as is customary at the procession of the Holy Sacrament, and the National Guard was called out, under the orders of its chief. Commandant Desbarres, a stout old warrior of the Grande Armée, who proudly displayed, beside a frame holding the Cross of Honor bestowed by the Emperor himself, a Cossack's beard. Cut at a single saber stroke from its owner's chin by the commandant, during the retreat from Russia. The corps that he commanded was, in addition, a corps of picked men famous throughout the province. And his company of grenadiers from Geysers was in demand at all the important festivals within a radius of 15 or 20 leagues. The story is told that King Louis-Philippe, when reviewing the troops from Ur, stopped in wonder before the company from Geysers and cried out, "Oh, who are these fine grenadiers?" "Men from Geysers," replied the general. "I might have known it," murmured the king. The commandant Desbarres set out with his men, headed by the band, to seek out Isidore in his mother's shop. After a brief tune had been played beneath his windows, the May King himself appeared upon the threshold. He was clad from head to foot in white ducks and wore a straw hat, which bore, like a cockade, a small bunch of orange blossom. This question of dress had given Madame Husson much anxiety. She hesitated for a long time between the black garment worn by those taking their first communion and the full vesture of white. But Françoise, her adviser, decided her in favor of the full white by showing her that the May King would have the appearance of a swan. Behind him appeared his protectress, his godmother, the triumphant Madame Husson. She took his arm, ready for the start, and the mayor took up his position on the other side of the May King. The drums began to beat. Commandant Desbarres gave the command. "Present arms." The procession set off on its march towards the church, in the midst of a great crowd of people assembled from all the neighboring villages. After a short mass and a touching address from the Abbé Molot, the procession headed for the Couronneaux where the feast was set out in readiness under a tent. Before sitting down at table, the mayor made a speech. Here are his exact words. I learnt them off by heart, for it was a fine speech. "Young man, a lady of wealth, beloved by the poor and respected by the rich, Madame Husson, to whom I here render thanks on behalf of the whole country, conceived the idea, the happy and kindly idea, of establishing in the town a prize for virtue which should be a worthy inducement to the inhabitants of this beautiful countryside. You are, young man, the first to be chosen, the first to be crowned in this royal line of wisdom and chastity. Your name will always stand at the head of this roll of the most worthy. And it is demanded of you that your life, make no mistake about it, that your whole life should be in harmony with this happy beginning. Today, in the presence of this noble woman who rewards your conduct, in the presence of these citizen soldiers who have taken up their arms in your honor, in the presence of this deeply moved throng, gathered together to acclaim you, or rather to acclaim virtue in your person, you are entering into a solemn covenant with the town, with us all, to preserve until the day of your death the magnificent promise of your youth. Always bear this in mind, young man. You are the first seed sown in the field of hope, and we look to you to bring forth those fruits expected of you." The mayor took 3 steps, opened his arms and clasped the sobbing Isidore to his heart. He sobbed, the May King, without knowing why, with mixed emotion, with pride, with vague and pleasant sentiment. Then the mayor placed in one of his hands the silk purse in which the gold chinked, 500 francs in gold, and in the other a little savings book. And in a solemn voice he pronounced, "Honor, glory, and riches to virtue." Commandant Desbarres cried out, "Bravo!" The grenadiers cheered, the people applauded. Madame Husson too dried her eyes. Then they sat down at their places around the table where the banquet was spread. It was never-ending and sumptuous. Yellow cider and red wine fraternized in glasses, side by side, and mingled in the stomach. The rattle of plates, voices and music playing in muffled tones made a deep, ceaseless murmur, dying away in the clear sky where the swallows flew. Every now and then Madame Husson adjusted her wig of black silk, awry over one ear, and talked with the Abbé Malou. The mayor, in high spirits, talked politics with Commandant Desbarres, and Isidore ate, Isidore drank, as he had never before eaten and drunk. He helped himself again and again to everything, finding out for the first time that it is sweet to feel one's belly full of good things that please the palate before they please the stomach. He had adroitly loosened the buckle of his trousers, which tightened with the increasing pressure of his abdomen, and in silence, a little disturbed, however, by a stain of wine fallen on his cotton vest, he ceased to chew in order to lift the glass to his mouth and keep it there as long as possible, while he took slow sips of wine. The time for toasts came round. They were many and much applauded. The evening came, they had been at table since midday. Now there floated in the valley a thin, milky mist. The light vesture of night upon the streams and meadows, the sun dipped below the horizon, the cows lowed afar off in the mists of the pasture land. It was over, they returned towards Geysers. The procession, broken up now, marched helter-skelter. Madame Husson had taken Isidore's arm and was giving him much counsel, urgent and sound. They stopped before the greengrocer's door and the May-King was left with his mother. She had not come home. Invited by her family to take part in the celebration of her son's triumph, she had lunched with her sister, after having followed the procession to the banqueting tent. So Isidore remained alone in the shop, into which darkness was penetrating. He sat down in a chair, flushed with wine and pride, and looked around him. The carrots, cabbages and onions filled the closed room with their strong vegetable smell, a rude, earthy odor, with which was mingled the sweet, penetrating smell of strawberries and the delicate, evasive perfume of a basket of peaches. The May-King took one and ate it with big bites, though his belly was round as a pumpkin. Then suddenly, delirious with joy, he began to dance, and something rattled in his gown. He was surprised, and plunged his hands into his pockets and drew out the purse with the 500 francs, which he had forgotten in his drunken joy. 500 francs. What a fortune! He poured out the louis on the counter and spread them out with a slow, caressing movement of his great open palm in order to see them all at once. There were 25 round coins, in gold. All in gold. They shone on the wood in the deep gloom, and he counted them over and over again, placing his finger on each one and murmuring, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 200. Then he put them back in the purse, which he replaced in his pocket. Who could know and who could describe the terrible conflict waged in the May-King's soul between good and evil, the tumultuous onset of Satan, the subtle tricks, the temptations that he hurled against this timid, virgin heart? What suggestions, what imaginings, what covetous desires did the evil one invent to provoke and destroy this chosen soul? Madame Husson's elect seized his hat, the hat that still bore the little bunch of orange blossom, and, going out by the little lane at the back of the house, disappeared into the night. Virginie, the greengrocer, warned that her son had returned, came back almost at once and found the house empty. She waited, without any qualms at first, then, at the end of a quarter of an hour, she made inquiries. Her neighbors in the Rue Dauphine had seen Isidore come in but had not seen him go out again. Then they went to look for him, but they did not find a trace of him. The greengrocer, dismayed, ran to the town hall. The mayor knew nothing, except that he had left the May-King at the door of his home. Madame Husson had just gone to bed when she was informed that her protégé had disappeared. She put on her wig again, got up and went herself to the greengrocer's. Virginie, whose simple soul was easily moved, was weeping copiously in the middle of her cabbages, carrots and onions. An accident was feared. But what? Commandant Desbarres informed the police, who made a round of the town, and on the way to Pontoise they found the little bunch of orange blossom. It was laid on a table around which the authorities held council. The May King must have been the victim of some ruse, some trick of jealousy, but how? What means had been employed to carry off this innocent, and to what end? Weary of the vain search, the authorities retired to bed. Virginie, all alone, lay awake in tears. Now, the following evening, when the coach from Paris passed through on its way back, the town of Geysers heard with amazement that its May King had stopped the vehicle 200 yards out of the town, had got in, and paid for his seat with a louis for which he had received the change, and that he had quietly left the coach in the heart of the great city. Feeling ran very high in the district. Letters were exchanged between the mayor and the chief of the Paris police, but resulted in no discovery. Day followed day, the week ran out. Then, one morning, Dr. Barbasol noticed, sitting on the threshold of a door, a man clad in dirty linen, who slept with his head against the wall. He approached and recognized Isidore. He tried to waken him, and was unable to do so. The ex-May King was in a deep, disquieting sleep that nothing could break, and the doctor, surprised, went in search of help to carry the young man to Boitelle, the chemist's. When they lifted him up, an empty bottle appeared, hidden under him. The doctor sniffed it and declared that it had contained brandy. It was a hint as to the remedies required. They succeeded. Isidore was drunk and besotted by 8 days of debauchery, drunk and so disgusting that a ragpicker wouldn't have touched him. His beautiful vesture of white linen was all rags and tatters, dirty, yellow, greasy, muddy, torn, beggarly, and his person smelt of all the odors of the sewer, the gutter and vice. He was washed, preached at, locked up, and, for 4 days, did not stir out of the house. He seemed ashamed and penitent. They couldn't find on him the purse with 500 francs, nor the little savings book, nor even his silver watch, a sacred heirloom bequeathed to him by his father the fruiterer. On the 5th day, he ventured into the Rue Dauphine. Many curious glances followed him, and he went past the houses with head bent down and furtive eyes. He vanished from sight at the point where the country opens out into the valley, but 2 hours later he reappeared, hiccuping and reeling against the walls. He was drunk, dead drunk. Nothing could cure him. Forced to it by his mother, he became a carter and drove the coal wagons for the firm of Puggressel, which is in existence still. His reputation as a drunkard was so bad and extended so far that, even at Evreux, they speak of Madame Husson's May King, and the drunken scoundrels of the district have preserved this nickname. A good action is never wasted. Dr. Marambot rubbed his hands together at the end of his story. I asked him, "Did you know the May King personally?" "Oh, yes, I had the honor of closing his eyes." "What did he die of?" "From an attack of delirium tremens, of course." We had arrived by this time at the old fortress, a pile of ruined walls surmounted by the high tower of St. Thomas of Canterbury, and the tower called the Prisoner's Tower. Marambot told me the story of this prisoner who, by means of a nail, covered the walls of his cell with sculpture, following the movements of the sun through the narrow cleft of a loophole. Then I learned that Clotaire too had given the patrimony of Geysers to his cousin Saint Romain, that Geysers ceased to be the capital of all Vexin after the Treaty of Saint Clair-sur-Epte. That the town was the salient strategic point of the whole of this part of France, and that by reason of this natural advantage it had been captured and recaptured times without number. By order of Guillaume Leroux, the celebrated engineer Robert de Belezme constructed there a strong fortress, later attacked by Louis le Gros, then by the Norman barons, defended by Robert de Conduz. Yielded finally to Louis le Gros by Geoffrey Plantagenet, retaken by the English through the Templars' treachery, quarreled over by Philippe Auguste and Richard Coeur de Lion. Burned by Edward III of England, who could not take the castle, rebuilt by the English in 1419, surrendered later to Charles VII by Richard de Marbury, taken by the Duke of Calabria. Occupied by the League, lived in by Henry IV, etc. etc. And Marembat, with deep conviction, roused almost to eloquence, repeated. What beggarly rascals the English are! What drunken scoundrels, my dear! May kings, every one of them, the hypocrites! He was silent, then stretched his arm towards the thread of river gleaming in the meadow. Do you know that Henry Monnier was one of the people who fished regularly on the banks of the Epte? No, I didn't know. And Bouffe, my dear, Bouffe made stained glass here. Well, I never. He did. You can't get away from facts like that. The father. Jean de Valnoix is a friend of mine whom I visit from time to time. He lives in a little house in the woods at the edge of a river. He retired from Paris after leading a wild life for 15 years. Suddenly he had enough of pleasures, dinners, men, women, cards, everything. And he came to live in this little place where he had been born. There are 2 or 3 of us who go, from time to spend a fortnight or 3 weeks with him. He is certainly delighted to see us when we arrive, and pleased to be alone again when we leave. So I went to see him last week, and he received me with open arms. We would spend the time, sometimes together, sometimes alone. Usually he reads and I work during the daytime, and every evening we talk until midnight. Well, last Tuesday, after a scorching day, towards 9 o'clock in the evening we were both of us sitting and watching the water flow at our feet. We were exchanging very vague ideas about the stars which were bathing in the current and which seemed to swim along ahead of us. Our ideas were very vague, confused, and brief, for our minds are very limited, weak, and powerless. I was growing sentimental about the sun, which dies in the Great Bear. One can only see it on very clear nights, it is so pale. When the sky is the least bit clouded it disappears. We were thinking of the creatures which people these worlds, of their possible forms, of their unthinkable faculties and unknown organs, of the animals and plants of every kind. Of all the kingdoms and forms of matter, of all the things which man's dreams can barely touch. Suddenly a voice called from the distance, Monsieur, Monsieur. Jean answered, Here I am, Baptiste. When the servant had found us he announced, It's Monsieur's gypsy. My friend burst out laughing, a thing which he rarely did, then he asked, Is today the 19th of July? Yes, monsieur. Very well. Tell her to wait for me. Give her some supper. I'll see her in 10 minutes. When the man had disappeared my friend took me by the arm saying, Let us walk along slowly, while I tell you this story. 7 years ago, when I arrived here, I went out one evening to take a walk in the forest. It was a beautiful day, like today, and I was walking along slowly under the great trees, looking at the stars through the leaves, drinking in the quiet restfulness of night and the forest. I had just left Paris forever. I was tired out, more disgusted than I can say by all the foolish, low, and nasty things which I had seen and in which I had participated for 15 years. I walked along for a great distance in this deep forest, following a path which leads to the village of Cruzille, about 10 miles from here. Suddenly my dog, Bach, a great Saint-Germain, which never left me, stopped short and began to growl. I thought that perhaps a fox, a wolf, or a boar might be in the neighborhood. I advanced gently on tiptoe, in order to make no noise, but suddenly I heard mournful human cries, plaintive, muffled and moving. Surely some murder was being committed. I rushed forward, taking a tight grip on my heavy oak cane, a regular club. I was coming nearer to the moans, which now became more distinct, but strangely muffled. They seemed to be coming from some house, perhaps from the hut of some charcoal burner. 3 feet ahead of me Bach was running, stopping, barking, starting again, very excited, and growling all the time. Suddenly another dog, a big black one with burning eyes, barred our progress. I could clearly see his white fangs, which seemed to be shining in his mouth. I ran towards him with uplifted stick, but Bach had already jumped, and the two beasts were rolling on the ground with their teeth buried in each other. I went past them and almost bumped into a horse lying in the road. As I stopped, in surprise, to examine the animal, I saw in front of me a wagon, or, rather, a caravan, such as are inhabited by circus people and the itinerant merchants who go from fair to fair. The cries were coming from there, frightful and continuous. As the door opened on the other side, I turned around this vehicle and rushed up the 3 wooden steps, ready to jump on the malefactor. What I saw seemed so strange to me that I could not understand it at first. A man was kneeling and seemed to be praying, while in the only bed something impossible to recognize, a half-naked creature, whose face I could not see, was moving, twisting about, and howling. It was a woman in labor. As soon as I understood the kind of accident which was the cause of these screams, I made my presence known, and the man, wild with grief, and apparently from the neighborhood of Marseilles, begged me to save him, to save her, promising me with many words an incredible gratitude. I had never seen a birth, I had never helped a female creature, woman, dog, or cat, in such a circumstance, and I naively said so, as I stupidly watched this thing which was screaming so in the bed. Then when I had gathered my wits again, I asked the grief-stricken man why he did not go to the next village. His horse must have caught in a rut and had broken his leg. "Well, my man," I exclaimed, "there are 2 of us now, and we will drag your wife to my house." But the howling dogs forced us to go outside, and we had to separate them by beating them with our sticks, at the risk of killing them. Then the idea struck me to harness them with us, one to the right and the other to the left, in order to help us. In 10 minutes everything was ready, and the wagon started forward slowly, shaking the poor, suffering woman each time it bumped over the deep ruts. Such a road, my friend. We were going along, panting, groaning, perspiring, slipping, and falling, while our poor dogs puffed along beside us. It took 3 hours to reach the cottage. When we arrived before the door, the cries from the wagon had ceased. Mother and child were doing well. They were put to bed, and then I had a horse harnessed up in order to go for a physician, while the man, an inhabitant of Marseilles, reassured, consoled, and triumphant, was stuffing himself with food and getting dead drunk in order to celebrate this happy birth. It was a girl. I kept these people with me for a week. The mother, Mademoiselle Elmire, was an extraordinarily lucid fortune-teller, who promised me an interminable life and countless joys. The following year, on exactly the same day, towards nightfall, the servant who has just called me came to me in the smoking room after dinner and said, "It's the gypsy of last year who has come to thank monsieur." I had her come into the house, and I was dumbfounded when I saw beside her a tall blond fellow, a man from the north, who bowed and spoke to me as chief of the community. He had heard of my kindness to Mademoiselle Elmire, and he had not wished to let this anniversary go by without bringing to me their thanks and a testimony of their gratitude. I gave them supper in the kitchen, and offered them my hospitality for the night. They left the following day. The woman returns every year at the same date with the child, a fine little girl, and a new lord and master each time. One man only, a fellow from Auvergne, who thanked me in his strange accent, came back 2 years in succession. The little girl calls them all Papa, just as one says Monsieur with us. We were arriving at the house, and we could barely distinguish 3 shadows standing on the steps, waiting for us. The tallest one took a few steps forward, made a great bow, and said, "Monsieur le Comte, we have come today in recognition of our gratefulness." He was a Belgian. After him, the little one spoke in the shrill, singing voice which children use when they recite a compliment. I appeared to know nothing, and I took Mademoiselle Elmire to one side, and, after a few questions, I asked her, "Is that the father of your child?" "Oh. No, monsieur." "Is the father dead?" "Oh. No, monsieur." We still see each other from time to time. He is a gendarme. What? Then it wasn't the fellow from Marseilles who was there at the birth? Oh. No, monsieur. That was a rascal who stole all my savings. And the gendarme, the real father, does he know his child? Oh. Yes, monsieur, and he loves her very much. But he can't take care of her because he has others by his wife. The rabbit. At the usual time between 5 and 5:15 in the morning, old Lecasseur appeared at the door of his house to watch his men start work. Red in the face and half asleep, one eye open and the other nearly shut, he had some difficulty in buttoning his braces over his fat stomach while he cast a keen glance round every important corner of the farm. The sun shed its oblique rays through the beech trees by the ditch and the squat apple trees in the courtyard, making the cocks on the dunghill crow, and the pigeons on the roof coo. In the fresh morning air the smell of the cowhouse drifted through the open door, mingled with the pungent odor from the stable where the neighing horses turned their heads towards the light. As soon as his trousers were safely fastened, old Lecasseur started off, going first to the henhouse to count the morning's eggs. As he had had suspicions about some of his friends for some time past. The servant girl rushed towards him with her arms in the air, shouting. "Master, master, a rabbit has been stolen in the night." "A rabbit?" "Yes, master, the big grey one from the hutch on the right." The farmer opened his left eye wide and simply said, "I must see to it." And off he went. The hutch had been broken, and the rabbit was gone. Then the man, greatly worried, closed his right eye and scratched his nose. After thinking the matter over he told the scared servant girl, who was standing beside him like a fool. "Go and fetch the police. Say I expect them to come at once." Old Lecasseur was mayor of his commune, Pavigny-le-Gras, over which he ruled with a high hand owing to his wealth and position. As soon as the girl had disappeared in the direction of the village, which was about 500 yards away, the peasant went home to have his morning coffee and discuss the matter with his wife, whom he found on her knees in front of the fire blowing it to make it burn up. When he reached the door he said, "Now, someone has stolen a rabbit, the big, grey one." "The big, grey one," she sighed. "What a shame. Whoever can have stolen that rabbit?" She was a little, thin woman, full of energy, and very neat, who knew all about farming. Lecasseur had his own ideas on the matter. "It must be that fellow Polite." The wife suddenly got up from the floor and said in a furious voice, "He did it. He did it. No need to hunt about for anyone else. He did it. You are right, Cacheuse." All the avarice and fury of the careful peasant woman against the manservant of whom she had always been suspicious and against the servant girl she had always suspected, showed in the contraction of her mouth and in the wrinkles in the cheeks and forehead of her thin, angry face. "What have you done?" she asked. "I have sent for the police." Polite was a laborer who had been employed on the farm for a few days and dismissed by Lecasseur for insolence. He had been a soldier and was said to have kept the habits of pilfering and debauchery acquired in his African campaigns. He did anything to earn a livelihood, but whether mason, navvy, carter, reaper, stone-breaker, or tree-pruner, first and foremost he was a loafer. Not only could he never keep a place, but he was often obliged to go to different parts of the country to find a job. From the very first day that he came to the farm, Lecasseur's wife had detested him, and now she was sure that he had committed the theft. In about half an hour the two policemen arrived. Inspector Senateur was very tall and thin, Constable Lenient was short and fat. Lecasseur made them sit down and told them all about it. Then they visited the scene of the theft to verify the destruction of the hutch and to collect evidence. When they got back to the kitchen, the mistress of the house brought out some wine, filled up the glasses and asked with a defiant glance, "Are you going to catch him?" The inspector seemed anxious. Of course he was sure to catch the thief if he were pointed out to him. If not, he could not promise to find the culprit. After long reflection he asked this simple question. Do you know the thief? An expression of Norman cunning crept round Lecacheur's big mouth, and he replied. As for knowing him, no, I do not, as I did not see him steal. If I had seen him I would have made him eat the beast raw, skin and flesh too, without a drop of cider to help it down. For this reason I cannot say who it is, nevertheless I believe it to be that good-for-nothing Polyte. Then he related at length his troubles with Polyte, why the man had left his service, his scowling face, the tales that were told about him, piling up insignificant, petty details. The inspector, who listened attentively although he was always emptying and refilling his glass, turned towards the constable and said casually, "We must search the cottage of the shepherd Severin's wife." The constable smiled and nodded his head 3 times in reply. Then Madame Lecacher came up and in her turn, and with all a peasant's artfulness, very gently questioned the inspector. This shepherd Severin, a simpleton and quite rough in his ways, had grown up on the hillside surrounded by his roaming, bleating flock, knowing little about anything but sheep. Nevertheless he had the peasant's instinct for saving. For years and years he must have hidden in hollow trees and in crevices of rocks all that he earned either as a keeper of flocks or as an animal doctor. Healing sprains by his touch and his spells for the bone-setter's secret had been handed down to him by an old shepherd whose place he had taken. Then one day he bought at public auction for 3,000 francs a little bit of land consisting of a cottage and field. A few months later his marriage was announced. He was going to marry the innkeeper's servant, who was notorious for her immorality. The boys of the village said that the girl, knowing he was fairly well off, had been going to his hut every night. That she could do as she pleased with him and had gradually persuaded him to marry her. After they were married she went home to the house which her man had bought, and here she lived while he went on watching his flocks, night and day, on the plains. The inspector added. Polyte has been sleeping with her for 3 weeks, the scoundrel has no other shelter. The constable ventured to say. He is taking the shepherd's blankets. Madame Lecacher, seized by a fresh fit of rage that was intensified by a married woman's anger against any impropriety, exclaimed. I am sure it is she. Go at once. Ah! The blackguards! But the inspector calmly said. 1 minute. Let us wait until 12 o'clock, as he goes there to dinner every day I will catch them with their noses over it. The constable smiled, pleased at his chief's idea. Lecacher smiled too, for the shepherd's story seemed funny to him. Betrayed husbands are always a joke. 12 o'clock had just struck when Inspector Senateur, followed by his man, knocked gently 3 times at the door of a little lonely house, at the corner of a wood, 500 yards from the village. They were standing waiting close against the wall so as not to be seen from inside. After a minute or two, as nobody answered, the inspector knocked again. The house seemed empty, it was so quiet, but the constable, lenient, whose hearing was very good, said that someone was moving about inside. Then Senateur got angry. He would not allow anyone to defy the authority of the law for 1 second, so knocking at the wall, he shouted. Open the door. As this order produced no effect, he roared, If you do not do as I bid you, I shall smash the lock. I am the chief inspector, by G. Here, lenient. He had not finished before the door opened and Senateur saw a fat woman with a red face, swollen cheeks, drooping breasts, protruding stomach and big hips, one of those coarse animal females, the wife of Severin the shepherd. He went in, saying, I have come to see you about a little investigation I must make. He looked round. On the table a plate, jug of cider, half-filled glass indicated the beginning of a meal. 2 knives were lying side by side and the shrewd constable winked at his chief and said, It smells good, adding gaily, I would swear it was stewed rabbit. Will you have a liqueur brandy? The peasant woman asked. No, thank you. I only want the skin of the rabbit you are eating. She pretended not to understand, but was trembling in every limb. What rabbit? The inspector had sat down and was calmly wiping his brow. Come, come, mother, you are not going to try to make us believe that you live on couch grass. What were you eating, all by yourself, for your dinner? Me, nothing, nothing, I swear. A tiny bit of butter on my bread. The deuce, my good woman, a tiny bit of butter on your bread, you are making a mistake. What you mean is a tiny bit of butter on the rabbit. Damn it all. Your butter smells good. It is special butter, extra good, wedding butter, special frying butter, surely, not ordinary household butter, butter like that. The constable, doubled up with laughter, repeated. Surely, not ordinary household butter. As Inspector Senator was fond of a joke, the local police all indulged in witticisms. He continued, where do you keep your butter? My butter? Yes, your butter. Well, in the jar. What jar? The butter jar, of course. Here it is. She brought out an old cup with a layer of salt, rancid butter in the bottom. The inspector sniffed at it and, shaking his head, said, that's not the same. I want the butter that smells of stewed rabbit. Come, lenient, let us have a look round. You look on the sideboard, my boy, I am going to look under the bed. Having closed the door, he went up to the bed and tried to move it, but it was fixed to the wall and had apparently not been moved for over 50 years. Then, the inspector bending down, his uniform cracked, and a button gave way. Lenient, he said. Inspector? Come over here to the bed, my boy. I am too tall to see underneath. I will look after the sideboard. He got up and waited while the man carried out his orders. Lenient, short and fat, took off his helmet, threw himself on his stomach, and gluing his head to the ground, gazed for some time into the black hollow under the bed. Then he suddenly cried out, I've got him. I've got him. The inspector bent over the constable. What have you got, the rabbit? No, the thief. The thief. Fetch him out, fetch him out. The constable, whose arms were both under the bed, was pulling at something with all his strength. At last with his right hand he pulled out a foot wearing a heavy shoe. The inspector caught hold of it. Courage, courage. Pull hard. Lenient, who was now on his knees, pulled at the other leg. But it was hard work, for the prisoner was kicking steadily, rolling about and arching his back, wedged up against the crossbar of the bed by his hips. Courage, courage. Pull, cried Senator. They pulled so hard that the crossbar gave way and the man's body was dragged out, but not his head, with which he was still holding on to his hiding place. At last they managed to get it out too, and they saw the angry, terrified face of Polite, whose arms were still under the bed. One more pull, cried the inspector. Then there was a strange sound, and as arms followed shoulders, and hands followed arms, first a casserole handle was seen in the hands, and the end of the handle the casserole itself, which contained the stewed rabbit. Good Lord! Good Lord! Bellowed the inspector, wild with joy, while Lenient made sure of the prisoner. The rabbit skin, undeniable proof of theft, the last and most damning piece of evidence, was discovered in the mattress. Then the police returned to the village in triumph with the prisoner, the stewed rabbit, and the rabbit skin. A week later, the whole affair having made a considerable stir, Master Lecacher, on arriving at the hall to discuss matters with the schoolmaster, was told that the shepherd Severin had been waiting for an hour to see him. He was sitting on a chair in the corner with his stick between his legs. When he caught sight of the mayor he got up, took off his cap and bowed, saying, "Good day, Master Cacheuse," but he did not sit down again, as he felt shy and awkward. "What do you want?" said the farmer. "Well, there, Master Cacheuse, is it true that a rabbit was stolen from your place the other week?" "Yes, that's true, Severin." "Ah, well, then it's really true?" "Yes, my good fellow." "And who stole it, the rabbit?" "Polite Ancas, the laborer." "Ah, well. It is also really true that he was found under my bed?" "What do you mean, the rabbit?" The rabbit and Polite as well, one at one end and the other at the other. Yes, poor old chap. That's true. Then it's really true? Yes. Whoever told you about it? Pretty well everybody. I understand. And then, well, you must know all about married life, seeing that you as a mayor marry people. What do you mean, about married life? I mean about one's rights. What do you mean by one's rights? All about the rights of husband and wife. Yes, I know all that. Well, then, tell me, Master Cacheuse, has my wife the right to sleep with Polite? What do you mean, to sleep with Polite? Yes, has she the right, according to law and seeing that she is my wife, to sleep with Polite? No, of course not, she has not the right. If I find her at it again, have I the right to beat her, have I? To beat her and him too? Why, yes. That's all right and settled. Now I am going to tell you why I asked. One night last week, as I had my doubts, I went home and found them there, and not lying back to back, mind you. I chucked Polite out of doors to sleep. But that was all, as I did not know what my rights were. This time I did not see them, I heard about it. Well, it's over, we will say no more about it. But if I catch them at it again, by gee, if I catch them at it again, I'll make them lose all taste for this kind of joke, Master Cacheuse, as sure as my name is Severin. The orderly. Crowded with officers, the cemetery looked like a field of flowers. Red caps and breeches, gold stripes and buttons, swords, and the shoulder knots of the staff officers, the gold lace of the chasseurs and the hussars. All moved through the midst of the graves where black or white crosses stretched their mournful arms of iron, marble or wood over the vanished hosts of the dead. Colonel Limousin's wife, drowned in her bath 2 days previously, had just been laid to rest. All was over, the clergy had departed, but the colonel, supported by 2 officers, remained standing before the open grave, at the bottom of which he could still see the wooden coffin which hid the mouldering corpse of his young wife. He was getting on in years, tall and thin, with a white mustache. 3 years earlier, he had married a comrade's daughter, who had been left an orphan after the death of her father, Colonel Sordus. The captain and lieutenant upon whom their chief was leaning tried to lead him away. He resisted them, his eyes full of tears which he bravely forced back, and murmuring in a low voice, "No, no. Wait a little," he insisted on remaining there, scarcely able to stand, on the edge of the grave, which appeared bottomless to him, an abyss which had swallowed up love and life. All that remained to him on earth. Suddenly General Ormont approached, seized the colonel by the arm, and dragged him away rather roughly, saying, "Come, old friend, you must not stay there." The colonel submitted and returned home. As he opened the door of his study, he noticed a letter lying on his desk. Picking it up, he staggered with surprise and emotion, for he recognized his wife's handwriting. The letter also bore the same day's postmark. He tore open the envelope, and read, "Father, I hope I may still call you father, as I have always done. When you receive this letter, I shall be dead and buried. Thus perhaps will you be able to pardon me. I am not seeking to rouse your pity nor to mitigate my fault. I only wish to tell you, with all the sincerity of a woman who is going to kill herself in an hour's time, the whole and complete truth. When in your generosity you married me, I became yours in return, and I loved you as much as a young girl can. I loved you as I loved my own father, almost as much. And one day when I was on your knee and you were embracing me, I called you father in spite of myself. That cry came instinctively and spontaneously from my heart. You were indeed a father to me, nothing but a father. You laughed and said to me, 'Always call me that, my child, I like it.' We came to this town, and, forgive me, father, I fell in love. Oh! I struggled for a long time against it, for nearly 2 years, you must understand, nearly 2 years, and then I yielded, I became a guilty, a ruined woman. What of him? You will not guess who it was. I am quite easy in my mind on that point, since there were a dozen officers, always around me and with me, whom you used to call my 12 constellations. Father, do not try to find out who he is, and do not nurse any hatred of him. He has done what anyone else would have done in his place, and then, I am sure that he also loved me with all his heart. But listen. One day we had arranged to meet on the island of Bécasses, you know the little island, near the windmill. I was to land there while swimming, and he was to wait for me in the bushes, and then remain there until the evening, so that nobody should see him leave. I had just met him, when the branches parted, and we saw your orderly, Philip, who had taken us by surprise. I felt that we're lost, and I uttered a loud cry. But he said to me, you understand, don't worry, my dear, go for a swim, and leave me with this man. I went away, so agitated that I nearly drowned myself, and I returned to your house, waiting for something terrible to happen. An hour later, in the drawing-room corridor, I met Philip, who said to me in a low voice, I am at Madame's command, if she has a letter to give me. I knew then that he had sold himself, and that my friend had bought his silence. I gave him letters indeed, all my letters. He delivered them and brought me the replies. That lasted about 2 months. We trusted him, even as you yourself trusted him. Now, Father, see what happened. One day, on the same island to which I had gone swimming, this time alone, I again met your orderly. He was expecting me and warned me that he was going to denounce us to you and give you some letters kept, stolen by him, if I did not yield to his desires. Oh! Dear Father, I was seized with fear, a vile, cowardly fear, above all a fear of you, so kind, yet deceived by me, fear for him also, for you would have killed him, fear for myself also, perhaps. How can I tell? I was bewildered and dismayed, so I thought that once more I would buy this wretch who also loved me. Oh, the shame of it! We are so weak, ourselves, that we lose our heads more easily than you. And then, when one has fallen, one sinks lower and lower. How could I tell what I was doing? I only knew that one of us 3 had to die, and I surrendered to that brute. You see, Father, that I am not trying to make excuses for myself. Thereafter, what I should have foreseen happened. Again and again, by threatening me, he took advantage of me when he liked. Like the other one, he has continually been my lover. Was it not abominable? And what a punishment, Father! At last, I decided that I must kill myself. Living, I could never have confessed such a wrong to you. In death I could dare anything. No alternative was left to me, nothing could have washed away the stain of my wickedness. I felt that I could no longer love, or be loved, and even my handshake seemed to me to be tainted. In a little while I am going to take a bath, and I shall not come back. This letter for you will go to my lover's house. He will receive it after my death, and in ignorance of its contents, will send it to you in accordance with my last wish. You yourself will read it on returning from the funeral. Goodbye, Father, I have nothing more to tell you. Do what you will, and forgive me. The colonel wiped the perspiration from his forehead. His self-command, the coolness displayed on the battlefield, suddenly came back to him. He rang the bell, and a servant appeared. Send Philip to me, he said, and half opened the drawer of his desk. The man entered almost at once, a tall, red-whiskered soldier, sly in appearance, with cunning eyes. The colonel looked straight at him. You will tell me the name of my wife's lover. But, sir. The officer took his revolver from the drawer. Now then, be quick. You know that I am not joking. Very well, sir, it is Captain St. Albert. Scarcely had he uttered the name, when a spurt of flame seared his eyes, and he fell on his face, with a bullet through the middle of his forehead. Moiron. As they were still speaking of Pranzini, M. Malheureux, who had been Attorney General under the Empire, said, I once knew a very curious affair, curious from many points of view, as you will see. I was at that time public prosecutor in the provinces, and stood very well at court, thanks to my father, who was first president at Paris. I had charge of a case which has remained famous, called the affair of schoolmaster Moiron. Moiron, a schoolmaster in the north of France, bore an excellent reputation in all the countryside. He was an intelligent, thoughtful, very religious man, rather silent, and had married in the district of Boislenot, where he practiced his profession. He had had 3 children, who all died, one after the other, from consumption. After the loss of his own little ones, he seemed to lavish upon the urchins confided to his care all the tenderness concealed in his heart. He bought, with his own money, playthings for his best pupils, for the best behaved and the nicest. He allowed them to have play dinners, and gorged them with dainties, sweetmeats and cakes. Everybody loved and praised this good man and his tender heart, when 5 of his pupils suddenly died of a very mysterious disease. It was believed that an epidemic prevailed, caused by the water being made impure from drought. They looked for the cause, without discovering it, the more so, because the symptoms were very strange. The children appeared to be taken with a languor, could eat nothing, complained of pains in the stomach, and finally died in most terrible agony. An autopsy was made of the last victim, but nothing was discovered. The entrails were sent to Paris and analyzed, but showed no sign of any toxic substance. For 1 year no further deaths occurred. Then 2 little boys, the best pupils in the class, favorites of old Moiron, expired in 4 days' time. An examination was ordered, and in each body fragments of pounded glass were found embedded in the organs. They concluded that the 2 children had eaten imprudently of something carelessly prepared. The breaking of a glass over a bowl of milk would have been enough to cause this frightful accident, and the matter would have rested there had not Moiron's servant been taken ill just at that time. The physician found the same morbid signs that he observed in the preceding attacks of the children, and, upon questioning her, finally obtained the confession that she had stolen and eaten some sweets, bought by the master for his pupils. Upon order of the court, the schoolhouse was searched and a closet was found, full of toys and sweets for the children. Nearly all these edibles contained fragments of glass or broken needles. Moiron, who was immediately arrested, appeared so indignant and horrified at being suspected that he was nearly released. Nevertheless, the indications of his guilt were so apparent that they fought hard in my mind against my first conviction, which was based upon his good reputation, his entire record, and the absolute absence, the incredibility, of any motive for such a crime. Why should this good, simple, religious man kill children, and the children whom he seemed to love best? Why should he select those he had feasted with dainties, for whom he had spent in playthings and sweets half his stipend? To admit this, one would have to conclude that he was insane. But Moiron seemed so reasonable, so calm, so full of judgment and good sense. It was impossible to prove insanity in him. Proofs accumulated, nevertheless. Sweets, cakes, marshmallows, and other things seized at the shops where the schoolmaster got his supplies, were found to contain nothing suspicious. He pretended that some unknown enemy had opened his closet with a false key and placed the glass and needles in the sweets. And he invented a whole story about a legacy dependent on the death of a child, sought out and discovered by a peasant, and so worked up as to make the suspicion fall upon the schoolmaster. This brute, he said, was not interested in the other poor children who were also condemned to die. This was plausible. The man appeared so sure of himself and so sorry, that we should have acquitted him without doubt, if 2 overwhelming discoveries had not been made, one after the other. The first was a snuff-box full of ground glass. It was his own snuff-box, in a secret drawer of his writing desk, where he kept his money. He explained this in a manner almost acceptable, by saying that it was the final ruse of the unknown culprit. But a draper from St. Marlouf presented himself at the house of the judge, and told him that Moiron had bought needles of him many times, the finest needles he could find, breaking them to see whether they suited him. The draper brought as witnesses a dozen persons who recognized Moiron at first glance. And the inquiry revealed the fact that the schoolmaster was at St. Marlef on the days mentioned by the merchant. I pass over the terrible evidence of the children as to the master's choice of dainties, and his care in making the little ones eat in his presence and destroying all traces of the feast. Outraged public opinion demanded capital punishment, and took on a new force from exaggerated terror, which allows of no delays or resistance. Moiron was condemned to death. His appeal was rejected. No recourse remained to him for pardon. I knew from my father that the emperor would not grant it. One morning, as I was at work in my office, the chaplain of the prison was announced. He was an old priest who had a great knowledge of men and a large acquaintance among criminals. He appeared worried, constrained, and uneasy. After talking a few moments of other things, he said abruptly, on rising, "If Moiron is decapitated, you will have allowed the execution of an innocent man." Then, without bowing, he went out, leaving me under the profound effect of his words. He had pronounced them in a solemn, moving fashion, opening lips, closed and sealed by the secret of the confessional, in order to save a life. An hour later I was on my way to Paris, and my father, at my request, asked for an immediate audience with the emperor. I was received the next day. Napoleon III was at work in a little room when we were introduced. I explained the whole affair, even to the visit of the priest, and, in the midst of the story, the door opened behind the chair of the emperor, and the empress, believing him to be alone, entered. His Majesty consulted her. As soon as she heard the facts, she exclaimed, "This man must be pardoned. He must, because he is innocent." Why should this sudden conviction of a woman so pious throw into my mind a terrible doubt? Up to that time I had ardently desired a commutation of the sentence. And now I felt myself the puppet, the dupe of an adroit criminal, who had used the priest and the confessional as a means of defense. I showed some hesitation to their majesties. The emperor remained undecided, torn on one hand by his natural goodness, and on the other held back by the fear of allowing himself to be made a fool of by a scoundrel. But the empress, convinced that the priest had obeyed a divine call, repeated, "What does it matter? It is better to spare a guilty man than to kill an innocent one." Her advice prevailed. The penalty of death was commuted, and that of hard labor was substituted. Some years after I heard that Moiron, whose exemplary conduct at Toulon had been made known again to the emperor, was employed as a servant by the director of the penitentiary. And then I heard no word of this man for a long time. About 2 years after this, when I was passing the summer at Lille, in the house of my cousin, de Lariel, I was told, one evening, as we were sitting down to dinner, that a young priest wished to speak to me. I told them to let him come in, and he begged me to go with him to a dying man, who desired, above all things, to see me. This had happened often, during my long career as judge, and, although I had been put aside by the Republic, I was still called upon from time to time in like circumstances. I followed the priest, who took me to a little miserable lodging, under the roof of a lofty workman's tenement. There, upon a pallet of straw, I found a dying man, seated with his back against the wall, in order to breathe. He was a sort of grimacing skeleton, with deep, shining eyes. When he saw me he murmured, "You do not know me?" "No. I am Moiron." I shivered, but said, "The schoolmaster?" "Yes." "How is it you are here?" "That would take too long, I haven't time, I am going to die. They brought me this priest, and as I knew you were here, I sent him for you. It is to you that I wish to confess, since you saved my life long ago." He seized with his dry hands the straw of his bed, and continued, in a rasping, bass voice, "There. I owe you the truth, to you. Because it is necessary to tell it to someone before leaving the earth. It was I who killed the children, it was I, for vengeance. Listen. I was an honest man, very honest, very pure, adoring God, the good God, the God that they teach us to love, and not the false God, the executioner, the robber. The murderer who governs the earth. I had never done wrong, never committed a villainous act. I was pure as one unborn. After I was married I had children, and I began to love them as never father or mother loved their own. I lived only for them. I was foolish. They died, all three of them. Why? Why? What had I done? I had a change of heart, a furious change. Suddenly I opened my eyes as though waking from a dream, and I saw that God is wicked. Why had he killed my children? I opened my eyes and I saw that he loved to kill. He loves only that, monsieur. He gives life only to take it away. God is a murderer. Some death is necessary to him every day. He causes death in many ways, the better to amuse himself. He has invented sickness and accident in order to divert himself through all the long months and years, and, when he is weary, he has epidemics, plague, cholera, diphtheria, smallpox. And I know not what else this monster has invented. All that was not enough. All those evils are too much alike. From time to time he sends war, in order to see 200,000 soldiers laid low, bruised in blood and mire, with arms and legs torn off, heads broken by bullets. Like eggs that fall along the road. That is not all. He has made men who eat one another. And then, as men become better than he has made beasts to see the men chase them, slaughter, and eat them. That is not all. He has made all the little animals that live for a day, flies which increase by myriads in an hour, ants, that one crushes, and others, many, so many that we cannot even imagine them. And all kill one another, chase one another, devour one another, and constantly die. And the good God looks on and is amused, because he sees everything, the largest as well as the smallest, those which are in drops of water, as well as those in the stars. He looks at them all and is amused. Ugh! Beast! So, monsieur, I also have killed some children. I played this trick on him. It was not he who got them. It was not he, it was I. And I would have killed still more, but you took me away. That's all. I was going to die, guillotined. How he would have laughed, the reptile. Then I asked for a priest, and lied to him. I confessed. I lied, and I lived. Now it is all over. I can no longer escape him. But I have no fear of him, monsieur, I despise him too much. It was frightful to see this miserable creature, hardly able to breathe, talking in gasps, opening an enormous mouth to eject words that were barely audible, pulling up the cloth of his straw bed. And, under a blanket that was nearly black, moving his thin legs, as if to run away. Oh! The awful creature, and the awful remembrance. I said, have you nothing more to say? No, monsieur. Then, farewell. Farewell, sir. Some day. I turned toward the priest, who was livid, and whose somber silhouette was thrown upon the wall. You will remain? I will remain. Then the dying man sneered, yes, yes, he sends crows to dead bodies. As for me, I had had enough of it. I opened the door and ran away. The assassin. The guilty man was defended by a very young counsel, it was his first brief, and he spoke as follows. The facts, gentlemen of the jury, are undeniable. My client, a respectable man, an employee without a stain on his character, a gentle and timid man, has assassinated his employer in a burst of rage that seems incomprehensible. Will you allow me to explain the psychology of this crime, if I may so call it, extenuating nothing and excusing nothing? You shall judge it after that. Jean-Nicolas Leger is the son of honorable parents, who have brought him up to be a simple-minded and reverent man. In that lies his crime, in reverence. It is a feeling, gentlemen, hardly known among us today, its name only seems still to exist, and it has lost all its force. You must find your way into certain retired and modest families to rediscover there this austere tradition, this religious devotion to a thing or a man. To a sentiment or a belief still invested with sacred awe, this faith which tolerates neither doubt nor smile, nor the merest whisper of suspicion. A man is not an upright man, a really upright man, in the full sense of the phrase, unless he is a reverent one. The reverent man has his eyes shut. He believes. We others, whose eyes are wide open to the world, who live here, in this palace of justice which is the sewer of society, into which every infamy is emptied. We others in whose ears are poured every tale of shame, who are the devoted defenders of every human villainy, the sustainers, not to say the souteneurs, of every shady character, male and female. From princes to slum vagabonds, we who welcome with indulgent kindness, with complaisance, with smiling benevolence, every guilty creature to defend them before you. We who, if we are truly in love with our profession and measure our legal sympathy by the greatness of the crime, we cannot retain a reverent mind. We see too closely the flood of corruption that runs from the highest in the state to the lowest dregs of society. We know too well how all decays, how all is given away or sold. Places, office, honors, sold blatantly in exchange for a little gold, delicately in exchange for titles or shares in industrial enterprises, or, more simply, bartered for a woman's kiss. Our duty and our profession force us to be ignorant of nothing, to suspect everyone, for all men are suspect. And we are struck with astonishment when we are confronted by a man who, like the assassin seated here before you, is so possessed by the spirit of reverence that he is willing to become a martyr for it. We others, gentlemen, we cherish our honor as we do a desire for cleanliness, from dislike of base actions, from a feeling of personal dignity and pride. But we do not bear in the depths of our hearts a blind, innate, savage faith in it, as does this man. Let me tell you the story of his life. He was brought up as children used to be brought up, to regard human actions as divisible into two classes, good and evil. Good was set before him with an irresistible authority, that forced him to distinguish it from evil, as he distinguished day from night. His father was not of those superior beings who look out upon life from a lofty pinnacle, see the origin of faith, and recognize the social needs which created these distinctions. So he grew up, pious and trusting, fanatic and narrow-minded. At the age of 22 he married. He was married to a cousin whose upbringing had been like his own, who was as simple-minded and as pure as he was. He had the inestimable good fortune to share his life with an honest woman, true heart, the rarest of beings and the most worthy of reverence. For his mother he felt the veneration that surrounds the mother in these patriarchal families, the devout worship that is offered only to divinities. He transferred some part of this devotion to his wife, lessened hardly at all by the familiarity of marriage. And he lived absolutely unaware of deceit, in a state of unshakable integrity and tranquil happiness which made him a being apart. Deceiving none, he never suspected that anyone could deceive him, of all people. Some time before his marriage he had entered as cashier the firm of M. Langley, whom he has just assassinated. We know, gentlemen of the jury, from the evidence of Madame Langley, of her brother, M. Perthus, her husband's business associate, from every member of the family and from all the chief employees of the bank, that Leger was a model employee as regards honesty, obedience, civility and deference to the heads of the business, and regularity of conduct. He was treated, moreover, with the consideration due to his exemplary conduct. He was accustomed to this homage and to what was almost the veneration paid to Madame Leger, whose praises were in every mouth. She died of typhoid fever in a few days. There can be no doubt that he felt the deepest grief, but it was the cold quiet grief of a heart unused to emotional excess. Only his pallor and the change in his looks showed how deep the wound had gone. Then, gentlemen, a very natural thing happened. This man had been married for 10 years. For 10 years he had become used to the constant presence of a woman. He was accustomed to be cared for by her, to hearing her familiar voice when he came home, to bid her good night and greet her again in the morning, to the gentle swish of her dress. That sound so pleasant in a woman's ear, to the half-passionate, half-motherly caress that lightens the burden of life, to the beloved presence that makes the hours less slow in their stride. Perhaps he was accustomed, too, to an indulgent care in the matter of his food, to all the unnoticed attentions that become gradually indispensable to us. He could not live alone now. So, to help him through the interminable evenings, he fell into the habit of going to sit in the nearest café. He drank a glass of beer and remained there, stock-still, with an indifferent gaze fixed on the billiard balls chasing after each other under the cloud of smoke. Listening uncomprehendingly to the arguments of the players, to his neighbors' political discussions and to the bursts of merriment provoked by an occasional heavy witticism at the other end of the room. More often than not, he ended by falling asleep from weariness and boredom. But heart of his heart, flesh of his flesh, was the irresistible need of a woman's heart and a woman's bodily nearness. And unconsciously he drew a little nearer every evening to the counter where the cashier sat enthroned, a little blonde, drawn to her inevitably just because she was a woman. Very soon they began to talk, and he fell into the habit, a pleasant one for him, of spending every evening near her. She was gracious and as obliging as is required in such traffic in smiles, and she amused herself by renewing his drinks as often as possible, which was good for business. But day by day Leger became more attached to this woman whom he did not know, of whose whole manner of life he was ignorant, and whom he loved solely because she was the only woman he saw. The little blonde, who was no fool, realized very quickly that she could make profitable use of this simple creature, and she tried to think what would be the best way of exploiting him. The wisest assuredly was to make him marry her. She achieved it without any difficulty. Need I tell you, gentlemen of the jury, that the conduct of this girl was most irregular and that marriage, far from checking her escapades, seemed to make them more shameless. By a characteristic turn of feminine guile, she seemed to take a pleasure in deceiving this honest man with all the employees in his office. I say, with all. We have the letters, gentlemen. Before long it was a public scandal, of which only the husband, as always, remained in ignorance. Finally this depraved woman, prompted by a self-interest easy to understand, seduced the son of the head himself, a young man 19 years of age, over whose mind and senses she soon had a deplorable influence. When M. Langley, who up till this time had shut his eyes, from good nature and kindly feeling towards his employee, saw his son in the hands, I might say in the arms, of this dangerous creature, he felt a well-justified resentment. He blundered in appealing immediately to Leger and speaking to him in the heat of his paternal indignation. It only remains, gentlemen, for me to read you the account of the crime, as it came from the lips of a dying man and was recorded by the official. I had just learned that my son had only the day before given this woman 10,000 francs, and my anger mastered my reason. Of course, I had never doubted Leger's integrity, but blindness is sometimes more dangerous than wrongdoing. I sent for him to come to me, and I told him that I should be obliged to dispense with his services. He stood there in front of me, bewildered, unable to understand. At last he demanded explanations with some vehemence. I refused to give him them, declaring that my reasons were of a quite intimate nature. Then he imagined that I suspected him of bad behavior and, turning pale, he implored me, ordered me, to explain myself. Obsessed by this thought, he was insistent and he felt entitled to speak freely. When I kept silence, he abused and insulted me, and reached such a pitch of exasperation that I feared we should come to blows. Then, all at once, an offensive word struck me to the heart and I flung the truth in his teeth. For several moments he stood still, looking at me with haggard eyes. Then I saw him take from my desk the long scissors which I used to cut the margins of certain registers, then I saw him rush on me with his arm raised. And I felt something enter my throat just above my chest, without any sensation of pain. There, gentlemen of the jury, you have the simple facts of this murder, which is all the defense he needs. He revered his second wife blindly because he had justly revered the first. After a brief deliberation, the accused was acquitted. Duchoux. While descending the main staircase of the club, heated to such an extent that it felt like a hothouse, Baron Mordaunt left his fur-lined overcoat open. But when the front door had closed after him, the intense cold suddenly pierced him to the marrow, making him feel thoroughly miserable. Besides that, he had been losing money, and for some time had suffered from indigestion, and could no longer eat what he fancied. He was about to return home, when the thought of his great bare room, his footman sleeping in the anteroom, the water singing on the gas stove in his dressing-room, and the enormous bed, as old and gloomy as a deathbed, suddenly struck him with a chill even more acute than that of the frosty air. For some years he had felt the burden of loneliness which sometimes overwhelms old bachelors. He had been strong, active and cheerful, spending his days in sport, and his evenings at social functions. Now, he was growing dull, and no longer took interest in anything. All sport tired him, suppers and even dinners made him ill, while women bored him as much as they had once amused him. The monotony of such evenings, of the same friends met in the same place, at the club, the same card parties with their run of good and bad luck evenly balanced. The same conversation on the same topics, the same wit from the same tongues, the same jokes on the same subjects, the same scandal about the same women. All sickened him so much that there were times when he thought seriously of suicide. He could no longer face this regular, aimless and commonplace life, both frivolous and dull, and, without knowing why, he longed for peace, rest and comfort. He had certainly never thought of marrying, he lacked the courage to face a life of depression, conjugal slavery, and that hateful coexistence of two human beings who know each other so well that every word uttered by one is anticipated by the other and every thought, wish or opinion is immediately divined. He considered that a woman was only worth attention so long as one knew very little about her, while she was still mysterious and unfathomed, vague and perplexing. Therefore what he wanted was family life without the tyranny of family ties, although he was continually haunted by the memory of his son. For the last year he had always been thinking about him, and felt an irritating longing to see him and make his acquaintance. The affair had taken place while he was a young man, in an atmosphere of romance and affection. The child was sent to the south of France, and brought up near Marseilles, without knowing his father's name. His father had paid for his upbringing, alike in his infancy, in his schooldays and in the activities that followed, ending up with a substantial settlement on a suitable marriage. A trustworthy lawyer had acted as intermediary without giving away the secret. Baron Mordaunt, then, only knew that a child of his was living somewhere near Marseilles, that he had a reputation for being intelligent and well educated, and that he had married the daughter of an architect and surveyor, whom he succeeded in the business. He was also said to be making money. Why should he not go and see this unknown son, without disclosing his identity, in order to study him at first hand and see whether, in case of need, he might find a welcome refuge in his home? He had always treated him liberally, and had made a generous settlement, which had been gratefully received. He was therefore sure of not coming into conflict with an unreasonable pride, and the idea of leaving for the south had now become an oft-recurring desire which was making him restless. He was also urged by a curious feeling of self-pity, at the thought of that cheerful and comfortable home on the coast where he would find his charming young daughter-in-law, his grandchildren ready to welcome him, and his son. All this would remind him of that brief and happy love affair so many years ago. His only regret was his past generosity, which had assisted the young man on the road to prosperity, and would prevent him from appearing amongst them as a benefactor. With these thoughts running through his mind he walked along, his head buried deep in his fur collar. His decision was quickly made. Hailing a passing cab, he drove home, and said to his valet, aroused from his sleep, to open the door, "Louis, we are leaving for Marseilles tomorrow evening. We shall be there perhaps a fortnight. Make all preparations for the journey." The train sped along the sandy banks of the Rhône, then over yellow plains and through village, a country with gaunt encircling mountains in the distance. Baron Mordaunt, awakened after a night in the sleeping car, gloomily contemplated his reflection in the little mirror in his dressing case. The crude light of the south showed up wrinkles he had never seen before, and revealed a state of decrepitude that had passed unnoticed in the shaded light of Parisian flats. Looking at the corners of his eyes, the wrinkled eyelids, bald temples and forehead, he said to himself, "Good heavens, I am worse than faded, I look worn out." His desire for peace suddenly increased, and for the first time in his life, he was conscious of a vague longing to take his grandchildren on his knee. He hired a carriage in Marseilles, and about 1 o'clock in the afternoon he stopped before a dazzling white country house typical of the south of France, standing at the end of an avenue of plane trees. He beamed with pleasure as he went along the avenue and said to himself, "It's damned nice." Suddenly a youngster of about 5 or 6 rushed from behind the shrubs and stood motionless at the end of the drive, gazing round-eyed at the visitor. Mordaunt approached and said to him, "Good afternoon, my boy." The youngster made no reply. The Baron then stooped and picked him up to kiss him, but so strong was the odor of garlic coming from the child that he quickly put him down again, murmuring, "Oh, he must be the gardener's son." And he went on toward the house. On a line in front of the door, the washing was drying, shirts, napkins, towels, aprons and sheets, while a display of socks hanging in rows on strings one above another filled the whole of a window, like the tiers of sausages in front of a pork butcher's shop. The Baron called out, and a servant appeared, truly southern in her dirty and unkempt state, with wisps of hair straggling across her face. Her well-stained skirt still retained some of its original gaudiness, suggesting a country fair or a mountebank's costume. "Is M. Duchoux at home?" he inquired. In giving this name to the unwanted child many years ago, he had indulged his sense of humor at its expense. "You want M. Duchoux?" the servant repeated. "Yes. He is in the parlor, drawing plans. Tell him that M. Merlin wishes to see him." She replied in surprise, "Oh. Come in, if you wish him," and shouted, "M. Duchoux, a visitor to see you." The Baron entered a large room darkened by half-closed shutters, and received a vague impression of dirt and disorder. A short, bald-headed man, standing at an overcrowded table, was tracing lines on a large sheet of paper. He stopped his work and came forward. His open waistcoat, slackened trousers and rolled-up shirt-sleeves showed how hot it was, and the muddy shoes that he was wearing pointed to recent rain. "To whom have I the honor?" he asked, with a strong southern accent. "I am M. Merlin. I have come to consult you about some building land." "Ah. Yes. Certainly." And turning towards his wife, who was knitting in the darkened room, Duchoux said, "Clear one of the chairs, Josephine." Mordaunt saw a young woman, already showing signs of age, as do most provincial women of 25, for want of attention and regular cleanliness. In fact, of all those precautions which form part of a woman's toilet, helping to preserve her youthful appearance, her charm and beauty up to the age of 50. A neckerchief hung over her shoulders, and her hair, which was beautifully thick and black, but twisted up in a slipshod fashion, looked as though it was seldom brushed. With her roughened hand she removed a child's dress, a knife, a piece of string, an empty flower pot and a greasy plate from a chair, and offered it to the visitor. He sat down, and then noticed that on the table at which Duchoux had been working, in addition to his books and papers, there were 2 freshly cut lettuces, a basin, a hairbrush, a napkin, a revolver, and several dirty cups. The architect saw him glance at these, and smilingly remarked, "I am sorry that the room is rather untidy, that is the children's fault," and he drew up his chair to talk to his client. "You are looking for a piece of land in the neighborhood of Marseilles?" Although he was at some distance away, the Baron smelt the odor of garlic which people of the south exhale as flowers do their perfume. "Was that your son I met under the plane trees?" Mordaunt inquired. "Yes, the second." "You have 2 sons, then?" "3, sir, 1 a year," replied Duchoux, evidently full of pride. The Baron thought that if they all had the same perfume, their nursery must be like a real conservatory. He resumed. Yes, I would like a nice piece of ground near the sea, on a secluded beach. Then Duchoux began to explain. He had 10, 20, 50, 100 and more plots of land of that kind, at all prices and to suit all tastes. The words came in a torrent as he smiled and wagged his round bald head in his satisfaction. Meanwhile the Baron remembered a little woman, slight, fair and rather sad, who used to say with such yearning, "My own beloved," that the memory alone made his blood run hot in his veins. She had loved him passionately, madly, for 3 months. Then becoming pregnant in the absence of her husband, who was governor of a colony, she had fled into hiding, distracted by fear and despair, until the birth of the child, whom Mordian carried off one summer evening and whom they had never seen again. She died of consumption 3 years later, in the colony where she had gone to rejoin her husband. It was their son who sat beside him now, who was saying with a metallic ring in his voice. As for this plot, sir, it is a unique opportunity. And Mordian remembered the other voice, light as a zephyr, murmuring, "My own beloved. We shall never part." The memory of the gentle, blue, devoted look in those eyes came back to him as he watched the round blue but vacant eyes of this ridiculous little man who was so like his mother, and yet. Yes, he looked more and more like her every minute, his intonation, his demeanor, his actions were the same, he resembled her as a monkey resembles a man. But he was of her blood, he had many of her little habits, though distorted, irritating and revolting. The Baron was in an agony of fear, haunted suddenly by that terrible, still-growing resemblance, which enraged, maddened and tortured him like a nightmare, or like bitter remorse. "When can we look at this land together?" he stammered. "Why, tomorrow, if you like." "Yes, tomorrow." "What time?" "At 1 o'clock. "That will be all right." The child he had met in the avenue appeared in the door and cried, "Father!" No one answered him. Mordian stood up trembling with an intense longing to escape. That word, "father," had struck him like a bullet. He was sure that this cry of "father," that reeked of garlic, that was full of the South, was meant for him. Oh! How good had been the perfume of his sweetheart of bygone days. As Duchoux was showing him out, the Baron said to him, "Is this house yours?" "Yes, sir, I bought it recently, and I am proud of it. I am Fortune's child, sir, and I make no secret of it, I am proud of it. I owe nothing to anyone, I am the child of my own efforts, and I owe everything to myself." The child, who had stayed on the doorstep, again cried, "Father," the voice coming from a greater distance. Mordian, shivering with fear, seized with panic, fled as one does from a great danger. "He will guess who I am," he thought to himself, "he will hug me in his arms and call me father, and give me a kiss reeking of garlic. I shall see you tomorrow, sir. Tomorrow, at 1 o'clock. The carriage rumbled along the white road. "Driver, take me to the station," he shouted, while 2 voices seemed to ring in his ears. One of them, far away and sweet, the faint, sad voice of the dead, was saying, "My own beloved," the other, a metallic, shrill, repellent voice, crying, "Father," much as one shouts, "Stop him." When a thief is in flight. As he came into the club the next evening, Count d'Etriolist said to him, "We have not seen you for 3 days. Have you been ill?" "Yes, I have not been very well. I suffer from headaches occasionally." The rival pins. What little beasts women are. "What do you mean?" "Well, they have played me a dirty trick." "You?" "Yes, me." "Women have, or a woman has?" "2 women. Both at the same time?" "Yes." "What was it?" The 2 young men were sitting in front of one of the big cafés on the boulevard drinking liqueurs mixed with water, the kind of drink that looks like a medley of watercolor paints. They were about the same age, 25 to 30, and had the smartish air of stockjobbers, of men who frequent the stock exchange and the drawing room, who go everywhere. who live everywhere and who make love wherever they go. The dark one said. I have told you about my intimacy, haven't I, with the little bourgeoise I met on the beach at Dieppe? Yes. You have. My dear fellow, you know what it is. I had a mistress in Paris whom I love deeply, an old friend, a good friend. To be with her has become a habit that I don't want to give up. Is it the habit you don't want to give up? Yes, the habit, and, of course, I don't want to give her up either. She is married to a nice chap. I like him too, he is a genial fellow, a real friend. In short, my life is centered in their home. Well then? Well. As they could not leave Paris, I was a widower at Dieppe. Why did you go to Dieppe? For change of air. You can't spend all your life on the boulevards. Well? Then I met the little woman I have already mentioned, on the beach. The civil servant's wife? Yes, she was awfully bored. Her husband only came down on Sundays and he is horrible. I understand her perfectly. So we laughed and danced together. And the rest? Yes, later on. Well, we met and we liked each other. When I told her I liked her, she made me say it again so as to be quite sure, and she put no obstacles in my way. Did you love her? Yes, a little, she is very nice. And the other one? She was in Paris. Well, for 6 weeks all went very well and we came back here the best of friends. Do you know how to break with a woman when there is not a single thing against her so far as you are concerned? Yes, certainly. How do you manage it? I give her up. But how do you set about it? I don't go to see her. But what if she comes to see you? Oh, well. I am not at home. And if she comes back? I say I am ill. And if she looks after you? Then I play her a dirty trick. And if she puts up with it? I write anonymous letters to her husband telling him to look after her the days that I expect her. That's serious. As for me, I have no power of resistance. I cannot break with women, I collect them. Some I only see once a year, others every 10 months, others on quarter day, others when they want to dine out. Those who have their settled days are no bother, but I often have difficulty in placing new ones. Well, then. Then, old chap, the civil service lady was all in a blaze, nothing to blame her about, as I have already said. As her husband spent the whole day at the office, she had nothing better to do than to come unexpectedly to see me. Twice she just missed my lady of habit. The devil. Yes. So I gave each one her day, to avoid confusion. Mondays and Saturdays to my habit, Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday to the new one. Why this favoritism? Well, old chap, she is the younger. That only gave you 2 rest days in the week. That was enough. My congratulations. But, just fancy, the most ridiculous and aggravating thing in the world happened. For 4 months everything worked perfectly, I slept peacefully and was really happy, when suddenly, last Monday, the crash came. Smoking a good cigar, I was expecting my habit at the usual time, 1:15, I was daydreaming, very pleased with myself, when I noticed that it was past the time. I was surprised, as she is always so punctual, but thought there had been some accidental delay. However, half an hour went by, then an hour and a half, and I was sure something had detained her, a headache perhaps, or an unexpected visitor. This waiting about is very trying, quite useless, very annoying and enervating. At last I resigned myself to the inevitable and, not knowing what to do, went to see her. I found her reading a novel. Well, I said. I could not come, old fellow, I was prevented, she said tranquilly. What prevented you? Oh, other things. But, what other things? A tiresome visitor. I thought she did not want to tell me the real reason, and as she was quite calm about it I did not feel any uneasiness. I reckoned on making up for lost time, the next day, with the other one. Therefore on Tuesday I was very, very excited, feeling very much in love in expectation of the lady's visit. And even surprised that she did not come before her regular hour. I looked at the clock all the time, watching the hands impatiently. The quarter passed, then the half hour, then 2 o'clock. I could bear it no longer and strode up and down my room, gluing my forehead to the window, and my ear to the door to listen whether she was coming up the stairs. 2:30, 3 o'clock. I put on my hat and rushed to see her. She was reading a novel, my dear fellow. Well, I said, anxiously. She replied as calmly as usual. I was prevented, and could not come. What prevented you? Oh, other things. But, what other things? A tiresome visitor. Of course I immediately thought that she knew everything. But she seemed so placid, so peaceful, that I set aside my suspicions in favor of some strange coincidence. I could not believe in such hypocrisy. After an hour of friendly conversation, interrupted at least a dozen times by her little girl's appearance, I went away very much perplexed. Just imagine, the next day. The same thing happened? Yes, and the day following, too. This lasted for 3 weeks without any explanation, without anything to enlighten me as to this strange behavior, of which, however, I suspected the secret. They both knew? Of course. But how? Ah. I was worried enough before I found out. How did you find out at last? From their letters. On the same day, in the same words, they gave me my dismissal. Well? Well, this is what happened. You know that women have always a large collection of pins about them. As for hairpins, I know all about them, I distrust them and look out for them, but the other pins are much more treacherous, those confounded little black-headed pins that all look alike to us. Fools that we are, but which they can recognize as we can tell a horse from a dog. Well, evidently one day my little civil service lady had left one of these telltale things stuck in the hangings near my looking-glass. My habit lady had immediately seen the little black head, no bigger than a pea, in the hanging, and without saying a word had taken it out and stuck one of her own pins, black too, but a different shape, in the same spot. The next day the civil service wished to recover her property, and immediately recognized the exchange that had been made. Then her suspicions were roused and she stuck two in the shape of a cross. My habit replied to this telegraphic signal by 3 black heads, one above the other. Once they had begun this game, they went on without saying a word to each other, simply keeping watch. Then, apparently, the habit, being more daring, rolled a thin piece of paper round the pin, on which was written, C.D., Post Office, Boulevard Malherbe. Then they wrote to each other and I was done for. You can understand that it was not all easy going between them. They indulged in all kinds of trickery, were very cautious and as careful as such cases demand. Then my habit did a bold thing and made an appointment with the other one. I don't know what they said to each other. All I know is that I supplied the entertainment. That's that. Is that all? Yes. You never see them now? I beg your pardon. I see them as friends, we have not broken off altogether. And have they met again? Yes, my dear chap, they have become intimate friends. Well, well. And has that not given you an idea? No, what? You boob, the idea to make them stick a double lot of pins in the hanging again. Divorce. Maître Bontran, the celebrated Parisian lawyer, who for 10 years had pleaded and won all divorce actions brought by ill-assorted couples, opened the door of his consulting room and drew back to admit the new client. He was a stout red-faced man with thick fair whiskers, corpulent, full-blooded and vigorous. He bowed. Please be seated, said the lawyer. The client sat down, coughed and said, I have come to ask you, sir, to act for me in a divorce case. Please go on, I am listening. I was formerly a notary. Retired already? Yes, already. I am 37 years old. Go on. I have made an unfortunate marriage, very unfortunate. You are not the only one. I know it, and I sympathize with the others, but my case is quite unique, and my complaints against my wife are of a very peculiar nature. But I will begin at the beginning. I married in a very strange way. Do you believe in dangerous ideas? What do you mean by that? Do you believe that certain ideas may be as dangerous for certain minds as poison for the body? Well, yes, perhaps. I am sure of it. There are ideas that enter into us, gnaw us, kill us, madden us, if we are unable to resist them. It's a sort of spiritual phylloxera. If we are unfortunate enough to let one of these thoughts creep into our minds, if we don't in the instant of its entry realize that it is an invader, a master, a tyrant, that hour by hour and day by day it takes firmer hold on us, returns again and again, roots itself in, drives out all our usual preoccupations, absorbs all our attention and changes the angle of our judgment, we are lost. Listen to what has happened to me. As I have told you, I was a notary in Rouen, and in rather tight circumstances, not poor, but pinched for money, always careful, forced to economize the whole time, obliged to limit all my desires. Yes, all. And that's hard at my age. In my capacity as a notary, I used to read with great care the announcements on the fourth page of the newspaper, the offered and wanted columns, the personal columns, etc., etc. And it often happened that I was enabled by these means to arrange advantageous marriages for some clients. One day I came across this one. Young lady, pretty, well-educated, of good birth, with a dowry of 2.5 million francs, wishes to marry an honorable man. No agents. Well, that very day I dined with two of my friends, a solicitor and a mill owner. I don't know how the conversation came to turn on marriages, and I told them, laughing, about the young lady with 2.5 million francs. What sort of women are these women? The mill owner said. The solicitor had seen several excellent marriages made in this way and he gave details. Then he added, turning towards me. Why the devil don't you look into that on your own behalf? Lord! 2.5 million francs would make things easy for you. We all three of us burst out laughing, and the talk turned on another subject. An hour later I went home. It was a cold night. I lived, besides, in an old house, one of those old provincial houses that are like mushroom beds. When I put my hand on the iron railing of the staircase, a cold shiver ran down my arm. I stretched out the other to find the wall and when I touched it, I felt another shiver strike through me, a shiver of damp this time. They met in my chest, and filled me with anguish, sadness and utter weariness of mind and body. A sudden memory woke in my mind and I murmured. God, if only I had 2.5 million francs. My bedroom was dismal, a Rouen bachelor's bedroom, looked after by a servant who was cook as well as chambermaid. You can just imagine what it was like. A big curtainless bed, a wardrobe, a chest of drawers, washstand, no fire. Clothes on the chairs, papers on the floor. I began to hum, to a music hall tune for I sometimes went to such places. Do millions. Do millions. Cent bones. Avec 5 cent mille. Edie femme gentile. 29. To tell the truth, I hadn't thought of the woman before, and I thought of her suddenly as I was creeping into my bed. I even thought of her so earnestly that I was a long time in falling asleep. When I opened my eyes next morning, before it was light, I recollected that I had to be at Darnadle at 8 o'clock on important business. So I would have to get up at 6, and it was freezing. Christ, 2.5 millions. I returned to my office about 10 o'clock. It was full of a smell of rusty stove, old papers, the smell of papers relating to old lawsuits, nothing stinks as they do, and a smell of clerks, boots, frock coats, shirts, hair and bodies. Ill-washed winter-bound bodies, all heated to a temperature of 65 degrees. I ate my usual lunch, a burnt cutlet and a morsel of cheese. Then I set to work again. It was then that for the first time I thought really seriously of the young lady with 2.5 millions. Who was she? Why should I not write? Why not find out about it? Well, to cut a long story short, for a fortnight the idea haunted, obsessed, tortured me. All my annoyances, all the little miseries I constantly suffered, until then unconsciously, almost without realizing them, pricked me now like the stabbing of needles. And every one of these little sufferings made my thoughts leap to the young lady with 2.5 millions. I began at last to imagine the story of her life. When you want a thing to be, you think of it as being just what you wish it were. Of course, it was not very usual for a young girl of good family, possessed of so attractive a dowry, to seek a husband by way of a newspaper advertisement. However, this particular girl might be honorable and unfortunate. From the first, this fortune of 2.5 million francs had not dazzled me by any sense of fabulous wealth. We are used, we people who are always reading offers of this kind, to matrimonial propositions accompanied by 6, 8, 10, or even 12 millions. The 12 million figure is even quite common. It attracts. I'm quite aware that we hardly credit the reality of these promises. But they do accustom our minds to the contemplation of these fantastic figures. To a certain extent they do induce our not incredulity to accept as reasonable the prodigious sums of money they represent. And lead us to consider a dowry of 2.5 million francs as very possible and probable. Suppose a young lady, the illegitimate daughter of a parvenu and a lady's maid, inheriting unexpectedly from the father, had learned at the same time the disgrace of her birth. And to avoid revealing it to any man who might fall in love with her was trying to get into touch with strangers by a very customary medium. Which did in itself imply almost a confession of dubious antecedents. My supposition was a stupid one. But I clung to it. Men of my profession, notaries, ought never to read novels, and I have read them. So I wrote in my professional capacity in the name of a client, and I waited. 5 days later, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was working hard in my office when the head clerk announced, "Mli Chantifries. Ask her to come in." Thereupon a woman about 30 years old appeared, rather stout, dark, and with an embarrassed air. "Please sit down, madam." She sat down and murmured, "I've come, sir. But, madam, I haven't the honor to know you." "I'm the person you wrote to." "About a marriage?" "Yes." "Ah, just so. I have come myself, because these things are best arranged personally." "I agree with you, madam." "So you wish to marry?" "Yes." "You have parents?" She hesitated, lowered her glance, and stammered, "No. My mother, and my father, are dead." I started. So I had guessed right, and a sudden swift sympathy woke in my heart for this poor creature. I did not insist, in order to spare her sensitiveness, and I went on. "Your fortune is quite net?" This time she answered without hesitating. "Yes." I regarded her attentively, and honestly she didn't displease me, although she was a little mature, more mature than I had expected. She was a fine, healthy woman, a superior woman. And I took it into my head that I might play a charming little comedy of sentiment, fall in love with her, and supplant my imaginary client, when I had made sure that the dowry was not fictitious. I talked to her about this client, whom I depicted as a grave, very honorable man, and something of an invalid. "Oh," she said quickly, "I like people who are really strong and healthy. You shall see him, however, madam, but not for 3 or 4 days, for he went to England yesterday." "Oh! How vexing," said she. "Good heavens! It is and it isn't. Are you in a hurry to return home?" "Not at all." "Well, stay here. I will give myself the pleasure of helping you to pass the time." "You are too kind." You are staying in a hotel? She mentioned the best hotel in Rouen. Well, madam, will you allow your future notary to take you to dine this evening? She seemed to hesitate, uneasy and irresolute. Then she made up her mind. Yes. And I escorted her to the door. At 7 o'clock I was at the hotel. She had made an elaborate toilet for me and received me in a very coquettish fashion. I took her to dine in a restaurant where I was known, and I ordered a stimulating meal. Within an hour we were very friendly, and she was telling me her story. She was the daughter of a great lady who had been seduced by a nobleman, and had been brought up by some country people. She was rich now, having inherited large sums from her father and her mother, whose names she would never tell, never. It was no use asking her for them, no use begging her, she would not give them. As I was not much concerned to know them, I questioned her about her fortune. She spoke of it readily and like a practical woman, quite sure of herself, sure of figures, securities, income, dividends and investments. The competent way she dealt with this made me feel great confidence in her at once, and I made myself very agreeable to her, with a certain amount of reserve, however. But I let her see quite plainly that I was attracted by her. She began to give herself airs, and they didn't become her badly, either. I pressed her to have champagne, and I drank some myself, and it went to my head a little. I saw very plainly that I was going to become rash, and I was afraid of myself, afraid of her, afraid that she too was a little excited and might yield. To steady myself, I began to talk to her about her dowry again, which must be verified beyond any possibility of mistake, for my client was a businessman. She answered gaily. Oh, I know. I have brought all the proofs. Here, to Rouen. Yes, to Rouen. You have them at the hotel? Of course. Can you show them to me? Of course. This evening? Of course. This was a complete relief to me. I settled the bill, and off we went to her hotel. She had, as she said, brought all her securities. I could not doubt their existence, I held them, fingered them, read them. This filled me with such heartfelt joy that I was immediately seized with a violent desire to embrace her. I mean, with a chaste desire, the desire of a satisfied man. And upon my word, I embraced her. Once, twice, 10 times, so heartily that, the champagne helping, I succumbed, or rather, no, she succumbed. Oh, I made a rare scene about it, after that, and so did she. She wept like a fountain, and begged me not to betray her, not to ruin her. I promised everything she wanted, and I went away in a dreadful state of mind. What was I to do? I had outraged my client. That would not have mattered at all if I had had a client for her, but I hadn't one. I was the client, the simple-minded client, the deceived client, deceived by myself. What a situation! I could leave her in the lurch, of course. But the dowry, actual, certain. Besides, had I the right to leave her in the lurch, poor girl, after having taken advantage of her like that? But what anxieties I should be laying up for myself. What security could I feel with a wife who succumbed so easily? I spent a dreadful night, unable to make up my mind, tortured with remorse, harried by fears, torn this way and that by every kind of scruple. But in the morning my brain cleared. I dressed myself carefully, and as 11 o'clock was striking, I presented myself at the hotel where she was staying. When she saw me, she blushed to the roots of her hair. I said, "Madam, there is only one thing I can do to repay you the wrong I have done you. I ask you to marry me." She stammered. "I consent." I married her. For 6 months all went well. I had given up my office, I was living on my income, and really, I had nothing, not a single thing, to reproach my wife with. However, I began to notice that every now and then she went out and stayed out for an appreciable time. This happened at regular times, 1 week on Tuesday, another week on Friday. I was sure she was deceiving me, and I followed her. It was a Tuesday. She set out on foot, about 1 o'clock, walked down the Rue de la République, turned to the right down the street that runs from the Archbishop's Palace, took the Rue Grand-Pont as far as the Seine, went along the quay as far as the Pierre Bridge and crossed the water. At this point, she seemed uneasy, she kept turning round to scrutinize all the passers-by. As I had got myself up to look like a coal-heaver, she did not recognize me. At last she went into the station on the left side of the river. I had no further doubts, her lover was coming on the 1:45 train. I hid myself behind a dray, and waited. A whistle, a rush of passengers. She walked towards them, then ran forward, clasped in her arms a little 3-year-old girl accompanied by a stout peasant woman, and kissed her passionately. Then she turned round, saw another younger child, a girl or a boy, carried by another countrywoman, threw herself on him, embraced him wildly and went off. Escorted by the 2 mites and their 2 nurses, towards the long dreary deserted promenade of Cours-la-Reine. I returned home, bewildered and in great distress of mind, half understanding and half not, and not daring to hazard a guess. When she came home to dinner, I rushed at her. "Who are those children?" "What children?" "The children you were expecting on the train from Saint Sever." She gave a great cry and fainted. When she recovered consciousness, she confessed to me, in a flood of tears, that she had 4. "Yes, sir, 2 for the Tuesday, 2 girls, and 2 for the Friday, 2 boys. And that, oh, the shame of it, that was the origin of the fortune. The 4 fathers. She had gathered together her dowry. Now, sir, what do you advise me to do?" The lawyer replied gravely. "Acknowledge your children, sir. Our letters. Night hours in the train induce sleep in some and insomnia in others. With me, any journey prevents my sleeping on the following night. I had arrived, about 5 o'clock, at the estate of Abel, which belongs to my friends, the Murets d'Artis, to spend 3 weeks there. It is a pretty house, built by one of their grandfathers in the latter half of the last century, and it has remained in the family. Therefore it has that intimate character of dwellings that have always been inhabited, furnished, animated and enlivened by the same people. Nothing changes. None of the soul evaporates from the dwelling, in which the furniture has never been moved, the tapestries never taken down, and have become worn out, faded, discolored, on the same walls. None of the old furniture leaves the place, only from time to time it is moved a little to make room for a new piece, which enters there like a newborn infant in the midst of brothers and sisters. The house is on a hill in the center of a park which slopes down to the river, where there is a little stone bridge. Beyond the water the fields stretch out in the distance, where cows wander slowly, pasturing on the moist grass, their humid eyes seem full of the dew, mist and freshness of the pasture. I love this dwelling, just as one loves a thing which one ardently desires to possess. I return here every autumn with infinite delight, I leave with regret. After I had dined with this friendly family, by whom I was received like a relative, I asked my chum, Paul Muret, "Which room did you give me this year?" "Aunt Rose's room." An hour later, followed by her 3 children, 2 tall little girls and a great lump of a boy, Madame Muret d'Artis installed me in Aunt Rose's room, where I had not yet slept. When I was alone I examined the walls, the furniture, the general aspect of the room, in order to attune my mind to it. I knew it, but not very well, as I had entered it only once or twice, and I looked indifferently at a pastel portrait of Aunt Rose, who gave her name to the room. This old Aunt Rose, with her hair in curls, looking at me from behind the glass, made very little impression on my mind. She looked to me like a woman of former days, with principles and precepts, as strong on the maxims of morality as on cooking recipes. One of these old aunts who are a wet blanket on gaiety and the stern and wrinkled angel of provincial families. I never had heard her spoken of, I knew nothing of her life or of her death. Did she belong to this century or to the preceding one? Had she left this earth after a calm or a stormy existence? Had she given up to heaven the pure soul of an old maid, the calm soul of a spouse, the tender one of a mother, or one moved by love? What difference did it make? The name alone, Aunt Rose, seemed ridiculous, common, ugly. I picked up a candle and looked at her severe face, hanging far up in an old gilt frame. Then, as I found it insignificant, disagreeable, even unsympathetic, I began to examine the furniture. It dated from the period of Louis XVI, the Revolution and the Directoire. Not a chair, not a curtain had entered this room since then, and it gave out the subtle odor of memories, which is the combined odor of wood, cloth, chairs, hangings. Peculiar to places wherein have lived hearts that have loved and suffered. I retired but did not sleep. After I had tossed about for an hour or two, I decided to get up and write some letters. I opened a little mahogany desk with brass trimmings, which was placed between the two windows, in hope of finding some ink and paper. But all I found was a quill pen, very much worn, made of a porcupine's quill, and chewed at the end. I was about to close this piece of furniture, when a shining spot attracted my attention. It looked like the yellow head of a nail, and it formed a little round lump at the corner of a tray. I scratched it with my finger, and it seemed to move. I seized it between two fingernails, and pulled as hard as I could. It came toward me gently. It was a long gold pin which had been slipped into a hole in the wood and remained hidden there. Why? I immediately thought that it must have served to work some spring which hid a secret, and I looked. It took a long time. After at least 2 hours of investigation, I discovered another hole opposite the first one, but at the bottom of a groove. Into this I stuck my pin, a little shelf sprang up in my face, and I saw 2 packages of yellow letters, tied with a blue ribbon. I read them. Here are 2 of them. So you wish me to return to you your letters, my dearest. Here they are, but it pains me to obey. Of what are you afraid? That I might lose them? But they are under lock and key. Do you fear that they might be stolen? I guard against that, for they are my dearest treasure. Yes, it pains me deeply. I wondered whether, perhaps, you might not be feeling some regret at the bottom of your heart? Not regret at having loved me, for I know that you still do, but regret at having expressed on white paper this living love in hours when your heart did not confide in me, but in the pen you held in your hand. When we love, we have need of confession, need of talking or writing, and we either talk or write. Words fly away, those sweet words made of music, air and tenderness, warm and light, which escape as soon as they are uttered, which remain in the memory alone, but which one can neither see, touch nor kiss, like the words written by your hand. Your letters? Yes, I am returning them to you. But with what sorrow? Undoubtedly, you must have had an afterthought of delicate shame at expressions that are ineffaceable. In your sensitive and timid soul, which can be hurt by an impalpable shade, you must have regretted having written to a man that you loved him. You remembered sentences that called up recollections, and you said to yourself, I will make ashes of those words. Be satisfied, be calm. Here are your letters. I love you. My friend. No, you have not understood me, you have not guessed. I do not regret, and I never shall, that I told you of my affection. I will always write to you, but you must return my letters to me as soon as you have read them. I shall shock you, dear, when I tell you the reason for this demand. It is not poetic, as you imagined, but practical. I am afraid, not of you, but of some mischance. I am guilty. I do not wish my fault to affect others than myself. Understand me well. You and I may both die. You might fall off your horse, since you ride every day, you might die from a sudden attack, from a duel, from heart disease, from a carriage accident, in 1,000 ways. For, if there is only one death, there are more ways of its reaching us than there are days for us to live. Then your sisters, your brother, or your sister-in-law might find my letters. Do you think that they love me? I doubt it. And then, even if they adored me, is it possible for 2 women and 1 man to know a secret, such a secret, and not to tell of it? I seem to be saying something very dreadful by speaking first of your death, and then suspecting the discreetness of your relatives. But don't all of us die sooner or later? And it is almost certain that one of us will precede the other under the ground. We must therefore foresee all dangers, even that one. As for me, I will keep your letters beside mine, in the secret of my little desk. I will show them to you there, sleeping side by side in their silken hiding place, full of our love, like lovers in a tomb. You will say to me, but if you should die first, my dear, your husband will find these letters. Oh! I fear nothing. First of all, he does not know the secret of my desk, and he will not look for it. And even if he finds it after my death, I fear nothing. Did you ever stop to think of all the love letters that have been found in the drawers of dead women? I have been thinking of this for a long time, and that is the reason I decided to ask you for my letters. Think that never, do you understand, never, does a woman burn, tear or destroy the letters in which she is told that she is loved. That is our whole life, our whole hope, expectation and dream. These little pieces of paper which bear our name in caressing terms are relics, and we women have chapels, especially chapels in which we are the saints. Our love letters are our titles to beauty, grace, seduction, the intimate vanity of our womanhood, they are the treasures of our heart. No, a woman never destroys these secret and delicious archives of her life. But, like everybody else, we die, and then these letters are found. Who finds them? The husband. Then what does he do? Nothing. He burns them. Oh, I have thought a great deal about that. Just think that every day women are dying who have been loved. Every day the traces and proofs of their fault fall into the hands of their husbands, and that there is never a scandal, never a duel. Think, my dear, of what a man's heart is. He avenges himself on a living woman, he fights with the man who has dishonored her, kills him while she lives, because, well, why? I do not know exactly why. But if, after her death, he finds similar proofs, he burns them and no one is the wiser, and he continues to shake hands with the friend of the dead woman. And feels quite at ease that these letters should not have fallen into strange hands, and that they are destroyed. Oh, how many men I know among my friends who must have burned such proofs, and who pretend to know nothing, and yet who would have fought madly had they found them when she was still alive. But she is dead. Honor has changed. The grave gives absolution for conjugal sins. Therefore, I can safely keep our letters, which, in your hands, would be a menace to both of us. Do you dare to say that I am not right? I love you and kiss you. Rose. I raised my eyes to the portrait of Aunt Rose, and as I looked at her severe, wrinkled face, I thought of all those women's souls which we do not know, and which we suppose to be so different from what they really are, whose inborn and ingenuous craftiness we never can penetrate, their quiet duplicity. And a verse of Vigny returned to my memory. Toujours ce compagnon don't look her n'est pas sur 30. The Mother Superior's 25 francs. He really was comic, old Pavely, with his great spider legs, his little body, his long arms, and his pointed beard, surmounted by a flame of red hair on the top of his skull. He was a clown, a peasant clown, born to play tricks, to raise laughter, to play parts, simple parts, since he was the son of a peasant, and a peasant himself, hardly able to read. Oh, yes, the good God had created him to amuse other people, the poor devils belonging to the countryside, who had no theatres and no feasts, and he amused them with all his might and main. In the café, they stood him drinks to keep him there, and he went on drinking without turning a hair, laughing and joking, playing tricks on everyone without annoying a single soul, while the onlookers rolled with laughter. He was so comic that, ugly as he was, the girls themselves did not resist him, they were laughing so heartily. He carried them, with quips and jests, behind a wall, into a ditch, into a stable, then he tickled them and squeezed them, keeping up such an amusing patter that they held their sides as they repulsed him. Then he leaped about, pretending he was going to hang himself, and they writhed, with tears in their eyes. He chose his moment, and tumbled them over so handily that they surrendered all, even those who had defied him, to amuse themselves. Well, towards the end of June, he undertook to help with the harvest, at Le Harivaux's, near Rouville. For 3 whole weeks he delighted the harvesters, men and women, by his pranks, from morning to night. In the daytime, he appeared in the fields, in the middle of the swaths of corn. He made his appearance in an old straw hat that hid his russet topknot. Gathering up the yellow corn with his long skinny arms and binding it into sheaves. Then stopping to sketch a comic gesture that evoked shouts of laughter down the length of the field from the workers, whose eyes never left him. At night, he glided like a crouching beast through the straw in the barns where the women slept, and his hands prowled about, rousing shouts and creating loud disturbances. They chased him off, using their sabots as weapons, and he fled on all fours, like a fantastic monkey, amid explosions of mirth from the entire room. On the last day, as the wagon-load of harvesters, adorned with ribbons and bagpipes, shouting and singing and joyously drunk, were going down the wide white road. Drawn at the slow pace of 6 dappled horses, led by a youngster in a smock, with a cockade in his cap, Pavelly, in the middle of sprawling women, was dancing the dance of a drunken satyr. That kept the young rascals of boys open-mouthed on the banksides of the farms, and the peasants lost in wonder at his incredible anatomy. All at once, as they reached the fence of Le Harivaux's farm, he made a bound with upflung arms, but as he fell back he unluckily struck against the side of the long cart, went headlong over. Fell onto the wheel, and bounced off onto the road. His comrades flung themselves out. He moved no more, one eye shut, the other open, ghastly with fright, his great limbs stretched out in the dust. When they touched his right leg, he began to cry out, and when they tried to stand him up, he fell down. "I'll be bound he's broken his leg," cried a man. He had indeed a broken leg. Farmer Le Harivaux had him laid on a table, and a rider hurried to Rouville to find a doctor, who arrived an hour later. The farmer was a very generous man, and he announced that he would pay for the man to be treated at the hospital. So the doctor carried Pavelly off in his carriage, and deposited him in a whitewashed dormitory, where his fracture was set. As soon as he realized that he would not die of it, and that he was going to be cared for, cured, pampered, and nourished, with nothing to do, lying on his back between 2 sheets. Pavelly was seized with an overwhelming merriment and he began to laugh a silent perpetual laughter that revealed his decaying teeth. As soon as a sister approached the bed, he grimaced contentedly at her, winking his eye, twisting his mouth, and moving his nose, which was very long and which he could move as he pleased. His neighbors in the dormitory, very ill as they were, could not refrain from laughing, and the sister in charge often came to his bedside to enjoy a quarter of an hour's amusement. He invented the most comic tricks for her, and quite new jests, and as he had in him the instinct for every sort of barnstorming. He turned devout to please her and spoke of the good God with the grave air of a man that knows that there are moments to which jests are inappropriate. One day, he bethought himself of singing songs to her. She was delighted and came oftener. Then, to turn his voice to good account, she brought him a book of hymns. Then he might be seen sitting up in his bed, for he was beginning to move himself about again, intoning in a falsetto voice the praises of the Eternal Father, of Mary, and of the Holy Ghost. While the stout good sister, standing at his feet, beat time with one finger as she gave him the key. As soon as he could walk, the Mother Superior offered to keep him a little longer to sing the offices in the chapel, and serve at Mass, performing in this way the functions of a sacristan. He accepted. And for a whole month he could be seen, clad in a white surplice, limping slightly, intoning responses and psalms with such graceful bendings of the head that the number of the faithful grew. And people deserted the parish church to attend vespers at the hospital. But as everything comes to an end in this world, it became necessary to dismiss him when he was quite cured. The Mother Superior, by way of thanking him, made him a present of 25 francs. As soon as Pavelly found himself in the street with this money in his pocket, he began to think what he should do. Return to the village? Certainly not before he had a drink, which had not happened to him for a long time, and he entered a café. He did not come to town more than once or twice a year, and he cherished, of one of those visits in particular, the confused and intoxicating remembrance of a debauch. So he ordered a glass of cognac, which he swallowed at a gulp to lubricate his throat, then he poured down another to enjoy the taste of it. As soon as the brandy, strong and fiery, had touched his palate and his tongue, reawakening the more sharply because of his long abstinence the well-loved and desired sensation of alcohol. Caressing, stinging, spicing and burning his mouth, he realized that he would drink the whole bottle, and he asked at once what it would cost, in order to save money on the separate glasses. They charged it to him at 3 francs, which he paid, then he set himself to get drunk with a contented mind. He set about it with a certain method, however, being desirous of retaining enough sensibility to enjoy other pleasures. So as soon as he felt himself on the point of seeing the chimney-pieces nod, he got up and went away, with faltering steps, his bottle under his arm, in search of a brothel. He found it, not without difficulty, after having inquired of a wagoner who did not know it, a postman who directed him wrongly, a baker who began to curse and treated him as a filthy fellow, and at last, a soldier who obligingly conducted him there, impressing on him to choose the queen. Pavely, although it was hardly noon, walked into this house of delights, where he was received by a servant who tried to turn him out. But he made her laugh by grimacing at her, showed her 3 francs, the ordinary price for the special entertainments of the place, and followed her with some difficulty up a very dark staircase which led to the first floor. When he found himself in a room, he called for the queen, and awaited her, swallowing another drink from the bottle itself. The door opened, a girl appeared. She was tall, plump, red-faced, enormous. With an unerring glance, the glance of a connoisseur, she took the measure of the drunkard sprawling on a chair, and said to him, "Aren't you ashamed to come at this time?" He stammered. "Why, princess? Disturbing a lady before she's even had her meal." He tried to laugh. "There's no time to a brave man. There's no time for getting tipsy, neither, you old mug." Pavely lost his temper. "I'm not a mug, to begin with, and I'm not tipsy neither." "Not tipsy?" "No, I'm not tipsy." "Not tipsy, you couldn't stand on your feet even." She regarded him with the savage anger of a woman whose companions are all dining. He got himself up. "Look at me, I'll dance a polka, I will." And to prove his stability, he climbed on a chair, made a pirouette, and jumped on the bed, where his great muddy shoes plastered 2 frightful stains. "Oh, you dirty beast," cried the girl. Rushing at him, she drove her fist in his stomach, giving him such a blow that Pavely lost his balance, seesawed over the foot of the couch, turned a complete caper and fell back on the chest of drawers, dragging with him basin and water jug. Then he rolled on the ground, uttering wild shouts. The noise was so violent and his cries so piercing that the whole house came running, Monsieur, Madame, the servants, and all the members of the establishment. Monsieur tried at first to pick the man up, but as soon as he had got him on his feet, the peasant lost his balance again, then began yelling that he had broken his leg, the other leg, the good one. The good one. It was true. They ran to fetch a doctor. It was the very doctor who had attended Pavely at Farmer Le Harivaux's. "What, is it you again?" said he. "What's the matter with you?" "It's the other leg that's got broken, too, doctor." "How did it happen, my man?" "A wench." Everyone was listening. The girls in their loose wrappers, their mouths still greasy from their interrupted meal, Madame furious, Monsieur uneasy. "This is going to look bad," said the doctor. "You know that the town council regards you with small favor. You'll have to contrive to keep this business from getting about." "What's to be done?" asked Monsieur. "Well, the best thing to do would be to send this man to the hospital, which he's just left, by the way, and pay for his treatment." Monsieur answered, "I'd much rather pay than have a scandal." So, half an hour later, Pavelly returned, drunk and moaning, to the dormitory he had left an hour earlier. The Mother Superior flung up her arms, grieved because she was very fond of him, and smiling because she was not displeased to see him again. "Well, my good man, what's the matter with you? The other leg broken, sister dear. Oh, so you've been climbing on loads of straw again, have you, you old mountebank?" And Pavelly, confused and shy, stammered. "No, no. Not this time, not this time. No, no. It's not my fault, not my fault. It was a straw mattress did it." She could not get any other explanation of the affair, and she never knew that her 25 francs was responsible for this relapse. The Drowned Man. Chapter 1. Everyone in Fécamp knew the story of old Mother Patten. She had undoubtedly been unhappy with her man, had old Mother Patten. Or her man had beaten her during his lifetime, as a man threshes wheat in his barns. He was owner of a fishing smack, and he had married her a long time ago, because she was pleasing, although she was poor. Patten, a good seaman, but a brute, frequented old Aubyn's tavern, where, on ordinary days, he drank 4 or 5 brandies, and on days when he had made a good catch, 8 or 10, and even more. Just for the fun of it, as he said. The brandy was served to customers by old Aubyn's daughter, a pleasant-faced dark-haired girl, who drew custom to the house merely by her good looks, for no one had ever wagged a tongue against her. When Patten entered the tavern, he was content to look at her and hold her in civil conversation, the easy conversation of a decent fellow. When he had drunk the first brandy, he was already finding her pleasant to look on, at the second, he was winking at her. At the third, he was saying, "Miss Desiree, if you would only," without ever finishing the sentence. At the fourth, he was trying to hold her by her petticoat to embrace her. And when he had reached the 10th, it was old Aubyn who served him with the rest. The old wine seller, who knew every trick of the trade, used to send Desiree round between the tables to liven up the orders for drinks. And Desiree, who was not old Aubyn's daughter for nothing, paraded her petticoat among the drinkers and bandied jests, with a smile on her lips, and a sly twinkle in her eye. By dint of drinking brandies, Patten grew so familiar with Desiree's face that he thought of it even at sea, when he was throwing his nets into the water, out on the open sea. On windy nights and calm nights, on moonlit nights and black nights. He thought of it when he was standing at the helm in the after part of his boat, while his 4 companions slept with their hands on their arms. He saw her always smiling at him, pouring out the tawny brandy with a lift of her shoulders, and then coming towards him, saying, "There. Is this what you want?" And by dint of treasuring her so in eye and mind, he reached such a pitch of longing to marry her that, unable to restrain himself from it any longer, he asked her in marriage. He was rich, owner of his boat, his nets and a house at the foot of the cliff, on the retinue, while old Aubyn had nothing. The affair was arranged with much enthusiasm, and the wedding took place as quickly as possible, both parties being, for different reasons, anxious to make it an accomplished fact. But 3 days after the marriage was over, Patten was no longer able to imagine in the least how he had come to think Desiree different from other women. He must have been a rare fool to hamper himself with a penniless girl who had wheedled him with her cognac, so she had, with the cognac into which she had put some filthy drug for him. And he went cursing along the shore, breaking his pipe between his teeth, swearing at his tackle. And having cursed heartily, using every known term of abuse and applying them to everyone he could think of, he spat out such anger as remained in his spleen on the fish and crabs drawn in one of his nets, throwing them all in the baskets to an accompaniment of oaths and foul words. Then, returning to his house, where he had his wife, old Aubyn's daughter, within reach of his tongue and his hand, he was very soon treating her as the lowest of the low. Then, as she listened resignedly, being used to the paternal violence, he became exasperated by her calm, and one evening he knocked her about. After this, his home became a place of terror. For 10 years, nothing was talked of on the retinue but the beatings Patten inflicted on his wife, and his habit of cursing when he spoke to her, whatever the occasion. He cursed, in fact, in a unique way, with a wealth of vocabulary and a forceful vigor of delivery, possessed by no other man in Fécamp. As soon as his boat, returning from fishing, appeared at the mouth of the harbor, they waited expectantly for the first broadside he would discharge on the pier, from his deck. The moment he saw the white bonnet of his other half standing in the stern, he tacked, his glance fixed ahead and on the sheets when the sea was running high, and in spite of the close attention required by the narrow difficult passage. In spite of the great waves running mountain high in the narrow gully, he endeavored to pick out, from the midst of the women waiting in the spray of the breakers for the sailors, his woman. Old Aubyn's daughter, the pauper wench. Then, as soon as he had caught sight of her, in spite of the clamor of waves and wind, he poured on her a volley of abuse with such vocal energy that everyone laughed at it, although they pitied her deeply. Then, when his boat reached the quay, he had a habit of discharging his ballast of civilities, as he said, while he unloaded his fish, which attracted round him all the rascals and idlers of the harbor. It issued from his mouth, now like cannon shots, terrible and short, now like thunderclaps that rolled for 5 minutes. Such a tempest of oaths that he seemed to have in his lungs all the storms of the Eternal Father. Then, when he had left his boat, and was face to face with her in the middle of a crowd of curious spectators and fishwives, he fished up again from the bottom of the hold a fresh cargo of insults and hard words, and escorted her in such fashion to their home, she in front, he behind, she weeping, he shouting. Then, alone with her, doors shut, he came to blows on the least pretext. Anything was enough to make him lift his hand, and once he had begun, he never stopped, spitting in her face, all the time, the real causes of his hate. At each blow, at each thump, he yelled, "Oh, you penniless slut, oh, you gutter snipe, oh, you miserable starveling. I did a fine thing the day I washed my mouth out with the firewater of your scoundrel of a father." She passed her days now, poor woman, in a state of incessant terror, in a continuous trembling of soul and of body, in stunned expectation of insults and thrashings. And this lasted for 10 years. She was so broken that she turned pale when she was talking to anyone, no matter who, and no longer thought of anything but the beatings that threatened her, and she had grown as skinny, yellow and dried up as a smoked fish. Chapter 2. One night when her man was at sea she was awakened by the noise like the growling of a beast which the wind makes when it gets up, like an unleashed hound. She sat up in bed, uneasy, then, hearing nothing more, lay down again. But almost at once, there was a moaning in the chimney that shook the whole house and ran across the whole sky as if a pack of furious animals had crossed the empty spaces, panting and bellowing. Then she got up and ran to the harbor. Other women were running from all sides with lanterns. Men came running and everyone was watching the foam flashing white in the darkness on the crest of the waves out at sea. The storm lasted 15 hours. 11 sailors returned no more, and Patten was among them. The wreckage of his boat, the Jeune Amélie, was recovered off Dieppe. Near St. Valery, they picked up the bodies of his sailors, but his body was never found. As the hull of the small craft had been cut in two, his wife for a long time expected and dreaded his return. For if there had been a collision, it might have happened that the colliding vessel had taken him on board, and carried him to a distant country. Then, slowly, she grew used to the thought that she was a widow, even though she trembled every time that a neighbor or a beggar or a tramping peddler entered her house abruptly. Then, one afternoon, almost 4 years after the disappearance of her man, she stopped, on her way along the Rue aux Juifs, before the house of an old captain who had died recently and whose belongings were being sold. Just at this moment, they were auctioning a parrot, a green parrot with a blue head, which was regarding the crowd with a discontented and uneasy air. 3 francs, cried the seller, a bird that talks like a lawyer, 3 francs. A friend of Widow Patten jogged her elbow. You ought to buy that, you being rich, she said. It would be company for you, he is worth more than 30 francs, that bird. You can always sell him again for 20 to 25 easy. 4 francs, ladies, 4 francs, the man repeated. He sings vespers and preaches like the priest. He's a phenomenon, a miracle. Widow Patten raised the bid by 50 centimes, and they handed her the hook-nosed creature in a little cage and she carried him off. Then she installed him in her house, and as she was opening the iron wire door to give the creature a drink, she got a bite on the finger that broke the skin and drew blood. "Oh, the wicked bird," said she. However, she presented him with hemp seed and maize, then left him smoothing his feathers while he peered with a malicious air at his new home and his new mistress. Next morning day was beginning to break, when Widow Patten heard, with great distinctness, a loud, resonant, rolling voice, the voice of Patten, which shouted, "Get up, slut!" Her terror was such that she hid her head under the bedclothes, for every morning, in the old days, as soon as he had opened his eyes, her dead husband shouted in her ears those 3 words that she knew well. Trembling, huddled into a ball, her back turned to the thrashing that she was momentarily expecting, she murmured, her face hidden in the bed. "God Almighty, he's here! God Almighty, he's here! He's come back, God Almighty!" Minutes passed, no other sound broke the silence of her room. Then, shuddering, she lifted her head from the bed, sure that he was there, spying on her, ready to strike. She saw nothing but a ray of sun falling across the window-pane, and she thought, "He's hiding, for sure." She waited a long time, then, a little reassured, thought, "I must have been dreaming, seeing he doesn't show himself." She was shutting her eyes again, a little reassured, when right in her ears the furious voice burst out, the thunderous voice of her drowned man, shouting, "Damn and blast it, get up, bitch!" She leaped out of bed, jerked out by her instinctive obedience, the passive obedience of a woman broken in by blows, who still remembers, after 4 years, and who will always remember. And always obey that voice. And she said, "Here I am, Patten. What do you want?" But Patten did not answer. Then, bewildered, she looked round her, and she searched everywhere, in the cupboards, in the chimney, under the bed, without finding anyone, and at last let herself fall into a chair. Distracted with misery, convinced that the spirit of Patten itself was there, near her, come back to torture her. Suddenly, she remembered the loft, which could be reached from outside by a ladder. He had certainly hidden himself there to take her by surprise. He must have been kept by savages on some shore, unable to escape sooner, and he had come back, wickeder than ever. She could not doubt it, on the mere sound of his voice. She asked, her head turned towards the ceiling, "Are you up there, Patten?" Patten did not answer. Then she went out, and in an unutterable terror that set her heart beating madly, she climbed the ladder, opened the garret window, looked in, saw nothing, entered, searched, and found nothing. Seated on a truss of hay, she began to cry, but while she was sobbing, shaken by an acute and supernatural terror, she heard, in the room below her, Patten telling his story. He seemed less angry, calmer, and he was saying, "Filthy weather, high wind, filthy weather. I've had no breakfast, damn it." She called through the ceiling, "I'm here, Patten. I'll make you some soup. Don't be angry. I'm coming." She climbed down at a run. There was no one in her house. She felt her body giving way as if death had his hand on her, and she was going to run out to ask help from the neighbors, when just in her ear the voice cried, "I've had no breakfast, damn it." The parrot, in his cage, was regarding her with his round, malicious, wicked eye. She stared back at him, in amazement, murmuring, "Oh, it's you." He answered, shaking his head, "Wait, wait, wait, I'll teach you to faint." What were her thoughts? She realized that this was none other than the dead man, who had returned and hidden himself in the feathers of this creature, to begin tormenting her again, that he was going to swear, as he did before, all day, and find fault with her, and shout insults to attract their neighbors' attention and make them laugh. Then she flung herself across the room, opened the cage, seized the bird, who defended himself and tore her skin with his beak and his claws. But she held him with all her might, in both hands, and throwing herself on the ground, rolled on top of him with the frenzy of a madman, crushed him to death and made a mere rag of flesh of him. A little soft green thing that no longer moved or spoke, and hung limp. Then, wrapping him in a dishcloth as a shroud, she went out, in her shift, and barefooted, crossed the quay, against which the sea was breaking in small waves, and shaking the cloth. Let fall this small green thing that looked like a handful of grass. Then she returned, threw herself on her knees before the empty cage, and utterly overcome by what she had done, she asked pardon of the good God, sobbing. As if she had just committed a horrible crime. The Cripple. This adventure happened to me about 1882. I had just settled myself in the corner of an empty carriage, and I had shut the door, in the hope of being left undisturbed, when it was abruptly reopened and I heard a voice say, "Take care, sir. We are just at the crossing of the lines, the footboard is very high." Another voice answered, "Don't worry, Laurent, I'll hold fast." Then a head appeared, covered with a round cap, and two hands, clinging to the leather straps that hung from both sides of the carriage door. Slowly hoisted up a fat body whose feet on the footboard produced the sound of a stick striking the ground. But when the man had got the upper part of his body into the compartment, I saw the black painted end of a wooden leg appearing in the limp hanging leg of his trousers. Followed shortly by a similar stump. A head came into view behind this traveler, and asked, "Are you all right, sir?" "Yes, my boy." "Then here are your parcels and your crutches." And a manservant, who had the appearance of an old soldier, climbed up too, carrying in his arms a quantity of things wrapped in black and yellow papers, carefully tied with strings. And placed them one after another on the rack above his master's head. Then he said, "There you are, sir, that's the lot. There are 5 of them, the sweets, the doll, the drum, the gun, and the pâté de foie gras. That's right, my boy. I hope you'll have a comfortable journey, sir." "Thanks, Laurent, keep yourself fit." The man went away, reclosing the door, and I looked at my neighbor. He must have been about 35 years old, although his hair was almost white. He wore various decorations, he was mustached, and very stout, a victim to the short-winded obesity that falls on strong active men whom some infirmity deprives of exercise. He mopped his forehead, panted, and giving me a direct glance, said, "Does the smoke annoy you, sir?" "No, sir." That eye, that voice, that face, I knew them well. But where did I get my knowledge? I had certainly met the fellow, I had talked to him, I had shaken his hand. It went a long way back, a very long way, it was lost in those mists where the mind seems to grope after memories and pursue them, like flying phantoms, without grasping them. He too was now scrutinizing my face in the fixed and tenacious manner of a man who has some dim remembrance but cannot quite place it. Our eyes, embarrassed by this unwinking exchange of glances, turned away. Then, a few minutes later, drawn back once more by the secret obstinate will of the laboring memory, they met again, and I said, "God bless my soul, sir. Instead of looking at one another out of the corner of our eyes for an hour, wouldn't it be more sensible to join forces in discovering where we knew each other?" My neighbor answered pleasantly, "You're quite right, sir." I told him my name. "My name is Henry Beauclerc. I'm a magistrate." He hesitated a moment. Then with that uncertainty of glance and voice produced by severe mental tension, he said, "Oh, just so. I met you at the Pointsels, a long time ago, before the war, it must be 12 years since." "Yes, sir." "Ah, you're Lieutenant Revelier?" "Yes, I was even Captain Revelier until the day when I lost my feet, both at one stroke, from a passing ball." And we looked at one another again, now that we knew each other. I recalled perfectly having seen this handsome, slender youth who led cotillions with an agile, graceful energy, and who had been nicknamed, I believe, La Tramp. 31. But behind this vision, sharply evoked, hovered yet another one I could not grasp, some story that I had known and forgotten. One of those stories to which one lends a friendly and short-lived interest, and which leave in one's mind only an almost imperceptible trace. There had been a love affair in those days. I recaptured just that particular emotional impression in the depths of my memory, but nothing more. An emotional impression comparable to the scent which, to a dog's nose, the foot of an animal deposits on the ground. Little by little, however, the shadows lifted and the face of a young girl rose before my eyes. Then her name burst in my head like an exploding cracker, Mathilde de Maupassant. I recalled the whole affair now. It was indeed a love story, but a commonplace one. That young girl loved that young man, when I met him, and people talked of their approaching marriage. He himself seemed very much in love, very happy. I lifted my eyes towards the rack where all the parcels carried by my neighbor's servant were shaking with the jolts of the train. And the man's voice sounded again in my ears as if he had hardly finished speaking. He had said, "There you are, sir, that's the lot. There are 5 of them, the sweets, the doll, the drum, the gun, and the pâté de foie gras." Thereupon, in a flash, a romance developed and unfolded itself in my head. It was, moreover, exactly like all the romances I had read, in which sometimes the young man, sometimes the young girl, marries his or her betrothed after the catastrophe, bodily or financial. So this officer who had been maimed in the war, had after the campaign come back to find the girl who had promised to marry him, and she had kept her word and given herself to him. I considered it very beautiful but quite simple, as one considers simple all the self-sacrifices and all the denouements of books and plays. It always seems to us, as we read or as we listen, in these schools of magnanimity, that we should have sacrificed ourselves with enthusiastic pleasure, with superb impulsiveness. But we are put sorely out of temper, next day, when some luckless friend comes to borrow a little money from us. Then, suddenly, another supposition, less romantic and more realistic, took the place of the first. Perhaps he had married before the war, before the frightful accident when his legs were shot away, and she, desolate and resigned, had been forced to take back, care for, console and sustain this husband, who had left her strong and handsome, and returned with feet mowed off, a dreadful wreckage condemned to immobility, to impotent rages and an inevitable obesity. Was he happy or in torment? A desire, at first vague, then increasing, at last irresistible, came upon me, to learn his story, to know at least the principal points of it, which would allow me to guess what he could not or would not say. I talked to him, my thoughts busy all the time. We had exchanged a few commonplace words, and, my eye turned towards the rack, I kept thinking, so he has 3 children. The sweets are for his wife, the doll for his little girl, the drum and the gun for his boys, the pâté de foie gras for himself. I asked him abruptly, "You are a father, sir?" He answered, "No, sir." I felt suddenly confused, as if I had committed a gross breach of taste, and I added, "I beg your pardon. I had imagined that you were, from hearing your man speak of the toys. One hears things without listening, and draws conclusions in spite of oneself." He smiled, then murmured, "No, I am not even married. I never got any farther than the preliminaries." I had the air of suddenly remembering. "Oh, that's so, you were engaged when I knew you, engaged to Mathilde de Maupassant, I think." "Yes, sir, you have an excellent memory." I became outrageously audacious, and added, "Yes, I think I remember also having heard that Mathilde de Maupassant had married Monsieur." "Monsieur." He uttered the name placidly. "M. de Fleurel." "Yes, that's it." "Yes. I even remember having heard your wound spoken of in this connection." I looked him full in the face, and he blushed. His full, swollen face, which the constant accession of blood had already made purple, took on a still deeper hue. He replied eagerly, with the abrupt earnestness of a man who is pleading a cause lost beforehand, lost in his mind and in his heart, but which he wishes to carry in the eyes of the world. People are wrong, sir, to couple my name with Madame de Fleurel's. When I returned from the war, without my feet, alas, I would never, never have allowed her to become my wife. Was such a thing possible? One does not marry to make a parade of generosity, sir, one marries to live every day, every hour, every minute, every second with one man. And if this man is deformed, as I am, to marry him is to be condemned to a suffering which will last until death. Oh, I understand, I admire all sacrifices, all devotions when they have a limit, but I do not countenance a woman's renunciation of the whole of a life in which she hopes for happiness, of all joys, of all dreams, just to satisfy the admiration of the gallery. When I hear, on the floor of my room, the clatter of my stumps and my crutches, the noise like a mill wheel that I make with every step I take, I feel exasperated to the verge of strangling my servant. Do you think one could allow a woman to bear what one cannot endure oneself? And then, do you suppose they're pretty, my stumps of legs? He was silent. What could I say to him? I felt that he was right. Could I blame her, despise her, even give judgment against him, or against her? No. And yet? This dénouement, conforming as it did to convention, the golden mean, truth and appearances, did not satisfy my appetite for romance. Those heroic stumps called for a splendid sacrifice of which I had been deprived, and I felt cheated thereby. I asked him abruptly. Madame de Fleurel has children? Yes, a girl and 2 boys. I am taking these toys to them. Her husband and she have been very good to me. The train was climbing the hill of Saint-Germain. It ran through the tunnels, entered the station, came to a standstill. I was going to offer my arm to help the mutilated officer to descend when 2 hands were stretched out to him through the open door. How do you do, my dear Revelier? Ah, how do you do, Fleurel? Behind the man, his wife stood smiling, radiant, still pretty, waving greetings with her gloved fingers. Beside her, a little girl was jumping for joy, and 2 small boys were staring with greedy eyes at the drum and the gun emerging from the carriage rack in their father's hands. When the cripple reached the platform, all the children embraced him. Then they set off, and the small girl lovingly held the polished crossbar of one crutch in her tiny hand, as she would have been able to hold her big friend's thumb when she walked beside him. A portrait. Look, there's Miliel, said someone near me. I looked at the man they were pointing out, for I had long wanted to make the acquaintance of this Don Juan. He was no longer young. His gray hair, a shaggy gray, was a little like one of those skin caps that certain northern races wear on their heads, and his fine, rather long beard, falling to his chest, also bore a resemblance to fur. He was talking to a woman, leaning towards her, speaking in a low voice, while he looked at her with a tender gaze, eloquent of homage and affection. I knew his manner of life, or at least such of it as was known to people. He had been loved madly, many times, and his name had been mixed up in various dramas that had taken place. He was spoken of as a very fascinating, almost irresistible man. When, in order to discover whence came these powers he had, I questioned the women who were loudest in his praise, they invariably replied, after having thought about it for a while, I don't know, it's a question of charm. Certainly, he was not handsome. He had none of the elegances which we imagine to be attributes of the conquerors of feminine hearts. I used to wonder, with much interest, in what lay his fascination. In his wit? No one had ever quoted his sayings to me, nor even celebrated his intelligence. In his glance? Perhaps. Or in his voice. Some people's voices have sensuous and irresistible attractions, the savor of exquisite foods. One hungers to hear them, and the sound of their words penetrates our sensibilities, like an Epicurean dish. A friend was passing, I asked him. Do you know M. Miliel? Yes. Please introduce us. A minute later we were exchanging handshakes and conversing between two doors. What he said was just, pleasant to listen to, but in no way superlative. He had indeed a beautiful voice, soft, caressing, musical, but I have heard voices more taking, more moving. One listened to it with pleasure, as one watches the flowing of a pleasant stream. No great effort of thought was necessary to follow it, no hidden meaning roused one's curiosity, no anticipation kept one's interest on the alert. His conversation was actually tranquilizing, and awoke in us neither a lively desire to respond and contradict, nor a delighted approbation. It was, moreover, as easy to make a reply to him as to listen. The reply rose to one's lips of its own accord, as soon as he had finished talking, and the phrases ran towards him as if what he had said made them issue quite naturally from one's mouth. I was shortly struck by a reflection. I had known him for a quarter of an hour, and it seemed to me that he was an old friend of mine, that everything about him had been familiar to me for a long time, his face, his gestures, his voice, his ideas. Abruptly, after a few moments of talk, he seemed to me to have established himself on an intimate footing. All doors between us were open, and perhaps, of my own volition, would, had he solicited them, have made confidences which ordinarily are given only to one's oldest friends. There was certainly a mystery about it. The barriers that separate all creatures, and which time removes one by one, when sympathy, like tastes, an identical intellectual culture, and constant relationship have little by little unpadlocked them, seemed not to exist between him and me, nor, doubtless, between him and all people, men and women, whom chance threw in his path. At the end of half an hour, we separated, agreeing to see each other again often, and he gave me his address after having invited me to dine with him on the next day but one. I forgot the hour and arrived too early. He had not come in. A correct and silent servant showed me into a beautiful drawing room, a rather dim, intimate, studied room. I felt at home there, as in my own house. How often I have remarked the effect of the place in which one lives on one's mind and disposition. There are rooms where one always feels stupid, there are others, on the contrary, where one always feels alert. Some rooms sadden us, although they are light, white and gilded, others make for gaiety, although they are hung in quiet colors. Our eye, like our heart, has its hates and its likings, which often it does not openly declare to us, imposing them secretly and stealthily on our imaginations. The harmony of furniture and walls, the style of our whole surroundings, acts instantly on our intellectual nature as the air of forest, sea or mountain modifies our physical nature. I was seated on a divan completely covered with cushions, and I felt suddenly sustained, borne up, held in place by these small silk-covered sacks of feathers. As if the form and place of my body had been impressed beforehand on this furniture. Then I looked round. There was nothing startling in the room. It was filled with lovely unobtrusive things, furniture at once rare and simple, oriental curtains that did not seem to have come from the Louvre but from the interior of a harem, and facing me, the portrait of a woman. It was a portrait of medium size, showing the head and upper part of the body, and the hands holding a book. She was young, bare-headed, her hair arranged in smooth folds, and she was smiling with a faint sadness. It may have been because she was bare-headed, or it may well have been due to the effect of her very artless charm. But never had a woman's portrait seemed to me so much at home as did this portrait in this place. Almost all those I know are definitely on show, whether the lady is in elaborate dress, with her hair becomingly arranged and an air of being fully conscious that she is posing before the painter in the first place, and ultimately before all the people who will look at her. Or whether she has adopted an attitude of abandon, and attired herself with careful informality. Some are standing, majestic creatures, in all their beauty, with an air of hauteur which they cannot have sustained for long in the ordinary course of their lives. Others languish in the immobility of the painted canvas. And all of them have some trifle, a flower or a jewel, a fold of their gown or their lips, which one feels to have been arranged by the painter, for the sake of an effect. Whether they wear a hat, a lace scarf on their head, or simply their hair, they convey the impression of something just a little unnatural. Why? One doesn't know, since one does not know them at all, but the impression is there. They have the air of paying a visit somewhere, among people whom they wish to please, before whom they wish to appear to their best advantage, and they have studied their attitude. Sometimes a modest one, sometimes arrogant. What shall I say of this portrait? She was in her own home and alone. Yes, she was alone, for she was smiling as people smile when they think in solitude on something at once sad and sweet, and not as they smile when they are being looked at. She was so much alone and so much in her own place, that she created solitude in this huge room, absolute solitude. She dwelt in it, filled it, she alone gave it life. A crowd of people might enter there, and all of them speak, laugh, even sing. She would be there, forever alone, smiling a solitary smile. And alone she would bring it alive with her pictured gaze. Her gaze was unique, too. It was turned directly to me, caressing and steady, but it did not see me. All portraits know that they are being contemplated, and they answer with their eyes, with eyes that see, and think. That follow us unwinkingly from the moment we enter the room where they inhabit until the moment we leave it. This portrait did not see me, did not see anything, although its glance was bent directly on me. I recalled Baudelaire's amazing line. Etes you adherents comme ceux d'un portrait. 32. They did indeed attract me in an irresistible fashion, they disturbed me in some strange, powerful, novel way, these painted eyes that had lived, that perhaps were still living. Oh, what infinite soothing charm, like a passing breeze, seductive as the fading sky of a rose and blue and lilac twilight. And faintly melancholy like the night that follows on its heels, came from that somber frame and those impenetrable eyes. Those eyes created by a few strokes of the brush, held in their depths the mystery of that which seems to be and is not, of that which a woman's look can express. Of that which wakes in our hearts the first stirring of love. The door opened. M. Miliol came in. He apologized for being late. I apologized for being early. Then I said to him, "Is it indiscreet to ask you who this woman is?" He answered, "It is my mother, who died very young." And at that I understand whence came this man's inexplicable charm. Hautot and His Son. Chapter 1. In front of the building, half farmhouse, half manor house, one of those semi-feudal country dwellings of mixed character now occupied by wealthy farmers, the dogs chained to the apple trees in the courtyard were barking and howling at the sight of the bags carried by the gamekeepers. And at the mischievous boys. In the large dining-room kitchen, Hautot and his son, M. Bermont the tax collector, and M. Mondarn the notary, were having a bite and a mouthful of wine before they went out shooting, for it was the first day of the season. The elder Hautot, proud of his possessions, was boasting of the game that his guests would find in his shoot. He was a big Norman, one of those powerful, ruddy, big-boned men who can lift a cartload of apples onto their shoulders. Half peasant, half gentleman, rich, respected, influential, autocratic, he had first insisted that his son César should work up to the third form so that he might be well informed. And then he had stopped his education for fear of his becoming a fine gentleman without any interest in the farm. Nearly as tall as his father, but thinner, César Hautot was a good son, docile, contented, full of admiration and respect and regard for the wishes and opinions of the elder Hautot. M. Bermont, the tax collector, a short stout man whose red cheeks showed a thin network of violet veins like the tributaries and winding streams of a river on a map, asked, "And hares, are there any hares?" The elder Hautot replied, "As many as you please, especially in the hollows of Pisadier." "Where shall we begin?" asked the good-natured notary. He was pale and fat, his flesh bulging out in his tight-fitting, brand-new shooting kit recently bought at Rouen. "In that direction, through the bottoms. We will drive the partridges into the open and fall upon them." Hautot got up. The others followed his example, took their guns from the corner, examined the locks, stamped their feet to ease them in their boots, not yet softened by the warmth within. Then they went out, and the dogs straining at the leash barked and beat the air with their paws. They set out towards the hollows, which were in a little glen, or rather in a long undulating stretch of poor land unfit for cultivation. Furrowed with ditches and covered with ferns, an excellent preserve for game. The sportsmen took their places, Hautot Sr. to the right, Hautot Jr. to the left, with the two guests in the center. The keepers and game-bag carriers followed. The solemn moment had come when sportsmen are waiting for the first shot, their hearts beating more rapidly, and their nervous fingers unable to leave the trigger alone. Suddenly there was a shot. Hautot had fired. They all stopped and saw a partridge, one of a covey flying as swiftly as possible, drop into a ditch covered with thick shrubs. The excited sportsman started to run, taking big strides, dragging aside the briars in his path, and disappeared into the thicket to look for the bird. Almost immediately a second shot was heard. "Ha! Ha! The rascal!" exclaimed M. Bermont, "he must have started a hare from the undergrowth." They all waited with eyes fixed on the mass of dense underwood. The notary, making a trumpet of his hands, shouted, "Have you got them?" As there was no reply from the elder Hautot, César, turning towards the gamekeeper, said, "Go and help him, Joseph. We must keep in line. We'll wait." And Joseph, a man with an old, lean body and swollen joints, set off at an easy pace down to the ditch, searching for a suitable opening with the caution of a fox. Then, suddenly, he shouted, "Oh, hurry up! Hurry up! There has been an accident." They all hurried along and plunged through the briars. Hautot had fallen on his side in a faint with both hands pressed on his abdomen, from which long trickles of blood flowed onto the grass through his linen jacket torn by a bullet. In letting go of his gun to pick up the dead partridge that lay within reach, he had dropped it and the second discharge going off in the fall had torn open his bowels. They drew him out of the ditch, undressed him and saw a frightful wound through which the intestines protruded. Then after binding him up as well as they could they carried him home and waited for the doctor who had been sent for, as well as the priest. When the doctor arrived, he shook his head gravely, and turning towards young Hautot, who was sobbing on a chair, he said, "My poor boy, this looks bad." But when the wound was dressed, the patient moved his fingers, first opened his mouth, then his eyes, cast around him a troubled, haggard glance, then appeared to be trying to recall, to understand. And he murmured, "Good God, I am done for." The doctor held his hand. "No, no, a question of a few days' rest, it will be all right." Hautot resumed, "I am done for. I am torn to bits. I know." Then, suddenly, "I want to talk to my son, if there is time." In spite of himself, César was weeping, and repeated like a little boy, "Papa, Papa, poor Papa." But the father said in a more determined tone, "Come, stop crying, this is no time for tears. I have something to say to you. Sit down there, close to me, it will soon be over, and I shall be easier in my mind. You others, please leave us alone for a minute." As soon as they were alone, "Listen, my boy. You are 24, one can talk to you. After all there is not such a mystery about these matters as we attach to them. You know that your mother has been dead 7 years and that I am only 45, seeing that I married when I was 19. Is that not true?" The son stammered. "Yes, quite true." "So then your mother has been dead for 7 years, and I am still a widower. Well, a man like me cannot remain a widower at 37, you agree?" The son replied, "That's quite true." Gasping for breath, very pale and his face drawn with pain, the father continued, "God! How I suffer! Well, you understand. Man is not made to live alone, but I did not want to give your mother a successor, since I had promised I would not do so. Well, you understand?" Yes, father. Well, I kept a girl at Rouen, number 18 Rue de l'Eperlan, the second door on the third floor. I am telling you all this, don't forget, this young girl has been as nice to me, loving. Devoted, a real wife. You understand, my lad? Yes, father. Well, if I am taken, I owe her something substantial that will place her out of the reach of want. You understand? Yes, father. I tell you she is good, really good, and but for you and the memory of your mother, and also because we three lived here together in this house, would have brought her here, and then married her. Sure enough, listen, my lad, I might have made a will. I have not done so. I did not want to. You must never write things down, not things of that sort, it is bad for the rightful heirs, then it muddles up everything, it ruins everyone. Look you, never go in for legal documents, never have anything to do with them. If I am rich it is because I have avoided them all my life. You understand, my boy? Yes, father. Now listen. Listen attentively. So I have made no will. I did not want to. Besides, I know you, you are kind-hearted, you are not greedy, not stingy. I said to myself that when I saw the end within sight, I would tell you all about it and would beg you not to forget my darling, Caroline Donat, 18 Rue de l'Eperlan, the second door on the right. Don't forget. Further, go there directly I am gone, and make such arrangements that she will have no reason to complain. You have plenty. You can spare it, I am leaving you well provided for. Listen. You won't find her at home on weekdays. She works at Madame Moreau's in the Rue Beauvoisine. Go on a Thursday. She always expects me on Thursdays. It has been my day for 6 years. Poor thing, how she will cry. I tell you all this, my boy, because I know you so well. You cannot tell these things to everybody, either to the notary or to the priest. These things happen, everyone knows that, but no one talks about them except when they are obliged. Then again there must be no outsider in the secret, nobody except the family, because a family is the same as an individual. You understand? Yes, father. You promise? Yes, father. You swear to this? Yes, father. I beg, I pray, do not forget, my boy. It means so much to me. No, father. You will go yourself. I want you to make sure of everything. Yes, father. And then, you will see what she says. I can't tell you more about it. You swear? Yes, father. That's right, my boy. Embrace me. Adieu, I am done for, I know it. Tell the others they may come in. The son embraced his father, sobbing as he did so, then, obedient as usual, he opened the door and the priest appeared in a white surplice carrying the holy oils. But the dying man had closed his eyes and refused to open them again, he would not make any response nor would he make any sign to show that he understood. The man had talked enough, he could not continue. Besides, he now felt quiet in his mind and wanted to die in peace. He felt no need to confess to the priest when he had just made his confession to his son who at all events belonged to the family. Surrounded by his friends and servants on their bended knees, he received the last rites, was purified, and was given absolution, no change of expression on his face showing that he still lived. He died towards midnight after 4 hours of convulsive movements indicating terrible suffering. Chapter 2. He was buried on Tuesday, the shooting season having opened on Sunday. On returning home from the cemetery, César Hautot spent the rest of the day weeping. He scarcely slept that night and felt so sad when he awoke that he wondered how he could manage to go on living. However, until evening he kept on thinking that in accordance with his father's dying wish he must go to Rouen the following day, and see this girl, Caroline Donat, who lived at 18 Rue de l'Eperlan. The second door on the third story. He went on repeating the name and address under his breath, just as a prayer is repeated, so as not to forget, and he ended by stammering them unceasingly, without thinking about anything. To such a point had his mind become obsessed by the set phrase. Accordingly, about 8 o'clock next day he ordered Graindorge to be harnessed to the tilbury and set out at the long, swinging pace of the heavy Norman horse along the high road from Ainville to Rouen. He was wearing a black frock coat, a silk hat, and trousers strapped under his shoes. Owing to the circumstances he had not put on his flowing blue blouse, so easily taken off at the journey's end, over his black clothes to protect them from dust and dirt. He got to Rouen just as it was striking 10, put up as usual at the Hôtel de Bons Enfants, in the Rue de Trois Maries, submitted to being embraced by the landlord, his wife and their 5 sons. For they had heard the sad news. Later on he had to tell them all about the accident, which made him shed tears, repel their offers of service thrust upon him on account of his wealth, and even refuse luncheon, which hurt their feelings. Having wiped the dust off his hat, brushed his coat and cleaned his boots, he started off to seek the Rue de l'Éperlan without daring to make any inquiries, for fear of being recognized and of arousing suspicion. At last, unable to find the place, he caught sight of a priest, and trusting to the professional discretion of the priesthood, he asked for help. It was only about 100 steps farther on, the second street to the right. Then he hesitated. Up to the present he had blindly obeyed the will of his dead father. But now he felt agitated, confused, humiliated at the idea of finding himself, he, the son, in the presence of the woman who had been his father's mistress. All our better feelings developed by centuries of family training, all that he had been taught since early childhood about women of loose character. The instinctive distrust that all men feel of these women even when they marry them, all his narrow-minded peasant virtue. All combined to disturb him, to make him hesitate, and fill him with shame. But he said to himself, I promised my father. I must not fail. So he pushed the partly open door of number 18, discovered a dark staircase, went up 3 flights, saw first one door, then a second, then found a bell rope, which he pulled. The ding-dong that sounded in the next room sent a shiver through his body. The door opened and he found himself face to face with a well-dressed young lady, a brunette with rosy cheeks, who gazed at him with eyes full of astonishment. He did not know what to say, and she, who suspected nothing and was expecting the father, did not invite him in. They looked at each other about 30 seconds until, at last, she said, "What do you want, sir?" He muttered, "I am the young Hautot." She started, turned pale, and stammered as if she had known him for a long time. "Monsieur César?" "Yes." "Well?" "I have a message for you from my father." She exclaimed, "My God!" and moved away so that he might enter. He closed the door and followed her. Then he caught sight of a little boy of 4 or 5 years playing with a cat, seated on the ground in front of a stove from which rose the odor of food being kept hot. "Sit down," she said. He sat down. She said, "Well?" He dare not say anything. He fixed his eyes on the table standing in the middle of the room that was laid for 2 grown-ups and a child. He looked at the chair with its back to the fire, the plate, the table napkin and glasses, the bottle of red wine already opened, and the bottle of white wine still uncorked. That was his father's chair, with its back to the fire. They were expecting him. That was his bread near the fork. He knew that because the crust had been removed on account of Hautot's bad teeth. Then, raising his eyes, he noticed his father's portrait hanging on the wall, the large photograph taken at Paris the year of the exhibition. The same one that hung above the bed in the room at Ainville. The young woman asked again, "Well, Monsieur César?" She stared at him. Her face was deathly white with anxiety, and she waited, her hands trembling with fear. Then he picked up courage. "Well, miss, Papa died on Sunday, the first day of the season." She was too overcome to make any movement. After a silence of a few seconds, she faltered almost inaudibly, "Oh, it's not possible." Then the tears came to her eyes, and covering her face with her hands, she burst out sobbing. Seeing his mother cry, the little boy turned round and began to roar at the top of his voice. Then, understanding that the sudden grief was caused by the unknown visitor, he threw himself upon César, caught hold of his trousers with one hand and hit his shins as hard as he could with the other. César felt bewildered, deeply affected, thus placed between the woman mourning for his father, and the child who was defending his mother. Their emotion communicated itself to him and his eyes filled with tears, so, to regain his self-control, he began to talk. Yes, he said, the accident occurred on Sunday morning, at 8 o'clock. And he told the story in detail, as if she were listening to him, mentioning the most trivial matters with the characteristic thoroughness of the peasant. The child, who had kept on beating César, was now kicking his ankles. When he reached the point of Hautot's anxiety for her, she heard her name mentioned and, taking her hands from face, asked, "Excuse me. I was not following you. I would like to know, would it be a bother to you to begin all over again?" He began the story in the same words. The accident occurred Sunday morning at 8 o'clock. He repeated everything, at great length, with pauses and occasional reflections of his own. She listened eagerly, feeling with a woman's keen sensitiveness the events as they were unfolded, and, trembling with horror, exclaimed at intervals, "My God!" The boy, thinking that she was all right again, took hold of his mother's hand instead of beating César, and listened attentively as if he understood what was happening. When the story was finished, young Hautot continued. "Now, we'll settle matters together according to his wishes. Listen. I am well off, he has left me plenty. I don't want you to have anything to complain about." She interrupted quickly. "Oh. Mr. César, not today. My heart is. Another time, another day. No, not today. If I accept, listen, it is not for myself, no, 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 I swear. It is for the child. Besides, what you give will be placed to his account." Whereupon César, feeling troubled, guessed the truth and stammered. "So then, it is his, the little one?" "Why, yes," she said. The young Hautot looked at his brother with confused feelings both intense and painful. After a long silence, for she was crying again, César, very embarrassed, went on. "Well, Mam'selle Donat, I am going. When would you like to talk this over?" She exclaimed. "Oh. No, don't go. Don't go. Don't leave me all alone with Emile. I would die of grief. I have nobody in the world, nobody but my little one. Oh. What misery, Mr. César. Do sit down. Tell me some more. Tell me how he spent his time at home." César, accustomed to obey, sat down again. She drew another chair near to his, in front of the stove on which the food prepared for lunch was bubbling. Took Emile on her lap and asked César hundreds of questions about his father, such simple questions about his ordinary everyday life that without reasoning on the subject he felt that she had loved Hautot with all the strength of her aching heart. And by the natural association of his scanty thoughts he returned to the accident and began to tell her all about it again, giving the same details as before. When he said, "He had a hole in the stomach into which you could put your 2 fists, she uttered a faint cry and her eyes again filled with tears. Infected by her grief, César began to weep too, and as tears always soften the heart, he bent over Emile, whose forehead was close to his own mouth, and kissed him. Recovering her breath, the mother murmured, "Poor boy, he is an orphan now." "And so am I," said César. They said no more. But suddenly the housewife's practical instinct, accustomed to think of everything, reawakened. "I expect you have had nothing to eat this morning, Mr. César?" "No, Mam'selle." "Oh. You must be hungry. You will have a bite?" "Thank you," he said, "I am not hungry, I have been too worried." She replied. In spite of grief one must go on living, you are surely not going to refuse. Then that will keep you here a little longer. When you are gone, I don't know what I shall do. He yielded after a little hesitation, and sitting down with his back to the fire, facing her, he ate some of the tripe that was crackling in the oven and drank a glass of red wine. But he would not allow her to uncork the white wine. Several times he wiped the small boy's mouth who had smeared his chin all over with gravy. As he got up to go, he asked, "When would you like me to come back to talk the matter over, Mademoiselle Donut?" "If it is all the same to you, next Thursday, Mr. César. I shall not waste any time that way, as I am always free on Thursdays." "That will suit me, next Thursday." "You will come to lunch, won't you?" "Oh. As for that, I can't promise." "Well, you know, it is easier to talk when eating. Besides, there is more time." "Well, all right. At 12 o'clock then." And off he went after having kissed little Emile and shaken hands with Mademoiselle Donut. Chapter 3. The week seemed long to César Hautot. He had never felt so lonely, and the solitude seemed unbearable. Hitherto he had lived with his father, just like his shadow, following him to the fields and superintending the execution of his orders. And when he did leave him for a short time it was only to meet again at dinner. They spent their evenings sitting opposite each other, smoking their pipes and talking about horses, cows, or sheep. And the handshake they exchanged every morning was the symbol of deep family affection. Now César was alone. He strolled about looking on while the harvesters worked, expecting at any moment to see his father's tall gesticulating form at the far end of a field. To kill time he visited his neighbors, telling all about the accident to those who had not already heard it and telling it over again to those who had. Then, having reached the end of all that interested him, he would sit down at the side of the road and wonder whether this kind of life would last very long. He often thought of Mademoiselle Donut. He remembered her with pleasure. He had found her ladylike, gentle and good, exactly as father had described her. Undoubtedly, so far as goodness was concerned, she was good. He was determined to do the thing handsomely and give her 2,000 francs a year, settling the capital on the child. He even felt a certain pleasure at the prospect of seeing her again on the following Thursday, and making all the arrangements for her future. Then, although the idea of the brother, the little chap of 5, his father's son, did worry and annoy him, it also filled him with a friendly feeling. This illegitimate youngster, though he would never bear the name of Hautot, was, in a sense, a member of the family life, whom he might adopt or abandon as he pleased but who would always remind him of his father. So that when, on Thursday morning, he was trotting along the road to Rouen on Graindorge's back, he felt lighter-hearted, more at peace than he had done since his bereavement. On entering Mademoiselle Donut's apartment, he saw the table laid as on the previous Thursday, the only difference being that the crust had been left on the bread. He shook hands with the young woman, kissed Emile on both cheeks and sat down feeling more or less at home in spite of his heart being heavy. Mademoiselle Donut seemed to him to have grown thinner and paler. She must have wept bitterly. She appeared rather awkward in his presence, as if she now understood what she had not felt the previous week when under the first impression of her loss. She treated him with exaggerated respect, showing stricken humility, and waiting upon him with solicitude as if to repay by her attentions and devotion the kindness he had shown her. The lunch dragged on as they discussed the business that had brought him to the house. She did not want so much money. It was too much, far too much. She earned enough to keep herself and she only wanted Emile to find a small sum awaiting him when he was grown up. César was firm, and even added a present of 1,000 francs for her mourning. When he had finished his coffee, she asked, "Do you smoke?" "Yes. I have my pipe." He felt his pocket. Good heavens! He had forgotten it. He was quite miserable until she brought out his father's pipe, which had been put away in a cupboard. He accepted her offer of the pipe, took hold of it, recognized it and smelt it, said what a good one it was, in a voice choked with feeling, filled it with tobacco and lighted it. Then he set Emile astride on his knee and let him play at horses while the mother removed the tablecloth and put the dirty dishes aside in the bottom of the cupboard, intending to wash up as soon as he had gone. About 3 o'clock he got up reluctantly, very depressed at the idea of leaving. "Well, Mademoiselle Donat," he said, "I wish you good afternoon. It has been a pleasure to make your further acquaintance." She stood before him, blushing, deeply moved, and gazed at him while she thought of the father. "Shall we never see each other again?" she said. He replied simply, "Why, yes, mademoiselle, if it give you any pleasure." "Indeed it will, Mr. César. So till next Thursday, if that suits you?" "Yes, Mademoiselle Donat. You will come to lunch, without fail?" "Well, as you are so kind, I won't refuse." "It's settled then, next Thursday, at 12, the same as today." Thursday at 12, Mademoiselle Donat. One evening, the steamer Kleber had stopped and I looked with pleasure at the beautiful Gulf of Bougie that spread out ahead of us. The Kabyle forests covered the high mountains. In the distance the yellow sand edged the blue sea with powdered gold, while the sun fell in torrents of fire over the white houses of the small town. The warm African breeze wafted the delightful odor of the desert to my nostrils, the odor of that great mysterious continent into which men from the north rarely penetrate. For 3 months I had been wandering on the borders of that great unknown world, on the outskirts of that strange land of the ostrich, camel, gazelle, hippopotamus, gorilla, elephant and negro. I had seen the Arab galloping in the wind, like a waving standard. I had slept under the brown tents, in the shifting homes of these white birds of the desert. I was drunk with light, with magic, and with wide horizons. But now after this final excursion I had to leave, go back to France, to Paris, that city of feudal gossip, of commonplace preoccupations, and of continual handshaking. I must reluctantly say farewell to the things I loved, to things so new to me and of which I had barely caught a glimpse. A fleet of small boats surrounded the steamer. I jumped into one belonging to a young Negro, and was soon on the quay near the old Saracen gate, whose grey ruins at the entrance of the Kabyle town looked like an old family coat of arms. As I was standing beside my suitcase, looking at the big vessel at anchor in the roads, and filled with admiration at the beauty of the coast, the circle of mountains bathed by blue waters more exquisite than those of Naples, as beautiful as those of Ajaccio and Porto in Corsica, I felt a heavy hand on my shoulder. I turned to find a tall man with a long beard, a straw hat on his head and wearing flannels, by my side, staring at me with blue eyes. "Are you not my old schoolmate?" he said. "Possibly. What is your name?" "Tremolin." "By Jove! You were in my class." "Ah. Old chap, I recognized you at once." And his long beard was rubbed against my cheeks. He seemed so glad, so jolly, so happy to see me that in an outburst of friendliness I squeezed both hands of my former schoolfellow and felt very pleased to meet him again. For 4 years Tremolin had been my greatest friend at school. In those days his tall, thin body seemed to carry an over-heavy head, a large, round head that bent his neck first to the right, then to the left, and crushed the narrow chest of the long-legged schoolboy. Tremolin was the great prize winner of our class. He was very intelligent, gifted with marvelous facility, a rare suppleness of mind and an instinctive leaning towards literature. We were quite convinced at college that he would turn out a celebrated man, a poet no doubt, for he wrote poetry and was full of ingeniously sentimental ideas. His father, who was a chemist in the Pantheon district, was not considered well off. As soon as he had taken his bachelor's degree I lost sight of him. "What are you doing here?" I exclaimed. He replied, smiling, "I am a settler." "Bah! You are busy growing things?" "I gather in the crops, too." "Of what?" "Of grapes, from which I make wine." "You are successful?" "Very. So much the better, old chap. Were you going to an hotel?" Of course. Well, then, you must come home with me instead. But. That's settled. And he said to the young Negro who was watching us, "Home, Ollie." Ollie replied, "Yes, sir," and started running with my suitcase on his shoulder, raising the dust with his black feet. Tremolin caught hold of my arm and led me off. First he asked questions about my journey, my impressions, and seemed to like me better than ever for my enthusiastic reply. His home was an old Moorish house with an inner courtyard, having no windows on the street and dominated by a terrace which, in its turn, dominated those of the neighboring houses, the gulf, the forests, the mountains, and the sea. I exclaimed, "Ah! That's the real thing, the East casts its spell over me in this spot. What a lucky dog you are to live here. What nights you must spend on the terrace. Do you sleep there?" "Yes, in summer. We will go up this evening." "Do you like fishing?" "What kind?" "Fishing by torchlight." "Yes. I love it." "Well, we'll go after dinner, then come back and have cool drinks on the roof." After I had had a bath, he took me to see the captivating Kabyle town, a real cascade of white houses tottering down towards the sea. Then we returned home as night was falling and after a good dinner set off for the quay. We could see nothing but the lights of the streets and the stars, the big twinkling, shining stars of the African heavens. A boat was waiting in a corner of the harbor. As soon as we got in, a man whose face I could not distinguish began to row, while my friend got the brazier ready for lighting. He said to me, "You know, I do the spearing. No one is better at it." My congratulations. We had rounded a kind of mole and were, now, in a little bay full of high rocks whose shadows looked like towers built in the water, and I suddenly realized that the sea was phosphorescent. The oars which beat it gently and rhythmically kindled, as they fell, a weird, moving flame that followed in our wake and then died out. Bending over, I watched the flow of pale light scattered by the oars, the indescribable fire of the sea, that chilly fire kindled by a movement, that dies as soon as the waters return to rest. The three of us glided over the stream of light through the darkness. Where were we going? I could not see my companions, I could see nothing but the luminous ripple and the sparks of water thrown up by the oars. The heat was intense. The darkness seemed as if it had been heated in an oven, and I felt uneasy in my mind about this mysterious voyage with the two men in the silently moving boat. Dogs, those thin Arabian dogs with red coats, pointed muzzles and bright eyes, were barking in the distance as they bark every night in every quarter of the world. From the shore of the sea to the depth of the desert where wandering tribes pitched their tents. Foxes, jackals, hyenas, answered back, and doubtless, not very far away, a solitary lion was growling in some pass of the Atlas Mountains. Suddenly the boatman stopped. Where could we be? I heard a faint scratching noise close to me, and by the light of a match I saw a hand, only a hand, carrying the fragile light towards the iron grating piled up with wood like a floating funeral pyre. That hung from the bow. I gazed, full of surprise, at this novel, disquieting scene, and excitedly watched the slender flame reach out towards a handful of dried heather that began to crackle. Then in the stillness of the night a sheet of flame shot up, illuminating under the dark pall that hung over us, the boat and two men, an old, thin, pale, wrinkled sailor with knotted kerchief on his head, and Tremolin, whose fair beard shone in the sudden glare of light. "Forward," he shouted, and the old man began to row, surrounded by the blaze of fire, under the dome of mobile dusk that accompanied us. Tremolin kept throwing wood on the brazier, now burning brightly. I bent over the side again and saw the bottom of the sea. A few feet below the boat that strange kingdom of the waters unfolded itself, waters which like the air above give life to beast and plant. The brazier cast its brilliant light as far as the rocks and we glided over amazing forests of red, pink, green and yellow weeds. Between them and us there lay a crystal-clear medium that made them look fairy-like, turning them into a dream springing from the depths of the ocean. This clear, limpid water that one knew was there without seeing it, caused a strange feeling of unreality to come between us and this weird vegetation, making it as mysterious as the land of dreams. At times the weeds came up to the surface, like floating hair, hardly stirred by the slow passage of the boat. Among the seaweed thin silver fish darted about, visible for a second, then lost to sight. Others, still asleep, floated about in the watery undergrowth, gleaming, graceful, and impossible to catch. A crab would run off to hide itself in a hole, or a bluish, transparent jellyfish, hardly visible, a pale azure-colored flower. A real flower of the sea, allowed its liquid mass to be dragged along in the slight ripple made by the boat. Then, suddenly, the ground at the bottom disappeared under a fog of thickened glass, and I saw huge rocks and gloomy-colored seaweed vaguely, illuminated by the light from the brazier. Tremolin, who was standing in the bows with his body bent forward, holding the sharp-pointed trident called a spearing hook in his hands, closely watched ricks, weeds, and water. With the intensity of a beast in pursuit of its prey. Suddenly, with a quick, gentle movement, he darted the forked head of his weapon into the sea so swiftly that it speared a large fish swimming away from us. I had seen nothing but Tremolin's sudden movement, but I heard him grunt with joy, and as he raised his hook in the light of the brazier I saw a wriggling conger eel, pierced by the iron teeth. After looking at it and showing it to me while he held it over the fire, my friend threw it into the bottom of the boat. The sea serpent, with its body pierced by 7 wounds, slid and crawled about, and grazed my feet in its search for a hole to escape by. Then, having found a pool of brackish water between the ribs of the boat, it crouched there almost dead, twisting itself round and round. Every minute Tremolin was gathering up, with remarkable skill and amazing rapidity, all the strange inhabitants of the salt waters. In turn I saw held over the fire, convulsed with agony, silver catfish, eels, spotted with blood, prickly scorpions, and dry, weird-looking fish that spat out into and turned the sea black. I thought I heard the cry of birds in the night and raised my head in an attempt to see from whence came the sharp whistling sounds, now short, now long, now near, now far away. There were so many different sounds that a cloud of wings seemed to be hovering over us, attracted doubtless by the fire. At times the noise seemed to deceive the ear and come from the sea. I asked, "Whatever is that whistling?" "The falling cinders." It was indeed caused by the brazier dropping a shower of burning twigs into the sea. They fell down red-hot or in flames, and went out with a soft, penetrating, queer protest, sometimes like a chuckle and sometimes like the short greeting of a passing emigrant. Drops of resin droned like cannonballs or hornets and suddenly expired in their plunge into the water. The noise was certainly like human voices, an indescribable, faint murmur of life straying about in the shadow near us. Suddenly Tremolin shouted, "Ah, the beggar!" He threw his spear, and when he pulled it up I saw what looked like a big lump of throbbing red flesh wrapped round the teeth of the fork and sticking to the wood. It was an octopus that was twining and untwining long, soft tentacles covered with suckers around the handle. He held up his victim and I saw the sea monster's 2 huge eyes look at me. They were bulging, terrible eyes that emerged from a kind of pocket like a tumor. The beast, thinking it was free, slowly stretched out one of its feelers in my direction. The end was as fine as a piece of thread, and as soon as the greedy arm had hooked itself onto the seat, another was uncurled and raised itself to follow the first. There was a feeling of irresistible force about that soft, sinewy mass. Tremolin opened his knife and plunged it swiftly between the beast's eyes. We heard a sigh, a sound of escaping air, and the octopus ceased to move. It was not dead, however, but its power was destroyed, its spendhour gone, it would never again drink blood or suck a crab dry. Tremolin unwound the now useless tentacles from the sides of the boat and suddenly filled with anger, shouted, "Wait a bit, I'll make it hot for you." With a stroke of the spear he picked up the beast, raised it in the air, held it to the fire, rubbing the thin fleshy ends of its arms against the red-hot bars of the brazier. They crackled as the heat of the fire twisted and contracted them, and I ached all over at the idea of how the hideous beast must be suffering. "Don't do that," I cried. He replied quite calmly, "Bah! Anything's good enough for that thing," and threw the burst, lacerated body of the octopus into the boat, where it dragged itself between my legs to the hole full of brackish water and lay down to die amongst the dead fish. And so our fishing continued until the wood began to run short. When there was not enough to keep the fire going, Tremolin thrust the brazier into the water, and night, which the brilliant flames had kept at a distance, fell upon us, wrapping us once more in its gloom. The old sailor began to row slowly and regularly. I had no idea what was port or what land, nor what was sea or what the entrance to the gulf. The octopus still moved about close to my feet and my nails hurt as if they too had been burnt. Suddenly I saw the lights. We were entering the port. "Are you sleepy?" my friend asked. "No, not in the least." "Then let us go and have a talk on the roof." "With pleasure." Just as we reached the terrace I saw the crescent moon rising behind the mountains. The warm breath of the wind slipped slowly by, full of faint, almost imperceptible, odors, as if it were sweeping up the scents of all the gardens and towns of every sun-scorched country. On its way. Around us the white houses with their square roofs descended towards the sea. We could see human forms lying down or standing up on the roofs, either asleep or dreaming in the starlight. Whole families wrapped in long, flannel garments resting in the hush of the night from the heat of the day. Suddenly it seemed as if the soul of the East was taking possession of me, that poetic, legendary soul of a simple and fanciful people. My mind was full of the Bible and the Arabian Nights. I heard prophets telling of miracles, and saw princesses in silk Turkish trousers sauntering about on palace terraces, while incense whose smoke curled up in the shape of genii, burned in silver lamps. I said to Tremolin, "You are lucky to live here." He replied, "Chance brought me here." "Chance?" "Yes, chance and misfortune." "You have been miserable?" "Very." He was standing up in front of me, wrapped in his burnous, and the tone of his voice made me shiver, it was so full of misery. After a moment's silence he continued. "I can tell you my grief. It may do me good to talk about it." "Tell me about it." "Do you really mean it?" "Yes." "Very well, then. You remember what I was like at college, more or less a poet, brought up in a chemist's shop. My dream was to write books, and I tried after I had taken my degree but did not succeed. I published a volume of verse, then a novel, without selling more of one than of the other, then I wrote a play which was never acted. Then I fell in love, but I am not going to tell you all about that. Next door to my father's shop there lived a tailor who had a daughter. It was she I loved. She was intelligent and had passed higher school examinations. She was mentally alert, her mind being in keeping with her body. She looked 15 although she was really 22. She was very small, with refined features, slim figure, delicate complexion, in every way like a dainty watercolor. Her nose, mouth, her blue eyes and fair hair, her smile, figure, hands, indeed her whole being, seemed more fit for a glass case than for an open-air life. Nevertheless she was vivacious, supple in her movements and incredibly active, and I was very much in love with her. 2 or 3 walks in the Luxembourg Gardens, near the Medici's fountain, I remember as the happiest time of my life. You must know all about that queer phase of love's folly when every thought is centered on worship of the loved one. You are nothing but a maniac haunted by a woman, nothing exists in the world but her. We were soon engaged and I told her of my plans for the future, of which she disapproved. She did not believe in me as a poet, novelist, or dramatic author, and thought that trade, if successful, could procure perfect happiness. So I gave up the idea of writing books. I resigned myself to selling them and bought a book shop, the Universal Library, at Marseilles, its former owner being dead. I had 3 good years. We had made our shop into a kind of literary salon where all the cultured men in the town met for conversation. They came to the shop as they would have gone to a club, and discussed books, poets, and more especially politics. My wife, who was the head of the sales department, was very popular in the town. As for me, while they were all talking downstairs, I was at work in my study on the first floor, which communicated with the shop by a winding staircase. I heard voices, laughter, discussions, and sometimes stopped writing to listen to what was going on. I was secretly writing a novel, which I never finished. The most regular frequenters were Monsieur Montina, a man of private means, a tall, handsome type of man, often met with in the south, with black hair and eyes full of flattery. Monsieur Barbet, a magistrate, two business men, Messrs. Fossil and Labarègue. And General the Marquis de Flèche, head of the Royalist party, the most important man in the province, aged 66. Business was good and I was happy, very happy. However, one day about 3 o'clock I was obliged to go out, and when I was in the Rue Saint-Fériol I saw a woman come out of a house whose figure was so like my wife's that I would have said to myself, "It is she," had I not left her ill at home. She was walking ahead of me very quickly, and never looking back. In spite of myself I started to follow her with a feeling of surprise and uneasiness. I said to myself, "It is not she. No. That's impossible," as she had a headache. Besides, what would she be doing in that house? Still I wanted to clear the matter up, so hurried after her. Whether she felt or guessed I was behind her, or whether she recognized my step, I can't say, but she turned round suddenly. It was she. When she saw me she blushed and stopped, then said with a smile, "Hello, is it you?" I felt sick at heart and said, "Yes." "So you did go out? And your headache?" "It was better. I have been on an errand." "Where to?" "To Laussade's, in the Rue Cassinelli, to order some pencils." She looked me full in the face. She was not blushing now, on the contrary, she was rather pale. Her clear, limpid eyes, a woman's eyes, seemed full of truth, but I had a vague, painful feeling that they were full of lies. I was more worried, more uncomfortable than she was. I dared not suspect her, and yet I felt sure she was telling me a lie. Why was she doing it? I had no idea, so I merely said, "You were quite right to go out if you felt better." "Yes. I felt much better." "Are you going home?" "Of course I am." I left her and wandered about the streets alone. What was going on? While I was talking to her I knew instinctively that she was lying, but now I could not believe it, and when I went home to dinner I was angry with myself for having suspected her, even for a moment. Have you ever been jealous? Whether you have or not makes no difference. The first hot breath of jealousy had touched my heart. I could think of no explanation, I could not believe anything. I only knew that she had lied. You must remember that every evening when we were alone together, after all the customers and the clerks had left, either when strolling down towards the port in fine weather, or else in my study when the weather was bad, I opened my heart to her without reserve, for I loved her. She was part of my life, the greater part, and all my happiness, and in her little hands she held captive my poor trusting, faithful heart. In the early days of doubt and distress before suspicion grew into a certainty I was depressed and cold to the marrow, just as you feel before a serious illness. I was always cold, really cold, and could neither eat nor sleep. Why had she lied to me? What was she doing in that house? I had been there to try and find out, but without success. The man who lived on the first floor, an upholsterer, told me all about his neighbors but without giving me any clue. A midwife lived on the second floor, a dressmaker and a manicure on the third, and 2 cabmen with their families in the attics. Why had she lied to me? It would have been so easy to say that she was coming from the dressmakers or the manicures. Oh! How I longed to ask them questions, too. I did not for fear she might be warned, and guess my suspicions. One thing was certain, she had been to the house and was concealing the fact from me, so that there was some mystery. But what? At times I thought there must be a good reason, some hidden charitable deed, some information she wanted, and I accused myself for suspecting her. Have we not all the right to our little, innocent secrets, to that second, inner life for which we are not obliged to account to anybody? Because he has been given a young girl as companion, has a man the right to expect that she shall never have a thought, can never do anything, without telling him about it? Does marriage mean the renunciation of all liberty, all independence? Might she not have gone to the dressmaker's without telling me, and might she not be helping the wife of one of the cabmen? Perhaps she thought that, without blaming her, I might criticize the reason she had for going to the house, although there was no harm in it. She knew me through and through, all my slightest peculiarities, and probably was afraid, if not of being reproached, at least of a discussion. She had very pretty hands, and I ended by thinking that she was having them secretly manicured in the suspected house. And that she would not confess to it so as to avoid any appearance of extravagance. She was very methodical and thrifty and looked after the household expenses most carefully. Doubtless she would have felt herself lowered in my eyes had she admitted to this slight piece of feminine extravagance. Women's souls are full of subtlety and natural trickery. But all my reasoning failed to reassure me. I was jealous. My suspicions tormented me, torturing and preying upon my mind. As yet it was not a suspicion but simply suspicion. I endured misery and frightful anguish. An obscure thought possessed me, a thought covered with a veil, and a veil I dared not raise, for beneath it lay a terrible doubt. A lover. Had she a lover? Think of it. Think of it. It was unlikely, impossible, and yet? Montina's face was always before my eyes. I saw the tall, insipid beauty, with shiny hair, smiling into her face, and I said to myself, it is he. I made up a story of their intrigue. They had been talking of a book, discussing some amorous adventure, finding an incident similar to their own, and from this had followed the rest. I kept a lookout, a prey to the most abominable torture that man can endure. I bought shoes with rubber soles so that I could move about silently, and I spent my life going up and down the little winding staircase so as to catch them. Often I crept down the stairs on my hands, head first, to see what they were doing. Then I had to go up again backwards, with great difficulty, after finding that the clerk was always there with them. I lived in a state of continual suffering. I could think of nothing, I could not work, nor could I look after the business. As soon as I had left the house, as soon as I had walked 100 yards along the street, said to myself, he is there, and back I went. He was not, so I went out again. But I had hardly left the house when I thought, he has come now, and returned again. This went on every day. The night was worse still, for I felt her by my side, in my bed. There she was asleep or pretending to be asleep. Was she asleep? Of course not. Then that was another lie. I lay motionless on my back, on fire from the warmth of her body, panting and in agony. I was filled with a vile but steady desire to get up, take a candle and hammer, and with a single stroke split her head open to see what was inside. I knew that I would find nothing but a nasty mess of brains and blood, nothing else. I would have learnt nothing. Impossible to find anything out. And her eyes. When she looked at me, I was seized with a wild fit of fury. You may look at her, she looks back at you. Her eyes are clear, candid, and false, false, false. And no one can guess what lies behind them. I long to stick needles into them, to burst open the mirrors of deceit. How well I understand the Inquisition. I could have twisted her wrists in the iron bracelets. Speak. Confess. You won't? Just wait. I could have strangled her by degrees. Speak, confess. You won't? And I would have squeezed, until her throat began to rattle, until she choked to death. Or else I would have burned her fingers over the fire. Oh! That I would have done with great pleasure. Speak then. You won't? I would have held them on the red-hot coal, they would have been roasted at the tips, then she would have spoken, surely, she would have spoken. Tremelin, standing erect with clenched fists, shouted his story. On the neighboring roofs, around us, the ghostly shadows awoke and sat up, they listened, disturbed in their sleep. As for me, I was deeply moved, and completely gripped by the tale I was listening to. In the darkness I saw before me the little woman, the little, fair, vivacious, artful woman, as if I had known her. I saw her selling her books, talking to the men who found her childlike manner disturbing, and in her delicate doll-like head I could see petty crafty ideas, stupid exaggerated ideas. The dreams of musk-scented milliners attracted by the heroes of romantic novels. I suspected her just as he did. I hated and detested her, and would also willingly have burned her fingers to make her confess. He continued more calmly, I don't know why I am telling you all this. I have never yet spoken about it. Never, but I have seen nobody for 2 years. I have not talked to a single person, and the whole thing was seething within me like fermenting wine. I am emptying my heart of its pain, unluckily for you. Well, I had made a mistake, it was worse than I thought, much worse. Just listen. I fell back on the usual trick, I pretended to go away. Every time I left the house my wife lunched out. I need not tell you how I bribed a waiter at the restaurant so that I might catch them. The door of the private room was to be opened for me and I arrived at the appointed time determined to kill them both. I could imagine the whole scene as clearly as if it had already occurred. I could see myself going in. A small table covered with glasses, bottles, and plates separated her from Montina, and they would be so surprised when they saw me that they would not attempt to move. Without saying a word I would bring down the loaded stick I was carrying on the man's head, killed by one blow, he would crumple up with his face on the table. Then, turning towards her, I would give her time, a few seconds, to understand what was happening, and to stretch her arms out to me, mad with terror, before dying in her turn. Oh, I was quite ready. Strong, determined, and happy to the point of intoxication. The idea of her terrified look at the raised stick, of her hands stretched out imploringly, of her strangled cry, of her face, suddenly livid and convulsed, avenged me beforehand. I had no intention of killing her at one blow. You must think me fierce, don't you? But you don't know what a man suffers. To think that a woman, wife or mistress, one loves is giving herself to another, surrenders herself to him as she had done to you, and accepts his kisses as she has done yours. It is terrible, appalling. Anyone who has suffered that agony is capable of anything. I am surprised there are not more murders, for all who have been betrayed, every one of them, want to kill, have gloated over the idea of death, in the solitude of their own room or on a lonely road. Haunted by the hallucination of satisfied vengeance, they have in imagination either strangled the betrayer or beaten him to death. I arrived at the restaurant and asked whether they were there. The bribed waiter replied, "Yes, sir," and, taking me upstairs, showed me a door, saying, "In here." I grasped my stick as if my fingers were made of iron, and went in. The moment was well chosen. They were kissing each other, but it was not Montina. It was the General de Flèche, aged 66. I was so sure I was going to find the other one there that I was rigid with surprise. Besides, I don't yet know exactly how it all happened. If I had found the other I would have been wild with rage. But this one. This old pot-bellied man with his hanging cheeks made me choke with disgust. She, who looked about 15, had given herself to this fat old man almost in his dotage, because he was a marquis, a general, the friend and representative of dethroned kings. No, I can't say what I felt, nor what I thought about it. I could not raise my hand against the old man. That would have been disgraceful. No, I no longer wanted to kill my own wife, but all women capable of such behavior. I was not jealous now, I felt as full of despair as if I had seen the horror of horrors. You may say what you like about men, they are not so vile as that. If you do meet one he is held up to universal derision. The husband or lover of a old woman is more despised than a thief. We men are a decent lot, as a rule, but they are prostitutes with hearts full of filth. They give themselves to all men, young or old, for the most contemptible reasons, because it is their profession, their vocation, their function in life. They are the eternal, unconscious, placid prostitutes who give their bodies without disgust because it is the merchandise of love. Whether they sell them to the old man with money in his pocket who hangs about the streets, or whether they give them, for the glory of it, to a lewd old monarch, or to a celebrated and repulsive old man. He cried aloud like a prophet of old, in a tone of wrath, under the starry sky. With the fury of desperation he told about the exalted shame of all the mistresses of kings, the shame, considered worthy of respect of all young girls who marry old men, and the tolerance showed to all young wives who smilingly accept old men's kisses. As he called them up I could see them all from the beginning of time, surging around us in the eastern night, girls, beautiful girls with vile souls like beasts who, ignoring the age of the male, are docile to senile desire. They rose up before me, the handmaids of the patriarchs praised in the Bible, Hagar, Ruth, Lot's daughters, the dark Abigail, the virgin of Shunem whose caresses restored David to life. And all those others, young, fat, white patricians or plebeians, irresponsible females belonging to a master, the unclean flesh of submissive slaves. Whether paid for in money or bought by the glamour of greatness. I asked, "What did you do?" "I went away," he replied, simply. "And here I am." For a long time we stayed together without saying a word, just dreaming. I have retained an unforgettable impression of that evening. All that I had seen, felt, heard, guessed. The fishing excursion, perhaps the octopus too, and that harrowing story amid white phantoms on the neighboring roofs, all combined to produce a unique sensation. Certain chance meetings, certain inexplicable combinations of events, contain, without any outward appearance of the unusual, a greater amount of the secret quintessence of life than is spread over whole days of ordinary happenings. Boitelle. Old Antoine Boitelle's speciality throughout the country was doing the dirty jobs. Whenever a cesspool had to be cleaned out, a manure heap removed, drains flushed, or any filthy old hole attended to, he was sent for. He would come along with the necessary implements, his sabots soaked in filth, and start work, whining all the time about his job. Then when asked why he did such repulsive work, he would reply resignedly, "Well, for my children, they must be fed. It pays better than anything else." He had 14 children and when anyone asked what had become of them, he would say indifferently, "There are still 8 at home. 1 is in service, and 5 are married." When asked whether they were happily married, he replied vivaciously, "I did not oppose their wishes. I have never opposed them in any way. They married as they pleased. You must never oppose the choice of others, evil is sure to follow. If I am a scavenger, it is because my parents were opposed to my inclinations. Otherwise I would have been a workman like the others." This is how his parents had thwarted him. He was a soldier then, serving his time at Havre, not more stupid than the others, not sharper either, but rather simple-minded. In his free time his greatest pleasure was to walk along the quay where the bird dealers congregated. Sometimes alone, sometimes with a friend from his own part of the country, he would pass slowly in front of the cages containing parrots with green backs and yellow heads from the Amazon. Parrots with grey backs and red heads from Senegal, enormous macaws that looked like birds bred in hothouses with their gorgeous feathers, their plumes, and their tufts. Parakeets of all sizes that looked as if they had been painted with great care by a heavenly miniaturist, then the little tiny birds that hopped about, red, yellow, blue, variegated. All these mingled their cries with the noise of the quay, adding to the din of vessels unloading, of passers-by and of vehicles, the wild murmur, shrill and deafening, of a distant, ghost-ridden forest. Boitelle would stop with astonishment in his eyes and wide-open mouth, laughing and delighted. showing his teeth to the cockatoo prisoners who greeted the bright red of his breeches and the copper buckle of his belt with their white or yellow crests. When he found a bird that could talk he asked it questions, and if it happened to be a day when the bird felt disposed to enter into conversation with him or answer his questions. The amount of fun and amusement he carried away from the interview lasted till evening. He got any amount of pleasure from looking at the monkeys and could imagine no greater luxury for a wealthy man than to keep these animals as one keeps cats and dogs. He had the love of the exotic in his blood, as one might have that of hunting, medicine, or the church. He could not help going back to the quay every time the gates of the barracks were opened, drawn towards it by an irresistible longing. On one occasion, in a state approaching ecstasy, he stopped in front of an enormous macaw that was putting out its feathers. Bending forward and holding itself erect as if it were curtsying at the court of parrot land. When he saw the door of a little café joining the bird shop open and a young negress appear with a red kerchief on her head, sweeping the corks and sand from the floor into the street. Boitelle's attention was immediately divided between the bird and the woman, and he could not have said which of the two caused him the greater astonishment or pleasure. The negress swept the dirt from the café into the street, raised her eyes and, in her turn, was dazzled by the soldier's uniform. There she stood facing him with her broom in her hands as if she were presenting arms, while the macaw went on bowing. After a few seconds the soldier began to feel embarrassed at the notice he was attracting and went off slowly to avoid any appearance of retreat. But he came back. He passed the Café de Colonies nearly every day and through the window often saw the little dark-skinned servant handing beer or brandy to the sailors of the port. She often came out when she caught sight of him. Indeed, they were soon smiling at each other like acquaintances, although they had never spoken to each other. And Boitelle felt his heart stirred when he saw the dazzling row of teeth suddenly glittering between the girl's dusky lips. One day he went in and was surprised when he realized that she spoke French just as everyone else did. The bottle of lemonade, of which she accepted a glass, remained a delightful memory to the soldier. And it soon became his custom to frequent the little tavern and drink all the syrupy mixtures he could afford. It was a treat for him, a perpetual joy, to watch the black hand of the little serving maid pour something into his glass while a smile showed her teeth, that were even brighter than her eyes. After seeing each other in this way for 2 months they became fast friends, and Boitelle, having recovered from his surprise at finding that the ideals of this negress were the same as those of the girls of his country, that she had a respect for thrift, work, religion and good manners, he loved her the more for it and was so infatuated that he wanted to marry her. This suggestion made her dance for joy. Moreover, she had money left to her by a woman oyster dealer who had sheltered her when abandoned by an American captain on the quay at Havre. The captain had found her when she was about 6 years old, huddled against the bales of cotton in the ship's hold a few hours after leaving New York. On reaching Havre he abandoned the little black creature hidden on board he knew not how or by whom to the care of the compassionate oyster dealer. When the oyster woman died the young negress went to the Café de Colonies as waitress. Antoine Boitelle added, "We shall be married if my parents make no objections. I will never do anything against their wishes, you understand that, never. I will mention it to them the first time I go back home." The next week, having got 24 hours leave, he went to see his people, who farmed a small holding at Tourteville, near Yvetot. He waited till the meal was over, for the moment when coffee with a dash of brandy softens the heart. To tell his parents that he had found a girl so completely to his taste that no other so perfectly suited to him could possibly exist. The old people, on hearing this, became very cautious and asked for particulars. However, he had concealed nothing from them except the color of her skin. She was a servant, without much money, but strong, thrifty, clean, well-conducted and sensible. These were things that were more valuable than money in the hands of a bad housewife. Besides, she had a few sous left her by the woman who had brought her up, quite a number of sous, almost a little dowry, 1,500 francs in the savings bank. The old people, won over by his account and having confidence in his judgment, gradually gave way. Then he reached the ticklish point of the explanation. Laughing in a forced way, he said, "There is only one thing that may upset you. There is not a scrap of white about her." They could not understand what he meant, and he was obliged to explain at length and with many precautions, so as to avoid shocking them, that she belonged to the dark race of which they had only seen samples in the colored picture books. Then they became anxious, perplexed, alarmed, as if he had proposed to marry the devil. The mother said, "Black? How much of her? Is she altogether black?" He replied, "Surely, altogether, just as you are white all over." The father said, "Black? Is she as black as the kettle?" The son answered, "Perhaps a little bit less. She is black, but not black enough to be repulsive. The cure's cassock is black enough, but it is no uglier than a white surplice." The father said, "Are there any blacker than she is in her own country?" The son, with an air of conviction, exclaimed, "Certainly." But the old man shook his head. "It can't be pleasant." "It is not more unpleasant than anything else, you soon get accustomed to it." The mother asked, "They don't soil their underwear more than others, those creatures?" "No more than you do, considering it is the color of her skin." After a great many more questions it was agreed that the old people should see the girl before taking any decision, and that the young fellow, whose military service would be finished in another month, should bring her to the house so that they might pass judgment upon her. Then they could talk the matter over and decide whether she was too dark to be received into the Boitelle family. Antoine accordingly announced that on Sunday, the 22nd of May, the day of his discharge, he would start for Tourteville with his sweetheart. For the visit to her lover's parents she had put on her most beautiful and most showy clothes, in which yellow, red and blue predominated, so that she looked as if decorated for a national fete. At the Havre station everybody stared at her, and Boitelle was proud of being seen arm in arm with a person who attracted so much attention. Then, in the third-class carriage, seated beside him, she caused such surprise among the peasants that those in the adjoining compartments stood up on the seats to have a good look at her over the wooden partition that divided the carriage. One child, frightened at her appearance, began to cry, another hid its face in its mother's apron. However, all went well until they reached the station. As the train slowed down on the drawing near Hautot, Antoine felt as uncomfortable as he felt at inspection when not sure of himself. Then, leaning out of the window, in the distance he recognized his father holding the bridle of the horse harness to the cart, and his mother standing at the barrier that held back the spectators. He alighted first, took hold of his sweetheart's hand, and holding himself erect as if escorting a general, he went to meet his father and mother. The mother, seeing the black lady in gaily colored clothes with her son, was so amazed that she had not a word to say, and the father found it difficult to hold the horse that kept rearing first at the engine, then at the negress. But Antoine, suddenly filled with joy at seeing the old people, rushed forward with open arms, kissed his mother and his father too in spite of the nag's fright, then turning to his companion, at whom the wonder-struck passers-by stopped to stare, he explained, "Here she is. I told you that a first glimpse was rather upsetting, but as soon as you know her, as sure as I am here, there is nothing better in the world. Say how do you do to her to make her feel at home." Thereupon old Mother Boitelle, almost frightened out of her wits, made a sort of curtsy, while the father took off his cap and murmured, "My best wishes." Then without further delay they clambered into the cart, the two women at the back on chairs that made them bounce up and down at every jolt, and the two men in front on the seat. Nobody said a word. Antoine, feeling anxious, was whistling a baroque-room song. The father whipped up the nag and the mother looked out of the corner of her eyes, casting sly glances at the negress, whose brow and cheekbones shone in the sunlight like well-polished shoes. Antoine, wanting to break the silence, turned round and said, "Well, has no one anything to say?" "Give us time," replied the old woman. He went on, "Come. Tell us the story of your hen's 8 eggs." This was one of the family's funny stories. But as his mother still kept silent, paralyzed by her feelings, he started to tell the tale himself, laughing all the time, of the never-forgotten adventure. The father, who knew it by heart, cheered up at the very first words. The mother soon followed his example, and the negress herself at the funniest part burst into a fit of laughter, such a noisy, rolling torrent of laughter that the excited horse broke into a gallop. This broke the ice and they started to talk. They had scarcely reached the house and had all got down from the cart when, after taking his sweetheart to her room to change her dress, which might get stained while cooking an appetizing dish that was to win the old people's affections through their stomachs, he led his parents out of doors and, with beating heart, asked, "Well, what do you think?" The father was silent. The mother, more courageous, exclaimed, "She is too black. No, really, it is beyond a joke. It makes my blood curdle." "You will get used to it," said Antoine. "Possibly, but not just at first." They went into the house, where the good woman was upset at seeing the negress busy in the kitchen. Then, tucking up her skirts, she started to help her. The meal was very good, very long and very enjoyable. When they were wandering round afterwards, Antoine took his father aside. "Well, father, what do you think of her? The peasant never committed himself." "I have no opinion about her. Ask your mother." So Antoine joined his mother and, keeping behind the others, said, "Well, mother, what do you think of her?" "My poor lad, really, she is too black. Only the least little bit less and I would say nothing, but it is too much. She might be Satan himself." He did not press her, knowing how obstinate the old woman was, but he felt a tempest of grief rage within him. He racked his brains for a solution of the difficulty, surprised that she had not taken their fancy at once as she had taken his. So the four of them strolled through the cornfields in silence. When they passed a fence, farmers appeared at the gate and little boys climbed the hedges. Everyone rushed out to see the blackie that young Boitelle had brought home. In the distance people could be seen scampering across the fields as they do when the village crier makes some public announcement. Old Boitelle and his wife, scared at the curiosity aroused by their approach, quickened their pace, walking side by side, leaving far behind their son, who was being asked by his companion what his parents thought of her. Hesitatingly he replied that they had not yet made up their minds. But in the village square there was an excited rush from all the cottages, and at sight of the gathering crowd the old Boitelles fled home, while Antoine, furious with anger, his sweetheart holding his arm, advanced majestically under the astonished gaze of the crowd. He understood that it was all over, that there was no hope, that he could never marry his negress. She understood it too, and they both began to cry as they drew near to the farm. As soon as they got back she took off her dress to help the old woman. She followed her everywhere, to the dairy, the stables, the poultry run, taking upon herself the hardest work, and always saying, "Let me do it, Madame Boitelle." So that in the evening the old woman, her heart softening but still inexorable, said to her son, "All the same she is a good girl. It is a pity she is so black, but there, she really is too black. I could never get used to it, she must go back again, she is too black." And young Boitelle said to his sweetheart, "She won't have it, she says you are too black. You must go back again. I will take you to the station. Never mind, don't be miserable about it. I will talk to them when you are gone." He took her to the station, bidding her hope, and after embracing her, put her into the train, which he watched out of sight, his eyes swollen with tears. He appealed in vain to his parents, they would never give their consent. When he had told this story, well known throughout the countryside, Antoine Boitelle always added, "From that time, I have had no heart for anything whatever. I took no interest in any trade, and so I became what I am, a scavenger." People would say to him, "Yet you have married." "Yes, and I can't say that my wife was objectionable, considering that I have had 14 children, but she was not the other one, oh, no, certainly not. The other one, you see, my negress, if she only looked at me, I felt I was in the seventh heaven." Allouma. Chapter 1. One of my friends had told me that if, during my travels in Algeria, I happened to be in the neighborhood of Bourguiba, I was to be sure to visit his old friend Aubal, who had settled down there. These names had passed from my mind, and the settler was far from my thoughts, when by pure chance I came across him. For a month I had been roaming afoot over that magnificent country which stretches from Algiers to Churchill, Orleansville and Tierret, a region both barren and wooded. Its scenery both imposing and friendly. Between the mountains dense forests of pines clothe the narrow valleys through which the winter torrents rush. Enormous trees fallen across the ravine serve as bridges for the Arabs, and support a mass of creepers which twine around their dead trunks and deck them anew with life. In the secluded folds of the mountains there are dells awe-inspiring in their beauty, and streamlets whose level banks, covered with rosebay, delight the eye with their inconceivable charm. But my sweetest memories of the journey are those of my afternoon walks along the shady roads over those undulating hills, from which one overlooks a vast russet-brown expanse of rolling country, stretching from the bluish sea to the mountain range of the Warsenes, crowned by the cedar forests of Tiniatelhad. On the day I was speaking of, I had lost my way. I had just surmounted a crest from the top of which I could see, above a line of hills, the extensive plain of the Mitidja, and far in the background, on the summit of another range of mountains, almost invisible in the distance, that strange monument called the Christian's tomb, the burying place, so they say, of a family of Mauritanian kings. I went down the other side, towards the south, while before me, stretching as far as the peaks upreared against the clear sky on the edge of the desert, there appeared a broken rocky country, tawny in color as if all the hills were covered with lion skins sewn together. Here and there, higher than the rest, rose a yellowish, pointed hummock, like the hairy back of a camel. I walked rapidly, light-hearted, as one feels when following the intricate windings of a mountain path. Life has no burdens during these vigorous tramps in the keen mountain air. Body and soul, thoughts and cares alike, all cease to trouble. That day I was oblivious of all the cares that oppress and torture our lives, oblivious of everything but the joy of that descent. In the distance I discerned Arab encampments, brown-pointed tents, clinging to the ground like shellfish to the rocks, or little cabins, mere huts made of branches, from which a grey smoke issued. White forms, men or women, wandered slowly about, and the bells of the herd sounded thinly in the evening air. The strawberry trees along my path drooped under their curious load, and spattered the road with their purple fruit. They looked like martyred trees from which a bloody sweat dripped, for at the end of each branch hung a red spot like a drop of blood. The soil around them was covered with this scarlet rain, and the fruit trodden underfoot left gory stains on the ground. Now and again, springing upwards as I went along, I gathered some of the ripest and ate them. Now all the valleys were filling with a white mist which rose slowly like the steam from a bull's flanks, and above the mountains which rose on the horizon, bordering the Sahara, flamed a sunset like an illuminated missile. Long streaks of gold alternating with streaks of blood-red, more blood, the whole story of man is blood and gold. While here and there, between the streaks, a narrow opening yielded a glimpse of a greenish-blue sky, far off as a dream. Oh! How far I was from everything and everybody connected with a town-dweller's life, even far from myself, a kind of wandering being, without consciousness or thought. Merely seeing things as I went along and liking what I saw. Far also from the road I had planned to follow and which I had forgotten about, for with the approach of night I realized that I was lost. Darkness fell upon the land like a pall, and I could see nothing in front of me but the mountain looming in the distance. Seeing tents in a valley, I went down to them, and endeavored to make the first Arab I met understand where I wanted to go. I cannot tell whether he guessed my meaning, but he replied at great length in a tongue of which I understood not a word. In despair, I had made up my mind to spend the night near the camp, wrapped in a rug, when amongst the strange words which came from his mouth, I thought I recognized the name of Bourguiba. Bourguiba? I repeated, and he replied, yes, yes. I showed him 2 francs, a fortune to him, and he started off, I following him. Oh! For a long time in the darkness of the night, I followed this pale phantom who hurried barefooted before me over stony paths on which I continually stumbled. Suddenly a light appeared. We came to the door of a white house, a kind of small fort, straight-walled and with no windows on the outside. I knocked, and the howling of dogs came from within. A Frenchman's voice inquired, "Who is there? Does M. Aubal live here?" I replied, "Yes." The door opened, and I was face to face with M. Aubal himself, a tall, fair-haired fellow, down at heel, a pipe in his mouth, looking like a good-natured Hercules. I introduced myself, and he held out both hands to me, saying, "Make yourself at home, sir." A quarter of an hour later I was dining exceedingly well opposite my host, who continued to smoke. I knew his story. After having wasted a lot of money on women, he had invested all he had left in an Algerian estate, and had planted a vineyard. The vines were doing well. He was happy, and had the serene air of a contented man. I could not understand how this gay Parisian had been able to get used to this monotonous, solitary life, and I questioned him about it. "How long have you been here?" I asked. 9 years. "Don't you get terrible fits of depression?" "No, one gets reconciled to this country, and then ends by liking it. You would scarcely believe how it grips people by means of a host of trivial animal instincts that we are unconscious of in ourselves. At first we become attached to it by the subtle, inexplicable satisfaction of our senses. The air and the climate conquer our bodies, in spite of ourselves, and the cheerful sunlight which floods the country keeps the mind clear and peaceful without any trouble. Through our eyes it pours into us continuously, and you might truly say that it purges the darkest recesses of the soul." "And women?" I asked. "Ah. One misses them a little." "Only a little?" "My God. Yes, a little. For even amongst the tribes, one always finds accommodating natives who wish to copy European ways." He turned to the Arab who was waiting on me, a tall dark fellow with black eyes gleaming under his turban, and said, "Leave us, Mohammed, I will call you when I want you." Then, turning to me, he explained. He understands French, and I am going to tell you a story in which he plays a great part. On Mohammed's departure, he began. "I had been here about 4 years, still very little at home in this country whose language I was only just beginning to stammer. And compelled from time to spend several days in Algiers to avoid breaking right away from the pleasures that had in the past caused my downfall. I had bought this farmhouse, a bourge, as they call it, an old fortified guard-house, some hundreds of yards from the native encampment whose men I employ in my fields. From this tribe, a branch of the tribe of Ulad Taja, I had chosen for my personal servant a strapping fellow, Mohammed ben Lamhar, whom you have just seen. And he soon became extremely devoted to me. As he did not like sleeping in a house that he was not accustomed to, he pitched his tent a few steps from the door, so that I could call him from my window. My life, well, you can guess it. All day I supervised the clearing and planting, I hunted a little, and dined with the officers of the neighboring stations, or they came to dine with me. As for amusements, you have heard about those. Algiers supplied all the very best. And now and again an accommodating and sympathetic Arab would stop me in the middle of a walk, to suggest that he should bring me home a native woman in the evening. Sometimes I accepted his offer, but more often I refused, thinking of the trouble that might follow. One evening in early summer, on returning from a tour of inspection around the fields, I wanted Mohammed, and entered his tent without calling, a thing I often did. On a big, red, woolen rug, one of those made by Jebel Amour, thick and soft as a mattress, a woman was sleeping, a girl in fact, almost nude, with her arms crossed over her eyes. Her white body gleaming in the light admitted through the raised flap, seemed to me to be one of the most perfect specimens I had ever seen. Round here women are very beautiful, tall and uncommonly graceful in form and features. Somewhat confused, I dropped the flap of the tent and returned to the house. I am very fond of women. That lightning vision had pierced me through and through, kindling again in my blood the old, formidable ardor which had obliged me to leave France. It was a warm evening in July, and I spent nearly the whole night at the window, my eyes fixed on the dark shadow on the ground which was Mohammed's tent. When he came into my room the next day, I looked him full in the face, and he lowered his head like a man who feels ashamed and guilty. Did he guess what I knew? I asked him bluntly, "So you are married, Mohammed?" I saw him blush, and he stammered, "No, sir." I made him speak French, and as he had given me lessons in Arabic, the result was one of the most incoherent jumbles imaginable. "Then why is there a woman under your roof?" I retorted. "She is from the south," he murmured. "Ah. She is from the south. That does not tell me how she comes to be in your tent." Without answering my question, he continued. "She is very pretty." "Yes, indeed." "Well, the next time you have a very pretty woman from the south to stay with you, please show her into my cabin and not into yours. Do you understand, Mohammed?" He replied very earnestly, "Yes, sir." I must confess that during the whole day my feelings were dominated by the memory of that Arab girl lying on the red rug, and on my way back to dinner, I wanted to go into Mohammed's tent again. In the evening he waited on me as usual, coming and going with impassive face. And I was often on the point of asking whether he was going to keep this very pretty southern maiden for long under his camel-skin roof. About 9 o'clock, still haunted by the lure of the female, which is as tenacious as the hunting instinct in dogs, I went out for a breath of air. Taking a short walk in the direction of the brown canvas tent, through which I could see the bright flame of a lamp. Then I wandered further away, lest Mohammed should find me near his quarters. On returning an hour later, I saw clearly his characteristic profile in silhouette on the tent. Then, taking my key from my pocket, I made my way into the Borge where there slept, as I did, my steward, 2 French laborers and an old cook brought from Algiers. I went upstairs and was surprised to notice a streak of light under my door. I opened it, and saw facing me, seated on a wicker chair beside the table on which a candle was burning, a girl with the face of a statue, quietly waiting for me. And wearing all the silver trinkets which the women of the south wear on legs and arms, on the throat and even on the stomach. Her eyes, dilated by the use of kohl, were looking at me, her forehead, her cheeks and her chin were studded with 4 little blue marks delicately tattooed on the skin. Her arms, loaded with bangles, rested on her thighs, which were covered by a kind of red silk jibba which hung from her shoulders. Seeing me come in, she stood upright before me, covered with her barbarous jewelry, in an attitude of proud submission. "What are you doing here?" I said to her in Arabic. "I am here because I was told to come." "Who told you to come?" "Mohammed." "All right. Sit down." She sat down and lowered her eyes, while I stood looking at her. She had an unusual face, with regular, refined features with a slightly animal expression, but mystical like that of a Buddha. Her thick lips, colored with a kind of reddish bloom which was also apparent elsewhere on her skin, pointed to a slight mixture of Negro blood, although her hands and arms were irreproachably white. Perplexed, tempted and embarrassed, I felt doubtful as to what I ought to do. In order to gain time, and to give myself an opportunity to consider the problem, I asked further questions about her origin, her arrival in this country and her connection with Mohammed. But she only answered those which least interested me, and I found it impossible to ascertain why or when she had come, with what object, on whose orders, or what had taken place between her and my servant. Just as I was going to tell her to return to Mohammed's tent, she apparently anticipated my words, suddenly drew herself up, and raising her bare arms, while the tinkling bracelets slid in a mass towards her shoulders, she clasped her hands behind my neck and drew me towards her with an air of entreaty and irresistible willfulness. Her eyes, burning with the desire to bewitch, with that need of conquest that imparts a feline fascination to the immodest gaze of a woman, appealed to me, captivated me, robbed me of all power of resistance, and roused me to an impetuous passion. It was a short, silent and violent struggle carried on through the medium of the eyes alone, the eternal struggle between the primitive man and woman, in which man is always conquered. Her hands behind my head drew me, with slow, increasing irresistible pressure, towards her smiling red lips, to which I suddenly pressed mine, holding her close to me, while the silver bangles from her throat to her feet jingled under the pressure. She was as wiry, supple and healthy as an animal, with the tricks and movements, the grace and even the scent of a gazelle, which gave her kisses a rare indescribable flavor, as foreign to my senses as a taste of some tropical fruit. After a while, I say after a while, it was perhaps as dawn was breaking, I decided to send her away, thinking that she would go just as she had come. I had not yet considered what I would do with her, or what she would do with me. But as soon as she understood my intention, she murmured, "If you send me away, where would you have me go? I will have to sleep out of doors, in the dark. Let me sleep on the carpet at the foot of your bed." What could I say? What could I do? I reflected that Mohammed, in his turn, was doubtless watching the lighted window of my room, and all kinds of problems, which had not occurred to me in the embarrassment of the first few moments, now confronted me. "Stay here," I said, "we must talk it over." My decision was made almost immediately. Since this girl had been thrown into my arms, would keep her as a kind of slave mistress, hidden in my house, like the women of the harems. When she no longer pleased me, it would always be easy to get rid of her somehow, for in Africa these creatures belong to us almost body and soul. "I will be kind to you," I said, "I will treat you well, but I want to know who you are, and where you come from." She understood that she had to tell me something, and related her story to me, or rather a story, for she was probably lying from beginning to end, as Arabs invariably do, with or without a motive. The habit of lying is one of the most surprising and incomprehensible features of the native character. These people who are so steeped in Islamism that it forms a part of them, governs their instincts, modifies their racial characteristics and differentiates them from others in mental outlook as much as the color of the skin differentiates the Negro from the white man, are liars to the backbone. To such an extent that one can never believe what they say. Do they owe it to their religion? I cannot say. One must have lived among them to understand to what a degree falsehood forms a part of their whole existence and becomes a kind of second nature, a necessity of life. She told me, then, that she was a daughter of a Cade of Ould Sidi Cheek and of a woman captured by him in a raid on the Tuaregs. This woman must have been a black slave, or at least the offspring of an earlier mixture of Arab and Negro blood. It is well known that negresses are highly prized in harems, where they play the part of aphrodisiacs. Nothing of this origin was evident except in the purplish color of her lips and the dark flush on her long supple breasts. The rest belonged to the beautiful southern race, white and slender, her features as simple and regular as the head of an Indian image, a likeness which was enhanced by her wide-set eyes. Of her real life I could get no real information. She described it to me in disconnected trifles which seemed to pour haphazard from a confused memory, mingled with delightfully childish remarks. It was like a picture of nomadic life from the brain of a squirrel leaping from tent to tent, from camp to camp and from tribe to tribe. All this was narrated with the serious air which this strange race always preserves, with the expression of an idol descending to gossip, and with a rather comical gravity. When she had finished, I realized that I had absorbed nothing of her long story, full of trifling incidents stored up in her nimble brain. And I wondered whether she had not been merely playing with me in this meaningless and serious gossip, which left me no wiser than before about her or any event in her life. I reflected on this conquered race in the midst of whom we settle, or rather, who settle in the midst of us, whose language we are beginning to speak, whose everyday life we see going on under the flimsy canvas of their tents, on whom we impose our laws, our regulations, and our customs, and of whom we know nothing. All this, mark you, goes on as though we were not there, as though we had not been watching little else for nearly 60 years. We no more know what happens under that hut made of branches or under that little cone of cloth anchored to the ground with stakes. Then we know what the so-called civilized Arabs in the Moorish houses in Algiers are doing or thinking. Behind the whitewashed walls of their dwellings in the city, behind the leafy screens of their huts or behind the brown curtain of camel skin flapping in the wind. They live on our thresholds unknown, mysterious, sly and untrustworthy, smiling and impenetrable in their submission. Believe me, when I look at the neighboring encampment from a distance through my field glasses, I find that they have superstitions, ceremonies and innumerable customs still unknown and not even suspected by us. Never, perhaps, has a race conquered by force been able to escape so completely from any effective domination, moral influence or persistent but useless inquiry on the part of their conquerors. I suddenly felt, as never before, that secret and impassable barrier which nature has mysteriously erected between the races. Raised between me and that Arab girl who had just offered herself to me. Thinking of it for the first time, I asked her, "What is your name?" She had been silent for some minutes, and I saw her start involuntarily as if she had forgotten that I was there. Then I saw in her eyes that the short interval had been sufficient for sleep to claim her, a sudden irresistible slumber, almost overwhelming. Like everything that seizes the changing fancies of women. She replied dully, stifling a yawn, "Allouma. You want to go to sleep?" I continued. "Yes," she replied. "Very well, then, sleep," I said. She quietly stretched herself by my side, lying face down, her forehead resting on her crossed arms, and I felt almost at once that her primitive, fugitive thoughts had vanished in sleep. As for me, lying near her, I began to wonder why Mohammed had given her to me. Had he played the part of the generous and self-sacrificing servant who gives up the woman he had taken for himself? Or had he acted on an idea more complex and practical in thus giving up to me this girl who had taken my fancy? An Arab, where women are concerned, has the most rigorous standards coupled with the most inexplicable tolerance. And one can understand his stern yet easygoing morality no better than his other feelings. Perhaps in my chance entry into his tent I had forestalled the kindly intentions of this thoughtful servant who had intended for me this woman, his friend, perhaps even his mistress. Tormented by all these possibilities, I became so tired that, in my turn, I gradually fell into a deep slumber. The creaking of my door aroused me. Mohammed was coming in to wake me as he did every morning. He opened the window, through which poured a flood of daylight, lighting up the figure of Allouma still asleep on the bed. Then he gathered up my trousers, waistcoat and jacket from the floor in order to brush them. He did not look at the woman lying by my side, he did not even appear to notice that she was there, and his gravity, his demeanor and his expression were the same as usual. But the light and movement, the slight patter of the man's bare feet, and the feeling of the fresh air on her skin and in her lungs roused Allouma from her torpor. She stretched her arms, turned over and opened her eyes, looked at me and at Mohammed with the same indifference, and sat up. Then she murmured, "I am hungry now. What will you have to eat?" I inquired. "Kahua, 33. Coffee with bread and butter?" "Yes." Mohammed, standing near our bed, my clothes over his arm, waited for orders. "Bring something to eat for Allouma and myself," I told him, and he went out without the least trace of astonishment or annoyance on his face. When he had gone, I asked the young Arab girl, "Do you wish to live in my house?" "Yes, I am willing. I will give you a room for yourself, and a woman to wait on you. You are generous, and I am grateful for it. But if you do not behave yourself, I will send you away from here. I will do anything you want of me." She took my hand and kissed it, in token of submission. Mohammed returned, bringing a tray with breakfast. "Allouma is going to live in the house," I told him. "Spread some rugs in the room at the end of the passage, and send for the wife of Abd el-Qadir al-Hadara to come and wait on her." "Yes, sir." That was all he said. An hour later, my beautiful Arab girl was installed in a large, well-lighted room. And when I came to see that everything was right, she entreated me to give her a wardrobe with a mirror on the door. I promised and left her squatting on a rug made in Jebel Amour, a cigarette in her mouth, and gossiping with the old Arab woman whom I had engaged, as if they had known each other all their lives. Chapter 2. For a month I was very happy with her, and in a queer fashion I became attached to this creature of another race, who seemed to me to be almost of another species, born on a neighboring planet. I did not love her. No, one does not love the young women of this primitive continent. Between them and ourselves, even between them and their own menfolk the Arabs, love as we understand it does not exist. They are too primitive, their feelings are insufficiently refined to arouse in our souls that sentimental exaltation which is the poetry of love. There is no mental or moral intoxication blended with the physical intoxication which these charming and worthless creatures stimulate in us. Yet they grip us and take possession of us just as other women do, but in a different way, less tenacious, less painful and sorrowful. My feelings in that way I cannot yet describe with any accuracy. I told you a little while ago that Africa, this bare artless country, devoid of all intellectual attraction, gradually overcomes us by an indefinable and unfailing charm. By the breath of its atmosphere, by the constant mildness of the early mornings and the evenings, by its delightful sunlight and by the feeling of well-being that it instills in us. Well, Allouma attracted me in the same way by numberless hidden and fascinating enticements, by the keen allurements, not of her caresses, for she was typically oriental in her nonchalance, but of her charming unconstraint. I left her absolutely free to come and go as she pleased, and she passed at least one afternoon out of every 2 in the neighboring camp, amongst my native laborers' womenfolk. Often, too, she would spend a whole day admiring herself in the glazed mahogany wardrobe that I had obtained from Miliana. She admired herself in all conscience, standing before the great glass door in which she followed her movements with deep and serious attention. She would walk with her head thrown back in order to pass judgment on her hips and her back, turn, move away and come back again, until, tired of moving about, she would sit on a hassock and contemplate her reflection face to face, her mind absorbed in this occupation. After a little while, I noticed that she went out nearly every day after breakfast, and disappeared completely until the evening. Feeling somewhat anxious, I asked Muhammad whether he knew what she might be doing during this lengthy absence. "Don't let it trouble you," he replied, unconcernedly, "the feast of Ramadan will soon be here. She has to carry out her devotions." He also seemed delighted with the presence of Allouma in the house, but not once did I detect the least sign of anything suspicious between them, nor did they even seem to be in collusion, or to hide anything from me. I therefore accepted the situation, though without understanding it, leaving the solution to the workings of time and chance. Often, after inspecting my fields, the vines, and the clearings, would go for a long walk. You know the magnificent forests of this part of Algeria, those almost impenetrable ravines where the fallen pine trees dam the torrents. And those little dells full of rosebay which from the mountain tops look like oriental carpet spread out along the watercourses. You know that frequently in these woods and on these slopes, where never a soul seems to have penetrated, you may suddenly come across the snow-white dome of a kubla containing the bones of a lonely, humble marabout, visited at infrequent intervals by a few determined followers, who come from the neighboring village with candles in their pockets to light them on the tomb of the holy man. One evening, as I was returning, I passed close to one of these Mohammedan chapels, and glancing through the ever-open door, I saw that a woman was praying before the shrine. It made a charming picture. This Arab girl bowed on the floor in the ruinous building, where the wind entered at will and piled up into yellowish heaps in the corners the withered, delicate pine needles. I approached in order to see better, and recognized Allouma. Absorbed in her devotions, she neither saw nor heard me, and continued to address the saint in a low voice, thinking herself alone with him, and pouring out to God's servant all her troubles. Sometimes she stopped a while to meditate, to remember what she had still to say, to make sure of forgetting none of her store of confidences. At other times she grew excited as if he had answered her, or as if he had advised her to do something against her will, against which she was arguing. I stole away noiselessly, as I had come, and returned to dinner. In the evening I sent for her, and as she came in I saw on her face a thoughtful look that was not usually there. "Sit down there," I said to her, indicating a seat on the couch by my side. She sat down, and as I leaned towards her to kiss her, she drew her head back quickly. I was astonished, and asked her what was the matter. "It is Ramadan," she said. I began to laugh. "And the Marabout has forbidden you to allow yourself to be kissed during Ramadan?" "Oh, yes. I am an Arab, and you are an infidel. That would be a great sin." "Oh, yes. Then you have eaten nothing all day, until sunset?" "No, nothing. But after sunset you had something to eat?" "Yes." "Well, then, as it is quite dark now, you cannot be less strict on food than on anything else." She looked ruffled and hurt, and retorted with a haughtiness that I had not known in her before. If an Arab girl let herself be touched by an infidel during Ramadan, she would be accursed forever. "And this will last for the whole of the month?" She replied with a definite air. "Yes, the whole month of Ramadan." I adopted a tone of annoyance, and said to her, "Very well, you may go and spend Ramadan with your family." She seized my hands and clasped them to her, crying, "Oh! I beg of you, don't be cruel, you shall see how good I will be. Let us keep Ramadan together, if you will. I will look after you, I will do anything you fancy, but don't be cruel." I could not help smiling at her quaint air of grief, and sent her away to bed. An hour later, as I was going to bed, there were 2 light taps on my door, so light that I scarcely heard them. "Come in," I cried, and Allouma entered, carrying a large tray loaded with Arab delicacies, sweet fried croquettes, and a strange collection of native pastry. She laughed, showing her fine teeth, and repeated, "We are going to keep Ramadan together. You know that the fasting which begins at dawn and ends at dusk, at the moment when the eye cannot distinguish between a white and a black thread, is followed every evening by private little feasts in which eating goes on until dawn. It follows that for a native not overburdened by his conscience, Ramadan merely consists in transposing day and night." Allouma, however, was more conscientious about it. She placed her tray between us on the couch, and taking in her long slender fingers a little powdered ball, she put it in my mouth, murmuring, "Eat this, it is good." I munched the light cake, which was indeed excellent, and asked her, "Did you make that?" "Yes, I did." "For me?" "Yes, for you." "To enable me to tolerate Ramadan?" "Yes, don't be unkind. I will bring you some every day." What a terrible month I spent there. A sugary, insipid, maddening month, full of little indulgences, temptations, fits of anger and vain struggles against an invincible resistance. Then, when the 3 days of Bayram arrived, I celebrated them in my own way, and Ramadan was forgotten. A very hot summer passed, and towards the early days of autumn, Allouma seemed to be preoccupied and abstracted and took no interest in anything. One evening, when I sent for her, she was not in her room, and thinking that she was somewhere about the house, I sent someone to look for her. She had not come back, so I opened the window and called for Mohammed. His answer came from within the tent. "Yes, sir." "Do you know where Allouma is?" "No, sir." "She is not lost, is she?" A few seconds later, he entered my room, so agitated that he could not suppress his anxiety. "Allouma lost?" he asked. "Yes, she has disappeared." "Surely not." "Go and look for her," I told him. He remained standing there, lost in thought and trying to grasp the situation. Then he entered Allouma's room, where her clothes were scattered in truly oriental disorder. He examined everything like a policeman, or rather he snuffed around like a dog, and then, incapable of further effort, he murmured with an air of resignation, "Gone. She is gone. For my part, I feared some accident, a fall down a ravine, a sprained joint, and I sent out all the men in the camp with orders to search until they had found her. They searched for her all night, the whole of the next day and for a week, but could discover no clue that would put us on the right track. I suffered badly, for I missed her. The house seemed empty and life seemed a desert. Then disturbing thoughts began to pass through my mind. I thought that she might have been kidnapped or even killed. But every time I attempted to question Muhammad or to tell him my fears, he replied steadfastly, "No, she has gone away." Then he added the Arab word arazail, meaning a gazelle, as if to say that she ran quickly and was far away. 3 weeks passed, and I had given up hope of ever seeing my Arab mistress again, when one morning Muhammad, his face beaming with joy, came into my room and said, "Allouma has returned, sir." I jumped out of bed and asked him where she was. "She does not dare to come in. Look, under the tree over there." And with outstretched arm he pointed through the window to a whitish shadow at the foot of an olive tree. I got up and went out. As I approached that bundle of cloth which seemed to have been thrown against the twisted trunk, I recognized the large dark eyes and the tattooed stars on the long well-formed face of the native girl who had bewitched me. As I advanced, I was seized by a fit of anger, a longing to strike her, to make her suffer in revenge. I called to her from a distance. "Where have you been?" She did not reply, and remained motionless, as if she scarcely lived, resigned to the expected blows. I was now standing right above her, gazing with astonishment at the rags she wore, tatters of silk and wool, grey with dust, and torn and filthy. With my hand raised as if to a dog, I repeated, "Where have you been?" "From over there," she murmured. "From where?" "From the tribe." "From what tribe?" "From my own." "Why did you go away?" Seeing that I was not going to strike her, she plucked up a little courage, and said in a low voice, I wanted. I could not live in the house any longer." I saw tears in her eyes, and I immediately felt a foolish sort of pity. I stooped towards her, and on turning round to sit down I perceived Muhammad watching in the distance. Very gently I continued, "Come, will you tell me why you went away?" Then she told me that she had for a long time felt in her heart the nomad's irresistible desire to get back to a tent, to sleep, run and roll on the sand. To wander from plain to plain with the herds, to feel nothing over her head, or between the yellow stars of heaven and the blue stars on her face. But the thin curtain of worn and patched cloth through which one can see, awakening in the night, the gleam of countless spots of light. She pictured this to me so simply, so forcibly and so reasonably that I was convinced of the truth of it, and feeling sorry for her. I asked, "Why didn't you tell me that you wanted to go away for a while?" "Because you would not have liked. If you had promised to come back, I would have given you permission. You would not have believed me." Seeing that I was not angry, she laughed, and added, "You see, it is all over. I have come back and here I am. I had to spend a few days over there. Now I have had enough, it is all over and done with. I have come back and I am no longer unhappy. I am very pleased. You are not cruel to me. Come to the house," I said to her. She stood up, and I took her hand, held her slender fingers. And triumphant in her rags, with a jingling of bracelets, necklaces and ornaments, she walked solemnly towards my house, where Muhammad was waiting for us. Before going in, I repeated, "Allouma, if at any time you want to go home, tell me so and I will let you go." "You promise?" she asked cautiously. "Yes, I promise. I promise also. When I feel homesick," and she placed her hands on her forehead with a magnificent gesture, "I will tell you that I must go yonder, and you will let me go." I accompanied her to her room, followed by Muhammad bringing water, for we had not yet been able to warn the wife of Abdel Kader el Hadara of the return of her mistress. She entered, perceived the mirror, and with joy in her face ran towards it as if to welcome a long-lost mother. She looked at herself for a few seconds, then pouted and said to the mirror, with a shade of annoyance. "Wait a minute, I have silk dresses in the wardrobe. I will be beautiful very soon." I left her to flirt with her reflection in the glass. Our life together went on as before, and I fell more and more under the strange spell, the physical allurement of this girl, for whom at the same time I felt a kind of paternal superiority. All went well for 6 months, and then I felt that she was again becoming nervous, restless, and rather sad. One day I said to her, "Do you want to go home?" "Yes, I should like to." "You did not dare to tell me?" "No, I did not dare." "Very well, then, you may go." She seized my hands and kissed them as she did in all her outbursts of gratitude, and the next day she had disappeared. As before, she returned after about 3 weeks, again in tatters, black with dust and sunburn, and satiated with the nomad's life, with sand and with freedom. During 2 years she went home in that way 4 times. I used to take her back cheerfully and without jealousy, for I felt that jealousy could not exist without love as we understand love in our own country. Certainly, I might very well have killed her if I had caught her deceiving me, but it would have been rather as I would have thrashed a disobedient dog, from pure anger. I would not have felt that torture, that consuming fire, that terrible suffering that constitute jealousy in the north. I said just now that I might have killed her as I would have thrashed a disobedient dog. I loved her, in fact, rather as one might love a very rare animal, a dog or a horse that one could not replace. She was a wonderful, a delightful animal, but no more, in the form of a woman. I can hardly describe what a gulf separated our souls, although no doubt our hearts came into contact at times and responded to the touch. She was a pleasant object in my house and in my life, one to which I had become accustomed and which appealed only to my physical senses. One morning Mohammed came into my room with a strange expression on his face, an anxious look, sometimes seen in an Arab's eyes, which suggests a cat, apprehensive and ready to run when faced by a dog. Seeing his face, I asked, "Hello. What is the matter?" "Allouma has gone away." I began to laugh. "Gone? Where to?" "Gone right away, sir." "What, gone right away?" "Yes, sir." "You must be mad, my lad." "No, sir." "Why has she gone away?" "How?" "Come, explain yourself." He stood still, unwilling to speak. And then, all of a sudden, he gave vent to one of those typical outbursts of rage which occasionally confront us in the streets between 2 fanatical Arabs, in which oriental silence and gravity give place to the wildest gestures and the most ferocious threats. Then in the midst of his ravings I gathered that Allouma had fled with my shepherd. I had to calm Mohammed and drag from him, one by one, the full details. It was a long story. I understood at last that for a week he had been keeping watch on Allouma, who had been meeting, behind the nearby clumps of cactus or in the ravine where the rosebay grew. A tramp who had been engaged as a shepherd by my superintendent about the end of the month before. Mohammed had seen her go out the night before, and he had not seen her come back, and he repeated, with an incensed air, "Gone, sir, she has gone for good." I cannot tell why, but his conviction that she had eloped with this vagabond instantly came home to me also, absolutely and irresistibly. It seemed absurd and improbable, yet all the more certain when one considered the irrational logic typical of women. With aching heart, and fuming with rage, I strove to recall this man's features, and I suddenly recollected seeing him, a week or 2 before, standing on a hillock in the midst of his flock and looking at me. He was a big Bedouin whose bare limbs matched the color of his rags, a typical savage brute with prominent cheekbones, a crooked nose, a receding chin and thin legs. Like a tall skeleton clothed in tatters, with the treacherous eyes of a jackal. I was quite certain that she had fled with this scoundrel. Why? Because she was Allouma, a child of the desert. Another girl in Paris, a streetwalker, would have run away with my coachman or with a frequenter of the slums. "It is all right," I said to Mohammed. "If she has gone, so much the worse for her. Leave me alone, I have some letters to write." He went away, surprised at my calm. I got up and opened the window, and began to draw in deep breaths of the stifling air which the sirocco was bringing from the south. Then I thought to myself, "Good heavens, she is a woman, like many others. Can anyone tell why they do these things, what makes them love and follow a man, or leave him? Yes, occasionally we know, generally we do not. At times, we are doubtful. Why had she disappeared with that repulsive brute? Why, indeed? It may have been because for practically a whole month the wind had been blowing from the south. A breath of wind. That was reason enough. Did she know, do any of them, even the most introspective of them, know in most cases why they do certain things? No more than a weathercock swinging in the wind. The slightest breeze sways the light vein of copper, iron or wood, in the same way that some imperceptible influence, some fleeting impression, stirs and guides the fickle fancy of a woman. Whether she be from town or country, from a suburb or from the desert. They may realize, afterwards, if they consider it and understand, why they have done one thing rather than another. But, at the time, they have no idea, for they are the playthings of their susceptibilities, the feather-brained slaves of events and environment, of chance and caprice. And of all their lightest whims. Aubal had risen to his feet. He took a few steps, looked at me and laughingly said, "There you have a desert love affair. What if she comes back?" I inquired. "The wicked girl." He murmured. "Yet I should be very glad all the same." "And you would forgive the shepherd?" "Good heavens, yes. Where women are concerned, one must either forgive, or ignore." The Rendezvous. She had on her hat and coat with a black veil down to her nose and another in her pocket to put over the first as soon as she got into the offensive four-wheeler. She was tapping her boot with the point of her umbrella and remained seated in her room, uncertain whether to keep the appointment. And yet how many times within the last 2 years had she got ready to join her lover, the handsome Viscount de Martlet, in his chambers? When she knew that her husband, a society stockbroker, would be at the exchange. The clock behind her loudly ticked out the seconds. A half-read book gaped open on the little rosewood writing table between the windows. And a strong scent of violets from 2 small bunches floating in a couple of tiny Dresden vases on the mantelpiece, mingled with a faint odor of verbena wafted through the half-open door of the dressing-room. The sound of the clock striking 3 made her jump up. She turned to look at the time, then smiled, thinking, "He is waiting for me, he will be getting angry." Then she left the room, told the footman that she would be back in an hour at the least, a lie, went downstairs, and set out on foot. It was the end of May, that delightful season when spring, on its way from the country, lays siege to Paris, seeming to carry all before it, bursting through brick walls into the home. Making the city blossom forth, shedding gaiety over its buildings, over the asphalt of its pavements and the stones of its streets, drenching it in merriment. And making it drunk with vigor like a forest bursting forth into leaf. Madame Hager took a few steps to the right, intending, as usual, to go along the Rue de Provence where she could hail a four-wheeler. But the delightful feeling of summer suddenly took possession of her, and changing her mind, she turned down the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, not knowing why. But vaguely attracted by a wish to see the trees in the Square de la Trinite. "He can just wait 10 minutes longer," she said to herself. The idea of keeping him waiting pleased her, and as she walked through the crowd she fancied she saw him getting impatient, looking at the clock, opening the window, listening at the door. Sitting down and getting up again, not daring to smoke, as she had forbidden smoking on the days they met, and casting desperate glances at his box of cigarettes. She walked along slowly, her mind adrift among the many things around her, the people, the shops, and she slackened her pace more and more. So little did she care about reaching the flat that she used every shop window as an excuse for loitering. At the end of the street, in front of the church. The green of the small square attracted her, and she crossed the place and went into the garden, the children's playground, and strolled twice round the narrow patch of grass. Mingling with the nurses, gorgeous in their bright-colored cloaks and caps trimmed with ribbons and flowers. Then she took a chair, sat down, and raising her eyes to the clock that looked like a moon in the steeple, she watched the hands move round. The half-hour struck, and her heart beat with pleasure when she heard the chimes. She had already stolen 30 minutes, it would take another 15 to reach the Rue Miromesnil, those and a few more minutes in which to loiter about would make an hour. 1 whole hour stolen from the rendezvous. She would stay barely 40 minutes, and again the whole thing would be over. Goodness! How it bored her to go. Going to the dentist's was bad enough. She suffered from the intolerable memory of these appointments, on an average, one a week for the last 2 years, and the thought that there would be another one presently filled her with anguish. Not that it was as painful as a visit to the dentist's, but it was such a bore, so complicated, so long, so unpleasant, that anything, even an operation, seemed preferable. Nevertheless she went on very slowly, stopping, sitting down, hanging about, but she went all the same. Oh! How she would have liked to miss the appointment, but she had played that trick on the poor Viscount twice running last month, and she dared not do it again so soon. Why did she go back? Ah! Why? Because it had become a habit, and she had no good reason to give poor Martlet when he wanted to know the why. Why had she started the affair? Why? She no longer knew. Had she been in love with him? Possibly. Not very much, just a little, ever so long ago. He was very nice, fastidious, distinguished, gallant, and you could see at the very first glance that he was the perfect lover for a woman of the world. The courtship had lasted 3 months, the normal period which includes an honorable struggle and just sufficient resistance. Then she had consented, but with what flutterings, what timidity. What awful yet exquisite shrinkings at that first meeting, followed by all the others, in the little bachelor flat in the Rue Miromesnil. Her heart? What did she feel when, tempted, vanquished, conquered, she entered the door of that house of nightmares for the first time? She really did not know. She had forgotten. An act, a date, a thing, may be remembered, but it is rare to remember a fleeting emotion 2 years afterwards. It is too fragile for memory. Oh! For instance, she had not forgotten the others, the rosary of meetings, the stations of the cross of love, those stations that were so fatiguing, so monotonous, so alike. That she was filled with nausea at the thought of what was going to happen presently. Goodness! Think of all the four-wheelers that had been hired to go there. They were not like ordinary four-wheelers. Certainly, the drivers guessed the truth. She felt that by the way they looked at her, and the eyes of the Parisian cabmen are terrible eyes. When you remember that in court they always recognize criminals whom they have only driven once in the dead of night, from some street to the station, years before. And that they have about as many fares as there are hours in a day. That their memory is so good that they say at once, "This is the man I picked up in the Rue de Martyrs and put down at the Lyons station at 12:45 a.m. On July 10th last year." It is enough to make you shiver with apprehension when you are risking all a woman risks in going to a rendezvous, placing her reputation in the keeping of the first cabman she meets. The last 2 years she had engaged at least 100 or 120 for the journey to the Rue Miromesnil, counting one a week. These were all witnesses who might appear against her at a critical moment. As soon as she was in the cab she drew the other veil, as thick and as black as a mask, from her pocket and fastened it over her eyes. It hid her face, true enough, but what about the rest? Her dress, hat, parasol, would they not be noticed, had they not been seen already? Oh! What torture she endured in the Rue Miromesnil! She thought she recognized all the passers-by, all the servants, everybody. Almost before the cab stopped she jumped out and ran past the porter who was always standing outside his lodge. He was a man who must know everything, her address, her name, her husband's profession, everything, for janitors are the most artful of all the police. For 2 years she had wanted to bribe him, to throw him 100-franc note as she passed. She had never dared to throw the piece of paper at him. She was afraid. Of what? She did not know. Of being called back if he did not understand? Of a scandal? Perhaps of being arrested? The Viscount's flat was only halfway up the first flight of stairs, but it seemed as high up as the top of the tower of St. Jacques to her. As soon as she reached the entrance of the building she felt she was caught in a trap, and the slightest noise in front or behind made her feel faint. She could not go back again with the janitor and the road blocking her retreat. And if anyone was coming downstairs she dared not ring Martlet's bell but passed the door as if she were going somewhere else. She went up, up, up. She would have climbed up 40 stories. Then when all seemed quiet she would run down terrified lest she should make a mistake in the flat. He was there, waiting, dressed in a velvet suit lined with silk, very smart but rather ridiculous, and for 2 years he had never varied the way he received her, never made the slightest change. Not in a single gesture. As soon as he had shut the door he would say, "Allow me to kiss your hands, my dear, dear friend." Then he followed her into the room where the shutters were closed and lights lit both winter and summer because this was the fashion. And knelt down gazing at her from head to foot with an air of adoration. The first time it had been very nice, very successful. Now she felt that she was looking at him, Delaunay playing the 5th act of a popular piece for the 120th time. He really ought to make some change. And then after, oh God! After. That was the worst to bear. No, he never made any change, poor chap. A good chap, but so ordinary. How difficult it was to undress without a maid. For once it did not matter much, but repeated every week it became a nuisance. No, indeed, a man should not exact such a task from a woman. But if it was difficult to undress, to dress again was almost an impossibility. Your nerves made you want to shriek. And you felt so exasperated that you could have boxed the young man's ears when he said, walking awkwardly around, "Shall I help you?" Help her? Yes, indeed, how? What could he do? You only had to see him hold a pin to know he was no use. That was probably the moment she had begun to take a dislike to him. When he said, "Shall I help you?" she could have killed him. Besides, a woman must end by hating a man who for 2 years has forced her to put on her clothes 120 times without a maid. It is true that not many men were as awkward as he was, so clumsy, so monotonous. Baron de Grimbal would never have said in such a silly way, "Shall I help you?" He would have helped, he was so lively, so amusing, so witty. Well. He was a diplomatist. He had traveled in every country, wandered about all over, he had certainly dressed and undressed women clad according to every fashion in the world, he must have done so. The church clock chimed the 3/4. She drew herself up, looked at the time and began to laugh, saying to herself, "How excited he must be." Then she left the square, walking briskly, but had only just reached the place outside when she met a man who bowed and raised his hat. "Dear me, you, Baron?" she said, surprised, for she had just been thinking about him. "Yes, madam." He asked how she was, then after a few vague remarks, said, "Do you know you are the only one, you will allow me to say, of my lady friends, won't you? Who has not yet been to see my Japanese collection? But, my dear Baron, a woman cannot visit a bachelor?" "What? What? That's quite wrong when it is a question of going to see a collection of rare curios. At all events, she cannot go alone." "And why not? I have had any number of lady visitors alone, just to see my collection. They come every day. Shall I tell you their names? No, I won't do that. One must be discreet even when quite innocent. In principle there is nothing wrong in going to see a man who is a gentleman, well known, and of good birth, unless one goes for some doubtful reason. On the whole, you are right. Then you will come to see my collection. When? Now. Impossible, I am in a hurry. Nonsense. You have been sitting in the square this last half hour. You were watching me? I was looking at you. Really, I am in a hurry. I am sure you're not. Admit that you're not. Madame Hager began to laugh, saying, No, no, not in a grate. A cab passed close by which the Baron stopped and opening the door, said, Get in, madam. But, Baron, it's impossible, I can't come today. You are very imprudent, madam. Do get in. People are beginning to stare at us, soon there will be a crowd, they will think I am running away with you and we shall both be arrested, do get in, I beg you. She got in, scared and dazed. Then he sat beside her and said to the cabman, Rue de Provence. Suddenly she exclaimed, Oh! Dear, dear! I have forgotten an urgent telegram, will you take me to the nearest post office first? The cab stopped a little further on in the Rue de Chateaudun, and she said to the Baron, Do get me a 50 centimes telegraph card. 34 I promised my husband I would invite Martlet to dinner tomorrow, and had quite forgotten about it. When the Baron came back with the blue card, she wrote in pencil. Dear friend. I am not well. A bad attack of neuralgia is keeping me in bed. Impossible to go out. Come and dine tomorrow evening so that I may be forgiven. Jean. She moistened the gum, closed the telegram card carefully and addressed it, Viscount de Martlet 240, Rue Miromesnil, then returning the card to the Baron, said. Now. Will you be good enough to drop this in the special box for telegrams? In port. Chapter 1. Having left Havre on May 3, 1882, for a voyage in Chinese waters, the three-masted sailing ship Notre Dame de Vence re-entered Marseille's harbor on August 8, 1886, after a 4 years' voyage. She had discharged her original cargo in the Chinese port to which she had been chartered, and had there and then picked up a new freight for Buenos Aires. And from thence had shipped cargo for Brazil. Various other voyages, not to speak of damages, repairs, several months spent becalmed, storms that blew her out of her course, and all the accidents, adventures and misadventures of the sea, had detained far from her land this three-masted Norman boat now returned to Marseilles with a hold full of tin boxes containing American preserved foods. At the beginning of the voyage she had on board, besides the captain and the mate, 14 sailors, 8 Normans and 6 Bretons. At the end only 5 Bretons and 4 Normans remained. The Breton had died at sea, the 4 Normans, who had disappeared in various circumstances, had been replaced by 2 Americans, a nigger and a Norwegian shanghaied one evening in a Singapore den. The great ship, sails furled, yards forming a cross with mast stem, drawn by a Marseilles tug that panted along before her, rolled in a slight swell that died gently away in the calm waters behind her. She passed in front of the Château d'If, then under all the grey rocks of the roadstead over which the setting sun flung a reek of gold, and entered the old harbour where, ship lying by ship alongside the quays, were gathered ships from all corners of the globe, huddled together, large and small, of all shapes and riggings. Like a fish soup of boats in this too confined basin, full of foul water, where the hulls grazed and rubbed against each other, for all the world as if they were pickled in saltwater liquor. Notre Dame de Vence took her place between an Italian brig and an English schooner which drew apart to make way for their comrade. Then, when all the formalities of customs and harbour had been complied with, the captain gave 2/3 of his crew shore leave for the evening. It was already night. The lights of Marseilles were lit. In the warmth of the summer evening, an odor of garlic-flavored cooking hung over the noisy city, alive with the sound of voices, rumblings, clatterings, all the gaiety of the south. As soon as they felt land under them, the 10 men who had been tossed for months on the sea, began to walk very carefully, with hesitant steps like creatures strayed out of their element. Unaccustomed to cities, 2 by 2 in a procession. They rolled along, taking their bearings, following the scent down the by-streets that opened on to the harbour. their blood on fire with a hunger for love that had grown stronger and stronger in their bodies throughout their last 66 days at sea. The Normans marched ahead, led by Celestin Duclos, a tall, shrewd, sturdy young fellow, who captained the others whenever they set foot on shore. He found out the best places, devised ways and means to his liking, and refrained from risking himself too readily in the brawls so common between sailors on shore. But when he did get involved in one, he was absolutely fearless. After hesitating some little time between the obscure streets that ran down to the sea like sewers, from which rose a heavy smell, as it were the very breath of hovels, Celestin decided on a sort of winding passage where lighted lamps, bearing enormous numbers on their frosted-colored glass, were hung out above the doors. Under the narrow arch of the doorways, women in aprons, looking like servant girls, and seated on rush-bottomed chairs, got up at their approach, made 3 steps to the edge of the stream that ran down the middle of the street and stood right across the path of the line of men that advanced slowly, singing and chuckling, excited already by the neighborhood of these prostitutes' cells. Sometimes in the depths of a lobby a second door padded with brown leather opened abruptly and behind it appeared a stout half-naked woman, whose heavy thighs and plump arms were sharply outlined under a coarse tight-fitting shift of white cotton. Her short petticoat looked like a hooped girdle, and the soft flesh of her bosom, arms, and shoulders made a rosy patch against a bodice of black velvet edged with gold lace. She called to them from far off, "Are you coming in, dearies?" and sometimes came out herself to clutch one of them, pulling him towards her doorway with all her might, clinging to him like a spider dragging in a body bigger than itself. The man, excited by her touch, resisted feebly, and the others halted to watch him, hesitating between their desire to go in without further delay and their desire to make this appetizing stroll last a little longer. Then, when after the most exhausting effort the woman had dragged the sailor to the threshold of her abode, into which the whole company were about to plunge after him, Celestin Duclos, who was a judge of such houses, would suddenly cry, "Don't go in there, Marchand, it's not the right one." Whereupon, obedient to this command, the man disengaged himself with brutal violence, and the friends fell again into line, pursued by the obscene abuse of the exasperated women, while other women, all the way down the passage ahead of them, came out of their doors, attracted by the noise, and poured out hoarse-voiced enticing appeals. They went on their way, growing more and more excited, between the cajoling cries and seductive charms offered by the chorus of love's doorkeepers down the length of the street before them, and the vile curses flung after them by the chorus behind, the despised chorus of disappointed women. Now and then they met other companies of men, soldiers marching along with swords clattering against their legs, more sailors, a solitary citizen or so, a few shop assistants. Everywhere opened other narrow streets, starred with evil beacon lights. They walked steadily through this labyrinth of hovels on the greasy cobbled streets, oozing streams of foul water, between houses full of women's flesh. At last Duclos made up his mind and, halting in front of a fairly decent-looking house, marshaled his company into it. Chapter 2. The entertainment lacked nothing. For 4 hours the 10 sailors took their fill of love and wine. 6 months' pay vanished on it. They were installed, lords of all they surveyed, in the big saloon, regarding with unfriendly eyes the ordinary clients who installed themselves at little tables in corners, where one of the women who were still disengaged, dressed like overgrown babies or music-hall singers, ran to attend on them, and then sat down beside them. Each man had on arrival selected his companion whom he retained throughout the evening, for the lower orders are not promiscuous. 3 tables had been dragged together, and after the first round of drinks, the procession, fallen into 2 ranks and increased by as many women as there were sailors, reformed on the staircase. The noise made by the 4 feet of each couple was heard for some time on the wooden steps, while this long file of lovers plunged through the narrow door that led to the bedrooms. Then they came down again for more drinks, went up again, came down again. Now, very nearly drunk, they began to bawl. Each man, with reddened eyes, his fancy on his knee, sang or shouted, hammering on the table with doubled fists, rolled the wine round his throat, giving full play to the beast in man. In the midst of them, Célestin Duclos, holding tight a tall red-cheeked wench, seated astride on his knee, regarded her ardently. Not so drunk as the others, not that he had drunk any less, he could still think of more than the one thing, and more human than the rest. He tried to talk to her. His thoughts were a little elusive, slipping from his grasp, returning and disappearing before he could remember just what he had wanted to say. He laughed, repeating. Then, you've been here a long time." 6 months, replied the girl. He appeared pleased with her, as if that were a proof of good conduct, and went on. "Do you like this life?" She hesitated, then spoke resignedly. "One gets through with it. It's no worse than anything else. Being a servant or walking the streets, they're both dirty jobs." He seemed to approve this truth too. "You're not from these parts," said he. She shook her head without speaking. "Do you come from far?" She nodded, still silent. "Where from?" She seemed to search her mind, trying to collect her memories, then she murmured. "From Perpignan." Again he showed great satisfaction, and said. "Oh, yes." In her turn she asked him. "You're a sailor, aren't you?" "Yes, my sweet." "Have you come a long way?" "Oh, yes. I've seen countries, ports, and all that." "I suppose you sailed round the world?" "I dare say, more like twice than once." Again she seemed to hesitate, searching in her mind for something forgotten, then, in a rather altered, grave voice, she said. "You have come across a good many ships in your voyages?" "I have that, my sweet." "Perhaps you've even come across Notre Dame de Vence?" He chuckled. "No later than a week ago." She turned pale, all the blood ebbing from her cheeks, and asked. "Is that true, really true?" "As true as I'm telling you." "You're not telling me a lie." He lifted his hand. "God's truth I'm not," said he. "Then do you know whether Célestin Duclos is still with her?" He was surprised, uneasy, and wanted to know more before replying. "Do you know him?" She became suspicious too. "No, not me, it's some woman who knows him." "One of the women here?" "No, outside." "In the street?" "No, another." "What woman?" "Oh, just a woman like me." "What's this woman want with him?" "How should I know, what do you think?" They stared into each other's eyes, trying to read the thoughts behind, guessing that something serious was going to come of this. He went on. "Can I see this woman?" "What would you say to her?" I'd say that I have seen Célestin Duclos." "Is he all right?" "As right as you or me, he's a lad." She was silent again, collecting her thoughts, then, very slowly, asked. Where was she bound for, the Notre Dame de Vence? "Well, to Marseilles." She could not repress a start. "Really?" "Yes, really." "Do you know Duclos?" "Yes. I know him." She hesitated again, then said softly. "Good. That's a good thing. What do you want with him?" "Listen, you can tell him, nothing." He continued to stare at her, more and more uneasy. He must know the whole now. "Do you know him then?" "No," said she. "Then what do you want with him?" She came to a sudden decision, got up, ran to the bar where the proprietress sat enthroned, seized a lemon, cut it open, pouring the juice into a glass. Then filled up the glass with plain water and, bringing it to him, said. "Drink this." "Why?" "To sober you up. After that I'll talk to you." He drank obediently, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, and declared. "That's all right, I'm listening to you. You must promise me not to tell him that you have seen me, nor who told you what I am just going to tell you." "Swear it." He lifted his hand, with a knowing air. "I swear it." "On the good God himself?" Yes, on the good God. Well, you're to tell him that his father is dead, that his mother is dead, that his brother is dead, all the three of them in the same month, of typhoid fever, in January, 1883. 3.5 years ago. And now it was he who felt the blood rush through his body, and for some moments he sat there, so overcome that he could find nothing to say in reply. Then he began to have doubts and asked. Are you sure? I'm quite sure. Who told it to you? She put her hands on his shoulders and, peering into his eyes, said. You swear you won't give me away? I swear it. I'm his sister. Her name broke involuntarily from his mouth. Françoise? She regarded him again fixedly, then, overwhelmed by a crazy fear, by a profound feeling of horror, murmured under her breath, against his mouth. Oh, is it you, Celestin? They sat rigid, eyes staring into eyes. Round them, the sailors went on shouting. The noise of glasses, fists, and heels beating in tune to the choruses, and the shrill cries of the women, mingled with the uproarious songs. He felt her against him, held close to him, warm and terrified, his sister. Then, in a mere whisper, afraid lest someone overhear him, so low that she herself could hardly hear. My God, I've done a fine thing. Her eyes filled with tears in an instant, and she stammered. It's not my fault, is it? But he said abruptly. So they're dead? Yes, they're dead. Dad, and Mother, and my brother? All three in the same month, as I've just told you. I was left alone, with nothing but what I stood up in, seeing that I owed money to the chemist and the doctor and for burying the 3 bodies, which I paid off with the furniture. After that I went as servant to old Duchoux, you know him, the cripple. I was just exactly 15 then, seeing that you went away when I was not quite 14. I got into trouble with him. You're a fool when you're young. Then I went as housemaid to a solicitor, he seduced me too and set me up in a room in Havre. It wasn't long before he stopped coming. I spent 3 days without food and then, since I couldn't get any work, I went into a house, like many another. I've seen the world too, I have, and a dirty world at that. Rouen, Évreux, Lille, Bordeaux, Perpignan, Nice, and now here I am at Marseilles. Tears poured out of her eyes and her nose, wetting her cheeks, and ran down into her mouth. She went on. I thought you were dead too, my poor Celestin. He said. I would never have known you again, you were so little then, and now you're so big, but how was it you didn't recognize me? She made a despairing gesture. I see so many men that they all look alike to me. He was still staring into her eyes in the grip of a confused emotion, an emotion so overwhelming that he wanted to cry like a beaten child. He still held her in his arms, sitting astride his legs, his hands spread out on the girl's back, and now by dint of staring at her, he recognized her at last. The little sister left in the country with the 3 she had watched die while he tossed at sea. All at once he took her newfound face in his great sailor's paws and began to embrace her as a man embraces his flesh and blood. Then sobs, a man's terrible sobs, long-drawn surging cries, rose in his throat like the hiccups of a drunken man. He stammered. To see you again, Françoise, my little Françoise. Suddenly he leaped to his feet and began to swear in a dreadful voice, bringing his fist down on the table with such violence that the overturned glasses broke to atoms. Then he took 3 steps, staggered, flung out his arms and fell face downwards. He rolled on the floor, shouting, beating the ground with arms and legs, and uttering such groans that they were like the death rattle of a man in agony. All the sailors looked at him and laughed. He isn't half drunk, said one. Put him to bed, said another, if he goes out they'll stick him in jail. Then, as he had money in his pockets, the proprietress offered a bed, and the other sailors, themselves so drunk that they couldn't stand, hoisted him up the narrow staircase to the bedroom of the woman who had lately received him, and who remained sitting on a chair, at the foot of that guilty couch, weeping over him, until morning. The mask. There was a fancy dress ball that evening at the Élysée Montmartre. It was to celebrate Mid-Lent, and the crowd was pouring, like the water rushing over a weir, down the illuminated corridor that led to the dance-room. The overpowering clamor of the orchestra, crashing like a storm of music, split walls and roof, spread abroad through the neighborhood, and roused in the streets, and even in the nearby houses. The irresistible desire to leap, to be warm and amused, that slumbers in the depths of the human animal. The regular frequenters of the place were arriving from all the four corners of Paris, people of all classes, who were fond of vulgar, roistering amusements that were a little vicious and not a little debauched. There were shop assistants, pimps, prostitutes in every sort of dress, from the common cotton to the finest batiste, wealthy prostitutes, the old wealthy ones, old and covered with diamonds, and the penniless 16-year-olds longing to enjoy themselves, to find men, to spend money. Elegants in tailed coats, in search of youthful flesh, deflowered of its primal innocence but still desirable, roved through the overheated crowd, peering, seemingly scenting it out, while the masks appeared absorbed in their desire for amusement. The famous quadrilles had already gathered round their caperings a crowded circle of people. The swaying hedge, the quivering mass of women and men who encircled the four dancers, knotted itself round like a serpent, advancing and withdrawing in time to the swerving movements of the dancers. The two women, whose thighs seemed fastened to their bodies by india-rubber springs, executed the most amazing movements with their legs. They flung them up in the air with such vigor that the limbs seemed to be flying towards the sky, then suddenly, parting them as if they were open to the navel. Sliding one in front and the other behind, they touched the ground with the center of their bodies in a quick wide split, revolting and comical to watch. Their partners leaped, pirouetted on their feet, whirled round, their arms flapping and raised like stumps of featherless wings. And one guessed that under their masks their breath was coming in gasps. One of them, who had taken a part in the most famous of the quadrilles to replace a celebrated dancer who was absent, the magnificent Saint-Jagas, and was doing his best to keep pace with the indefatigable Aristide, was executing fantastic solo steps that provoked the joy and ironic mirth of the public. He was lean, attired like a dandy, with a handsome varnished mask on his face, a mask with a fair curling mustache and topped by a curled wig. He had the appearance of a model from the Grevin Museum, of a strange and fantastic caricature of a charming young man in a fashion plate, and he danced with an earnest but awkward effort, and with a droll ecstasy. He seemed rusty beside the others as he tried to imitate their gambols, he seemed crippled, as clumsy as a pug-dog playing with greyhounds. Mocking bravos encouraged him, and he, drunk with enthusiasm, leaped about with such frenzy that all at once, carried away by a wild rush, he ran full tilt into the wall of standers-by which parted before him to let him pass, then closed up again round the inert body of the motionless dancer, lying face downwards. Men picked him up and carried him away. There were shouts for a doctor. A gentleman came forward, young, very elegant, in a black coat with enormous pearls in his dress shirt. "I am a professor in the medical school," he said, modestly. They made way for him, and in a little room full of cartons, like a businessman's office, he found the still unconscious dancer stretched across the chairs. The doctor tried first to remove the mask and discovered that it was fastened on in a complicated fashion, by a multitude of fine metal threads, which attached it cleverly to the edges of his wig and enclosed his entire head, in a solid ligature, of which one would have to know the secret. The neck itself was imprisoned in a false skin which formed a continuation of the chin, and this glove-like skin, painted flesh color, reached to the neck of his shirt. They had to cut it all away with strong scissors, and when the doctor had made a gash from shoulder to temple in this amazing apparatus, he opened out this carapace and found therein an old face. The face of a pale, worn-out, thin, wrinkled man. The shock to those who carried in the young curled mask was so great that no one laughed, no one said a word. They stared, where it lay on the rush chairs, at this sad face with its closed eyes, besprinkled with white hairs, some of them long, falling from the forehead over his face, others short, sprouting from cheeks and chin, and there beside this poor head, the small, charming, polished mask, the fresh, still smiling mask. The man came to himself after remaining unconscious for a long time, but he seemed still so feeble, so ill, that the doctor feared some dangerous complication. "Where do you live?" said he. The old dancer seemed to search in his memory and then to remember, and he gave the name of a street which no one knew. So they had to ask him again for details of the neighborhood. He furnished them with infinite pain, with a slowness and indecision that betrayed the disturbance of his mind. The doctor continued. "I'll take you back there myself." He had been seized with curiosity to know who this strange mummer was, to see where this amazing mountebank lived. A cab soon carried them both to the other side of the slope of Montmartre. It was in a tall house of poverty-stricken aspect, ascended by a shiny staircase, one of those forever unfinished houses, riddled with windows, standing between two amorphous stretches of ground. Squalid dens where live a horde of ragged, miserable wretches. The doctor, clinging to the handrail, a winding wooden rod to which his hand stuck fast, supported the dazed old man, who was now regaining his strength, up to the 4th floor. The door at which they had knocked opened, and a woman appeared, old too, and clean, with a white nightcap framing a bony face with strongly marked features, the characteristic, broad, good, rough-hewn face of an industrious and faithful woman of the working class. She cried, "My God, what's happened to him?" When the affair had been explained to her in 20 words, she was reassured. And reassured the doctor himself by telling him that this was by no means the first of such adventures that had happened. "He must go to bed, sir, that's all, he'll sleep, and next day there'll be nothing to show for it." The doctor answered. "But he can hardly speak." "Oh, it's nothing, he's a little drunk, nothing else. He ate no dinner so that he should be supple, and then he drank 2 absinthes to liven himself up. The absinthe, you know, revives his legs, but it takes away his wits and his words. He's not of an age now to dance as he does. No, indeed, I've lost all hope of him ever getting any sense." The doctor, surprised, insisted. "But why does he dance like that, old as he is?" She shrugged her shoulders. She was flushed with the anger that was slowly rousing in her. "Oh, yes, why? To tell the truth, it's so that people will think he's young under his mask, so that the women will still take him for a gay dog and whisper nasty things in his ear. So that he can rub himself against their skin, all their dirty skins with their scents and their powder and their pomades. Oh, it's a nasty business. Well, I've had a life of it, I have, sir, for the 40 years it's been going on. But he must be got to bed first so he doesn't take any harm. Would it be too much trouble to you to give me a hand? When he's like that, I can't manage by myself." The old man was sitting on the bed, with a drunken look, his long white hair fallen over his face. His companion regarded him with pitying, angry eyes. She went on. "Look what a fine face he has for his age, and he must go and disguise himself like a worthless scamp so that people will think he's young. If it's not a pity. He really has a fine face, sir. Wait, I'll show it to you before we put him to bed." She went towards a table on which was the hand basin, the water jug, soap, comb and brush. She took the brush, then returned to the bed and, lifting the old drunkard's tangled head of hair, in the twinkling of an eye she gave him the face of a painter's model, with long curls falling on his neck. Then, stepping back to contemplate him. "He really is handsome for his age, isn't he?" "Very handsome," declared the doctor, who was beginning to find it very amusing. She added. "And if you had known him when he was 25 years old. But we must put him to bed, or else his absence will upset him in his stomach. Now, sir, will you draw off his sleeve? Higher, that's it, good, the breeches now, wait, I'll take off his shoes, that's better. Now, hold him up while I turn down the bed, there, lay him down, if you think he'll disturb himself shortly to make room for me, you're mistaken. I must find my corner, anywhere, anyhow. He doesn't worry about it. There, you gay spark, you. As soon as he felt himself between his bedclothes, the good man shut his eyes, reopened them, shut them again, and his whole contented face expressed an energetic determination to sleep. The doctor, examining him with an ever-growing interest, asked. So he plays the young man at fancy dress balls, does he? At all of them, sir, and he comes back to me in the morning in such a condition you can't imagine. You know, it's regret that drives him there, and makes him put a cardboard face over his own. Yes, regret that he's no longer what he was, and so has no triumphs any more. He was sleeping now, and beginning to snore. She contemplated him with a compassionate air, and added. Oh, he has had his triumphs, that man has. More than you'd think, sir, more than the fine society gentleman and more than any tenor or any general. Really? What was he then? Oh, it surprises you at first, seeing that you didn't know him in his best days. When I met him, it was at a ball, too, for he was always attending them. I was taken as soon as I saw him, yes, taken like a fish on a line. He was charming, sir, so charming he'd bring tears to your eyes to look at him, dark as a crow, and curly-haired, with black eyes as large as windows. Oh, yes, he was a beautiful young man. He carried me off that evening, and I never left him again, sir, no, not for a day, in spite of everything. Oh, he has given me some bad times. The doctor asked. You are married? She answered simply. Yes, sir, or else he would have left me like the others. I have been his wife and his nurse, everything he wanted, and he has made me weep for it, tears that I did not let him see. For he used to tell his adventures to me, sir, never realizing how it hurt me to listen to them. But what was his profession? Oh, yes. I forgot to tell you. He was head assistant at Martel's, such an assistant as you never saw, an artist at 10 francs the hour, on an average. Martel? Who was Martel? The hairdresser, sir, the famous hairdresser of the opera, who had all the actresses as his customers. Yes, all the smartest actresses came to have their hair done by Ambrose, and gave him rewards that made his fortune. Oh, sir, all women are alike, yes, all of them. When a man pleases them, they offer themselves to him. It's so easy, and that's a hard lesson to learn. For he used to tell me all, he couldn't keep silent, no, he couldn't. These things give so much pleasure to men. And more pleasure still to tell about than to do, perhaps. When I saw him come home in the evening a little pale, with an air of contentment, and shining eyes, I used to say to myself, another one. I am sure he's caught another one. Then I used to long to question him, a longing that scorched my heart, and I longed not to know, too, to prevent him from talking if he began. And we used to look at each other. I knew well that he would not hold his tongue, that he was going to come to the point. I felt it in his manner, in the laughing manner he assumed to make me understand. I have had a good day today, Madeline. I pretended not to see, not to guess, I set the table, I brought the soup, I sat down opposite him. In those moments, sir, it was just as if my liking for him was being crushed out of my body with a stone. That's a bad thing, that is, a dreadful thing. But he didn't guess it, not he didn't know, he felt the need to tell someone about it, to boast. To show how much he was loved, and he had only me to tell it to, you understand, only me, so. I had to listen and take it like poison. He began to eat his soup and then he used to say. Another one, Madeline. I used to think, now it's coming. My God, what a man. That I should have taken up with him. Then he started, another one, and a beauty. And it would be a little girl from the vaudeville or maybe a little girl from the varietés, and maybe one of the great ones too, the most famous of these theatrical ladies. He told me their names, described their rooms, and all, yes, all, sir. Details that tore my heart. And he would keep on about it, he would tell his story again from beginning to end, so pleased that I used to pretend to laugh so that he would not be angry with me. Perhaps it wasn't all true. He was so fond of glorifying himself that he was quite capable of inventing such things. And perhaps, too, it was true. On those evenings, he made a show of being tired, of wanting to go to bed after supper. We had supper at 11, sir, because he never came in earlier, on account of the evening hairdressing. When he had finished relating his adventures, he used to smoke cigarettes and walk up and down the room, and he was such a handsome fellow, with his mustache and his curly hair. That I thought, it's true, all the same, what he tells me. Since I'm mad about that man myself, why shouldn't other women be infatuated with him too? Oh, I wanted to cry about it, to scream, to run away, to throw myself out of the window, as I was clearing the table while he went on smoking. He yawned when he opened his mouth, to show me how tired he was, and he used to say 2 or 3 times before getting into bed, God, how I shall sleep tonight. I bear him no grudge for it, because he did not know he hurt me. No, he could not know it. He loved to boast about women like a peacock spreading his tail. He came to imagine that they all looked at him and wanted him. It made it hard when he began to grow old. Oh, sir, when I saw his first white hair, it gave me a shock that took my breath away, and then joy, a cruel joy, but so deep, so deep. I said to myself, it's the end, it's the end. I felt that I was going to be let out of prison. I should have him all to myself, when the others didn't want him any more. It was one morning, in our bed. He was still sleeping, and I was bending over him to waken him with a caress, when I saw in the curls on his temple a little thread that shone like silver. What a surprise! I would not have believed it possible. For a moment I thought of pulling it out, so that he shouldn't see it himself. But looking closely, I caught sight of another one higher up. White hairs. He was going to have white hairs. It made my heart beat and my skin wet, but all the same, in the bottom of my heart, I was very glad about it. It's not pleasant to think of it, but I went about my work in rare spirits that morning, and I didn't wake him just then. And when he had opened his eyes without being roused, I said to him, "Do you know what I discovered when you were asleep?" "No." "I discovered that you have some white hairs." He gave a start of vexation that made him sit down as if I had tickled him, and he said in an annoyed way, "It's not true." "Yes, on the left temple. There are 4 of them." He jumped from the bed to run to the mirror. He did not find them. Then I showed him the first, the lowest down, the little curly one, and I said to him, "It's not surprising considering the life you lead. 2 years from now you'll be finished." Well, sir, I spoke truly, 2 years later, you wouldn't have known him. How quickly a man changes. He was still handsome but he was losing his freshness, and women no longer ran after him. Oh, I had a hard life of it, I did, in those days, he made me suffer cruelly for it. Nothing pleased him, not the least thing. He left his profession for the hat trade, in which he got rid of a lot of money. And then he tried to be an actor, without any success, and then he began to frequent public dances. Well, he has had the good sense to keep a little of his money, on which we're living. It's enough, but it's not much. To think that at one time he had almost a fortune. Now you see what he does. It's like a frenzy that takes hold on him. He must be young, he must dance with women who smell of scent and pomade. Poor old darling that he is. Moved, ready to weep, she looked at her old husband, who was snoring. Then, drawing near him with light steps, she dropped a kiss on his hair. The doctor had risen and was preparing to leave. He could find nothing to say in the presence of this fantastic pair. Then, as he was going, she asked, "Will you just give me your address? If he gets worse I will come and fetch you." The Test. Chapter 1. A pleasant couple the Boitelles, though a little bellicose. They often quarreled, from trivial causes, and then were reconciled. A retired tradesman who had given up business after amassing enough to live on in accordance with his simple tastes, Boitelle had rented a little cottage at Saint-Germain and settled down there with his wife. He was a placid-natured man, whose firmly rooted ideas reorientated themselves with difficulty. He had some education, read the more serious papers and had, however, an understanding of the finer shades of Gallic culture. Gifted with reason, logic, and the practical good sense that is the supreme quality of the hard-working French bourgeois, his thoughts were few but sure. And he made resolutions only on grounds that his instinct assured him to be infallible. He was a man of middle height, and distinguished appearance, and he was going a little grey. His wife, endowed with real qualities, had also some faults. Of a passionate nature, with a frankness of bearing that bordered on the violent, and obstinate to a degree, she cherished undying resentments against people. Once a pretty woman, she had become too plump and too highly colored, but she passed even now, in their circle at Saint-Germain, for a very lovely woman, though too miraculously healthy for genteel taste. Their disputes almost always began at lunch, in the course of some quite unimportant discussion, and then they remained estranged until the evening, often until the next day. Their life, simple and limited as it was, lent a gravity to their lightest concerns, and every subject of conversation became a subject of dispute. It had not been so in other days, when they had a business that absorbed them, joined them in mutual anxieties, gripped their hearts, confined and imprisoned them both in bonds of partnership and a common interest. But at Saint-Germain they saw fewer people. It had been necessary to make new friends, to build for themselves, in a society of strangers, a life at once new and totally empty of occupation. Then, too, the monotony of hours that were all alike had made them a little bitter against each other. And the peaceful happiness for which they had hoped and which they had expected leisure to bring them, did not materialize. They had just sat down to table one morning in the month of June, when Boitelle asked, "Do you know the people who live in the little red cottage at the end of the Rue de Berceau?" "Madame." Boitelle must have got out of bed on the wrong side. She replied, "Yes and no. I know them by sight, but I don't care to know them." "But why?" "They look very pleasant." "Because I met the husband this morning on the terrace and we took a couple of turns together." Realizing that there was danger in the air, Boitelle added, "It was he who accosted me and spoke first." His wife regarded him with displeasure. She replied, "You could easily have avoided him." "But why?" "Because people are talking about them." "Talking? Good heavens, people are always talking." Boitelle made the mistake of becoming quite emphatic. "My dearest, you know that I have a horror of talk. The fact that they are being talked about is enough to make me take a liking to people. As for these people, I find them very pleasant, myself." She demanded furiously, "The wife too, I suppose?" "God, yes, the wife too, although I've hardly seen her." And the discussion continued, becoming slowly more and more venomous and implacably fastened on one subject from sheer lack of other interests. "Madame." Boitelle obstinately refused to say what sort of talk was going the rounds about these neighbors, leaving it to be understood that quite dreadful things, which she did not specify, were being said. Boitelle shrugged his shoulders, sneered, exasperated his wife. She ended by shouting, "Well, your gentleman is a cuckold, that's what." Her husband answered unemotionally, "I don't see in what way that affects a man's good name." She seemed stupefied. "What, you don't see it, you don't see it? Upon my word, that's too much, you don't see it? But it's a public scandal, he's hurt by the mere fact of being a cuckold." He answered, "Not at all. Is a man hurt because he's deceived, hurt because he's betrayed, hurt because he's robbed? Not at all. I agree with you as far as his wife is concerned, but as for him, She became furious. He's as much in it as she. They're ruined, it's a public disgrace. Boitelle, very calm, asked. First, is it true? Who can assert such a thing, short of taking them in the act? Madame. Boitelle bounced in her chair. What? Who can assert it? Why, everyone. Everyone. A thing like that is as plain as the nose on your face. Everyone knows it, everyone talks about it. There's no question about it. It's as well known as a public holiday. He sniggered. And for a long time people believed that the sun moved round the earth, and 1,000 other equally well-known things, which were untrue. This man adores his wife. He talks about her with affection and respect. It's not true. She stammered, stamping her foot. And considering what he knows, fool, half-wit, defrauded wretch that he is. Boitelle did not lose his temper, he argued. Pardon me. The man is not stupid. He seemed to me, on the contrary, exceptionally intelligent and very acute. And you won't make me believe that an intelligent man would not notice such a thing in his house when his neighbors, who are not there in his house, are conversant with every detail of this adultery, for I'll warrant they are conversant with every detail. Madame Boitelle gave way to a spasm of angry mirth that jarred her husband's nerves. Oh! 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 You're all alike, all of you. As if there was a single man in the world who would find it out, unless one rubbed his nose in it. The discussion took another form. She became heated on the question of the blindness of deceived husbands, which he called in doubt, and she asserted with an air of such personal scorn that he finally lost his temper. The quarrel became a violent one in which she took the side of women and he defended men. He had the folly to declare. Well, I take my oath that if I had been deceived, I should have seen it, and at once too. And I would have cured you of your fancy in such a fashion that it would have needed more than a doctor to put you on your feet again. She was transported with rage and shouted in his face. You? You? Why, you're as stupid as any of them, do you hear? He asserted again. I take my oath I'm not. She burst into so impudent a laugh that he felt his pulses quicken and his skin creep. For the third time, he said. I should have seen it, I should. She got up, still laughing in the same way. No, it's too much, she got out. And she went out, slamming the door. Chapter 2. Boitelle felt baffled, very ill at ease. That insolent provocative laughter had affected him like the sting of one of those venomous flies which we do not feel at first, but which very soon begin to smart and hurt intolerably. He went out, and walked about, brooding over it. The solitary nature of his new life disposed him to think unhappy thoughts and to take a gloomy view of things. The neighbor whom he had that morning met suddenly approached him. They shook hands and began to talk. After touching on various subjects, they began to talk about their wives. Each of them seemed to have something to confide, some inexpressible, vague and painful thing concerning the very nature of this creature associated with his life, a woman. The neighbor said, You know, one would really think that women sometimes feel a kind of peculiar hostility against their husbands, for no other reason than that they are their husbands. Take me. I love my wife. I love her dearly. I appreciate her and respect her. Well, she sometimes seems to feel more at home and intimate with our friends than with me. Boitelle thought at once, there you are, my wife was right. When he had parted from the man, he began thinking again. He was conscious of a confused medley of contradictory thoughts in his mind, a sort of unhappy agitation, and his ear still rang with that impudent laughter. An exasperated laughter that seemed to say, You're in the same boat as the others, you fool. Of course it was nothing but a gesture of defiance, one of those insolent gestures typical of women, who will venture anything, take any risk, to wound and humiliate the man against whom they are irritated. So that poor fellow must be a deceived husband, too, like so many others. He had said wistfully, she sometimes seems to feel more at home and intimate with our friends than with me. It showed how a husband, the blind sentiment that the law calls a husband, formulated his reflections on the particular attentions his wife shows another man. That was all. He had seen nothing more. He was like all the rest. All the rest. His own wife, too, had laughed at him. Boitelle laughed strangely. You too, you too. The mad imprudence of these creatures who could put such suspicions into a man's heart for sheer pleasure in defying him. He went back and thought over their life together, trying to remember whether, in their former relationship, she had ever seemed more at home and intimate with anyone else than with him. He had never suspected anyone, so placid he had been, sure of her, trustful. Yes, she had had a friend, an intimate friend, who for almost a whole year had dined with them 3 times a week, Tancred, good honest Tancred, whom he, Boitelle, loved like a brother. And whom he continued to see in secret since the time when his wife for some unexplained reason had fallen out with the pleasant fellow. He stood still to think about it, staring into the past with uneasy eyes. Then he suffered an inward revulsion against himself, against this shameful insinuation put forward by the defiant, jealous, malicious self that lies buried in all of us. He blamed himself, accused and insulted himself, even while he was recalling all the visits and the behavior of this friend whom his wife had valued so highly and had expelled for no grave reason. But abruptly other memories came to him, of similar ruptures due to the vindictive nature of Madame Boitelle, who never forgave an affront. Thereupon he laughed frankly at himself, and at the pricks of anguish that had assailed him. And remembering his wife's malignant expression when on his return in the evenings he remarked to her, "I met old Tancred, and he asked me for news of you," he was completely reassured. She always replied, "When you see the gentleman, you can tell him that I do not trouble to concern myself with him." Oh, with what an air of irritation and vindictive fury she used to utter these words. How obvious it was that she did not forgive, would not forgive. And he had found it possible to suspect? Even for a second? God, what a fool he was. But why was she so vindictive? She had never told him the exact starting point of this quarrel, and the reason for her resentment. She owed him a rare grudge, a rare grudge. Could it be? But no, no. And Boitelle declared that he was degrading himself by thinking of such things. Yes, there was not the least doubt that he was degrading himself, but he could not refrain from thinking about it. And he asked himself in terror whether this thought that had come into his mind was not going to stay there, whether in this thought he had not admitted to his heart the germ of an abiding torture. He knew himself, he was the sort of man who would brood over his doubt, as he had formerly brooded over his commercial transactions for days and nights, weighing pros and cons, interminably. Already he was becoming agitated, he was quickening his step and losing his peace of mind. No one can fight against thought. It is impregnable, it can neither be cast out nor killed. And abruptly he conceived a plan, an audacious plan, so audacious that he doubted at first whether he could carry it out. Each time that he met Tancred, the latter demanded news of Madame Boitelle. And Boitelle answered, "She's still a little annoyed." That was all. God, had he himself been the typical husband? Perhaps. So he would take the train to Paris, go and see Tancred, and bring him home with him this very evening, assuring him that his wife's inexplicable resentment was over. Yes, but what a state Madame Boitelle would be in, what a scene. What fury, what a scandal. So much the worse, so much the worse, that would be a rare revenge, and seeing them suddenly face to face, she altogether unprepared. He would easily be able to read the truth in the emotions written on their faces. Chapter 3. He went at once to the station, took his ticket, climbed into a carriage, and when he felt himself being swept along by the train which was running downhill at Peck, he felt a stab of fear. A sort of giddiness at the thought of his audacity. To keep himself from weakening, from backing out of it and returning alone, he strove to give up thinking about it any more, to seek distraction in other thoughts. To do what he had planned to do with a blind determination, and he set himself to hum songs from the operettas and the music halls all the way to Paris in order to stifle his thoughts. He became the prey of impulses to withdraw from the affair as soon as he had in front of him the pavements that would lead him to Tancred Street. He loitered in front of several shops, priced some of the things, took an interest in various new things, was seized with a desire to drink a bock, which was hardly one of his habits. And as he approached his friend's house, he felt the strongest possible wish not to meet him. But Tancred was at home, alone, reading. He was surprised, jumped up, cried. "Ah! Boitelle! What luck!" And Boitelle, embarrassed, answered. "Yes, old man, I came to do a little business in Paris and I came along to shake you by the hand." "That's good of you, very good of you. All the more so because you've rather lost the habit of coming to see me." "Well, what could I do? There are certain kinds of pressure you can't resist, and as my wife seemed to be annoyed with you." "Damn it, seemed to be annoyed," she went farther than that. "Seeing that she turned me out of the house." "But what was it all about? I myself have never known that." "Oh, about nothing, a silly affair, a discussion in which I failed to agree with her." "But what was the discussion about?" "About a lady whom you may know by name, Madame Boutin, a friend of mine." "Oh, yes. Well, I believe that my wife is tired of it now, for she spoke to me about you this morning in the friendliest possible terms." Tancred started violently, and seemed so astounded that for some instants he found nothing to say. Then he replied. "She spoke to you about me, in friendly terms?" "Of course." "You're sure of it?" "Bless my soul. I'm not given to daydreams." "Well?" "Well, as I was coming to Paris, I thought it would please you to hear about it." "Of course, of course." Boitelle seemed to hesitate, then, after a brief silence. "I even had an idea, an original idea." "What was it?" "To take you back with me to dine at the house." At this suggestion, Tancred, who was temperamentally cautious, seemed uneasy. "Oh, do you think, is it possible, aren't we letting ourselves in for recriminations?" "Not at all, not at all. It's just that, don't you know, she's inclined to bear a grudge, is Madame Boitelle." "Yes, but I assure you that she's tired of it now. I am quite convinced that it would give her great pleasure to see you like that, unexpectedly." "Really?" "Yes, really." "Well, come along, old man. I'm only too delighted. Believe me, this upset has been causing me great unhappiness." And they set off towards the Gare Saint-Lazare arm in arm. The journey was made in silence. Both seemed lost in profound reveries. Seated facing one another in the carriage, they looked at each other without talking, each observing that the other was pale. Then they left the train and took each other by the arm again, as if they were standing together against a common danger. After a few minutes walking, they halted, both a little out of breath, before the Boitelle house. Boitelle ushered his friend in, followed him into the drawing-room, summoned the maid, and said to her. "Is your mistress at home?" "Yes, sir." "Ask her to come down at once, please." They sank into two armchairs and waited, filled now by a mutual longing to get away as quickly as ever possible, before the dreaded personage appeared in the doorway. A familiar tread, a firm tread, was descending the steps of the staircase. A hand touched the lock, and the eyes of both men saw the copper handle turning. Then the door opened wide, and Madame Boitelle stood still, with the intention of seeing who was there before coming in. Then she stared, blushed, trembled, recoiled half a step, and then remained motionless with flaming cheeks and hands pressed against the wall at each side of the doorway. Tancred, now as pale as if he were going to faint, rose, dropping his hat, which rolled across the floor. He stammered. "Heavens! Madam! It's I thought. I ventured. I was so unhappy." As she did not reply, he went on. "Have you forgiven me, at last?" At that, abruptly, carried away by some inward impulse, she walked towards him with both hands outstretched. And when he had taken, clasped and held her two hands, she said in a small voice, a moved, faltering voice that her husband had never heard. "Oh, my dear! I am so glad." And Boitelle, who was watching them, felt his whole body grow icy cold, as if he had been drenched in a cold bath. Alexander. As usual that day at 4 o'clock Alexander brought the three-wheeled invalid carriage in which by the doctor's orders he took his old, helpless mistress out until 6 o'clock every day. Round to the front of Marimbal's little house. When he had propped the light carriage against the step at the exact spot from which he could easily help the stout old lady, he returned to the house and an angry voice was heard, the hoarse voice of a former soldier, using bad language. It was the voice of the master of the house. A retired infantry captain, Joseph Marimbal. Then followed a noise of slammed doors, upset chairs and hasty footsteps, then nothing more. Shortly after Alexander appeared in the doorway holding up Madame Marimbal with all his strength, for the walk downstairs had quite exhausted the old lady. When, after a certain amount of trouble, she had been settled in the wheeled chair, Alexander took hold of the handle at the back and started off in the direction of the riverbank. This was their usual way of crossing the small town, through which they passed amid respectful greetings that were certainly meant for the servant as well as for the old lady. For if she was loved and looked up to by everyone, he, the old trooper with his white, patriarchal beard, was considered the model servant. The July sun shone down into the streets with cruel violence, bathing the low houses in a light made sad by its power and crudity. Dogs were asleep on the pavement in the line of shadow thrown by the walls, and Alexander, rather out of breath, hurried to reach the avenue that led to the bank of the river, as quickly as possible. Madame Marimbal dozed under her white parasol, the point of which swayed to and fro against the man's impassive face. As they reached the avenue of limes, whose shade thoroughly woke her up, she said good-naturedly, "Not so fast, my good fellow, you will kill yourself in this heat." It never occurred to the kind-hearted woman, in her candid selfishness, that she now wanted to go slower because she had reached the shelter of the leaves. Near the road over which the old limes formed an arch, the winding Navette flowed between two willow hedges. The wish-wash of the eddies, of water splashing over the rocks and of the sudden twists of the current, cast over the promenade a low song of moving water mingling with the freshness of the moisture-laden air. After a rest, enjoying the green, cool charm of the place for some time, Madame Marimbal said, "Now I feel better." "He certainly did not get out of the right side of the bed this morning," Alexander replied. "Oh, no, madam. He had been in their service for 35 years, first as officer's orderly, then as an ordinary valet unwilling to leave his master. Now for 6 years he had been wheeling his mistress through the narrow roads round the town. This long, devoted service followed by daily companionship had established a certain familiarity between the old lady and the old servant, affectionate on her part and deferential on his. They discussed household affairs as between equals. Their chief subject of conversation and of anxiety was the captain's bad temper, embittered by a long career that had opened brilliantly, run its course without promotion, and ended without glory. Madame Marimbal resumed the conversation. "As for having bad manners, he certainly has. He forgets himself much too often since he left the army." With a sigh Alexander completed his mistress's thought. "Oh! Madame may say that he forgets himself every day and that he did even before he left the army. That is true. But he has had no luck, the poor man. He started by an act of bravery for which he was decorated when only 20, then from the age of 20 to that of 50 he never rose higher than the rank of captain. Although at the start he had counted on being at least a colonel when he retired. After all, Madame may say it is his own fault. Had he not always been about as gentle as a riding whip, his superiors would have liked him better and used their influence in his favor. It's no good being hard on others, you must please people if you want to get on. That he should treat us like that, well, that is our own fault because it suits us to stay with him, but it is a different matter for others. Madame Marambal was thinking things over. Every day for years and years she had thought about the brutality of the man she married long ago because he was a fine-looking officer who had been decorated in his youth. And had a brilliant future, so everyone said. What mistakes one can make in life. She said gently. Let us stop a while, my poor Alexander, you must have a rest on your seat. The seat was a small one, partly rotted away, placed at the turning of the avenue for the use of Sunday visitors. When they came this way Alexander always had a short rest on the seat. He sat down, holding his fine, white, fan-shaped beard in his hands with a simple gesture full of pride. He grasped it tightly, then slid his closed fingers down to the bottom, which he held over the pit of his stomach for a few minutes, as if he wanted to fasten it there. And show off the great length of his growth. Madame Marambal resumed. As for me, I married him, it is only just and natural that I should bear with his unkindness, but what I cannot understand is that you put up with it too, my good Alexander. He gave a slight shrug of his shoulders, saying. Oh, me, madam. She added. It is a fact. I have often thought about it. You were his orderly when I married and could hardly do otherwise than put up with him. But since then, why have you stayed with us who pay so little and treat you so badly, when you might have done like others, settled down, married, had children, founded a family? He repeated. Oh, me, madam, that's another question. He stopped and began to pull his beard as if it were a bell ringing inside him, as if he wanted to pull it off. The scared look in his eyes showed his embarrassment. Madame Marambal followed her own line of thought. You are not a peasant. You have been educated. He interrupted her with pride. I studied to be a land surveyor. Then why did you stay on with us, spoiling your life? He stammered. Why? Why? It is a natural weakness of mine. What do you mean, a natural weakness? Yes, when I attach myself to anyone, I attach myself, that's the end of it. She laughed. Come, you are not going to make me believe that Marambal's kindness and gentleness have attached you to him for life. Alexander moved restlessly about on the seat, visibly at a loss, and mumbled into his long mustache. It is not he, it is you. The old lady, whose sweet face was crowned by a snow-white ridge of curly hair that shone like swan's feathers, carefully put into curl papers every day, gave a start and looked at her servant with surprise in her eyes. Me, my poor Alexander. But how? He looked up into the air first, then to one side, then into the distance, turning his head about as shy men do when forced to admit some shameful secret. Then with the courage of a soldier ordered into the firing line, he said. It's quite simple. The first time I took a letter from the lieutenant to Mademoiselle, and Mademoiselle with a smile gave me a franc, that settled the matter. Not understanding, she insisted. Come, come, explain yourself. Overcome by the terror of the criminal who knows that all is over when he confesses a crime, Alexander blurted out. I felt drawn towards Madame. There. She made no reply and did not look at him, while she turned this over in her mind. She was kind, straightforward, gentle, reasonable, and full of good feeling. In a second she realized the great devotion of the unfortunate man who had given up everything to live near her, without saying a word. She wanted to cry. Let us go back, she said, looking serious, but with no feeling of anger. He got up, walked round to the back of the wheeled chair and began to push it. As they approached the village they saw Captain Marambal in the middle of the road, coming towards them. As soon as he had joined them he said to his wife, obviously anxious to pick a quarrel. What is there for dinner? A chicken and flageolets. He shouted indignantly. Chicken, chicken again, always chicken, damn it. I have had enough, I have, of your chickens. Can't you think of anything else? Must you always give me the same thing to eat every day?" Resignedly, she replied. "But, my darling, you know the doctor ordered it. It is the best thing for your digestion. There are lots of things I dare not give you that you should have if you did not suffer from indigestion." Exasperated, he stood right in front of Alexander. "If I am ill, it is this brute's fault. For 35 years he has been poisoning me with his filthy cooking." "Madame." Marimbal turned her head round quickly to look at the old servant. Their eyes met in a glance which contained their mutual thanks. "The putter to sleep. The seine spread before my house without a wrinkle, varnished by the morning sun. It lay there, a lovely, wide, slow, long flood of silver, tarnished in places. And on the further side of the river a line of tall trees stretched along the bank, a huge wall of verdure. The feeling of life which begins again each morning, of life, fresh, gay, loving, shivered in the leaves, fluttered in the air, shimmered in the water. They brought me my newspapers which the postman had just left, and I went out onto the bank with tranquil step to read them. In the first I opened I caught the words, 'Suicide Statistics,' and I was informed that this year more than 8,500 persons had killed themselves. At that moment I saw them. I saw this hideous massacre of desperate creatures, tired of life. I saw people bleeding, their jaw shattered, their skull smashed, their chest pierced by a bullet, slowly dying, alone in a little hotel bedroom, and thinking nothing of their wound. Always of their misery. Others I saw, throat gaping or stomach ripped open, still holding in their hand the kitchen knife or the razor. I saw others, seated before a glass in which matches were soaking, or sometimes before a little bottle with a red label. They would watch it with rigid eyes, motionless. Then they would drink it, then wait, then a grimace would cross their faces, contract their lips, a fear crept into their eyes, for they did not know how much they would suffer before the end. They would get up, stop, fall, and with hands clutching their stomachs, feel their organs burned and their entrails corroded by the liquid's flames, before their consciousness was overcast. Others again I saw hanging from a nail in the wall, from the window fastening, from the ceiling bracket, from the beam of a barn, from the branch of a tree, beneath the evening drizzle. And I guessed all that they had done before they hung there, tongue lolling, motionless. I guessed the anguish of their hearts, their last hesitations, their movements in fixing the rope, trying whether it held firmly, passing it about their neck and letting themselves fall. Others still I saw lying on their wretched beds, mothers with their little children, old men starving with hunger, girls torn with the agony of love, all rigid, stifled, suffocated. While in the center of the room still smoked the charcoal brazier. And some I glimpsed walking to and fro by night on deserted bridges. These were the most sinister. The water eddied beneath the arches with a soft whisper. They did not see it, they guessed its presence, scenting its chilly odor. They desired it and feared it. They did not dare. However, they must. The hour was striking from some distant clock, and suddenly, in the wide silences of the darkness, there swept by me, quickly stifled, the splash of a body falling into the river, a few screams. The slapping of water beaten with hands. Sometimes there was nothing more than the plunge of their fall, when they had bound their arms or tied a stone to their feet. Oh! Poor folk, poor folk, poor folk, how I felt their anguish, how I died their deaths. I have passed through all their miseries, in 1 hour I have undergone all their tortures. I have known all the sorrows which led them to that place, for I feel degradation, deceiver of life, as no one more than I has felt it. Yes, I have understood them, those feeble things, who, tormented by ill fortune, having lost their loved ones, awaken from their dreams of later reward, from the illusion of another existence, in which God would at last be just, after giving way to savage anger, and disabused of the mirage of happiness, have had enough of life, and would end this relentless tragedy or shameful comedy. Suicide, it is the strength of them who have nothing left, the hope of them who believe no more, the sublime courage of the conquered. Yes, there is at least one door from this life. We can always open it and pass to the other side. Nature has made one gesture of pity, she has not imprisoned us. Mercy for the desperate. While for the merely disabused, let them march forward free-souled and calm-hearted. They have nothing to fear, since they can depart. Since behind them stands ever this door that the gods we dream of can never close. So I meditated on this crowd of willing dead, more than 8,500 in a year. And it came to me that they had come together to hurl into the world a prayer, to cry their will, to demand something, to be later made real, when the world will understand better. It seemed to me that all these beings tortured, stabbed, poisoned, hung, suffocated, drowned, flocked, in one terrifying horde, like voters at the poll. To say to society, grant us at least a quiet death. Help us to die, you who will not help us to live. See, we are many, we have the right to speak in these days of liberty, of philosophic independence, and of democracy. Give those who renounce life the charity of a death neither repulsive nor fearful. I let myself dream, leaving my thoughts to roam about this subject with bizarre, mysterious fancies. I thought myself at one moment in a lovely city. It was Paris, but of what date? I wandered down the streets, looking at houses, theaters, public buildings, and then suddenly, in a square, I came on a huge edifice, graceful, alluring, handsome. I was surprised when I read on the facade, in gilt letters, Institute of Voluntary Death. The strangeness of those wakened dreams, where the spirit hovers in an unreal yet possible world. Nothing surprises, nothing shocks, and the unbridled fancy no longer distinguishes the comic or the doleful. I went up to the building, and saw footmen in breeches seated in the hall before a cloakroom, as in the entrance to a club. I went in to look round. One of them, rising, asked me, "Do you want anything, sir?" "I want to know what this place is." "Nothing else?" "No." "Perhaps you would like me to take you to the secretary of the institute, sir?" I hesitated and then asked, "I shall not be disturbing him?" "Oh, not at all, sir. He is here to see people who want information." "Very well. I will follow you." He led me through some corridors in which a few old gentlemen were chatting. Then I was conducted into a charming room, a little sombre perhaps, furnished in black wood. A plump, pot-bellied young man was writing a letter and smoking a cigar, the quality of which was evidenced by its excellent bouquet. He rose. We bowed to each other, and when the footman had gone, he asked, "How can I be of service to you?" "You will forgive my indiscretion, sir," I replied. "I have never seen this establishment before." The few words inscribed on the facade surprised me and I wanted to know what they betokened. He smiled before answering, then in a low voice with an air of satisfaction. "Just, sir, that people who want to die, are killed here decently and quietly, I won't say agreeably." I did not feel much moved, for this statement seemed to me on the whole very natural and just. But I was astonished that on this planet with its low, utilitarian, humanitarian ideas, egotistical and coercive of all real liberty, an enterprise of such a nature, worthy of an emancipated humanity, dare be undertaken. I went on. "How did this happen?" "Sir," he replied, "the number of suicides grew so rapidly in the 5 years following the exhibition of 1889, that immediate steps became necessary. People were killing themselves in the streets, at parties, in restaurants, at the theater, in railway carriages, at presidential banquets, everywhere. Not only was it a very ugly sight for those, such as myself, who are very fond of life, but, moreover, a bad example for the children. So it became necessary to centralize suicides. How did this rush of suicides arise? I have no idea. In my heart, I think the world has grown old. We begin to see clearly and to accept our lot with an ill grace. Today it is the same with destiny as with the government, we know where we are, we decide that we are being cheated at all points, and so we depart. When we realize that Providence lies, cheats, robs and tricks human beings in the same way as a deputy his constituents, we are annoyed. And since we can't nominate another every quarter as we do our privileged representatives, we quit a place so definitely rotten. Really? Oh, I don't complain. Will you tell me how the institute works? Willingly. You can always become a member when you want to. It is a club. A club? Certainly, sir, and founded by the most eminent men of the country, by the best imaginations, and the clearest intelligences. Laughing heartily, he added. And I swear people like it here. Here? Yes, here. You astound me. Lord. They like it because the members of the club have no fear of death, which is the great spoiler of earthly pleasures. But why, if they don't kill themselves, are they members of this club? One can become a member without putting oneself under the obligation of committing suicide. Then? Let me explain. Fired by the immeasurable growth of the number of suicides, and the hideous spectacle they offered, a society of pure benevolence was formed for the protection of the desperate to put at their disposal a calm and painless, if not unforeseen, death. Whoever gave authority for such a society? General Boulanger during his short tenure of office. He could refuse nothing. Of course, he did no other good action. So a society was formed of far-sighted, disabused, skeptical men who wished to build in the heart of Paris a kind of temple to the scorn of death. This building was at first a suspected place which no one would come near. Then the founders called a meeting and arranged a great reception of inauguration with Sarah Bernhard, Judic, Theo, Granier and a score more. Derezka, Coquelin, Manette Sully, Paulus. Then concerts, Dumas comedies, Mailhack, Failavie, Sardou. We only had one Frost, one of Beck's plays, which seemed gloomy, but afterwards was very successful at the Comédie Française. In the end, all Paris came. The club was launched. In the midst of jubilations. What a ghastly jest. Not at all. Why should death be gloomy? It should be indifferent. We have lightened death, we have made it blossom, we have perfumed it, we have made it easy. One learns to relieve suffering by example, one can see that it is nothing. I can quite understand people coming for the shows, but does anyone come for it? Not at once, they were distrustful. But later? They came. Many? In masses. We have more than 40 a day. Practically no drowned are found in the Seine. Who was the first aspirant? A member of the club. A God-fearer? I don't think so. A sot, a ruined man, who had lost heavily at baccarat for 3 months. Really? Our second was an Englishman, an eccentric. Then we had a lot of publicity in the newspapers. We told all about our methods, we made up deaths which we thought would attract. But the main impulse came from the lower classes. What are your methods? Would you like to go round? I could explain as we went. Very much indeed. He took his hat, opened the door, motioned me before him into a gambling room where men were playing as they play in all dives. He led me across several rooms. Everywhere was lively and gay chatter. I have rarely seen so vivacious a club, so animated, so mirthful. As I seemed surprised, the secretary challenged me. Oh, the club has an unprecedented rage. The right people from all over the globe become members in order to have the air of mocking death. Once they are here, they think they have to be gay in order not to seem afraid. So they joke, laugh, play the buffoon, they have wit and learn to acquire it. Nowadays it is the most frequented and the most amusing place in Paris. The women even are getting busy to organize an annex for themselves. And in spite of all this, you have plenty of suicides in the house? As I told you, between 40 and 50 a day. The upper classes are rare, but there are plenty of poverty-stricken devils. And the middle classes too send a good many. And how is it done? Asphyxiation, very gently. Your apparatus? A gas of our own invention. We hold the patent. On the other side of the building are the public entrances. 3 little doors opening into side alleys. When a man or a woman knocks, we begin by interrogating them. Then we offer them assistance, help, protection. If our client accepts, we make inquiries and often we succeed in saving them. Where do you find the money? We possess a great deal. The membership subscription is very high. Then it is good form to make donations to the Institute. The names of all donors are printed in the Figaro. Moreover, every wealthy man's suicide costs 1,000 francs, a good pose to die in. The poor die gratis. How do you recognize the poor? Oh, we guess, sir. And, too, they have to bring a certificate of indigence from the local police. If you knew how sinister their entry is. I have only visited that part of the establishment once. I shall never visit it again. As premises, they are nearly as good as this part, nearly as rich and comfortable, but the people. If you could only see them arrive, old people in rags who are on the point of death, people starving of misery for months, fed at the corners like street dogs. Tattered, gaunt women who are ill, paralyzed, incapable of making a living, and who say to us after having related their circumstances, "You see, it can't go on. For I can do nothing and earn nothing." I saw one old woman of 87 who had lost all her children and all her grandchildren, and who had been sleeping out of doors for 6 weeks. I was sick with emotion at the sight. But then, we have so many different cases, without mentioning those who say nothing save to ask, "Where is it?" Those we let in and it is all over at once. I repeated, with constricted heart. "And, where is it?" "Here." He opened a door, and went on. "Come in. It is the room specially reserved for members, and the one that is used least. As yet we have had no more than 11 annihilations." "Oh, you call it an annihilation?" "Yes, sir." "After you." I hesitated, but at last went in. It proved a delightful gallery, a kind of conservatory, which pale blue, soft rose, and light green glasses surrounded poetically in a kind of landscape tapestry. In this charming room there were divans, magnificent palms, sweet-scented flowers, particularly roses, books on the table, the Revue de Deux Mondes, boxes of duty-paid cigars, and, what surprised me, Vichy potiles in a bonbonnière. As I showed my astonishment my guide said, "Oh, people often come here for a chat," and went on. "The public rooms are like this, though furnished more simply." I asked a question. He pointed with his finger to a chaise longue upholstered in creamy crêpe de chine with white embroidery, beneath a tall shrub of species unknown to me, round the foot of which ran a flower bed of reseda. The secretary added in a lower voice, "The flower and the scent can be changed at will, for our gas, which is quite imperceptible, lends to death the scene of whatever flower the subject prefers. It is volatilized with essences. Would you like to smell it for a second?" "No, thanks," I replied quickly, "not yet." He began laughing. "Oh, there's no danger, sir. I have made sure of that myself several times. I was afraid to appear cowardly." I replied, "Well, I'm quite agreeable. Sit down on the putter to sleep, then." Slightly nervous, I seated myself on the low chair upholstered in crêpe de chine, and then lay full length. Almost at once I was enveloped by a delicious scene of reseda. I opened my mouth to receive it more easily, for my soul was already growing torpid, was forgetting, was savoring, in the first discomfort of asphyxiation, the bewitching intoxication of an enchanting and withering opium. I was shaken by the arm. "Ah, sir," said the secretary, laughing, "I see that you are letting yourself get caught." But a voice, a real and not a dream voice, greeted me with a pleasant ring. "Morning, sir, I trust you're well." My dream fled. I saw the Seine beneath the sun, and, coming along the path, the local policeman, who touched his black kepi with its silver braid with his right hand. I answered. "Good morning, Marinol. Where are you off to?" "I'm going to report on a drowned man they've fished up by Morillons. Another one who has chucked himself into the Seine. He'd taken off his trousers to tie his legs with." Mouche. A boating man's reminiscence. He said to us. "What queer things and queer women I have seen in those long ago days when I used to go on the river. Many a time I have longed to write a little book, called On the Seine, describing the athletic carefree life, gay and penniless, a vigorous, roistering's holiday life that I led between 20 and 30. I was a penniless clerk, now I am a successful man who can throw away vast sums of money to gratify a moment's whim. I had 1,000 modest unattainable desires in my heart, which gilded my whole existence with all the imaginary hopes in the world. Today, I don't really know what fancy could make me rise from the armchair where I sit nodding. How simple and pleasant, and difficult, it is to live so, between an office in Paris and the river at Argenteuil. For 10 years, my great, my only, my absorbing passion was the Seine. Oh, the lovely, calm, varied and stinking river, filled with mirage and all uncleanliness. I think I loved it so much because it did, it seems to me, give me a sense of life. Oh, the strolls along the flowery banks, my friends the frogs dreaming on a water lily leaf, their stomachs in the cool. And the frail coquettish water lilies in the middle of tall fine grasses that all at once, behind a willow, opened to my eyes a leaf from a Japanese album as a kingfisher darted past me like a blue flame. I loved it all, with an instinctive sight-born love that spread through my body in a deep natural joy. As others cherish the memories of tender nights, I cherish memories of sunrises on misty mornings, floating wandering vapors, white as the dead before dawn. Then, a first ray gliding over the meadows, lit with a rosy light that took the heart with gladness. And I cherish memories of a moon that silvered the quivering running water, of a glimmering radiance where all dreams came to life. And all that, symbol of the eternal illusion, was born, for me, from the foul water that drifted all the sewage of Paris down to the sea. And what a gay life I and the other boys led. There were 5 of us, a little circle of friends, serious-minded men today. And as we were all poor, we had founded in a frightful pothouse at Argenteuil an indescribable colony that possessed nothing but a dormitory bedroom where I have spent what were certainly the maddest evenings of my life. We cared for nothing but amusing ourselves and rowing, for we all, with no exception, looked upon rowing as a religion. I remember such singular adventures, such incredible jests invented by those 5 vagabonds, that no one could believe them today. You never get anything like it now, even on the Seine, for the whimsical madness that kept us brimful of life has died out of the modern spirit. We 5 owned one boat between us, bought with immense effort, and over which we have laughed as we shall never laugh again. It was a big yawl, rather heavy, but solid, roomy and comfortable. I won't describe my comrades to you. There was one small, very mischievous fellow, nicknamed Petit Bleu, a tall fellow, of uncivilized appearance, with grey eyes and black hair, nicknamed Tomahawk. Another, an indolent witty fellow, nicknamed La Toque, the only one who never touched an oar, on the excuse that he would capsize the boat. A thin, elegant, very well-groomed young man, nicknamed Natchouanoy, in memory of a just-published novel by Claudel, and because he wore a monocle, and myself, Joseph Pruner by name. We lived in perfect harmony, our sole regret being that we had not a helmswoman. One woman is indispensable in a river boat. Indispensable because she keeps wits and hearts awake, because she livens, amuses, distracts, sets an edge to life, and produces a decorative effect, with a red sunshade gliding past the green banks. But we did not want an ordinary woman cox, we 5 who were like no one else in the world. We had to have something unexpected, uncommon, ready for anything, almost unfindable, in fact. We had tried several without success, girls at the helm, not helmswomen, idiotic river girls who always preferred the thin wine that went to their heads to the running water that bore the yawls. You kept them one Sunday, then dismissed them in disgust. But one Saturday evening, Duchoux brought us a little slender creature, lively, quick on her feet, loose-tongued and full of japes, the japes that pass for wit among the jackanapes. Male and female, hatched on the sidewalks of Paris. She was pleasant-looking, not pretty, a mere sketch of a woman that had got no farther, one of those silhouettes that draftsmen pencil in 3 strokes on a napkin in a restaurant after dinner. Between a glass of brandy and a cigarette. Nature makes them like that sometimes. The first evening, she astonished and amused us, and was so unexpected in her ways that we could come to no conclusion about her. Dropped into this nest of men, who were ready for any mad prank, she quickly made herself mistress of the situation, and with the next day, she had made a complete conquest of us. She was, moreover, quite crazy, born with a glass of absinthe in her stomach, that her mother had drunk when she was brought to bed, and she had never been overcome by drink since, for her nurse, she said, enriched her blood with draughts of rum. And she herself never called all the bottles ranged behind the wine merchant's counter by any other name than my Holy Family. I don't know which of us christened her Mouche, nor why this name was given her, but it suited her very well, and stuck to her. And our yawl, which was called Feuillet à l'Envers, bore on the Seine every week, between Asnières and Maisons Laffitte, 5 youngsters, happy and healthy. Ruled from under a painted paper parasol by a lively madcap young person who treated us as if we were slaves whose duty was to take her on the river, and whom we adored. We adored her, to begin with, for 1,000 reasons, and afterwards for only one. She was a sort of little mill of talk in the stern of our craft, chattering to the wind that slipped over the water. She babbled endlessly, with the light continuous sound of those mechanical wings that turn in the breeze, and she said heedlessly the most unexpected, the most ridiculous and the most amazing things. In her mind, all the parts of which seemed disparate like rags of all kinds and colors, not sewn together but only tacked, you got the whimsical imagination of a fairy tale, spiced wit, wantonness, impudence, things unexpected and things comical, and air and scenery like traveling in a balloon. We used to ask her questions to provoke answers found goodness knows where. The one with which we most often worried her was this. Why are you called Mouche? She produced such fantastic reasons that we stopped rowing to laugh at it. She pleased us as a woman, too. And La Toque, who never rowed, and spent the whole day seated at her side in the helmsman's seat, one day answered the usual question, why are you called Mouche? By saying, because she's a little blister fly. Yes, a little buzzing fever-bearing cantharus, not the classic poisoned cantharus, gleaming and sheathed, but a little red-winged cantharus who was beginning to trouble the entire crew of the Feuillet à l'Envers strangely. What senseless jests were perpetrated, though, on the leaf where this Mouche had alighted. Since the arrival of Mouche in the boat, Duchoux had assumed a superior and preponderant role among us, the role of a gentleman who had a woman among 4 others who have not. He abused this privilege sometimes to the point of exasperating us by embracing Mouche under our eyes, seating her on his knees at the end of a meal, and by various other prerogatives as humiliating as irritating. We had made a separate place for them in the dormitory by a curtain. But I soon realized that my companions and I must be turning over the same arguments in our bachelor heads. Why, by virtue of what law of exceptions, on what inadmissible principle, should Mouche, who appeared unembarrassed by any sort of prejudice, be faithful to her lover when women of better classes were not faithful to their husbands? Our reflection was justified. We were soon convinced of it. We only ought to have done it earlier, to save us from regret for lost time. Mouche deceived Duchoux with all the other sailors of the Feuillet à l'Envers. She deceived him without difficulty and without making any resistance, at the first word of request from each of us. Prudish folk are profoundly shocked, my God. Why? What fashionable courtesan who has not a dozen lovers, and which of those lovers is stupid enough to be in ignorance of it? Is it not the fashion to spend an evening with a celebrated and sought-after woman, as one spends an evening at the opera, at the Français or the Odeon? Because they are playing the minor classics there? 10 men combine together to keep a cocotte who finds it difficult to share out her time, as they club together to own a racehorse whom no one rides but a jockey, the equivalent of the amant de coeur. From motives of delicacy, we left Mouche to Duchoux from Saturday evening to Monday morning. The days on the river were his. We only betrayed him during the week, in Paris, far from the Seine, which, for rowing men like us, was almost no betrayal at all. The situation was peculiar in this one way, that the 4 robbers of Mouche's favors were fully aware of the way they were shared out, and talked about it among themselves, and even to her. In veiled allusions that made her laugh heartily. Only Duchoux seemed to know nothing about it, and this special position produced a certain awkwardness between him and us. It seemed to set him apart, isolate him, raise a barrier across our old confidence and our old intimacy. It gave him in our eyes a difficult and rather ridiculous part to play, the part of deceived lover, almost the part of husband. As he was very intelligent, and possessed of a peculiarly malicious wit, we sometimes wondered, not without a certain uneasiness, whether he had not his suspicions. He took care to enlighten us, in a fashion that was very painful for us. We were going to dine at Boitelle, and we were rowing vigorously, when Duchoux, who wore that morning the triumphant aspect of a satisfied man and, sitting side by side with the helmswoman, seemed to be pressing himself against her a little too freely in our opinion, halted the rowing, crying, "Stop!" 8 oars were lifted out of the water. Then, turning to his neighbor, he demanded, "Why are you called Mouche?" Before she could reply, the voice of Duchoux, seated in the bows, observed dryly, "Because she settles on every sort of carrion." There was profound silence at first, and a sense of embarrassment followed by an attempt at laughter. Mouche herself remained quite unmoved. Then Duchoux ordered, "All together." The boat shot forward again. The incident was closed, the air cleared. This little adventure occasioned no change in our habits. Its only effect was to re-establish the cordiality between Duchoux and ourselves. He became once more the honored proprietor of Mouche, from Saturday evening to Monday morning, his superiority over us having been firmly established by this definition, which closed, moreover, the period allotted to questions about the word mouche. We contented ourselves for the future with the secondary role of grateful and attentive friends who profited discreetly on weekdays, without any sort of competition among us. Everything went very well for about 3 months. But all at once Mouche adopted, towards all of us, strange attitudes. She was less gay, nervy, ill at ease, almost irritable. We were continually asking her, "What's the matter with you?" She answered, "Nothing. Leave me alone." The truth was revealed to us by Duchoux one Saturday evening. We had just sat down to table in the little dining room that the proprietor of our pothouse reserved for us in his wayside inn, and, soup over, we were waiting for the fried fish, when our friend, who was also apparently anxious, first took Mouche's hand, and then spoke. "My dear comrades," said he, "I have a very grave communication to make to you, which will perhaps occasion lengthy discussions. We shall have time, however, to argue between the courses. Our poor Mouche has announced a disastrous piece of news to me, bidding me at the same time to pass it on to you. She is enceinte. I add only 2 words. This is no time to desert her, and any attempt to settle the paternity is forbidden." The first effect of this news was blank amazement, a sense of disaster. And we looked at one another, feeling a desire to accuse someone. But whom? Oh, whom? I have never felt, as sharply as in that moment, how treacherous is this cruel jest of nature that never allows a man to know beyond shadow of doubt whether he is the father of his child. Then, gradually, we experienced a certain sense of comfort and consolation, born contrariwise from a vague feeling of solidarity. Tomahawk, who hardly ever spoke, expressed this dawning serenity by these words. Faith, so much the worse, union is strength. The gudgeon came in, borne by a scullion. We did not fling ourselves on it, as was our custom, because we were still disturbed in mind. Duchoux went on. In these circumstances, she has had the delicacy to make full confession to me. My friends, we are all equally guilty. Give me your hands and let us adopt the child. The decision was carried unanimously. We lifted our arms towards the dish of fried fish and took the oath. We will adopt it. In that moment, saved, delivered from the dreadful weight of anxiety which for a month had been torturing this dear wanton little waif of love, Mouche cried. Oh, my friends! My friends! You are so kind, so kind, so kind. Thank you all. And she wept, for the first time, in our sight. Henceforth we talked in the boat about the child as if it were already born, and each of us showed an interest, with an exaggerated air of anxious concern, in the slow, regular change in our helmswoman's figure. We stopped rowing to ask. Mouche? She replied. What now? Is it a boy or a girl? Boy. What will he be? Then she let her imagination take flight in the most fantastic fashion. She gave us the most interminable narratives, amazing inventions, stretching from the day of his birth to his final triumph. He was everything, this child, to the artless, passionate, loving dreams of this extraordinary little creature who now lived chaste among us 5 men, whom she called her 5 papas. She saw him and described him as a sailor, discovering a new world greater than America, a general, regaining Alsace-Lorraine for France, then an emperor. Founding a dynasty of wise and generous sovereigns who bestowed on our country lasting happiness, then a scientist, just discovering the secret of making gold, then that of eternal life. Then an aeronaut, inventing means to visit the stars and making of infinite space a vast playground for men, the realization of all the most unforeseen and most magnificent dreams. God, how gay and amusing she was, poor little thing, until the end of the summer. It was the 20th day of September that destroyed her dream. We had been lunching at Maison Lafitte, and we were passing Saint-Germain, when she felt thirsty and asked us to stop at Pec. For some time now, she had been growing heavy, and this annoyed her very much. She could no longer leap about as before, nor jump from the boat to the bank, as she was used to doing. She still tried, in spite of our cries and our efforts, and 20 times, but for our arms outstretched to catch her, she would have fallen. This particular day, filled with just such bravado, as sometimes proves fatal to ill or tired athletes, she was rash enough to try to get on shore before the boat stopped. Just as we were coming alongside, without anyone being able to foresee or prevent her movement, she stood up, made a spring, and tried to jump onto the quay. She was too weak, and only the top of her foot touched the edge of the stone quay. She slipped, hit her stomach full on the sharp corner, gave a loud cry, and disappeared in the water. The whole 5 of us plunged in together, and brought out a poor swooning creature, pale as death, and already suffering frightful pains. We had to carry her without delay to the nearest inn, where a doctor was summoned. Throughout the 10 hours during which her premature labor lasted, she bore her abominable torture with heroic courage. We were standing miserably round her, on fever with grief and fear. Then she was delivered of a dead child, and for some days more we had the gravest fears for her life. At last one morning the doctor said to us, "I think she is safe. She's made of steel, that girl." And we entered her room together with glad hearts. Duchoux, speaking for all of us, said to her, "You're out of danger, little Mouche, and we're very happy." Then she cried in front of us for the second time, and, her eyes swimming in tears, she stammered, "Oh, if you knew, how unhappy I am. I shall never be comforted." "But why, little Mouche?" "Because I killed him. Oh, I never meant to. How unhappy I am." She was sobbing. We stood round her, very upset, not knowing what to say to her. She went on. Did you men see him? With one voice we answered. Yes. It was a boy, wasn't it? Yes. He was beautiful, wasn't he? We hesitated in some doubt. Petit Bleu, the least scrupulous of us, decided to affirm. Very beautiful. He was ill-advised, for she began moaning, almost howling with despair. Then Nachuanoi, who perhaps loved her more than any of us, thought of a happy conceit to quiet her, and kissing her eyes, that her tears had dulled, said. Be comforted, little Mouche. Be comforted, we'll make you another one. The sense of humor that was bred in her bones woke suddenly, and half convinced, half joking, still all tears and her heart contracted with pain, she asked, looking at all of us. Promise? And we answered together. Promise. The Olive Orchard. Chapter 1. When the shoreloafers of the small Provençal port of Garandou on the Bay of Pisca, between Marseilles and Toulon, caught sight of Abbé Villebois' boat coming back from fishing, they went down to the beach to help him draw it in. The abbé was alone in the boat, rowing like a seaman, with unusual energy, in spite of his 58 years. His sleeves were turned up over his muscular arms, his cassock drawn up, gathered tightly between his knees and unbuttoned at the top. His shovel hat on the seat beside him and a pith helmet covered with white linen on his head, he looked like one of those solidly built, fantastic priests from the tropics. More suited for adventure than for saying mass. Occasionally he looked behind to make sure of his landing, then pulled again with great energy, rhythmically and steadily, just to show the poor southern sailors how men from the north could row. The boat shot forward, touching the sand, over which it glided as if it were going to climb up the beach on its keel, then stopped dead, and the 5 men who were watching drew near. They were good-natured, cheerful, and on good terms with their priest. Well, said one of them with a strong Provençal accent, had a good catch, your reverence? Abbé Villebois shipped his oars, took off his helmet, put on his shovel hat, dropped his sleeves over his arms, buttoned up his cassock and, resuming his priestly attitude, the bearing of the officiating priest of the village, he replied proudly. Yes, indeed, very good, 3 catfish, 2 eels, and a few rockfish. Going up to the boat and leaning over the gunwale, the 5 fishermen examined the dead fish with an expert air, the fleshy catfish, the flat-headed eels, hideous sea serpents, and the violet rockfish with zigzag stripes and gold bands, the color of orange peel. One of the men said, I will carry them to the house, your reverence. Thanks, my good man. Shaking hands, the priest started off, followed by the 1 fisherman, the others staying behind to look after the boat. The priest, robust and dignified, strode along with big, slow steps. As he still felt warm from his vigorous rowing, he took off his hat whenever he reached the slight shade of the olive trees, to expose his square-cut brow with its straight white hair cut short, more the brow of an officer than of a priest, to the tepid night air now slightly freshened by a faint sea breeze. The village revealed itself up on the cliff in the middle of a wide valley that ran down like a plain towards the sea. It was a night in July. The dazzling sun, nearing the crest of the distant hills, stretched out the priest's long shadow on the white road, buried under a shroud of dust. His exaggerated shovel hat, reflected in a broad, dark patch in the neighboring field, seemed to clamber up the tree trunks on the way, and drop quickly to the ground again, creeping about among the olives. From under Abbé Villebois' feet rose a cloud of that fine, flowery dust that covers the roads of Provence in summer, curling around his cassock like a veil and coloring its hem with a faint wash of grey over the black. He strode along with the slow, measured gait of a mountaineer making an ascent. His unruffled eyes gazed upon the village of which he had been the cure for 20 years, the village he had picked out and obtained as a great favor, and where he hoped to die. The church, his church, crowned the wide circle of houses huddled together around it with its 2 uneven, Square towers of brown stone whose profiles had stood out for centuries over the beautiful southern valley, more like the donjons of a fortified castle than the steeples of a church. The abbé was pleased because he had caught 3 catfish, 2 eels, and a few rockfish. This would be a new, minor triumph over his parishioners, who respected him chiefly because he was the strongest man in the country, in spite of his age. These little harmless vanities were his greatest pleasure. With a pistol he could cut off a flower from its stalk. Sometimes he fenced with his neighbor, the tobacconist, who had been a regimental fencing master. And he rode better than anyone on the coast. In addition to which, Baron Villeboy, who at the age of 32 had become a priest after an unfortunate love affair, had been a man of the world, well known and a leader of fashion. Descended from an old royalist family of Picardy, staunch churchmen, whose sons had been in the army, the church, and the law for several generations. His first intention was to enter holy orders on his mother's advice, but his father's objections prevailed, and he decided to go to Paris, study law, and then try for some important post at the law courts. As he was finishing his course, his father died of pneumonia caught on a shooting expedition on the marshes, and his mother died shortly after of grief. Having thus suddenly inherited a large fortune, he gave up his plans of adopting any profession whatever and was content to live the life of a man of means. He was a handsome youth, whose intelligence was limited by the beliefs, traditions, and principles he had inherited from his family, together with the physical strength of a native of Picardy. Everyone liked him. He was popular in the more serious circles of society and enjoyed life in the way that a wealthy, highly respected, conventional young man does. Unfortunately, after a few meetings at a friend's house, he fell in love with a young actress, a student from the conservatoire who had made a brilliant first appearance at the Odeon. He fell in love with the violence and passion of a man destined to believe in absolute ideas. He fell in love, seeing her through the medium of the romantic part in which she had won great success the day she appeared in public for the first time. She was pretty, naturally perverse, with the ways of a spoilt child that he called her angel ways. She gained complete ascendancy over him, turning him into a raging maniac, a frenzied lunatic. One of those miserable beings whom the glance or the skirt of a woman consumes at the stake of a mortal passion. He made her his mistress, forced her to leave the stage, and loved her for 4 years with an ever-growing passion. Indeed, he would have married her in spite of his name and the family tradition of honor had he not suddenly discovered that she was deceiving him with the friend who had introduced them to each other. The blow fell with all the more force because she was enceinte and he was awaiting the child's birth to make up his mind to get married. When he possessed all the proofs, letters accidentally found in a drawer, he accused her of infidelity, treachery, and double-dealing, with the brutality of a semi-savage. But this child of the Paris streets, impudent and vicious, feeling as sure of her second lover as she did of Villeboy. As bold as those viragos of the Revolution who climbed the barricades out of sheer bravado, defied and insulted him, pointing to her condition when she saw him raise his hand. He stopped and turned pale, remembering that a child of his was there within that polluted flesh, in that defiled body, that unclean creature, his child. He threw himself at her to destroy them both, to blot out the double shame. Frightened at the ruin of her future, stumbling about under the force of his blows and seeing his foot ready to kick the swollen womb with its human embryo, she cried with hands outstretched to save herself. "Don't kill me. It is not yours, it is his." He started back, stupefied and overcome, his anger momentarily fading, while his foot hovered in midair, and he stammered. What are you saying?" Wild with fright at the signal of death she had caught in his eyes and at the man's terrifying gesture, she repeated. "It is not yours, it is his." Quite overwrought, he muttered between clenched teeth. "The child?" "Yes." "You are lying." And again he lifted his foot for a crushing blow, while his mistress, now on her knees, tried to move away, murmuring all the time. "But I tell you it is his. If it was yours, would not I have had it long ago?" This argument struck him as being truth itself. In one of those flashes of thought when all the arguments on a question are seen together in a blinding clearness, precise, unanswerable, conclusive, irresistible, he was convinced. He knew that he was not the father of the wretched waif-child she was carrying. And relieved, freed, suddenly almost at rest, he gave up the idea of killing the jade. He said more gently, "Get up, go away, never let me see you again." Quite subdued, she obeyed and went away. He never saw her again. He went away too. Down to the south, to the sun, and stayed in a village in the middle of a valley on the Mediterranean. He was attracted by an inn facing the sea, took a room there, in which he stayed for 18 months, lost in grief and despair, and living in complete isolation. He lived there obsessed by the memory of the woman who had betrayed him, of her charm, her physical appearance, her unbelievable witchery, and filled with longing for her presence, her caressings. He wandered through the valleys of Provence, seeking relief for his aching head with its burden of memory in the sun that filtered gently through the dull grey leaves of the olive trees. In this solitude of suffering the old piety, the steadied fervor of his early faith, revived in his heart. Religion, which had once seemed to him a refuge from the unknown, now appeared as a haven of escape from life's treachery and cruelty. He had never lost the habit of prayer, to prayer he therefore clung in his great sorrow, going regularly to the darkened church at dusk. Where a solitary speck of light shone down the chancel from the lamp, the holy guardian of the sanctuary and symbol of the divine presence. To him he confided his trouble, to his God, telling him all about his sorrow. He craved for advice, pity, help, protection, consolation, putting more and more feeling into his prayers, which grew in fervor from day to day. His wounded heart, ravaged by carnal love, was bare and throbbing, longing for tenderness, and little by little, through prayer and piety, by giving himself up to that secret communion of the devout with the Savior who brings consolation and is a sure refuge to those in distress, the love of God entered in him and drove out the intruder. He went back to his early plans and decided that what remained of the life he had intended to devote to the Lord in its youth and purity should now be given to the Church. He became a priest. Through family influence he was appointed priest of the Provençal village into which luck had thrown him, and having given a large part of his fortune to benevolent institutions, only retaining sufficient to enable him to be of use, and a help to the poor until he died, he settled down to a quiet life full of good works and of care for his fellow creatures. He was a narrow-minded priest, but kind to his people, a religious leader with a soldier's temperament. A guide who forcibly led the sinner into the narrow way, the poor blind sinner lost in the forest of life where all our instincts, our desires, our tastes, are bypaths which lead us astray. But much of the man of old days remained. He still liked violent exercise, sport and fencing, and he detested all women with the unreasoning fear of a child before some hidden danger. Chapter 2. The sailor who was with the priest felt the usual southern longing for a chat, but dared not begin, for the abbé exercised great authority over his flock. At last he ventured. "So you are comfortable in your little house, your reverence?" The Bastide was one of those tiny houses frequented in summer by the Provençals of town and country in search of fresh air. The abbé had rented this retreat in the middle of a field, 5 minutes' walk from the presbytery, which was too small and enclosed in the center of the parish, right up against the church. Even in summer he did not live regularly at the cottage, he only went there occasionally for a few days to be amongst the fields and trees and to do some pistol practice. "Yes, my friend," said the priest. "I am very comfortable there." The low dwelling, looking as if it had grown like a Provençal mushroom, appeared among the trees. It was painted pink, its surface being speckled over with stripes and spots, split up into little bits by the olive leaves and branches from the trees in the open field. At the same moment they saw a tall woman moving about in front of the door, getting the little dinner table ready as she went backwards and forwards, with methodical leisureliness setting the cloth for one, a plate, table napkin, piece of bread, and glass. She had on the little cap worn by the women of Alls, a pointed cone of black silk or velvet from which grows a white starched mushroom. When the abbé was within hearing distance, he called out, Marguerite? She stopped to look round and, recognizing her master, said, "Oh, it's you, your reverence." "Yes, I am bringing a good haul. You must grill me a catfish at once, cooked in butter, only butter, you hear?" The servant, who had come to meet the two men, examined the fish the sailor was carrying, with an expert eye. "But we have already got a chicken cooked with rice." "Never mind that, tomorrow's fish is not as good as fish fresh from the sea. I am going to have a really choice meal. It does not often happen, moreover, it is not a great sin." The servant picked out the fish and, as she was carrying it away, turned round. "A man has been here 3 times to see you, your reverence." Showing no interest, he asked, "A man? What kind of man?" "Well, the kind of man whose looks do not recommend him." "What? A beggar?" "Perhaps, I don't know. I rather think he is a malfaitan." Abbé Villeboy laughed at the Provençal word meaning a bad lot, a tramp, for he knew how frightened Marguerite was. And that when she was at the cottage she was always thinking they were going to be murdered. He gave the sailor a few pence, and was preparing to wash his face and hands, having kept his old habits of neatness and cleanliness, when Marguerite called out from the kitchen, where she was scraping the blood-flecked scales that came away from the fish like tiny pieces of silver. "There he is." The abbé turned towards the road and saw a man, who seemed in the distance to be very badly dressed, walking towards the house with very small steps. He awaited him, still smiling at his servant's fright, thinking, "Upon my word, she must be right, he certainly looks a bad lot." Without hurrying, the unknown individual drew near, hands in his pockets, and his eyes fixed upon the priest. He was young, with a fair, curly beard, and hair that fell in curls beneath his soft felt hat, a hat so dirty and crushed that no one could have guessed its original color and shape. He wore a brown overcoat, trousers that hung in a fringe over his ankles, and string sandals that gave him a slack, silent, disquieting walk, the hardly perceptible slouch of the tramp. When a few steps away from the priest, he took off the ragged cap that covered his head with a flourish, exposing a withered, dissolute, but well-shaped head. Bald on the top, a sign of fatigue or of early debauchery, for the man was certainly not over 25. The priest immediately took off his hat too, for he felt that this was no ordinary vagabond, or unemployed. Neither was he the habitual jailbird wandering about between 2 prisons who had forgotten all speech except the mysterious language of the convict. "Good day, your reverence," said the man. The priest replied simply, "Good day," not wishing to call this doubtful, ragged passerby, "sir." They stared at each other. The fixed steady look of the tramp made Abbé Villeboy feel uncomfortable, distressed as one feels when facing an unknown enemy, and overpowered by one of those strange feelings of uneasiness that send shivers through body and blood. At last the vagabond said, "Well, do you recognize me?" The priest replied, very astonished. "Me? Not at all, I don't know you." "Ah. You don't know me. Look at me again." "What is the good of looking at you? I have never seen you before." "That is true enough," said the other ironically, "but I will show you someone you do know." He put on his hat and unbuttoned his coat, under which his chest was bare. A red sash wound round his thin waist held his trousers up over his hips. He took an envelope from his pocket, an envelope marked with every possible kind of stain, the sort of envelope that tramps keep tucked away in the lining of their clothes, and in which they put all kinds of identification papers, which may be genuine, faked, stolen, or legally correct, and which are the highly valued defenses of their individual liberty in case of any meeting with the police. From the envelope he drew a photograph about the size of a letter, such as were formerly used. It was yellowish and crumpled with much handling, faded by the heat of the body against which it had been kept. Holding it up to the abbé, he asked, "And this, do you know it?" The abbé took 2 steps forward to see better, then stopped. He turned pale, profoundly distressed, for this was a photograph of him taken for her in the bygone days of his love. Still he did not understand and made no reply. The vagabond repeated. "Do you recognize this?" The priest stammered. "Well, yes." "Who is it?" "Me." "It is really you?" "Certainly." "Right. Now look at your photograph, then look at me." The miserable priest had already seen that the two, the man in the photograph and the man standing at his side laughing, were as alike as 2 brothers. But still he did not understand and stammered. "What do you want me to do?" With a note of spite in his voice the beggar said. "What do I want? Well, first of all I want you to recognize me." "But who are you?" "What am I?" "Ask the first comer on the road, ask the servant. If you like, let us go and ask the mayor of the village and show him the photograph. He will laugh about it, I can tell you that." "Ah! You refuse to recognize me as your son, Papa Cure?" The old man, lifting his arms with a biblical and despairing gesture, moaned. "It can't be true." The young man drew nearer and, facing him, said. "Ah! It can't be true. Ah! You priest, you must stop telling lies, do you hear?" The expression on his face was threatening, his fists were doubled up. He spoke with so much violence that the abbé, moving further away, asked himself which of the 2 was making a mistake. However, he insisted again. "I have never had a child." The other retorted. "And you never had a mistress either?" The old man with great determination uttered one word, making a dignified assent. "Yes." "And this mistress was not with child when you turned her out?" The old feeling of resentment, stifled 25 years ago, not really stifled but confined deep down in the lover's heart, suddenly burst asunder the whole fabric of his religious belief. Of his resigned devotion to his God, as well as his complete renunciation of worldly things, all that he had built up round it with so much care. And beside himself with rage, he shouted. "I turned her out because she had deceived me and was with child by another, otherwise I would have killed her, sir, and you too." The young man hesitated, surprised at the sincerity of the cure's outburst. He said in a gentler tone. "And who told you the child was another's?" "She did, she herself, while defying me." Without questioning this statement, the vagabond said with the casual manner of a street boy pronouncing judgment. "Just so. Then Mama made a mistake when she defied you, that is all there is to be said." Quickly regaining self-control after his sudden outburst, the abbé began to question the boy. "And who told you that you were my son?" "She did when she was dying, your reverence." "Besides, what about this?" And he held the little photograph up to the priest. The old man took it, and with anguish in his heart he spent some time comparing the unknown passer-by with his old photograph. There could be no further doubt that the youth was indeed his son. He was seized with a feeling of distress, an intensely painful, indefinable feeling like remorse for some old crime. He understood a little of what had happened, and guessed the rest, and again he saw the brutal scene of their parting. To save the life threatened by the man she had wronged, the woman, the deceitful, faithless female, had thrust this lie at him. And the lie had succeeded. A son of his had been born, grown up, and turned into this sordid road tramp stinking of vice as a he-goat stinks of the beast. He said in a low voice. "Will you go for a short stroll with me so that we may clear the matter up?" The other sneered. "Will I? That is what I came for." They went off together, side by side, through the orchard. The sun had gone down and the keen freshness of the southern twilight spread its invisible cooling cloak over the countryside. The abbé shivered. Raising his eyes to heaven in the usual orthodox way, he saw all around him, trembling against the sky, the small grey leaves of the holy tree which had sheltered under its frail shadow the greatest of all suffering, the one and only moment of Christ's weakness. A short prayer of desperation burst from him, spoken with that inner voice that never passes the lips, with which believers call upon the Savior, "O God, help me." Then, turning towards his son. "So then, your mother is dead?" As he said the words, "Your mother is dead," a new wave of grief swept through him, making his heart sink. A curious torment of the flesh, unable to forget a cruel echo of the torture he had suffered. As she was dead, the most painful feeling of all seemed to be the faint stirring within him of that delirious, short-lived happiness which had left nothing behind it but the scar of remembrance. The young man replied, "Yes, your reverence, my mother is dead." "Long ago?" "3 years ago." Another doubt troubled the priest. "Why did you not come sooner and look for me?" The other hesitated. "I could not. I was prevented. But excuse me for interrupting the secrets which shall be revealed later on, with as many details as you please, to say that I have had nothing to eat since yesterday morning." The old man was filled with pity, and quickly holding out his hands, he said, "Oh, my poor child." The young man took the outstretched hands, which closed over his thin, moist, feverish fingers, and replied with his habitual flippancy, "Good. Really, I begin to think we shall get on together in spite of what has happened." The cure started walking again. "Let us go and dine," he said. Suddenly he remembered with a vague feeling of pleasure that was odd and confused, the beautiful fish he had caught, which with the chicken and rice would make a good meal for the wretched youngster. The Arlesian, anxious and beginning to grumble, was waiting for them at the door. "Marguerite," cried the abbé, "take away the table and carry it into the room, quickly, quickly, and set the cloth for 2, but quickly." The servant did not move, scared at the thought that her master was going to dine with the criminal. Then, Abbé Villeboy himself began to take the things away and remove what had been set for him into the only room on the ground floor. 5 minutes later he was seated opposite the vagabond before a tureen full of cabbage soup that sent up a faint cloud of boiling steam between their faces. Chapter 3. When the plates were full, the tramp started to swallow his soup greedily in quick following spoonfuls. The abbé was not hungry now, so he trifled with the delicious soup, leaving the bread at the bottom of the plate. He asked suddenly, "What is your name?" The man laughed, glad to be satisfying his hunger. "Unknown father," said he, "I have no surname except my mother's family name, which you have probably not forgotten. On the other hand, I have 2 Christian names, which, by the way, certainly do not suit me, Philippe Auguste." The abbé turned pale and asked with a strangled voice, "Why were you given those Christian names?" The vagabond shrugged his shoulders. "Surely you can guess why. After leaving you, Mama wanted to make your rival believe that I was his child, and he did believe it until about my 15th year. Then I grew too much like you. He repudiated me, the scoundrel. I had been given the 2 Christian names, Philippe Auguste, and if I had had the luck not to be like anybody, or simply to have been the son of a third unknown ne'er-do-well, I should now be known as the Viscount Philippe Auguste de Pravilon, the recently acknowledged son of the count of that name, a senator. As for me, I christened myself No Luck. How do you know all this? Because there were discussions in my presence, and violent they were, you may be sure. Ah! That is the sort of thing that teaches you life." A still more painful and stricken feeling than he had yet suffered in the last half-hour oppressed the priest. It was the beginning of a form of suffocation that would grow worse and worse until it killed him, caused not so much by the things he was told as by the way they were told, and by the brutish face of the outcast that gave emphasis to them. Between this man and himself, between his son and himself, he began to feel that swamp of moral filth that works as a deadly poison on certain beings. This was his son. He could not believe it. He wanted every proof, every possible proof. He must learn all, hear all, listen to all, and suffer all. Again he thought of the olive trees surrounding his little house, again he murmured, "Oh, God help me." Philippe Auguste had finished his soup, and asked, "Is there no more to eat, Abbé?" The kitchen being outside the house in an annex, Marguerite could not hear the curé's voice, so he warned her of his needs by a few strokes on a Chinese gong that hung behind him on the wall. He picked up a leather hammer and struck the round metal plaque several times. At first a faint sound escaped from it, which grew gradually and, gaining in weight, turned into the vibrating, sharp, violent, horrible, strident clamor of beaten copper. The servant appeared. Her face was drawn, she glared at the scoundrel as if, with the instinct of a faithful dog, she felt a presentiment of the drama that was hanging over her master. In her hands she held the grilled fish, which sent out a delicious odor of melted butter. The abbé divided the fish from head to tail and offered the back fillet to the child of his youth. "I caught it a short time ago," he said, a remnant of pride hovering in his distress. Marguerite stayed in the room. The priest continued. "Bring some wine, good wine, some of the white wine of Cape Corsica." She succeeded in hiding her disgust, but he was obliged to repeat sternly. "Now then, 2 bottles." For when he offered wine to a guest, an unusual pleasure, he always offered himself a bottle too. Philippe Auguste said, beaming. "A jolly good idea. I have not had a meal like this for a long time." The servant came back in 2 minutes' time. 2 minutes that had seemed as long as a twofold eternity to the abbé. The desire to know everything was scorching his blood and consuming it like hellfire. The bottles were uncorked, and still the servant lingered with eyes fixed on the young man. "Leave us," said the cure. She pretended not to hear. He repeated, with a certain harshness. "I ordered you to leave us alone." Whereupon she left the room. Philippe Auguste ate the fish greedily, while his father, watching him, became more and more surprised and distressed at the degradation he saw in the face so like his own. The morsels that the Abbé Villeboy lifted to his lips refused to pass his contracted throat, and he chewed them slowly, casting about in his mind for the most urgent of the questions that crowded upon him. He ended by saying, "What did she die of?" "Of lung trouble." "Was she ill long?" "About 18 months. "How did she get it?" "No one knows." A silence fell upon them. The abbé was lost in thought. He felt troubled by many things that he wanted to know, for since the day of his violent attack upon her, he had heard nothing. It was true that he had not wanted news. He had resolutely buried all memory of her and of his days of happiness. But now that she was dead, he felt a sudden violent desire to know everything, a jealous desire, almost a lover's desire. He resumed. "She was not alone, was she?" "No, she was still living with him." The old man shrank within himself. With him, with Pravilon? Of course. The man who had been betrayed calculated that the very woman who had deceived him had lived over 30 years with his rival. Almost in spite of himself, he stammered. "Were they happy together?" The young man replied, grinning. "Well, yes, though there were ups and downs. It would have been all right but for me. I have always spoilt everything." "How's that, and why?" said the priest. "I have already told you. Because he believed I was his son until I was about 15. But he was no fool, the old man, he himself discovered the likeness, and then there were rows. He accused Mama of landing him in a mess. Mama retorted, "Am I to blame? When you took me, you knew quite well that I was the other's mistress." "The other being you." "Oh, so they talked about me sometimes?" "Yes, but they never mentioned your name when I was present, except at the end, the very end. The last days when Mama knew she was done for. They had no confidence in me." "And you, did you soon learn that your mother was living an irregular life?" "What do you think? I am not a fool, you bet, I never was. You guess these things directly, as soon as you know something of life." Philippe Auguste was pouring out one glass of wine after another. His eyes lighted up, intoxication quickly followed his long fast. The priest noticed this and was going to make him stop drinking, when he remembered that drink made men reckless and talkative, so he took the bottle and refilled the young man's glass. Marguerite brought in the dish of chicken and rice. As she placed it on the table, she fixed her eyes on the tramp, then indignantly said to her master, "Just look how drunk he is, your reverence." "Leave us alone and go away," said the priest. She went out slamming the door. He asked, "What did your mother say about me?" "The usual thing that is said about the man you leave. That you were not easy to live with, a worry to a woman, and that you would have made her life very difficult with your ideas." "Did she say that often?" "Yes, sometimes in a roundabout way so that I should not understand, but I guessed what had happened." "And you, how were you treated in the home?" "Me? Very well at first, but very badly later on. When Mama saw that I was a spoilsport, she chucked me out." "How?" "How? Quite easily. I played some pranks when I was about 16, so the idiots put me into a reformatory to get rid of me." He put his elbows on the table, resting his cheeks on his hands, and quite drunk, his wits upside down in drink. He suddenly felt that irresistible wish to talk about himself that turns a drunkard into a driveling braggart. He was smiling prettily with all a woman's charm. The abbé recognized the perverse charm of the boy's smile. He not only recognized it, he also felt the spell of the charm, hateful but caressing, that had conquered and ruined him in the past. For the moment the child was more like his mother, not in feature, but in the alluring and insincere expression of his face. And more especially in the attraction of that misleading smile that seemed to open a door on all the incredible baseness of his nature. Philippe Auguste continued. "Well, well. I have had a life, I have, ever since I left the reformatory, a curious life for which a novelist would pay a large sum. Really, old Dumas with his Monte Cristo never imagined stranger adventures than have happened to me." He was silent, thinking things over with the philosophical seriousness of the meditative drunkard, then he said slowly. "If you want a boy to turn out well, no matter what he has done, he should never be sent to a reformatory, because of the people he has to mix with. I had a jolly good idea, but it failed. One night about 9 o'clock I was wandering around with 3 pals, all 4 of us rather the worse for drink, on the main road near Folac Ford. When what should I see but a carriage full of people asleep. The man who was driving and his family, they lived at Mardinon and were returning home after dining in town. I seized the horse by the reins and forced it on to the ferryboat, then pushed the boat into the middle of the river. That made a noise, and the driver woke and, not able to see anything, whipped up his horse. Off it went and jumped into the stream with the carriage. They were all drowned. My pals informed against me. At first they laughed like anything as they watched me at work. We never thought it would turn out so badly. All we had hoped for was a bath, something to laugh about. Since that I have done worse out of revenge for the first joke, which, I must say, did not deserve punishment. However, there is nothing worth telling. I will only tell you about my last trick because I know that will please you. I paid him out for you." The abbé looked at his son with terrified eyes and stopped eating. Philippe Auguste was going on with his story. "No," the priest said, "not now, presently." Turning round, he struck the strident Chinese cymbal and made it cry out. Marguerite came at once. Her master gave his orders so harshly that she bowed her head, afraid and docile. "Bring us the lamp and all that is still to be put on the table. After that you must not come back unless I strike the gong." She went out, came back again and put a white china lamp on the tablecloth, a big piece of cheese, some fruit, and then left the room. The abbé said with determination, "Now I am listening." Quite undisturbed, Philippe Auguste filled up his plate with dessert and filled his glass with wine. The second bottle was nearly empty although the cure had not touched it. The young man, his mouth sticky with food and drink, stammering, resumed. "The last one, well, here you are. It is pretty bad. I had returned home, where I stayed in spite of them because they were afraid of me, afraid of me. Ah! You must not annoy me. You know, they were living together and yet not together. He had 2 homes, he had, one the senator's, the other the lover's. But he lived at Mama's more than he did at his own home, because he could not do without her. Ah, she was shrewd, she was knowing, Mama, she knew how to hold a man, she did. She had taken him body and soul, and she kept him to the end. What fools men are! Well, I had returned and gained the mastery over them because they were afraid of me. I know my way about when necessary, and as for spite, cunning, and violence, I am anyone's match. Then Mama fell ill and he settled her in a beautiful place near Moulin in the middle of a park as big as a forest. That lasted about 18 months, as I have already told you. Then we felt the end approaching. He came from Paris every day, he was full of grief, no doubt about it, real grief. Well, one morning they had been jabbering for nearly an hour, and I was wondering whatever they could be chattering about so long, when they called me. And Mama said, I am on the point of death, and have something I want to tell you. In spite of the Count's opinion, she always called him the Count when she spoke about him. It is the name of your father, who is still alive. I had asked for it more than 100 times, more than 100 times, my father's name, more than 100 times, and she had always refused to tell me. I even think that I struck her one day to make her talk, but it was no use. And then, to get rid of me, she said that you had died penniless, that you were a good-for-nothing, an error of her youth, a maiden slip, any old thing. She told the story so well that I swallowed it whole, the story of your death. As she was saying, it is your father's name, the other, who was sitting in an armchair, repeated 3 times, just like this. You are wrong, you are wrong, you are wrong, Rosette. Mama sat up in bed. I can still see her with the red spots on her cheeks and her bright eyes, for she loved me in spite of all, she said to him. Then do something for him yourself, Philippe. When talking to him she always called him Philippe and me Auguste. He started shouting out like a madman. For that blackguard, never, for that rogue, that jailbird. That. He called me all kinds of names just as if he had done nothing else all his life except look for names for me. I nearly lost my temper, when Mama bade me be quiet, and said to him. Then you want him to die of hunger, as I have nothing to give him. He replied, not at all worried. Rosette, for 30 years I have given you 35,000 francs a year, that makes over 1 million. Because of me you have led the life of a rich woman, a well-loved woman, and, I dare to add, a happy woman. I owe nothing to this blackguard who has spoilt our last years together, and he will get nothing from me. Useless to insist. Let him know the name of the other one, if you wish. I am sorry, but I wash my hands of the matter. Then Mama turned towards me. I said to myself, God. I am going to get my own father back, if he has any cash, I am a saved man. She continued. Your father, the Baron of Villebois, is now known as the Abbé Villebois, Curé of Girandou, near Toulon. He was my lover when I left him for this man. She then told me everything except how she had tricked you about her pregnancy. But, there it is, women never tell the truth. He sniggered, unconcerned, displaying all his vileness. He went on drinking and, with a still smiling face, continued. Mama died 2 days later. We followed her coffin to the grave, he and I, wasn't it comical, eh? He and I, and 3 servants, that was all. He was weeping like a cow, we were side by side, you would have said it was Papa and Papa's dear boy. Then we went home. Only the 2 of us. I said to myself, I must be off, without a halfpenny. I had just 50 francs. What could I do to pay him out? He touched my arm and said, I want to speak to you. I followed him to his study. He sat down before his table and plunged into tears, said that he would not treat me as badly as he had told Mama he would, he begged me not to worry you. As for that, that is our business, yours and mine. He offered me 1,000-franc note, 1,000, 1,000, what could I do with 1,000 francs, me, a man like me? I saw there were lots more in the drawer, a whole heap. At the sight of all that paper, I felt I wanted to do for someone. I held out my hand to take his gift, but instead of accepting his charity I sprang upon him, threw him down, strangling him until his eyes bulged out. Then when I saw the end was near I gagged and trussed him, undressed him and turned him over, then. Ah! 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 I jolly well paid him out for you. Philippe Auguste coughed, choking with joy. The boy's lip curled with ferocious gaiety and reminded Abbé Villeboy of the smile of the woman for love of whom he had lost his head. After, he said. After. Ah! 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 There was a big fire in the grate, it was December, in cold weather, she died. Mama, a big coal fire. I took up the poker, made it all hot, you see. I made crosses on his back. 8, 10, I don't know how many, then I turned him over again and made the same number on his belly. Wasn't it funny, Papa? That is how convicts were marked in the old days. He wriggled like an eel, but I had gagged him well, he could not make a noise. Then I took the notes, 12 of them, with my own that made 13, but they brought me no luck. Then I made off telling the servants not to disturb the Count until dinner-time as he was asleep. I was sure he would say nothing about it from dread of exposure, as he was a senator. But I was mistaken. For days later I was pinched in a Paris restaurant. I got 3 years in jail. That is why I could not come and see you sooner. He was still drinking and spluttering and could hardly pronounce one word clearly. Now. Papa. Papa cure. Isn't it funny to have a cure for a papa? Ah. Ah. Must be kind, very kind to the darling boy, because darling boy is out of the common, and he played a lovely trick, didn't he? A lovely one, on the old man. The same feeling of rage that had maddened Abbé Villeboy in that final scene with the mistress who had betrayed him, seized him now towards this abominable wretch. He who, in God's name, had dealt out forgiveness to many shameful secrets whispered in the privacy of the confessional, was pitiless, merciless towards himself. He had ceased to call upon an all-merciful Father to help him, for he understood that no protection from heaven or earth could save anyone so afflicted with misfortune. All the fire of his passionate heart and of his stirring blood, subdued by the discipline of his station in the church, awoke in an irresistible revolt against this wretch, his own son, against this likeness to himself, and more to that unworthy mother who had conceived the boy in her own likeness, and, more than all, against the fatality which had riveted this scoundrel to his paternal foot like the fetters of a galley slave. He foresaw all this in a flash of clear-sightedness, shocked from his 25 years of pious tranquility and rest into action. Suddenly aware that he must take a high tone with this criminal and terrify him at the first words, he said through teeth clenched with anger, taking no account of the drunken state of the wretch, "Now that you have told me all about it, listen. You must go away tomorrow morning. You must live in a place that I will choose and that you may not leave without my permission. I will make you a small allowance, just enough to live upon, for I have no money. If you disobey me once, this arrangement will come to an end and I will deal with you." Although stupefied by wine, Philippe Auguste understood the threat. And the criminal within him rose instantly to the surface. Hiccuping, he spat out some words. "Ah! Papa, no use trying it on with me. You are a cure. I've got you in my power, you will take it quietly, like the others." The abbé started, the muscles of the old Hercules were aching to seize the bully, to bend him like a reed, and show him that he must submit to authority. Pushing the table against the boy's chest, he shouted, "Take care, take care. I am afraid of nobody, not I." Losing his balance, the drunkard rocked on his chair, then feeling that he was going to fall and that he was in the priest's power. With a villainous look on his face he stretched out his hand towards a knife that was lying on the cloth. Abbé Villeboy noticed the movement and gave the table a violent push that sent his son head over heels onto the floor, where he lay on his back. The lamp rolled along the ground and went out. For a few seconds a thin tinkle of glasses jingling against each other sounded through the darkness, then the creeping of soft bodies over the stone floor, then silence. With the crash of the fallen lamp, black night, swift and unexpected, had fallen upon the two, leaving them dazed as in the presence of some unspeakable horror. The drunkard, crouching against the wall, never stirred. The priest remained on his chair, plunged in the blackness of the night that was gradually swallowing up his anger. The veil of darkness thrown over him stayed his anger and brought his furious outburst of temper to an end. Other ideas took their place, black and sad as the darkness around him. Silence reigned, a silence as dense as that of a closed tomb, in which nothing seemed to live or breathe. Not a sound came from without, no sound of wheels in the distance, no sound of a dog barking. Not even the rustle of a slight breath of wind among the branches or the tapping of a twig against the walls. The silence dragged on, it might have been an hour. Then suddenly the gong rang. It rang as if struck by a single hard stroke, sharp and loud, followed by a curious noise of something dropping and of an overturned chair. On the alert, Marguerite rushed to the room, but on opening the door she drew back in terror of the impenetrable darkness. With pounding heart, and trembling all over, she called out in a low voice, panting for breath. "Your Reverence, Your Reverence." There was no answer, not a sound. My God, what have they done, what has happened?" She dare not go in nor dare she go back to fetch a light. She was seized with a wild desire to run away, to escape, to scream, although her limbs shook so violently that she could hardly stand. She repeated, Your Reverence, it is I, Marguerite." Suddenly, in spite of her fear, she felt she must save her master. One of those sudden fits of bravery that occasionally give women strength to perform heroic deeds filled her soul with the recklessness of terror, and running back to the kitchen, she fetched her lamp. She stopped just inside the room. The first thing she saw was the vagabond lying against the wall, asleep or apparently asleep. Then she saw the broken lamp. Then under the table the black feet and black stockinged legs of Abbé Villeboy, whose head must have knocked the gong as he fell over onto his back. Breathless with fright, her hands trembling, she repeated, My God, what is the matter?" As she stepped forward slowly, taking small steps, she slipped on something greasy and nearly fell down. Leaning forward, she saw a red liquid trickling over the red flags and spreading around her feet. Quickly she ran towards the door, sure that what she had seen was blood. Mad with terror, she fled from the place and, throwing aside the lamp so that she might see nothing more, she rushed out of doors in the direction of the village. She lurched along, knocking against the trees, with eyes fixed on the distant lights, screaming at the top of her voice. Her shrill cries pierced the night like the sinister call of the common owl, and she screamed without ceasing, "The tramp, the tramp, the tramp." When she reached the nearest houses, scared men came out and gathered around her, but she was too excited to answer their questions. She had completely lost her head. Finally they understood that some accident had happened at the cure's, and made up a party to go to his rescue. The little pink-colored house in the middle of the olive orchard was invisible, black in the deep, silent night. Ever since the one light from the illuminated window had gone out like a closed eye, the house had been drowned in shadow, lost in the darkness. Undiscoverable to those not familiar with the countryside. Lights were soon moving about over the ground, through the trees, in the direction of the house, throwing long, yellow rays on the burnt grass. And on the distorted trunks of the olives that looked like unreal monsters, like serpents of hell all twisted and misshapen. The beams projected in the distance suddenly showed up something whitish and vague in the darkness, then the low, square wall of the little house turned pink in the lantern light. The lanterns were carried by the peasants, who accompanied 2 gendarmes with revolvers, the village constable, the mayor of the village, and Marguerite supported by some of the men. As she was in a state of collapse. They hesitated for a minute in front of the still open, nightmarish doorway, but the inspector seized a lantern and entered, followed by the others. The servant had not lied. The blood, now congealed, spread over the flags like a carpet. It had reached along as far as the vagabond, staining a leg and a hand. Father and son were asleep. One, with cut throat, slept the everlasting sleep, the other slept the sleep of the drunkard. The 2 policemen threw themselves upon the latter and had handcuffed him before he awoke. He rubbed his eyes, stupefied, besotted with wine. When he saw the priest's corpse he looked terrified, having no idea what had happened. "Why ever did he not run away?" said the mayor. "He was too drunk," replied the inspector. They all agreed with him. It never occurred to anyone that Abbé Villeboy might have caused his own death.